When they saw the giant palm pressing down on them, the three saint masters were all extremely shocked. The giant palm was enormous, at least several hundred feet in size. Covering their heads, it was not an exaggeration to say it blocked out the sky and sun. More importantly, the power emanating from the giant palm was terrifying and seemed to hint at the ability to suppress space. Even if the three saint masters wanted to flee, they found it difficult to do so. The movement technique couldn't be deployed at all, almost completely suppressed in place, waiting for the giant palm to press down. And the white-robed youth seemed intent on watching the trio struggle in despair. The palm descended not quickly but slowly, giving off a suffocating sense of oppression. How can it be so strong? Where on earth did these two monsters come from? The first Saint Master was filled with shock. He couldn't believe that he, who had just achieved the golden core, was about to be suppressed in this manner. Moreover, the opponent was someone he had never heard of before. Watching the slowly descending giant palm, the first Saint Master knew he had to make a decision. Resolute, he ignited the newly condensed magic power golden core within him. A large amount of mana, not yet familiarized, was urged by him. He performed a spell while his heart and spirit swiftly plunged deep to communicate with a mysterious will within the mountain beneath him. Roar. With the first Saint Master communicating with that mysterious will at any cost, a vast and majestic roar suddenly sounded from deep within the holy mountain. The white-robed youth was shaken to the core by this roar, momentarily losing control over the magic giant palm. What? The white-robed youth was greatly surprised. Suddenly, a cyan light appeared within him, blocking the mysterious roar and stabilizing his heart and spirit. The giant palm, which was originally descending slowly, suddenly accelerated, with a force that could crush everything, striking down at the three ants below. But the first Saint Master had already seized this split-second flaw. A gigantic earth-yellow dragon emerged from the ground in front of him, charging toward the giant palm overhead. He then grabbed his two sworn brothers, and a yellow light appeared on them as their bodies rapidly sank into the earth beneath. Boom! The earth dragon, urged by the third Saint Master, although seemingly powerful, was like sand and stone in front of the giant palm, easily swatted apart. The residual force of the palm continued, directly striking where the three had stood. A powerful force exploded, causing the earth to shake and the mountains to tremble. The ground within several miles was overturned and cracked layer by layer. Thankfully, the holy mountain was massive enough, or else with just this strike it might have been flattened. They actually escaped. However, the white-robed youth who unleashed such an astonishing blow showed no sign of triumph on his face. Instead, it was grim, because after withdrawing the magic giant palm, he found that the three ants had actually escaped. Earth escape technique. A newly broken through, low-grade golden core realm native could perform an earth escape technique. And what was that mysterious roar just now? The white-robed youth's face turned very ugly, and he found it hard to believe. It was known that true escape techniques were not easily mastered. Even golden core realm experts would need deep comprehension of the grand rules, nearing the primordial spirit realm, to possibly grasp the mysteries of blending with the world and using an escape technique. Yet now a newly broken through low-grade golden core realm managed, within his sight, to use an earth escape technique, evade his strike, and escape. This left the white-robed youth furious and incredulous. "These three seem special," muttered the gray-robed man gravely. "That roar just now seemed to come from the mountain soul of the giant mountain below. Those three seem to have an extraordinary connection with the mountain soul's will. That's likely how they could use the earth escape technique. Mountain soul's will." The white-robed youth was taken aback. He recalled that the roar indeed didn't seem like it came from a living creature, as his senior brother had said. "Senior brother, what should we do now? Just let those three ants go." The white-robed youth was very unwilling. Having three native ants, whom he never regarded seriously, escape from his grasp was a huge humiliation for him. This mountain is extraordinary. It should be one of the backbones of this small world. Those three hiding in the mountain are protected by the mountain soul, allowing them to move freely within its body. Unless we can destroy this mountain, we're afraid we won't be able to catch them. The gray-robed man shook his head. To destroy the mountain. Looking at the enormous and majestic mountain below, the white-robed man fell silent. Even ordinary primordial spirit realm cultivators would find it difficult to completely destroy the backbone of a small world, let alone him, a golden core realm cultivator. Let's go. Having been shocked like this, those three must already be like startled birds afraid to venture out. Let's explore elsewhere for information. When I came over earlier, I saw a large city at the foot of the mountain. Grabbing a few people could get us the information we want. The gray-robed man turned and flew downward. Though unwilling, the white-robed youth took one last resentful glance at the holy mountain and followed his senior brother. "Senior brother, let me take action next time." "All right, but don't cause too much bloodshed. We still don't know how long we'll be in this small world. If we accumulate too much sin, we might be targeted by the heavenly Tao's will here, bringing disaster upon us. At that time, how would we move freely and seize opportunities?" "I understand, senior brother." The two soon flew above the holy city, and the white-robed youth acted first. With a stretch of his hand, the previously seen magic giant palm reappeared. Amidst the terrified gazes of countless city dwellers, the palm came down. "Big brother, are you all right?" In a mysterious chamber within the heart of the holy mountain, the second and third Saint Masters looked anxiously at the first Saint Master. At this moment, the first Saint Master was vomiting mouthfuls of blood. His internal aura was in complete disarray, with not a trace of the spirit he had after advancing to the Golden Core realm. "I won't die for the time being." The first Saint Master forcibly suppressed his injuries, while operating the cultivation technique to absorb the earth's energy from the mountain to heal himself. Earlier, to break free from the mysterious strongman's suppression, he forcibly activated his newly condensed magic power Golden Core, which had not yet been fully familiarized and controlled. Now, his mana was in disarray, his meridians were torn, and he was seriously internally injured. If he didn't heal quickly, the newly condensed magic power Golden Core might collapse. The dragon energy of the holy mountain was extraordinary, and soon, the thick earth energy began to flow from the surrounding cave walls, surrounding the first Saint Master. The second and third Saint Masters didn't dare speak, fearful of interrupting their big brother's healing. As the earth energy continually merged into his body, the first Saint Master's nearly erupting aura gradually calmed down. After a long while, when his aura had completely settled, he finally opened his eyes. "Eldest brother, you're awake," the second Saint Master hurriedly said upon seeing his older brother awake. "Eldest brother, is your injury all right?" The third Saint Master also asked. "Just barely stabilized, but it will take some time to fully recover," said the first Saint Master. This time, he forcibly activated his magic power Golden Core and was lucky not to have a mana backlash. It's not going to be easy to completely recover. "Luckily, we are on the Holy Mountain, and you've just achieved the Golden Core. Otherwise, we might have all perished this time." The second Saint Master was filled with relief. Recalling that terrifying giant palm earlier, he still felt a quiver of fear in his heart. "Eldest brother, who exactly were those two, and when did such frightening figures appear in this world?" the third Saint Master also asked. "I don't know either," the first Saint Master shook his head, "but I suspect they might not be from our world, but extraterrestrial visitors." "Extraterrestrial visitors?" the second and third Saint Masters asked in unison. "Yes, extraterrestrial visitors," the first Saint Master nodded. "Those two mysterious figures had an obviously superior tone and referred to us as natives. Clearly, they are not from our world." The second and third Saint Masters recalled what the mysterious figures had said earlier and couldn't help but agree with their elder brother's guess. But they still found it unbelievable. "But extraterrestrial visitors, hasn't it been tens of thousands of years since such beings appeared in our world? The ancient texts that have been passed down from ancient times even have experts speculating whether there truly are other worlds besides the one we inhabit." Being the leaders for nearly a millennium, the Saint Masters have a strong grasp of the realm. They have also gathered many ancient texts and know many secrets. Just because it hasn't happened before doesn't mean it won't happen now. Those two mysterious figures are profound, their cultivation even I cannot see through. The world has just started to recover, and our realm could not possibly birth such figures. And don't forget, it's recorded in the ancient texts. During the ancient immortal cultivation era, many of the most powerful cultivators, upon the arrival of the end of magic calamity, left on the breaking realm ship and never returned since. They must have found a new place outside, otherwise there's no reason not to return. The third Saint Master was stirred. "Eldest brother, based on what you said, could those two be descendants of those powerful cultivators who left at the end of the ancient immortal cultivation era?" The first Saint Master pondered for a moment. "It's possible, but that's not certain. Those two are clearly hostile, and we cannot just go out and inquire. We can only try to investigate further in the future. Yes, let's wait until you've fully recovered before taking action." The second and third Saint Masters also understood that against those terrifying figures, going out now would just make them prey. Earlier, it was their elder brother who, at great cost, forcibly activated the Golden Core and used the Mountain Soul's power to lead them into hiding. Now that the enemy was prepared, venturing out would likely lead to an instant capture or death. So however suppressed they felt, they could only remain hidden within the mountains for the time being. "Eldest brother, how long do you think it will take for you to recover?" the second Saint Master asked. "About 10 days. Once my injuries are fully healed, I should be able to stabilize and become familiar with the magic power Golden Core. With the Mountain Soul's power, as long as we're within the Holy Mountain, even if those two are outside, I will no longer fear them," the first Saint Master said coldly. As the master of the Holy Mountain for 1,000 years and the first in the realm to achieve the Golden Core realm, he naturally possesses his own pride. Though those two were formidable from the earlier clash he had seen, the white-robed youth's realm shouldn't be much higher than his, still within the Golden Core realm. Otherwise, if the opponent were above the golden core, even with the mountain soul's assistance, he wouldn't have been able to escape with his two brothers. Therefore, once he becomes fully familiar with controlling the power of the golden core realm, the mountain soul's power he could leverage would be more formidable. Facing those two again, he might not be as powerless. With these plans in mind, the first Saint Master focused his heart and spirit, continuing to absorb the vast earth energy within the mountain for the deepest healing. Are you telling the truth about what you just said? Above the holy city, a youth in a white robe stood with hands behind his back, and in front of him, a middle-aged man with a pained expression was being held by a monopalm the size of a person, as if he might explode at any moment. The aura around him revealed that he was a powerful martial artist in the perfect innate realm. Beside him, several others were also being held by another monopalm, suffering painfully. Below them in the holy city was a huge and clear hand seal. Within the hand seal's range, ruins lay scattered. The faint scent of blood lingered, and it's unclear how many suffered indiscriminate disaster. Truly, everything I said is the truth. If there is any deceit to the senior, let me be struck by lightning and die horribly. The middle-aged, perfect, innate realm martial artist endured the pain and shouted repeatedly. Do you say that what he said earlier was all true? The youth in white turned his head towards the other perfect innate realms being held. It's all true, Brother Chi did not lie. I hope the senior can see clearly. What Brother Chi said was not false. Please spare us, senior. The other perfect innate realms called out one after another. At the same time, their hearts were filled with intense fear. The two mysterious figures before them were simply too terrifying. They had no idea how they had been captured and brought to this high place. Such unfathomable methods had already far exceeded their imagination, and it also showed that these two mysterious figures must be unimaginably terrifying powers. Very well, let me see whether what you've said is the truth or not. A vicious smile suddenly appeared on the white-robed youth's face, and he activated his heart and spirit, unleashing a torrent of divine soul power. In an instant, the eyes of the captured perfect innate realm martial artists widened, veins bulging on their faces as they emitted shrill cries, as if enduring indescribable pain. Soon the cries gradually subsided, their pupils dilated, saliva dripping from their mouths with a vacant expression. The gray-robed man watched, intending to intervene for a moment. But remembering his junior's past demeanor, he knew that unless allowed to vent his anger, he would not let it go easily, so he ultimately remained silent. Natives are natives, they can't even withstand a little divine soul impact. The white-robed youth looked at their state with disdain. With a thought, he released them. Bam, bam. After a few dull thuds, the ruins of the hand seal below were joined by several masses of flesh. Junior brother, since they've already told the truth, why not spare them? The man in the gray robe looked at the few piles of meat mud, sighing. At the height they were now at, falling unconsciously would be no different from ordinary people, even for innate realm martial artists. Other than being smashed to death, there was no other end. These ants' divine souls are too weak. After the soul's search, their divine souls have collapsed, all turning into idiots. Living would only be a pain. I was merely kind enough to free them. The young man in the white robe smiled faintly, his tone devoid of any emotion. To him, it was merely crushing a few ants with a flick of his hand, simply nothing at all. The man in the gray robe was silent for a moment and ultimately said nothing more. He also knew that his junior brother's nature had always been somewhat harsh. Those who could cultivate to their realm had an unyielding temperament, not easily changed. Moreover, their junior brother had previously suffered a loss, and if not for considering the heavenly Tao here, unwilling to be tainted with too much sin, perhaps his methods would have been even more brutal. Senior brother, you're still so soft-hearted, just some indigenous ants, why care about them? But what those ants just said, senior brother, you heard it too, right? The expression on the face of the young man in white became somewhat excited. This small world actually abundantly produces secret realms, and now some have even revived and opened. I thought it was merely a barren and unremarkable small world, but unexpectedly, it is a precious small world with such a peculiar structure that produces secret realms in abundance. The eyes of the man in the gray robe also showed a trace of excitement. Be it a large world or a small world, secret realms are extremely special. Their spatial uniqueness often can nurture some rare treasures. In this way, the value of this small world is far higher than he estimated. Senior brother, should we first go to those so-called 4 great secret places, or should we head to the secret realms that have just revived? The young man in the white robe asked. The man in the gray robe contemplated for a moment. From what that person just said, those 4 great secret places are of ancient heritage, clearly some sects enduring and hiding in the secret realm from a previous cultivation era of this small world. Secret realms like these, after tens of thousands of years of management, are perhaps as solid as an iron wall, not easily broken. We have only just arrived and are not yet fully adapted to the heaven and earth rules of this world. Once we are thoroughly familiar with the rules of this world, it won't be too late to seek out those major secret places. All right then. The young man in the white robe nodded. A secret realm that can be sustained for tens of thousands of years must have spiritual artifacts or higher magical treasures guarding it. Senior brother, it seems that we are really going to have a great harvest this time. The eyes of the young man in the white robe were somewhat fervent. The preciousness of spiritual artifacts needs not much explanation. Even in a large world, they are considered top-tier treasures. As a golden core realm cultivator, he had no spiritual artifact, and his best magical treasure was only a supreme treasure. If he could get one or two spiritual artifacts in this small world, his gain would be enormous. It would genuinely boost his power significantly. The two brothers chatted and laughed as their figures turned into two streams of light, flying away. From start to finish, they did not glance at the tragic state of Holy City below. It wasn't until their figures had completely disappeared for a long time that people in the deathly silent Holy City gradually dared to come out. Soon after, cries could be heard. Regarding what happened in Central State, Lu Qing was naturally unaware. He still leisurely cultivated every day, feeling the constant growth of cultivation within his body quite comfortably. Until a few days later, Lin Zhuri came to the half-mountain small courtyard with a serious face. Young Master Lu, something big has happened in Central State. Something big? What big thing? Lu Qing was taken aback. I received a message from the master a few days ago. At the top of the holy mountain, tribulation clouds appeared. The first Saint Master broke through an obstacle, triggering his tribulation, and attempted to cross it. The first Saint Master attempting a tribulation, Lu Qing was somewhat surprised but not too startled. He had long anticipated someone crossing the tribulation soon, just not expecting the first to break through to be the first Saint Master of the Holy Mountain, instead of some old figure hidden within one of the four great secret places. Did the first Saint Master succeed in crossing the tribulation? The Master said the first Saint Master safely passed through the tribulation thunder, stepping into an entirely new realm. But that's not the main point. The main point is that, just as the first Saint Master had passed through the tribulation thunder, two mysterious individuals suddenly appeared. One of them seriously injured the first Saint Master with just one move, almost capturing him. Subsequently, the two mysterious people also flew over Holy City, casting a gigantic spell hand. With just one hand, they left a handprint of several hundred zhang in the Holy City, annihilating thousands of city residents. What did you say? Some mysterious strong individuals, with just one move, seriously injured the first Saint Master who just passed the tribulation thunder. This time, Lu Qing was genuinely shocked. With the first Saint Master's tribulation thunder, having crossed the heavenly tribulation, he must have achieved the golden core. Even if he was in a weakened state just after crossing, it was still an actual golden core grand cultivator, far beyond what a foundation establishment realm cultivator could compare to. Yet he was injured in one move. Could the one attacking be stronger than a golden core realm? But with only 5 sounds from the heaven and earth Tao sound, where could a strong practitioner beyond the golden core realm come from? Indeed, this was said personally by the first Saint Master when contacting the Master afterward. The Saint Master also said that those two mysterious strong individuals are very likely celestial visitors. Their cultivation is unfathomable, and the Master warned everyone never to provoke them, lest they invite a catastrophe. Celestial visitors. Lu Qing was even more astonished. Even the yan within the leaving fire tripod was equally shaken. The Master said this is merely the Saint Master's guess. Whether it is true is yet to be confirmed. But the Master sent me a message, advising all Tianji building disciples traveling outside to be extremely cautious, to avoid attracting those two mysterious individuals. According to other messages from elsewhere, after leaving Holy City, those two mysterious individuals appeared in several cave heaven-blessed lands that were hotly contested by the various major forces in Central State. Using thunderous means, they annihilated several sects and completely occupied a few cave heaven-blessed lands. The news Lin Zhuri brought was too astonishing, and even Lu Qing took more than 10 breaths to completely calm his mood. The news in Kang County was still too closed off. Even the Wei family knew very little about the information from Central State. If it weren't for Lin Zhurui's presence, he might have taken a few more days to learn of this matter. No need to be polite, but young Master Lu, do you think those two mysterious individuals are really celestial visitors? To be honest, Lin Zhurui was even more shaken than Lu Qing when he received the message from the Master. So he particularly wanted to know the origin of those two mysterious individuals who could defeat the first Saint Master. Ultimately, Lin Zhurui did not obtain any useful information from Lu Qing. After all, before he arrived, Lu Qing didn't even know what had happened in Central State. How could he possibly know the information about those two mysterious figures? After Lin Zhurui left, Lu Qing's expression became somewhat serious. Yan's figure also appeared beside Lu Qing. Young master, do you think those two people mentioned by that kid are really outsiders from beyond our world? If it were in the past, Yan would have considered this to be nonsense. In the previous cultivation era, there had never been any outsiders from beyond our world. There's even been constant debate in the cultivation world over whether there are other living creatures outside our world. But now, Yan no longer thinks this way. After all, within the leaving fire tripod, there exists a thread of a demon cultivator's divine soul from another world, uncertain. Lu Qing shook his head, but if the information Mr. Zhai Rui brought is accurate, then the possibility is considerable. Since the first Saint Master has crossed the heavenly tribulation, he must have already achieved the golden core. If those two mysterious figures could easily defeat him, they must definitely also be at the golden core realm, and are likely well-established golden core realm cultivators with deep accumulations. At this time, the heaven and earth Dao sound rings 5 times, and the heaven and earth rules have just evolved a hint of immortality. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be such powerful cultivators in this world. The only possibility is exactly as speculated by the first Saint Master. Those two mysterious figures aren't people from our side of the world. Lu Qing shared his speculation. That's the only possibility. Yan agreed with Lu Qing's conjecture and remarked with a hint of amazement, I just wonder which world those two mysterious figures are from and whether it's far from us. Whether it's far or not is something we can't know for now, but very clearly, these two mysterious figures come with ill intentions. They aren't friendly sorts. Lu Qing recalled what Lin Zhirui had just mentioned about the actions of those two mysterious figures in the holy city. It's quite apparent that the opposite party is far from kind-hearted, ruthless, and merciless, even capable of slaughtering ordinary people. They must be the type to regard mortals as ants, cruel and vicious types. Young master, what do you plan to do? Yan looked at Lu Qing. What else can be done? Even the first Saint Master, who successfully crossed the tribulation and stepped into the golden core realm, isn't a match for those two. Such figures are far beyond what we can provoke. We should just quietly observe changes. Lu Qing said straightforwardly. Although he is curious about their origins, he does not want to risk attracting such terrifying entities. Indeed, those two mysterious figures are at least deeply entrenched, established golden core realms. It's better to temporarily avoid their edge. Upon hearing Lu Qing's reply, Yan sighed in relief. As long as Lu Qing does not actively seek those two mysterious figures, it's fine. Jiulai village is secluded. Those two mysterious figures are unlikely to visit such a remote and impoverished place. In the days that followed, Lu Qing and the others continued living peacefully. Just as Yan thought, Jiulai village is indeed isolated. Apart from the Wei family and Lin Zhirui occasionally bringing news from the outside world, Jiulai village can almost be said to be cut off from the world. Even ordinary martial artists rarely come here, let alone those stronger than the innate realm. However, the appearance of those two mysterious figures also gave Lu Qing a sense of urgency, prompting him to double his efforts in cultivation when he was originally still somewhat leisurely. This day, while Lu Qing was cultivating, suddenly his body quivered lightly, and his aura ascended abruptly before he quickly restrained it again. Finally broke through to foundation establishment small success. This time the breakthrough speed was fairly decent. A look of satisfaction appeared on Lu Qing's face. After stepping into the foundation establishment realm, the 5 elements gourd, this supreme treasure, also began to gradually show a bit of its true lifebound magical treasure's might. Added with his recent diligence, his cultivation speed not only did not slow down, but rather was even faster than before. In less than a month, he's gone from initial foundation establishment, breaking through to the small success realm. At this rate, in 2 or 3 more months, I should be able to reach the perfect foundation establishment realm, catching up with those old guys. With his cultivation becoming increasingly profound, Lu Qing feels more and more that refining the 5 elements gourd as his lifebound magical treasure was one of the best decisions he made. The lifebound treasure with the 5 elements really aids his cultivation greatly. Moreover, with his realm's breakthrough, once he truly triggers this lifebound treasure's might, his cultivation might see even more rapid advancements. Ah Qing, I think I broke through. Just as Lu Qing was delighted, a dark figure flew over, landing in his arms looking very excited. Who else could it be but Little Li? Little Li, you broke through. Lu Qing was somewhat surprised. Yes, I finally cultivated the cultivation technique from the inherited memories to the beginner's level. Little Li said happily. Inheritance skill. Lu Qing felt a stir in his heart. He knew what Little Li referred to was its inheritance skill when it initially broke through to the innate realm and awakened its bloodline. But that inheritance skill seemed not easy to practice. Little Li had been comprehending it for so long, only now formally cultivating it to the entry level. Just entering the cultivation and you were able to break through. Yes, Little Li is now at the foundation establishment realm nearly catching up to Ah Qing. The little one said happily, Little Li is so amazing. Lu Qing praised genuinely. He could cultivate this quickly due to many factors at play. The speed of Little Lee's cultivation being equally fast can only be explained by the formidable talent of the Black Knight Spirit Fox and the extraordinary inheritance skill. No wonder Yan was so shocked upon seeing Little Lee initially. Subsequently, Lu Qing used his superpower to inspect Little Lee. He found it indeed, as it claimed its realm had already broken through to foundation establishment. Furthermore, with 2 innate divine abilities, Little Lee's actual prowess far exceeds its realm, not to be judged by the standards of ordinary foundation establishment realm spiritual beasts. After all, spatial-type divine skills are extremely rare even among all divine skills. Feeling Little Lee's power, Lu Qing, on a whim, sparred with Little Lee. Then he discovered that even without using magical treasures and divine skills, Little Lee's power wasn't far inferior to his. His body cultivation is indeed formidable, but Little Lee as a spiritual beast has an equally terrifying physical body, plus that phenomenal speed. After a round of sparring, although Lu Qing had some advantage, he was unable to quickly defeat Little Lee. The physical body of a spiritual beast is indeed formidable. After sparring, Lu Qing couldn't help but sigh. He practices the 5 elements body refining technique with the pure spiritual power of the 5 elements gourd. His physical body is far stronger than ordinary body cultivators. Little Lee's physical body, after breaking through to the foundation establishment realm, isn't far worse than his. It can only be said, the Black Knight Spirit Fox's bloodline and inheritance skill are indeed extraordinary. Little Lee's talent seems to exceed that of the Black Knight Spirit Fox under the command of the ancient demon emperor. Yan also marveled within the leaving fire tripod. It knows well how terrifying Lu Qing's current strength is. Despite Little Lee's realm being a notch below Lu Qing's, it managed to last so long against him. Ah Qing, am I awesome? Little Lee looked at Lu Qing with anticipation. Little Lee is certainly amazing. Lu Qing reached out to rub Little Lee's head, making the little one squint with pleasure. Boom! Just as Lu Qing wanted to continue, suddenly, a loud bomb-like sound echoed. At the same time, a wave of mysterious and powerful spatial ripples transmitted from afar. The direction was deep within the 10,000 Great Mountains. What is this? Lu Qing's hand froze, and he abruptly turned his head, gazing towards the depths of the 10,000 Great Mountains. He felt a very strong space fluctuation emanating from that direction. Ah Qing, what is that? Little Lee also felt this wave, asking somewhat panicked. Endowed with space divine ability, its sense of fluctuation was even sharper than Lu Qing's. The powerful space fluctuation made it a bit uneasy. It's a secret realm. At this moment, Yan appeared beside Lu Qing, looking solemnly towards the depths of the 10,000 Great Mountains. This is the sign that a secret realm is about to open. A secret realm. Lu Qing was surprised. Could such a place like the 10,000 Great Mountains also have secret realms appear? Of course, the appearance of a secret realm is always difficult to predict. They can emerge anywhere. During the ancient immortal cultivation era, many such instances occurred. Secret realm entrances even appeared in some barren lands. However, relatively speaking, the most prosperous central state has a higher probability of secret realms appearing. Yan explained to Lu Qing. I see, Lu Qing realized. Although his heritage from the Li Hu sect included many cultivation techniques, it had no such secret information about cultivation. Young master, what do you plan to do? Judging by the space fluctuation, this secret realm is not small, at least a medium-sized one, which is an extremely rare opportunity. Lu Qing pondered for a moment, then said, let's go and check it out. Since it's an opportunity, Lu Qing certainly wouldn't want to miss it. More importantly, he felt a strong attraction emanating faintly from it. An intuition told him that this suddenly appearing secret realm could be greatly beneficial to him. Instantly, he released the golden flying boat, holding Little Lee, soared into the sky, transformed into a stream of golden light, flying towards the depths of the 10,000 Great Mountains. Although the location of the space fluctuation was far within the depths of the 10,000 Great Mountains, the speed of the golden flying boat was likewise extremely fast. As the sensed space fluctuation grew stronger, it wasn't long before Lu Qing arrived above a valley and saw the source of that fluctuation. In the valley, a black vortex measuring several meters in size was slowly rotating, emitting waves of astonishing space fluctuations. The attraction that made Lu Qing's heart jolt came from the vortex, but he also sensed that the surrounding area of the vortex was filled with dangerous auras. Trouble, the entrance to the secret realm is still brewing, not fully opened. Yan's figure appeared beside Lu Qing. Brewing, Lu Qing immediately activated his superpower and looked towards the black vortex. Soon, several strips of information floated out from the vortex. Gate of Secret Realm, a spatial gate derived from the secret realm space. It is said that secret realms often brew strange treasures, places everyone yearns for. This gate of the secret realm has not yet fully evolved. Space is very unstable. Entering it might lead to being swept away in chaotic space currents. Be cautious. Indeed, it's not fully brewed yet. After reading the information floating out of the black vortex, Lu Qing understood. But now he also realized the trouble. The fluctuations emitted from the gate of the secret realm are too strong, its range might be felt hundreds of miles away, impossible to hide from others. Thus, it won't be long before others come to investigate this place. It's not other people that Lu Qing is most wary of, but the two mysterious strangers who seem to be outsiders. Will they come? After all, according to the information provided by Lin Zhirui, those two mysterious strangers seem to have a keen interest in secret realms and other peculiar spaces. In recent days, a few newly revealed secret realms and cave heaven-blessed lands in the central state have been completely taken over by them, not allowing others to touch. Young Master, looking at the state of the secret realm entrance, it seems it'll take at least several days to fully stabilize. This opportunity might be hard to seize. Yin also saw the problem, feeling a bit worried. Let's observe the situation first. Although the space fluctuation of the secret realm entrance is large, the 10,000 Great Mountains is sufficiently remote, not easily detected quickly. If we manage to enter the secret realm before others arrive, the opportunity is still ours, Lu Qing said calmly. Feeling the attraction from the black vortex, he had already made up his mind. He was determined to seize the opportunity within the secret realm. He had a premonition that the opportunity in this secret realm was extremely important to him. Having made his decision, Lu Qing casually flicked out a jade talisman, which landed in an inconspicuous spot in the valley. Then he maneuvered the golden small boat back along the path he came from. Since the entrance to the secret realm would take a few days to stabilize, it was just the right time for him to make some preparations. The golden small boat skimmed through the sky, and when it was halfway back, Lu Qing felt a stir within him and glanced downward. Then he saw a figure swiftly shuttling through the dense forest below. Its direction of advance was precisely towards the location of the secret realm gate, Senior Wei. Lu Qing put away the golden small boat and rapidly descended, stopping in front of that person. Wei Shanhai was startled at first and then relaxed when he saw it was Lu Qing. It's young Master Lu, you felt this fluctuation too. Wei Shanhai saw the direction Lu Qing came from and understood immediately. I just came back from there. Lu Qing did not deny it. Senior Wei, were you heading that way? Yes, Wei Shanhai nodded. Young Master Lu, this fluctuation is so grand. Has something happened over there? A secret realm entrance has appeared over there, but it's currently extremely unstable and can't be approached. It'll probably take several days before we can enter. Lu Qing didn't conceal and directly explained the situation. Secret realm entrance. Wei Shanhai was taken aback by this news. He certainly knew what a secret realm entrance was recently. Several appeared in the central state, sparking sect wars that resulted in significant casualties. Young Master Lu, a secret realm entrance would appear within the 10,000 Great Mountains. This place might become a hotbed of trouble soon. Knowing that it was the secret realm entrance that triggered the fluctuation, Wei Shanhai felt more worried than excited. Events in the wider world recently have shown that the appearance of secret realms often brings strife and slaughter. Moreover, not long ago, Lin Zhirui mentioned two mysterious powerful entities who seem particularly interested in secret realms. I know, so we must make preparations early. Senior Wei, are you still going? Lu Qing asked. No need, since it's a secret realm entrance, I won't get involved. Wei Shanhai straightforwardly shook his head. He was very self-aware. Such things as secret realms are not something someone like him in the small innate realm can meddle in. If not careful, he might perish within. Now he has the cultivation method provided by Lu Qing, and after days of comprehending, he has gained insights, already grasping the secret of transforming his true qi into spiritual power. With diligent cultivation in the future, he might even step into foundation establishment, greatly extending his lifespan. Under the circumstances where long life seems attainable, Wei Shanhai is unwilling to risk the danger involved in the secret realm strife. He came over this time only because he was practicing in the mountains and felt that peculiar fluctuation, thinking there might be an opportunity, hence coming to check it out. In that case, Senior Wei, let's head back. This matter is very significant. We need to deliberate on how to respond. Qing, what happened in the mountains? When Lu Qing returned to the half-mountain small courtyard, the elder doctor immediately asked. Lin Zhirui was also in the courtyard. Even Wei Shanhai could feel the fluctuations coming from the mountains, and naturally those with higher realms like them could as well. Master, deep in the 10,000 Great Mountains, a secret realm entrance has appeared. It's still brewing, but it should stabilize completely in a few days. Lu Qing briefly explained the situation in the mountains. A secret realm entrance. This is a big trouble. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhirui took a cold breath. He was well aware of the great disputes caused by the recent appearances of secret realms and cave heaven-blessed lands in Central State. Not to mention, the zeal shown by those two mysterious individuals towards the secret realms after their appearance. If they find out that a secret realm entrance has appeared in the 10,000 Great Mountains, they will definitely head here as well. It is indeed somewhat troublesome. The movement caused by the secret realm entrance is not small. It won't be long before others discover it. Lu Qing nodded. The spatial fluctuations emanating from the secret realm's entrance cannot be concealed. It's just uncertain how many people will discover it before the secret realm's entrance is fully stabilized. Young Master Lu, what do you plan to do? Lin Zhirui asked. I want to enter the secret realm. Lu Qing said without hesitation, so next, I need to do something to delay the spread of news about the secret realm entrance as much as possible. The resolute tone in Lu Qing's voice took both the elder doctor and Lin Zhirui by surprise. The elder doctor looked at Lu Qing. Ah Qing, you want to enter the secret realm? Yes. Lu Qing nodded, Master. I can feel that this secret realm is very important to me. If that's the case, then follow your own thoughts. The elder doctor did not oppose and simply told Lu Qing, because he knew that Lu Qing must have thoroughly considered it since his attitude was so determined. Master, I need to enter the mountains for a few days. Please help look after the village in my absence. Don't worry, I know what to do. After discussing with his master, Lu Qing returned home. An hour later, a streak of light rose from the Lu family, and he flew towards the 10,000 Great Mountains again. Upon reaching the valley where the secret realm's entrance was located, Lu Qing immediately retrieved the jade talisman he had left previously. The jade talisman was something he had crafted before, a shadow print talisman. Its main function was to record images of the surroundings. Upon inspection, Lu Qing found that nobody had visited the valley during his absence. This wasn't surprising to him. Although the fluctuations from the secret realm's entrance were strong, after 5 rounds of heaven and earth Dao sound, the environment in the 10,000 Great Mountains had changed a lot from before. The poison insects and snakes alone had become numerous and stronger, not to mention the poisonous fog and gases. It can be said that the 10,000 Great Mountains are now extraordinarily dangerous, not a place for ordinary people. Postnatal realm martial artists, even martial arts grandmasters at postnatal perfection, would find it extremely difficult to navigate through it. Only experts at the innate realm and above could possibly withstand the dangers and traverse it. But in Kang County, there are only a few people at the innate realm, all of whom have connections with Lu Qing. Therefore, it's normal that no other cultivators have rushed here for the time being. Now, it depends on how long I can delay. Lu Qing found a concealed place outside the valley, completely merging into the mountain's aura, hiding. Young Master, are you sure you want to do this? Yan asked with some concern. If those 2 mysterious people come, we might not be able to escape smoothly. Before coming here, it already knew Lu Qing's plan, but it still thought this move was too risky. According to the information from Tianji Building, those 2 mysterious people have been exploring the secret realms in Central State recently. Our Kang State is just a remote small state, far from Central State. No matter how strong the fluctuations of the secret realm's entrance are, they won't reach Central State. As long as I try to seal information about this secret realm in the coming days, the opportunities within the secret realm are still very likely to be seized. Lu Qing's gaze was cold as he communicated with Yan via divine soul transmission. Sitting cross-legged outside the valley, the closer he was to the secret realm's entrance, the more he could feel the strong attraction emanating from within. If it weren't for his strong self-control, he might not have been able to resist the urge to break in. It was evident that the opportunities within the secret realm were extremely useful to him. Such opportunities were worth taking a little risk. Now it's just a matter of waiting for the day when the secret realm's entrance stabilizes. At the edge of the 10,000 Great Mountains, 2 figures were using their movement technique to make their way inward. Swish, a sword light flashed, slicing a venomous snake in half, causing it to fall to the ground, writhing wildly. This remote small state's mountains have become so treacherous. The speed of these venomous snakes is almost on par with martial artists of the internal organ realm. A middle-aged man holding a short sword looked at the struggling snake on the ground, his face somewhat grave. Spiritual energy has been reviving for some time now. Our cultivation can advance further, and naturally these creatures born of heaven and earth will mutate. The other man, a burly figure carrying 2 short spears, didn't seem to care much. His gaze was fixed deep into the mountains. Instead, it's this fluctuation. Something in this mountain seems to have undergone a change. I reckon some opportunity is about to emerge. Brother Joe, it seems that luck is coming for us brothers. The middle-aged man's face was somewhat excited. The 2 brothers had initially come to these outer states to avoid the chaos in Central State. Unexpectedly, in this remote Kang State, they sensed the explosion of this peculiar fluctuation. We cannot be careless. The range of these fluctuations is so vast, covering almost half of Kang State. Other powerful individuals can definitely sense it too. The burly figure with 2 short spears was not as optimistic as his companion. What is there to fear? This little Kang State, how many innate realm experts can there be? You and I, brothers, working together may not sweep the place, but certainly no martial artist from this small, remote state can resist us. Let's hurry, Brother Joe. I can feel the fluctuations growing stronger. Under the urging of the middle-aged man with the short sword, the two quickened their pace towards the source of the fluctuation. Along the way, although the poisonous insects and snakes were formidable, they couldn't stop the duo's progress. Eventually, after a long journey, the duo arrived at a valley, and they could feel the strange fluctuation that had been attracting them resided ahead. What is this? Upon seeing the black vortex in the valley, radiating intense fluctuations, both were astonished. But in the next moment, a shroud of darkness engulfed them. Their meticulously tempered innate realm will was of no use, and they instantly fell into unconsciousness. The fifth and sixth ones. In front of the valley, Lu Qing's figure appeared. Before him, the middle-aged man holding a short sword and the great hand carrying two short guns were both in a state of unconsciousness, their faces still etched with fear. Lu Qing grabbed the two and walked outside, finally arriving at a small cave, where he threw them both inside. This sequence of actions was very skilled, clearly done more than once already. Besides these two, there were a few other figures in the cave, also in a state of unconsciousness. After throwing them in, Lu Qing swiftly cast a spell, sealing the entire cave with flowing light. Having finished all this, Lu Qing turned around and looked towards the direction of the valley. It's already the third day the secret realm entrance still hasn't stabilized. Indeed, it had been 3 days since the secret realm gate appeared, but Lu Qing still didn't see any sign of the black vortex stabilizing. In these few days, he had already captured several Heaven Realm experts who sensed the secret realm gate's fluctuations and came to investigate, sealing their consciousness and temporarily imprisoning them. Including the two just now, there were already 6. This was in Kang State, which is remote. Not many martial artists can cultivate above the innate realm. Otherwise, in another major state, that little cave might not even hold them. Since the secret realm gate wasn't stabilizing, Lu Qing could only continue to wait patiently. Finally, after another 2 days, with 3 more residents in the cave, Lu Qing finally sensed a violent fluctuation coming from the valley. This fluctuation was more than 10 times stronger than before. When he flew up to the valley, he saw that the black vortex was no longer turbulent and had completely stabilized, emitting waves of mysterious aura. Is it finally stable? Lu Qing's gaze sharpened, and he immediately activated his superpower, looking towards the black vortex. Then very quickly he smiled. It's really fully evolved and can be entered. Without hesitation, Lu Qing flew directly into the black vortex, diving into it. At the very last moment of the secret realm gate stabilization, the emitted fluctuation was too intense. Its coverage range likely exceeded Kang State, so he had to seize every second to grab that opportunity as soon as possible. As Lu Qing disappeared into the black vortex, outside the 10,000 Great Mountains, throughout Kang State, and even in several small neighboring states, many powerful figures suddenly felt a tremor throughout their bodies, looking towards a certain direction in shock. What's that commotion? I can feel a strong attraction over there. There must be a powerful opportunity emerging. This fluctuation is very similar to what I felt earlier when the secret realm appeared. Could it be that a secret realm has been born over there? Quick, let's go see. The intense fluctuation from the stabilization of the secret realm gate alarmed many innate realm experts in the nearby states. For a time, winds rose and clouds surged. Many strong figures immediately left their lairs, hurrying in the direction from which the fluctuation came. What happened over there with young Master Lu? In Jiulai village, Lin Zhirui and the others were also alarmed by the sudden burst of fluctuation. They couldn't help but worry if there was an accident in the depths of the 10,000 Great Mountains. It shouldn't be an accident. Did not Qing say before leaving that the secret realm entrance is being brewed? Judging by the fluctuation, it might have completed brewing and stabilized. The elder doctor, on the other hand, was much calmer and analyzed the situation. But even so, the earlier commotion was so large that probably not only Kang State can sense it, experts from other states are likely to take action as well. Lin Zhirui still felt worried. At this point, we can only trust Ah Qing. Although the elder doctor was also a bit worried, he had more faith that Lu Qing could handle it. The outside turmoil naturally didn't affect Lu Qing. At this moment, he was already within a strange space. This space was quite similar to the outside world, with earth, plants, atmosphere, and light, but there were no sun and moon. The light within the space was provided by a layer of boundary membrane like emission above the sky. But undeniably, this was indeed a tangible space capable of accommodating ordinary living beings. However, none of this could grab Lu Qing's attention. His attention had long been drawn to something else. Such rich 5-element spiritual energy. Lu Qing felt a bit shocked as he sensed the spiritual energy permeating the surrounding space, because he felt that the spiritual energy in this space was complete with all 5 elements, and the 5 types of attribute spiritual energy maintained a remarkable balance. Just being within it made his own 5-element spiritual power circulate automatically, as if about to break through. The life-bound magical treasure 5 elements gourd also felt restless, wanting to emerge and absorb greedily. At that moment, Lu Qing suddenly understood why even before the secret realm gate fully stabilized, the mere aura it emitted attracted him so strongly. It turned out that the spiritual energy within the secret realm was not only complete with all 5 elements, but each type of attribute spiritual energy also seemed to contain a certain implication. He had a premonition that if he could comprehend the mysteries within, it would benefit his future cultivation immensely. More importantly, Lu Qing raised his gaze towards the depths of the secret realm. He could feel that there was something there, exerting a strong attraction, causing his heart and spirit to tremble uncontrollably. What a unique secret realm. Yan appeared beside Lu Qing. It sensed the surrounding environment with some amazement. It also understood why Lu Qing was so determined to explore this secret realm before. The secret realm, with its abundant spiritual energy complete with all 5 elements, was indeed a true cultivation treasure ground for Lu Qing, who practiced the 5 elements body refining technique. Practicing here for a day could possibly exceed 10 days of cultivation outside. Young master. Yan was about to say something when he saw Lu Qing suddenly soar into the air, summoning the golden small boat as he flew towards the depths of the secret realm. This secret realm space was not small. Even while navigating the golden flying boat, it took Lu Qing a full 15 minutes to reach the depths of the secret realm. And here, he finally saw what had been attracting him all along. It was a small pool, in the center of which grew a lotus flower with 5 petals, each petal exhibiting a different color. What had been continuously exerting a fatal allure on Lu Qing was that 5-color treasure lotus. Upon seeing the 5-color treasure lotus, Lu Qing's eyes widened suddenly. An intense desire arose from the depths of his heart, almost causing him to pounce on it unexpectedly. However, he quickly suppressed this desire and immediately activated his superpower, gazing towards the treasure lotus. Lu Qing activated his superpower and looked at the 5-color lotus. Before long, a rich purple superpower light emerged from the lotus, and several pieces of information floated out. Purple light. Seeing this, Lu Qing was startled and quickly examined the pieces of information. Treasure lotus of 5 elements, an exceptional spiritual medicine born from pure 5 elements spiritual liquid. This spiritual medicine contains pure 5 elements essence, and complete refinement may result in a transformation into a 5 elements Dao body. The spiritual medicine has matured and can be harvested. Such spiritual medicine with pure 5 elements essence should be stored in a container of jade marrow quality or higher to prevent the medicinal power from dissipating. The potent medicinal power of exceptional spiritual medicine contains Dao charm rules, requiring golden core realm or higher for consumption and refinement, otherwise risking the danger of body explosion and death. Most rare spiritual medicine is guarded by exotic beast spirit beasts. Caution is necessary during harvesting. Treasure lotus of 5 elements, exceptional spiritual medicine. After reading the pieces of information, Lu Qing was overjoyed. Unexpectedly, the secret realm nurtured such an exceptional spiritual medicine. It's known that spiritual medicine, like magical treasure, is divided into grades: lower, middle, upper, and exceptional. Among them, exceptional spiritual medicine is undoubtedly the most precious, something even a primordial spirit great power would covet. Unexpectedly in this secret realm, there is a supreme precious medicine. This lotus possesses complete 5 elements and contains Dao charm laws, its exceptional spiritual medicine. The figure of Yan appeared next to Lu Qing again, filled with shock. As the artifact spirit of the only sect spirit artifact in the Li Hu sect, Yan is naturally knowledgeable. Especially in the areas of artifact refining and alchemy, its discerning eyes are comparable to a grandmaster. After all, during the ancient immortal cultivation era, the Li Hu sect used the leaving fire tripod to refine countless magical treasures and elixirs. So even if Yan hasn't seen this kind of spiritual medicine, it can instantly determine its grade. Young master, quickly, such spiritual medicine must not be missed, quickly harvest it. Yan was very excited. Even in the past at the Li Hu sect, it only witnessed exceptional spiritual medicine once. It was that time, after refining that exceptional spiritual medicine into elixirs, it comprehended a trace of higher power of laws and broke through to become a middle-grade spiritual device. Lu Qing, however, did not make a rash move but instead observed the surroundings. He didn't forget the warning in the messages. Most rare spiritual medicine is guarded by exotic beast spirit beasts. This treasure lotus of 5 elements is so precious if there is a guardian, its strength must be strong. After observing for a while, Lu Qing didn't notice anything unusual, so he took out a stone. He flicked his finger, sending a gust of wind towards the 5-color lotus. Young master, you. Yan was startled, about to say something when suddenly, a stream of light flew out from the pool and attacked the stone Lu Qing flicked. Snap! The stone shattered instantly upon being struck by the stream of light. The stream of light then landed on the shore, revealing its true form. It was a winged snake as thick as an arm, with small, sharp horns on its head and colorful scales, staring at Lu Qing with hostility. Guardian spirit beast. Yan was shocked it hadn't sensed the presence of such a winged snake hidden in the water. Lu Qing immediately activated his superpower to examine the winged snake. Quickly, several pieces of information appeared in his view. 5 elements winged snake, a special spirit beast nurtured by the secret realm. Cultivation, foundation establishment realm perfection, only a step away from transforming into a flood dragon. Nourished by the power of 5 elements, its physical body is powerful, comparable to the golden core early stage. This spirit beast has existed for 1,000 years, guarding the growth of the treasure lotus of 5 elements, waiting for the lotus seeds to form, devour them, and transform into a flood dragon. A spirit beast at foundation establishment realm perfection, physical body comparable to golden core realm. Seeing the winged snake's information, Lu Qing did not hesitate and immediately summoned the universe chi bag. The universe chi bag, initially the size of a money pouch, instantly expanded to half-human size. A yellow light flew out towards the winged snake. The power of the spiritual artifact was terrifying. The winged snake's spiritual sense was sensitive, showing fear as it tried to flee to the pool behind. However, the attack of the spiritual artifact was swift, not easily avoidable. Moreover, Lu Qing's attack was almost a sneak attack, making it harder to defend. Thus, before the winged snake could move, the yellow light already hit its body. Instantly, the winged snake's attempted escape was frozen, unable to move. Yan Sr. quickly. With Lu Qing immobilizing the winged snake, he commanded, and Yan understood instantly. Guiding the leaving fire tripod from Lu Qing's neck, it expanded to the size of a water vat, enveloping the winged snake. Seeing this scene, the fear in the winged snake's vertical pupils intensified. Yet wrapped in yellow light, it couldn't do anything, helplessly watching itself being taken into the leaving fire tripod, engulfed in darkness. Seeing Yan storing the winged snake inside the leaving fire tripod, Lu Qing finally relaxed and put away the universe chi bag, still feeling a bit lucky. Fortunately, he recently broke through in cultivation, enhancing his control over the universe chi bag. Otherwise, immobilizing this winged snake wouldn't be so easy. After all, according to the information examined by Superpower, its physical body strength was comparable to Golden Core Realm. If it caused trouble, he wasn't sure he could suppress it. Fortunately, a spirit beast remains a spirit beast. No matter how high its spiritual nature, growing in this isolated secret realm kept its thoughts simple. Easily caught in his sneak attack, temporarily suppressed. Goodness, what kind of spirit beast is this with such strong physical power? At this moment, Yan's exclamation reached Lu Qing's ears. Yan Sr., what's wrong? Lu Qing asked. The newly stored winged snake has an extremely strong physical body despite only being at Foundation Establishment Realm. Its physical power bursts comparable to a Golden Core Realm spirit beast. Yan's tone was filled with amazement. It's the first time it has seen such a special spirit beast. Yan Sr., are you confident to keep it suppressed? Rest assured, this little thing is merely physically strong, but not truly Golden Core Realm in my space. It has no chance of escape. Yan replied confidently. If it were truly Golden Core Realm, it wouldn't dare to make such a guarantee. After all, the leaving fire tripod has not yet recovered to its peak state, unable to exert its full power. Golden Core Realm comprehends the mysteries of mana, affecting physical strength, divine soul's spiritual sense, and spell's power, each undergoing a qualitative transformation. In its current state, suppression might not be assured. But the winged snake only possesses brute strength of Golden Core Realm, while its realm is still Foundation Establishment, unable to penetrate the spiritual artifact space's mysteries. For Yan, the suppression is quite manageable. As long as it's suppressible, that's fine. Lu Qing nodded, then turned his gaze to the pool. This time, aside from the 5-color lotus, his attention shifted more to the clearly defined liquid in the pool. As Lu Qing's gaze focused, a faint purple superpower light appeared in his field of vision. 5-element spiritual liquid, a treasure liquid condensed from the essence of 5-element spiritual energy. This treasure liquid is the foundation for nurturing the 5 elements treasure lotus, containing immense 5-element vitality essence, capable of resurrecting the dead and regenerating bone, with incredible medicinal power. Cultivators who absorb it can increase their cultivation, transform their physical body, and achieve a slight foundation of the 5 elements Tao body. 5 elemental stone, an elemental stone transformed over time by being nurtured by 5-element spiritual energy and Earth's vein qi. Precious refining material, containing abundant spiritual energy, and can also be used to replenish a cultivator's spiritual power. 5-element spirit soil rich in the power of the 5 elements. Indeed, not only the spiritual liquid in this pool, but even the stones constituting the pool and the surrounding soil are also treasures. After Lu Qing examined the surroundings with his superpower, he showed a look of delight. He knew that since this place could nurture such a supreme spiritual medicine as the Five Elements treasure lotus, the quality of the things nurturing it must surely be extraordinary as well, especially that Five Elements spiritual liquid, which was also a purple light treasure. Judging by the information, it is extremely useful to him, and he can use it immediately. After finishing his investigation, Lu Qing no longer hesitated. A jade box inscribed with mysterious runes appeared in his hand. He stepped forward to pluck the Five Elements treasure lotus, placed it into the jade box, and stored it in his Kainkun bag. The jade box was specially refined according to a secret technique left behind in the Li Huo sect's inheritance. As a former great sect of artifact refining and alchemy, the Li Huo sect naturally had its unique secret techniques for preserving spiritual medicine. This jade box is one of them. The unique secret patterns on it can excellently seal the spiritual medicine, preventing the loss of its medicinal power. After putting away the jade box, Lu Qing felt much more at ease. The greatest opportunity in hand, this trip to the secret realm was not in vain. However, Lu Qing did not intend to leave immediately. Instead, a dark jade bottle appeared in his hand once more. The information discovered earlier showed that besides the Five Elements treasure lotus, the other things here were also treasures, and he didn't want to miss out. With a thought, the dark jade bottle flew out of his hand, hovering above the pool, its opening turned downward, aimed at the pool below. The next moment, a powerful suction appeared, and the Five Elements spiritual liquid in the pool was continuously drawn into the bottle. Before long, the jade bottle had absorbed all the spiritual liquid from the pool and returned to Lu Qing's hand. Lu Qing weighed the jade bottle, showing a satisfied expression on his face. This jade bottle was one he had seized from a demon cultivator in the holy city containing space, so even though there was a considerable amount of Five Elements spiritual liquid in the pool, it could easily be stored. After storing the jade bottle in the Kainkun bag as well, Lu Qing once again turned his attention to the Five Elemental stones. A few moments later, when Lu Qing stopped, the spirit pool that had nurtured the Five Elements treasure lotus was completely changed. Not only had all the Five Elemental stones been excavated, but even the surrounding spirit soil had been dug up. Looking at the mess in front of him, a hint of sigh emerged in Lu Qing's eyes. This spirit pool capable of nurturing the Five Elements treasure lotus can truly be considered a treasure land. If possible, he didn't want to destroy it. Unfortunately, time was tight, and the fluctuations that erupted when the secret realm's entrance stabilized earlier were simply too great. He's afraid that already many experts are rushing toward the 10,000 Great Mountains. Everything else aside, those two mysterious people suspected to be from beyond the heavens make him truly apprehensive. So even though it's a pity, he can't afford to worry about it now. After securing everything in the Kainkun bag, Lu Qing surveyed the surroundings again, ensuring that nothing was left behind, then summoned the golden small boat and flew toward the entrance. This secret realm space is not small, and there might be other treasures inside, but he no longer plans to continue exploring. One shouldn't be too greedy since the greatest opportunity has already been obtained by him. The small gains that follow should be left for others to vie for. Otherwise, staying too long, if those two mysterious people arrive, it may all be in vain. The golden small boat transformed into a golden light, speeding through the sky. Halfway through, he felt a movement in his heart. Someone has already entered. Lu Qing looked downward and saw several figures cautiously exploring the forest in the secret realm. Judging by their aura, they were at least martial arts experts at the innate realm early stage. Moreover, they were all wary of each other, seemingly not entirely from the same path. Lu Qing didn't overly conceal his aura, so when he looked down, those figures sensed it and looked up at the sky. Then, upon seeing a mysterious figure standing on a golden flying boat, wearing a ghost face mask, coldly watching them from the sky, everyone's scalp went numb, a strong fear suddenly exploding in their hearts. Anyone capable of flying in the air must have a realm far superior to theirs, and this ghost-face masked man is undoubtedly a terrifying expert beyond the innate realm. In an instant, everyone in the forest was petrified, not daring to move, fearing that any of their actions might displease the mysterious expert in the sky, leading to their demise. Fortunately, the mysterious ghost-face masked man didn't seem to be a violent person. After giving them a cold look, he transformed into a golden light and flew toward the secret realm's entrance. After quite a while, confirming that the ghost-face masked man had really left, everyone finally let out a sigh of relief. Only then did their previously tense hearts and spirits relax and cold sweat seep from their foreheads. What a terrifying aura. Brother Q, do you know who that just now was? One of the innate realm cultivators wiped the sweat from his forehead and couldn't help asking a great hen not far away. Brother Wang overestimates me. How could I possibly know the identity of such an expert? The great hen being asked smiled bitterly. I might have an idea of who this fellow is, this time. A middle-aged beautiful woman suddenly spoke up. Oh, Mrs. Zhao knows this person's background. The other few immediately looked toward the middle-aged beautiful woman. If I'm not mistaken, this person is the mysterious figure who recently slaughtered in West State, forcing one of the 4 great secret places, the suspended mountain, to withdraw into the secret land, not daring to come out. It's him. The others were all shocked in unison. Lu Qing didn't make a move against those exploring the secret realm, but flew straight towards the entrance. During this process, he discovered another group of newly arrived martial arts experts. He still didn't bother with them and quickly reached the secret realm entrance, throwing himself inside. However, just as he stepped out of the secret realm's door and returned to the valley, he was greeted by a sky full of sword light and sword chi, along with various hidden weapons, attacking him as if wanting to tear him apart. Courting death, Lu Qing didn't expect someone to be lying in ambush outside. His gaze turned cold immediately, and with a casual flick of his hand, he dispersed the myriad of attacks. He then looked around. This is bad. This person's cultivation is profound, far surpassing ours. Run quickly. Originally, a few innate realm martial artists were ambushed around the valley, hoping to take advantage of the situation. Seeing this scene, they were filled with dread, wanting to flee backward. They had initially come upon someone entering the secret realm, realizing the opportunity was lost, and thought to ambush outside, hoping to benefit from a confrontation. Unexpectedly, they provoked such a terrifying existence. With just a flick, their long-craved attacks were resolved. This ghost-faced masked man must be a dreadful expert above the innate realm, far beyond their ability to contend. Can you run? Watching the few frantically escaping in different directions, Lu Qing's eyes became even colder. With a wave of his hand, multiple sword chi flew out, directly towards those few innate realm individuals. Ah no, spare me. At Lu Qing's current realm of cultivation, the sword chi he released was tremendously fearsome. With their hearts and spirits locked, those few couldn't dodge at all, and within a moment it was already behind them. The few innate realm individuals sensed the terrifying power contained within the sword chi, all showing expressions of utmost fear. However, they couldn't even finish their pleas for mercy before the sword chi struck, extinguishing all vitality. After easily slaying a few attackers, Lu Qing's expression didn't change at all. He arrived at that small cave to find the seal outside the cave still intact. Clearly, the innate realm martial artists who entered the secret realm hadn't noticed the anomaly here. This was not surprising. Anyone coming to this place would likely be drawn first to the gateway to the secret realm. Who would have thought that in an unremarkable small cave nearby, so many innate realm experts were imprisoned? Moreover, the array Lu Qing set up at the cave entrance wasn't something ordinary martial artists could unravel. After removing the array at the cave entrance and unlocking the divine soul seals within the cave, Lu Qing left directly. Not long after, with the awakening of the innate realm experts within the cave, cries of astonishment began to arise. After leaving the valley, Lu Qing didn't immediately head back to Jiulai village. Instead, he flew the golden flying boat in the opposite direction, heading deeper into the 10,000 Great Mountains. Only after leaving the range of the 10,000 Great Mountains did he land. Then he put away the golden small boat, allowing the power of the spirit talisman in his forehead acupoint to surge, completely concealing his aura, transforming into a breeze, and began heading to Kang County via detour. A little more than half a day later, Lu Qing returned silently to Jiulai village. Ah Qing, young Master Lu, brother. When Lu Qing arrived at the half-mountain small courtyard, the elder doctor, Lin Zhirui, and the others who had been worried all stood up in surprise and relief. Sorry for causing everyone to worry. Seeing everyone's expressions, Lu Qing knew the worry they had felt earlier was considerable. No worries, it's good that you're back safely, the elder doctor said with relief. Young Master Lu, how's the situation in the mountains? Lin Zhirui inquired. The entrance to the secret realm has stabilized and can be entered now. Numerous experts have already gone in, striving for treasures and fortunes. Lu Qing briefly described the situation within the secret realm, but he omitted his capture and detention of many innate realm experts and the existence of treasures like the 5 Elements treasure lotus. Yet even so, Lin Zhirui and the others listened with surprise. They hadn't expected so many experts to gather in the mountains in such a short time. It seemed the fluctuations spreading from the stabilizing secret realm entrance reached far wider than they imagined. Especially Wei Shanhai, who felt most fortunate for having the foresight not to join the excitement alone. Otherwise, alone, he wouldn't know how he might have died. Master, I will need to enter closed-door training for a while next. After explaining the situation in the mountains, Lu Qing continued. All right, don't worry and focus on your seclusion. The elder doctor nodded in agreement. Little Yan, be good. Brother will be home in seclusion for a while. During this time, can you live with Mrs. Wei along with little Li? Lu Qing comforted his sister. Yes, the little one nodded obediently. Now increasingly understanding, she knew her brother always had important matters to attend to and no longer cried easily like before. Also, currently there are many experts in the depths of the 10,000 Great Mountains. Try not to go out. Let's wait until I finish my retreat before discussing anything. After comforting little Yan, Lu Qing reminded them one last time. Watching Lu Qing's departing figure, Lin Zhurui and the others all had mixed feelings. They could all guess that Lu Qing must have gained some opportunities within the secret realm. However, everyone tactfully refrained from inquiring. Instead, their concern lay more with the situation regarding the secret realm. According to Lu Qing, this emerging secret realm was quite extraordinary and would undoubtedly lead to contention from various parties. For now, it temporarily didn't affect them. But if the situation escalates with experts above the innate realm appearing, it would be hard to say whether Jiulai village would be affected. Back home, Lu Qing activated the array formations around his house, declining all visitors. Indeed, this period, aside from setting up arrays around the village, Lu Qing also arranged an array at his home. As a cultivator, he would periodically enter seclusion to cultivate and couldn't always go to the Jade Cave for it. For long-term seclusion, it was fine, but for occasional short retreats, he preferred staying at home. So he simply set up a small formation at home, avoiding disturbances during seclusion. The villagers were accustomed to this. Whenever they saw the house surrounded by fog, they knew he was in seclusion again and wouldn't disturb him. This time, although the retreat was important, considering those two mysterious individuals who could arrive unexpectedly, Lu Qing decided not to leave the village but to undergo seclusion at home. After activating the formation, Lu Qing sat with crossed legs, holding an ink jade bottle in his hand. Yan's figure appeared beside Lu Qing, looking at the bottle in his hand with surprise. It remembered that this bottle contained spiritual liquid from that spiritual pool. "Young master, are you going too?" The spiritual liquid in the bottle contains the essence of the 5 elements. It is the best spirit pill for me, just right to help me increase my cultivation. Senior Yan, please protect me. This retreat is very important to me. The 5 elements treasure lotus is a supreme spiritual medicine, too high grade for the current Lu Qing to refine. On the contrary, the 5 elements spiritual liquid provides greater assistance to him now. Having said that, Lu Qing opened the ink jade bottle, and a rich vitality of the 5 elements immediately wafted out from the bottle, causing the 5 elements gored within him to become eager again. Even Lu Qing's physical body and heart and spirit developed a longing urge. This time, he no longer suppressed the longing in his heart. With his heart and spirit urging, the spiritual liquid in the ink jade bottle surged out, and at the same time, the 5 elements gourd flew out from within him, swallowing all the spiritual liquid in one gulp. After consuming all the spiritual liquid, Lu Qing withdrew the 5 elements gourd back into his body. Immediately, he focused his heart and spirit to activate the 5 elements gourd, starting the refinement of the spiritual liquid inside it. The spiritual liquid, which could nurture a treasure like the 5 elements lotus, was extraordinary. As the 5 elements gourd operated, a large amount of 5 elements essence was continuously refined. Lu Qing's dantian qi suddenly felt as though it was swelling. He dared not be negligent, and immediately employed the mental method of the 5 elements body refining technique to start cultivation. As the large amount of 5 elements essence was refined, Lu Qing's cultivation also began to increase step by step, rapidly strengthening. While Lu Qing was in seclusion for cultivation, in the depths of the 10,000 Great Mountains, the innate realm experts within the secret realm, after a period of exploration, finally engaged in conflict. "Brother Wang, I discovered this spirit grass first. Your forceful grab is against the rules, isn't it?" In a mountain hollow, a great hand looked displeased and spoke to a lean middle-aged man in front of him. The lean middle-aged man was holding a fiery red spirit grass in his hand. "Rules? What rules?" The lean middle-aged man smiled faintly upon hearing the words. "Brother Q, I think you must be confused. This is the secret realm where everything inside is ownerless. Since nothing has an owner, any treasure naturally belongs to whoever gets it first. If you want to blame yourself, Brother Q. For neglecting cultivation daily, your movement technique is too slow." If Lu Qing were here, he would recognize the two were precisely among the innate realm experts he saw in the forest not long ago. "Good, very good. Surnamed Q." The great hand saw the lean middle-aged man not only snatched his spirit grass but even mocked him, and his face darkened immediately. "Wang Yuanshan, aren't you just relying on having cultivated an innate level movement technique, being a bit faster? Since you are so arrogant, let me show you my mountain moving saber technique." Having said that, the great hand surnamed Q drew out the war saber from his back, releasing a heavy momentum from his body. The lean middle-aged man saw this, his expression changed, and a long sword also appeared in his hand. In the next moment, a fierce wind arose, saber chi and sword chi flying across as an innate level battle erupted in the mountain hollow. The two who previously addressed each other as brother instantly clashed fiercely. Is Wang Shuzi fighting Q Fei? Not far away, a beautiful middle-aged woman sensed the killing intent, showing surprise. However, although she noticed the commotion, she had no intention to look closer. Both Wang Yuanshan and Qiu Fei are not easy to deal with. If I go over there, they'll team up against me, which would be troublesome. It's better to keep my distance." The middle-aged beautiful woman surveyed the surroundings, her eyes gleaming with delight. "I didn't expect this place not only to be rich in spiritual energy, but also to have a very high concentration of the power of 5 elements, truly deserving of being a legendary secret realm. Perhaps I can take this opportunity to successfully practice my secret technique. Once the secret technique is achieved, I could have a fighting chance against those with great success of innate realm. Finding opportunities then would be much safer." Just as the middle-aged beautiful woman was plotting where to find a secluded spot to cultivate her secret technique, suddenly she felt a chill from her heart, and a strong sense of danger arose within her. Without thinking and disregarding her image, she rolled swiftly aside like a lazy donkey. Just as she rolled away, a black needle was nailed to the spot where she was standing earlier, not only leaving a bottomless small hole on the ground, but even the nearby flowers and plants withered a small patch. Poison needle? The middle-aged beautiful woman's eyes widened, full of shock and anger. She was angry that someone dared to ambush her and shocked at the needle's potency. If she hadn't evaded it, even with her innate body, resisting it would be difficult. Who? The middle-aged beautiful woman looked towards the direction from which the poison needle came, simultaneously pushing her divine soul sensing ability to the extreme. Even though she exerted her sensing ability to the fullest, she still couldn't discover the attacker's silhouette. She felt a bitter sting within her heart. Since the changes in heaven and earth and spiritual energy recovery, their innate realm martial artists' formerly advantageous sensing ability had been repeatedly suppressed. Especially after the sound of the Tao echoed 5 times, as the rules of heaven and earth stabilized further, their divine soul sensing ability was even more severely weakened. Where once innate martial artists could sense each other's innate essence aura from several miles apart, but now, even if the opponent intentionally hides their aura, discovering them at a distance of just a few dozen meters might not be possible. And for innate realm experts, a distance of tens of meters could be crossed in the blink of an eye. However, though unable to spot the opponent's trace, the middle-aged beautiful woman always felt a thread of murderous intent shrouding her, not dissipating. Like a fishbone stuck in her throat, it mildly pained her heart. After being in a standoff for a while, the middle-aged beautiful woman knew it was not a solution to continue like this. After a twist of thoughts, she unexpectedly smiled charmingly, speaking in a sweet voice. "May I ask which hero is playing such a prank on this humble woman? If you want to make friends, just say so directly. I do love befriending heroic men. There's no need to frighten such a weak woman like me. A hero's fright is too much for me to bear." Coupled with her sweet voice, a charming aura also emerged from the middle-aged beautiful woman. She looked truly pitiable to behold. Seeing her in this stance, the one hidden in the dark finally couldn't help but speak out. However, the words spoken were filled with hatred. "Poisonous woman, stop pretending out there. I never thought I would meet you here. Indeed, heaven has eyes. Today I must kill you to avenge my dead brother and our entire Zhao family." As the words fell, a figure emerged from the forest. "It's you." When she saw the figure's face clearly, the middle-aged beautiful woman was utterly shocked. "Impossible, I clearly strangled you to death with my own hands back then. Heaven has eyes. I wasn't completely dead back then and crawled out of the coffin again. Poisonous woman, all these years, I have been searching for your trace. Unexpectedly you hid in this remote Kang state. If not for this secret realm opening, enticing your greed, I might still not find you. This is destiny. It is heaven pitying our Zhao family, ensuring you must die by my hand." The figure emerging from the forest was a young man, now staring with hatred at the middle-aged beautiful woman, as if wishing to skin her alive and drink her blood. The middle-aged beautiful woman also stared at the young man. After confirming it was indeed the person from back then, her expression instead relaxed. "So it is really you. No wonder I felt uneasy all these years, like someone watching from the shadows. I even had to leave for another state, coming to this remote Kang state to hide. Turns out there was still a bastard of your Zhao family left to finish off. Just right, today let's finish it. I will ensure your Zhao family is completely finished." At this, the middle-aged beautiful woman's charming face twisted. A short sword suddenly appeared in her hand as she took the initiative to attack the young man. In an instant, a brutal slaughter was initiated over this side of the forest. The secret realm's opening in the 10,000 Great Mountains attracted experts from several surrounding states. And among these experts, some had existing vendettas or were just fighting over spiritual objects. In any case, several innate level battles occurred within just a few days of the secret realm opening, with many casualties. And this was just the beginning. As time passed, news of a secret realm appearing in Kang State began to spread further and further. Eventually, it reached Central State. Central State, on the peak of a famous mountain and river, 2 figures are sitting cross-legged, engaged in cultivation. Each breath they take can stir the nature's spiritual energy within a several-mile radius, looking extremely astonishing. After an hour, the two figures finished their breath exercises and slowly gathered their power. "Junior brother, how is it?" the gray-robed man asked. "Senior brother, this secret realm mainly utilizes water element power, and the essence within it greatly benefits me. Unfortunately, the secret realm is too small, and much of its essence has been wasted by that group of idiots. Otherwise, I should have been able to break through to the perfection of the second transition." Thinking about this, a trace of hostility appeared in the eyes of the white-robed youth. He had finally found a secret realm that produces 5-element essence and perfectly matches his cultivation path, but much of the essence within was wasted by a group of ants. Thinking about it now still fills him with a murderous intent. Unfortunately, that group of ants had already been casually annihilated into ashes by him. Otherwise, he would have truly wanted to capture them and torture them again. "Senior brother, how about you? Are you able to step into the fourth transition of the Golden Core realm?" "It's not that easy," the gray-robed man sighed. "The 9 transitions of the Golden Core are like ascending the heavenly ladder, extremely difficult. This transition from the third to the fourth is even more obstructive. Our foundation is still a bit shallow. It's very difficult for a low-grade Golden Core to reach the fourth transition." The white-robed youth fell silent. Indeed, the 9 transitions of the Golden Core, each one is difficult to break through. Every 3 transitions is a major threshold. Trying to break through to the fourth transition with a low-grade Golden Core is truly hard. Even with Senior Brother's accumulation and the gains from several secret realms this time, he still couldn't overcome the barrier of the third transition. However, the earth element essence acquired from the small secret realm this time has significantly advanced my cultivation. The Golden Core has also been refined, becoming much purer. Not only has it reached the perfection of the third transition, but also glimpsed a thread of hope for a breakthrough. I estimate after honing for a few days I should be able to break through. Suddenly, the gray-robed man changed his tone and said, "In a few days you'll be able to break through." The white-robed youth immediately rejoiced. "Senior brother, are you telling the truth?" "Of course it's true." The gray-robed man smiled. To be honest, it was unexpected that this small world would be so miraculous. The derived secret realm can even nurture 5-element essence. In the great world, this is considered rare. No wonder people say that in the previous cultivation era, many primordial spirit great powers emerged here. Unfortunately, it's ultimately just a small world with limited foundation. Even if it has produced primordial spirit great powers, I think they are at most only at the first or second tribulation. Otherwise, they wouldn't fear the heavenly human 5 decays and be forced to leave. The white-robed youth said indifferently. In these days, they had also investigated, learning some ancient secrets of this small world. But a small world that can give birth to so many primordial spirit great powers, it clearly indicates the extraordinary nature of this small world. "Junior brother, this time, we've truly hit a great opportunity. What's unfortunate is that the revival level of this small world is still lacking, and currently only a few small secret realms have surfaced, with many opportunities inside being ruined by those ants. Otherwise, senior brother, you should have stepped into the fourth transition by now. It's not necessary to be too regretful. A bit slower is fine. Once I close myself off for half a month, I should also be able to break through." The 2 sibling disciples were chatting when a figure cautiously approached the mountain top, bowed down, and respectfully saluted the gray-robed man's duo. "Reporting to the 2 lords, I have something to report." "What's the matter? Speak." The white-robed youth glanced at the man indifferently. As Golden Core cultivators, naturally they wouldn't personally attend to every matter, so in these days they've used slight tactics to subdue some forces for their own use. As for whether these people truly submitted, they didn't care. After all, to them, they are all ants easily annihilated. The visitor felt the gaze of the white-robed youth and trembled, with his heart and spirit quivering. Although his own cultivation had reached the perfect innate realm and could be considered a top expert across the world, facing these 2 terrifying existences, he remained immensely fearful. After all, that day, he witnessed with his own eyes that a mere wave of the hand from the duo turned many innate realm experts into ashes. That terrifying divine skills means is something he could still not comprehend upon reflection. However, though frightened, he also knew that the 2 before him could very well be his opportunity. As long as he pleased them, perhaps his chance to step into immortal Tao was right before him. So despite the immense pressure, he still steadied his heart and spirit, and respectfully said, reporting to the lords, "I received news from below today, stating that not long ago, in a peripheral small state named Kang State outside of various states, a new secret realm appeared, causing quite a stir. I know lords are extremely interested in secret realms, so I immediately came to report. You say a new secret realm has surfaced." On hearing this, the white-robed youth flashed and was already before the man, staring tightly at him. "This is absolutely true. I completely confirmed the news before daring to report it to the lords." Under the pressure of the white-robed youth's gaze, the man's whole body stiffened, and his heart and spirit nearly stifled as he answered tremulously, Senior brother. The white-robed youth looked towards the gray-robed man. It seems our luck is still rising. We just discussed the matter of secret realms, and now another secret realm has appeared. The gray-robed man also showed joy. Senior brother, you're about to break through. It's not suitable for much movement. How about if I first go over to see the situation of the secret realm? The white-robed youth suggested. That sounds good, but do be careful. The gray-robed man pondered briefly and nodded. He had just gained insight into stepping into the fourth transition of the golden core, which was a rare moment of enlightenment that could quickly pass, making it indeed unsuitable to head out. If the spirit light slipped away, delaying the breakthrough time would be a costly mistake. Don't worry, senior brother. Haven't we already explored the details of this small world thoroughly? Even the so-called four great secret places are a mere name and don't contain a single golden core realm entity. If not hidden within secret realms, they'd have long been flattened by us. The white-robed youth spoke casually. The gray-robed man considered and agreed, no longer offering any reminders, but said, then you go over and remember, don't commit too many acts of killing to avoid provoking the heavenly Tao's backlash against this world. I understand, senior brother. I'll head over now to prevent new secret realms from being spoiled by those ants. Once I ascertain the situation of the secret realm, I'll send you a message. The white-robed youth acknowledged, stretched a hand to grasp the man who had been kneeling on the ground, and lifted him up to take flight. Ant, guide me, then transformed into a streak of spirit light, flying away. The feeling of rapidly increasing cultivation, it's truly intoxicating. Jiulai Village, Lu family. Lu Qing woke up from his cultivation state, eyes filled with emotion. Unfortunately, I've temporarily reached a bottleneck. Lu Qing began sensing his own condition. At this moment, the spiritual power in his dantian was surging, immensely pure, almost forming into a solid state. The divine soul talisman in his forehead acupoint shimmered brilliantly, exuding warmth. His physical body's chi blood was like an ancient beast, vast as the sea, each inch of flesh filled with power. With every move, it felt as if he could shatter space. Of course, Lu Qing knew this was merely an illusion. To break space with one's physical body, even body cultivators in the Golden Core realm find it difficult. At the very least, one would need a primordial spirit realm powerhouse. With a thought, a layer of treasure light appeared on his skin. But unlike before, this time his body treasure light was not white but a faint red. Red body treasure light. At this moment, Yan materialized and looked at the light on Lu Qing with surprise. Because, generally speaking, only body cultivators in the Golden Core realm can cultivate the red body treasure light, but Lu Qing had not yet crossed the tribulation to achieve a Golden Core. There was only one possibility. Young master, your physical strength already rivals that of a true body cultivator in the Golden Core realm, more or less. With a thought, the red treasure light gathered, twisted, and transformed into a war saber held in his hand. Treasure light to divine weapon. Witnessing this, Yan was once more astonished, because what Lu Qing displayed was a technique commonly used by body cultivators in the Golden Core realm, transforming treasure light into a divine weapon. So this is treasure light to divine weapon. Lu Qing was also feeling the power of the war saber in his hand. He realized it essentially had no major difference from sword chi and saber light. The only difference was its greater power and ability to attack the divine soul, plus it was derived from the essence chi soul of a body cultivator, making it much more intuitive to control. Furthermore, it could transform endlessly with his thoughts, much more flexible than ordinary weapon treasures. The red treasure light in Lu Qing's hand continuously transformed. At times it formed a war saber, then transformed into a long sword, then a spear, changing through all kinds of weapons. After playing with it for a while, he let the treasure light disperse, retracting it into his body. No wonder they say that once a body cultivator steps into the Golden Core realm, they can gradually overcome their weaknesses. This treasure light into divine weapon is similar to the spells of magic cultivators. And as my cultivation deepens, the power of this treasure light can continuously increase. In the future, even compared to powerful magical treasures, it won't be any less. Lu Qing's understanding of the path of body cultivation deepened once again. Young master, you haven't stepped into the Golden Core realm yet, have you? Yan couldn't help but ask, watching Lu Qing's treasure light transformation. Naturally, not achieving the Golden Core requires crossing the tribulation, an iron rule of cultivation. Surely you know this, senior. Of course I know. But since you're not in the Golden Core realm, how can you use the treasure light to divine weapon technique? Yan knew her question was absurd. After all, she had been by Lu Qing's side all along. She knew whether he had crossed the tribulation. But Lu Qing's performance was so astonishing, it surpassed her understanding of cultivation. That's why she couldn't help but ask. It's just because I have a deep foundation, a stronger physical body, a realm slightly higher than ordinary cultivators, Lu Qing said calmly. The body treasure light of body cultivators is a natural manifestation of a body's essence chi soul reaching a certain strength. But it doesn't necessarily mean that only body cultivators in the Golden Core realm have red body treasure light. There is no inherent relationship. stronger physical body, higher realm. Yan was speechless at Lu Qing's explanation. She understood what Lu Qing meant, but this answer was even more unbelievable than Lu Qing stepping into the golden core realm. Despite not having achieved a golden core, the power of his physical body did not lose to a real body cultivator in the golden core realm. What a powerful force he would be after actually crossing the tribulation and entering the golden core realm. Yan could barely imagine. Then, young master, your current realm is barely perfect foundation establishment. After some polishing, I should be able to cross the tribulation, Lu Qing replied. He sensed the 5 elements gourd within his dantian. In the gourd, there was still plenty of 5 elements spiritual liquid. Elevating his cultivation to perfect foundation establishment had consumed only a small portion. Unfortunately, to achieve the golden core realm, one must undergo the baptism of a heavenly tribulation. Otherwise, he would really wish to stay in seclusion, refining all the 5 elements spiritual liquid. After all, that feeling of rapidly increasing cultivation is truly wondrous. But now, he had to first perfect himself, and after crossing the tribulation to achieve the golden core realm, he could continue refining the liquid. Calming his mind, Lu Qing focused again, re-entering a meditative state. However, this time, he was no longer refining the spiritual liquid, but entirely focused on tempering himself, aiming to reach a true perfect realm in both physical body and divine soul, along with all essence chi soul. By then, it would be the day of his tribulation crossing. While Lu Qing continued his seclusion, tempering himself, deep within the 10,000 great mountains, a stream of light flew from the sky, landing in the valley where the secret realm gate was located. As the stream of light dissipated, 2 figures appeared. It was the young man in a white robe, and the perfect innate realm person he had in his grasp. The fluctuations emitted by this secret realm entrance, this secret realm is larger than those before. The young man in a white robe casually tossed the person aside, looking at the black vortex with delight. With his realm, he could tell at a glance that the spatial fluctuations of this secret realm entrance were much stronger than the entrances his fellow disciples had occupied before. This meant the secret realm behind the entrance was also much larger. It wasn't a wasted trip. With a smile on his face, the young man in a white robe was about to enter the secret realm. Suddenly, he snorted coldly, waved his hand, and several rays of light flew out. In the next moment, there were a few light sounds around the valley, and several life auras instantly dissipated. Mere ants dare to spy on me. The young man in a white robe sneered disdainfully, not bothering with the trembling perfect innate realm person at his feet. His figure flickered and disappeared into the black vortex. A few breaths later, the young man's figure appeared inside the secret realm. After sensing the aura within the secret realm, his face lit up with ecstatic joy. All the 5 elements are present. This secret realm is a large secret realm with all the 5 elements. This secret realm unexpectedly contains all 5 elements, and the space is so vast. The spirit essence within must be plentiful and might even nurture high-grade treasures and spiritual objects. After sensing the situation within the secret realm, the white-robed youth was overjoyed. He immediately started searching the secret realm. Quickly, based on the mountain and river topography of the secret realm, as well as the flow direction of spiritual energy, he identified the direction where the spiritual charm of the realm most converged. He immediately utilized his escape light technique to fly in that direction. In his haste, he couldn't even care about the ants exploring within the secret realm. Such a conspicuous escape light, of course, did not escape the notice of the powerful beings within the secret realm. Upon feeling the might of that escape light, everyone's faces changed drastically. What is that? It must be someone of foundation establishment level or higher to be able to fly in the sky. This escape light. Are those 2 monsters from Central State here? Quick hide, run quickly. After seeing the escape light, the powerful beings within the secret realm were shocked and reacted differently. Having seen much and being well informed, some figures immediately connected the escape light to certain news heard not long ago. They were terrified, and without considering further exploration, they fled desperately towards the secret realm's entrance. However, some who didn't recognize the origin of the escape light held on to lucky thoughts and continued gathering spiritual objects. There were even those quick-minded individuals who thought they encountered some senior expert, chased after with their movement technique, hoping to establish connections and gain some opportunities. The white-robed youth's escape light was incredibly fast, and soon he arrived at the location he deduced where the spiritual charm of the realm most converged. However, landing, he saw a scene of utter disarray before his eyes, and his face immediately displayed extreme shock and anger. Which ant dares to touch my things? Looking at the spiritual charm treasure land that had been ravaged, even the stones and soil were dug away. The white-robed youth felt flames of fury burning within him. From the remaining spiritual charm here, he could be sure that this place had previously gathered a considerable quantity of 5 elements spirit essence, and might have even nurtured some high-grade spiritual medicine. Who is it? In furious anger, the white-robed youth flew up into the air, his powerful divine soul power surging forth from his forehead acupoint, sweeping across all directions. In an instant, it encompassed the space within tens of miles. Within this range, no movement could escape his perception. Soon, his gaze focused as he sensed several figures hidden in the dense forest nearby. His body immediately transformed into a stream of light, flying towards them. Moments later, he reached the hiding place of those figures. In their terrified gazes, he conjured a manhwapalm, grabbed them along with the flowers, plants, and trees, and squeezed them in his palm. "Ah, spare us, Exalted One. We have no intention to offend the Exalted One. Please have mercy." Gripped by the manhwapalm, the few people immediately coughed up blood, severely injured. The innate body, refined ponderously, felt as fragile as an egg at this moment, utterly useless. The few people were terrified and began to plead desperately. "Shut up, ants," the manhwapalm slightly squeezed, making them almost choke, unable to utter another word. The white-robed youth's gaze was cold. These noisy ants, if not for the questioning, would have been crushed long ago. "Ants, I'm asking you, who took the items from the spiritual charmland?" Spiritual charmland. The few people froze, somewhat confused by the white-robed youth's words. But the next moment, one of them suddenly exploded, blood splattering all over the others. "Answer my question, ants." The sudden death of a companion left the remaining few in a state of blank minds. They hadn't expected the white-robed man before them to be so brutal, killing just for a moment's hesitation. The white-robed youth saw their dazed expressions. A look of disgust appeared on his face, ready to crush them all. There were still many ants within the secret realm. Killing them and catching others would suffice. The few caught by the manhwapalm saw the white-robed youth's expression, and an intense death crisis rose in their hearts. Under an intense will to survive, one of them shouted, "Exalted One, have mercy." "A little person took the things you're referring to." The white-robed youth paused, looked coldly at that person. "Are you telling the truth?" "Definitely true. The treasures the Exalted One referred to should be 50 miles east on that mountain," that person said. The white-robed youth didn't confirm or deny, but coldly said, "Continue." That person knew he guessed right, feeling a slight relief. "Exalted One, we also visited that mountain, but by the time we arrived, someone had already seized the treasures there." "You dare to trick me?" The white-robed youth suddenly burst into anger. "Exalted One, please calm your anger." "I didn't mean it in that way," that person hurriedly shouted. "We were among the first batch to enter this secret realm. Even so, when we arrived at that mountain, the treasures had already been taken. So then it's only possible it was that person. Who is it?" The white-robed youth asked again impatiently. "A mysterious person wearing a ghost face mask and driving a golden flying boat. On the day we entered the secret realm, we saw him heading towards the entrance on the golden flying boat. And he came from the mountain the Exalted One mentioned. So the treasures on that mountain could only have been taken by him. In other words, you don't know the identity and origin of that person. I wouldn't dare deceive the Exalted One. We truly don't know the exact identity and origin. We only know he has a grudge with the Suspended Mountain's secret land. Recently, he killed many Suspended Mountain disciples in the West State. He even single-handedly suppressed the entire Suspended Mountain, forcing them to shrink within the secret land, not daring to come out. Since that's the case, what's the point of keeping you alive?" the white-robed youth said coldly. Then, amidst their terrified gazes, the manhwapalm suddenly tightened. After casually crushing a few ants, the white-robed youth's expression did not improve. Instead, it became even more somber. A moment ago, his heart and spirit had been shrouded over those few, so he knew they hadn't lied. But precisely because of that, his fury grew. Because according to those ants, the little thief that took the treasures had already left, surely escaped far away by now. In the vast world, where could he find that little thief? Thinking of this, the white-robed youth's anger intensified. The remnant spiritual charm at that treasure land was extremely rich. Imagine how extraordinary the nurtured treasures must have been. But they were taken by some unknown ant. How could he not be overwhelmed with murderous intent? The earlier ants killed not only failed to vent his murderous intention, but instead intensified it. No, just as the white-robed youth contemplated whether to unleash a massacre, suddenly, a thought triggered in his mind, calming him down. According to those ants, they were among the first to enter the secret realm, but still lagged behind the little thief. This means the little thief entered the secret realm even earlier than them, possibly the first to enter. Entering so early suggests he was aware as soon as the secret realm manifested, which indicates he likely resides near the secret realm. The more the white-robed youth thought, the brighter his gaze became. The more the young man in white robes thought, the more he felt his speculation was correct. Or rather, he was willing to believe his speculation. Thinking of this, the young man in white robes immediately revealed a cold expression in his eyes. "Little thief, don't let me find you, or I will grind your bones to dust. Extract your divine soul, use it as a lamp wick, and burn it with poison fire for over 100 years, making you unable to live or die." His murderous intent was so fierce that it made the surrounding air condense with a layer of ice. In the next moment, the young man in white robes once again turned into a stream of light, flying towards the entrance of the secret realm. He had to find that little thief as fast as possible. Otherwise, if that little thief wasted the treasure, it would be troublesome. During his journey to the entrance, the young man in white robes also encountered some other innate realm martial artists who were still lingering in the secret realm. Already in a bad mood, he casually waved his hand, sending out traces of stream light, exterminating them all. By the time the young man in white reached the exit of the secret realm, more than 80% of the martial arts experts lingering inside the secret realm had been killed by him. Only a few people at the edge who escaped his divine soul sensing managed to avoid catastrophe by chance. After exiting the secret realm, the young man in white immediately maximized his heart and spirit sensing, then began searching outward with the entrance of the secret realm as the center. While the young man in white was searching outward, several figures were hiding in a cave dozens of miles away from the entrance. Among them, a middle-aged man looked grimly at a broken jade token in his hand. "The third one is dead. Third brother is dead. Who killed him?" A woman beside him exclaimed. "I don't know, but there is a very high possibility that it was the monster from Central State who killed him," the middle-aged man said in a deep voice. "I advised third brother earlier to leave with us, but he couldn't part with that spirit grass that hadn't matured yet. Those two monsters are extremely violent. They have destroyed several sects in Central State. How can we hold on to any luck?" Another man said, "Things have come to this point and cannot be salvaged. I think we should continue moving outward and completely leave this place." The middle-aged man said firmly, "Leave now. That monster is in the secret realm. It shouldn't come out so soon, right, big brother? Why don't we rest for a while before leaving?" The woman said. They had been overworking their movement technique to escape the secret realm quickly, and their true chi was greatly depleted, without a chance to recover yet. "We must not be optimistic. That monster is so ferocious and unpredictable, who knows if it might suddenly come out. It's better to be a little tired now than to lose our lives," the middle-aged man insisted. For some reason, he felt a premonition like his heart was pounding, as if something extremely dangerous was about to happen, so he didn't want to stay here a moment longer. Anyway, this exploration of the secret realm had brought them considerable gains. It wasn't a wasted trip. "All right, let's follow your lead, big brother," said another man immediately. The remaining two also had no objections. They all knew that their big brother had a remarkable ability to have a highly acute premonition of danger. When they were weaker, they had evaded fatal threats more than once under their big brother's guidance. Now that their big brother was so adamant, he must have sensed another danger. Unfortunately, ever since they achieved the innate realm and joined forces, they had hardly encountered any danger again. It was this that caused the third brother to lose his old wariness and not follow them out, perishing in the secret realm. Without time to rest, they immediately emerged from the cave and continued heading outward. Along the way, they couldn't even bother to hide their tracks, prioritizing speed instead. Because they knew that in the face of something with such monstrous power, concealing their presence was useless. Under divine soul sensing, nothing can be hidden. In this manner, through their desperate rush, they finally escaped the 10,000 great mountains. Finally out, "Big brother, where do we go next?" Looking at the vast sky ahead, they felt a wave of joy. "Keep moving, then find a small town to hide in. As long as we're far enough away, the chance of running into that monster will be smaller." The middle-aged man, however, looked serious. He felt the oppressive force in his heart not only failed to diminish but became even heavier. Even his heart and spirit felt like they couldn't function. This oppression felt far heavier than any crisis he had faced before. It gave him an extremely ominous premonition. If they didn't escape further, the brothers and sister might face an unimaginable catastrophe. "Quickly, speed up." Suppressing the oppression in his heart, the middle-aged man commanded. All right, although the other three were quite exhausted already, their trust in their big brother made them muster the strength to keep pressing on. They continued for a while longer, suddenly feeling a great sense of relief. Suddenly, the surrounding spiritual energy became much richer, refreshing their weary hearts and spirits. "What's going on? Is there a treasure nearby?" "Big brother, look, there's a village up ahead." At this moment, they stood on a hillside looking down, and saw a village enveloped in mist at the mountain's base. The surrounding spiritual energy was slowly converging there, making the spiritual energy on the hill where they stood much denser. "There's actually such a mysterious village at the edge of the 10,000 great mountains. Is there some great expert living in seclusion here?" With one glance, they could tell the extraordinary nature of the village, causing them all to exclaim in wonder. However, just as they were exclaiming, the face of the middle-aged man suddenly changed dramatically. He suddenly shouted, "Run." At the same time, at that instant, he pushed his movement technique to the extreme, rushing forward. The other three were momentarily stunned, but their years of tacit understanding allowed them to react almost instantaneously. They also employed their movement techniques, following in their big brother's footsteps as they dashed down the mountain. However, it was already too late. Just as they hadn't run more than a few dozen feet, an incredibly dangerous aura came from behind them. Simultaneously, an overwhelming force of suppression descended upon them, making them feel like frozen fish in ice, completely unable to move. It's over. Despair filled the middle-aged man's eyes. In the next moment, he felt a tightness in his body, an overwhelming pressure emanating from all directions that made him spit blood uncontrollably. Shortly after, darkness engulfed his vision, and he was lost to everything. The last thing he sensed in his fading consciousness was a cold voice ringing in his ears. HMPH, a bunch of ants. What is that? Within Jiulai village, as Lu Qing was in seclusion honing his divine soul and physical body, he suddenly sensed an extremely dangerous energy, abruptly pulling him from his meditation. What is that? Lu Qing awoke abruptly from his cultivation state, sensing an extremely dangerous aura. Without hesitation, he rushed out of the house and looked in the direction from which the aura emanated. Then he saw, not far from the village in the sky, a figure hovering in midair. A gigantic mana palm was slightly clenched in front of them, with a pool of red in its palm. Golden Core Realm, finally here. Feeling the terrifying aura emitted by that figure combined with the news brought by Lin Zhirui a while ago, Lu Qing immediately realized who the visitor was. It was one of the mysterious experts from the Central State. Although he didn't know how the other party had found this place, Lu Qing knew things had gotten complicated. Who is that? Such a terrifying aura. The elder doctor and Wei Shanhai, among others in the half-mountain small courtyard and the Wei family's detached house, also sensed the aura of the white-robed youth in the sky. Their complexions changed dramatically. Especially Lin Zhirui, whose face turned incomparably ugly in an instant. It's one of those two mysterious experts. How did they appear here? Roar. In one courtyard, little Li's fur stood on end as it instantly positioned itself in front of little Yan, who was playing with Mrs. Wei, guarding both behind it while intensely watching the sky. At the moment Lu Qing saw him, the white-robed youth also sensed something. His head turned toward the direction of Jiulai village. He was slightly taken aback. Such a remote place, yet a village with such dense spiritual energy. No, it's an array. Given the white-robed youth's realm, he could see through the reality of Jiulai village with a single glance. The seemingly small rural village was actually protected by an array. At the same time, his gaze pierced through the array's cover, seeing Lu Qing standing in the courtyard. Perfect foundation establishment. The white-robed youth's eyes lit up, a cruel smile appearing on his face. Kid, it must be you who took the treasure from the secret realm. Hand it over. After speaking, he stretched out a hand, and the mana palm originally floating in front of him immediately reached for Jiulai village, swelling swiftly. By the time it flew over Jiulai village, it had grown more than tenfold, fully shrouding the entire village. The enormous shadow plunged the whole village into darkness. What's going on? Why did it suddenly get dark? The villagers of Jiulai village were puzzled, raising their heads to look at the sky. Not good. In the courtyard, Lu Qing felt the terrifying force emanating from the giant palm, and immediately judged that the array he had set would never withstand such a dreadful blow. Without thinking, he willed a long saber to appear in his hand. Then, with a step, the courtyard, empowered by array power, sank beneath his foot. His body, as if teleporting, shot up into the sky to meet the descending mana giant palm. Break for me. Light radiated from Lu Qing's entire body in an instant. The power of spirit talisman stored in his forehead acupoint augmented his person. Under the urging of his heart and spirit, a colossal, matchless saber glow sliced across the sky, rushing to intercept the mana giant palm. Swoosh! The saber, forged from outer heaven-fallen iron, unleashed a razor-sharp saber glow. Coupled with Lu Qing's physical body power comparable to the Golden Core Realm and the augmentation of several spirit talismans, the layered strengths together reached an astonishing level of power in the saber glow. The massive mana palm was split in two with a single strike, torn apart. Boom! The mana palm shattered, releasing the mana it contained, causing layered explosions. A golden small boat appeared beneath Lu Qing's feet, while a faint red light emanated from his body, shielding him from the explosion's mana, standing unwavering in the air. Yet the village below, Jiulai village, was nearly caught in the blast of mana. Fortunately, at the critical moment, a light screen array formation activated. Shaky as it was, it ultimately blocked the explosion. Phew. The elder doctor on the half-mountain small courtyard exhaled a turbid breath, sweat seeping from his forehead, his face heavy with gravity. He hadn't expected the visitor to be so powerful. The mere residuals of the spell nearly prevented him from maintaining the array. Ah Qing. He looked up at Lu Qing in the sky, eyes filled with concern. This time the enemy was truly too strong. Even with his unwavering faith in his disciple, he couldn't help but worry. But the elder doctor also knew that in the current situation, he couldn't help Lu Qing. The only thing he could do was to do his utmost to maintain the array, protecting the villagers. What? Not far away, the white-robed youth was astonished upon witnessing this scene. He hadn't expected his prized Taoist skill to be broken so easily. though he hadn't used his full strength just now. For a perfect foundation establishment to break through his 10,000 skill palm, it felt absurd to him. Body cultivation interesting. After his initial shock, the white-robed youth quickly calmed down. He saw the golden flying boat under Lu Qing's feet and the body treasure light emerging on him, showing delight. So it is you, little thief. I didn't expect you to break through my Taoist skill. Indeed, you're someone with potential. Considering your bit of cultivation talent, I can offer you a path to survival. Here's the deal, turn over what you stole from the secret realm. Simultaneously, offer your divine soul, serve me as your master, become my servant. I can mercifully spare your life, how about it? Upon seeing Lu Qing's prowess, the white-robed youth was in no rush to kill him. Serve you as my master, what a big talk. Just a mere golden core realm, yet you dare speak so arrogantly and not bother to take a look at yourself. Are you worthy? Lu Qing raised an eyebrow, speaking sarcastically. What did you say? The white-robed youth first froze, then was furious. As a revered golden core cultivator, when had he ever been insulted face to face, let alone with such crude words? Immediately, murderous intent surged to his mind. The previous thought of recruiting Lu Qing vanished into thin air. You insolent ant who disdains my kindness, I have changed my mind. I will extract your divine soul, turn it to wick, torment you for 100 years, leaving you unable to live or die. Upon saying this, he waved a hand, another monopalm congealed before him, striking toward Lu Qing. This monopalm was not as enormous as the previous one, only about 10 zhang in size, but it was much more refined, like glazed glass with a circulation of green light on it. The aura it emitted was even more menacing, and its speed increased sharply, in an instant reaching in front of Lu Qing. Lu Qing's eyes focused, and he swung his saber again. Boom, but this time the saber glow he unleashed failed to break apart the giant palm. Instead, the saber glow shattered, and Lu Qing, along with his saber, was struck by the monopalm, flung onto a small mountain beside Jilai village, collapsing half of the mountain. Ah Qing, young Master Lu. Seeing this scene left Lin Zhurui and the others utterly shocked. Ah Qing, young Master Lu, seeing Lu Qing being struck by the magic giant palm and smashed into half the mountain peak, the elder doctor and others were all shocked. Even the white-robed youth in the sky showed a hint of a cold smile, watching the billowing dust below. Ant, do you think that because you broke one of my moves by chance, you can actually fight against me? Earlier, I only used less than 10% of my power. But in the next moment, a figure shot out from the dust and swiftly disappeared into the forest, desperately escaping into the mountains. The white-robed youth's expression slightly changed. Want to run? He was also somewhat surprised that the ant, after taking his blow, only weakened its aura a lot but still had the ability to move. Damn body cultivator. The white-robed youth immediately understood the situation. The body treasure light that appeared on Lu Qing earlier had already indicated that he was a body cultivator. Body cultivators are famously tenacious in life energy, and coupled with the treasure protection on that ant, it managed to survive his attack. However, can you really escape? The ant's speed was not slow, and was about to escape deeper into the mountains. Without thinking, the white-robed youth chased after him. He hadn't forgotten that the treasures in the secret realm were still on that ant. If he escaped this time, he would definitely flee far away to the ends of the earth. It would be painstakingly difficult to find him again. When the silhouette of the white-robed youth chased into the depths of the 10,000 great mountains and finally vanished, the elder doctor and others in Jilai village finally breathed a sigh of relief. The aura emitted by the white-robed youth was too terrifying, bringing unimaginable pressure to everyone. Even though their cultivation wasn't shallow and there were arrays to block it, they still felt extremely uncomfortable. Now that the man was gone, their pressure suddenly lifted, but their hands and feet were still cold. Elder Chen, young Master Lu, and that white-robed person have entered the mountains. What should we do now? The figures of Lin Zhurui and Wei Shanhai appeared in the half-mountain small courtyard. Let's observe the situation. The newcomer is too formidable for us to help. The elder doctor shook his head, looking in the direction where Lu Qing and the other man left, full of worry. Although Lu Qing had transmitted to him while escaping into the deep forest earlier, telling him not to worry and just protect the village. But the might displayed by that white-robed man was too horrific to not be worrying. Lin Zhurui and others fell silent. They knew the elder doctor was right. With their current strength, following up would do nothing but drag Lu Qing down. All they could do now was wait here for news. Let's rescue the people first. The elder doctor sighed. Although the aftermath of Lu Qing's clash with the white-robed man was blocked by arrays, the villagers were just ordinary people, and such terrifying might was beyond their endurance, causing many to fall unconscious. Little Li, what was that just now? In the Wei family's detached house, Little Yan asked with lingering fear. Earlier she felt waves of oppression, wanting to go out to see the situation, but was stopped by Little Li. Little Li didn't speak, just gazed toward the direction where Lu Qing left, eyes full of worry. Little Li could feel that the white-robed man earlier was far more terrifying than any enemy they had encountered before. Even in its current state, it had no chance against him. They didn't know whether Lu Qing could resist him. Little Li wanted to chase them to help, but when Lu Qing left earlier, he transmitted to it, instructing it to protect little Yan. "Ant, do you think you can escape from the palm of my hand?" Inside the 10,000 Great Mountains, Lu Qing was swiftly traversing through the mountain, continuously heading deeper. The white-robed youth flew overhead, occasionally launching attacks that shattered countless trees and rocks, then leisurely watched Lu Qing's desperate escape. Since Lu Qing had dared to insult him earlier, he decided to thoroughly torment this ant, letting it experience despair. Of course, he would never admit that deep down, he was somewhat apprehensive of Lu Qing. Being a magic cultivator, keeping a distance from body cultivators is common practice in cultivation. In the forest, yellow light emerged from Lu Qing's body, and the earth spirit pearl in his forehead acupoint was emanating waves, supporting him. After reaching perfect foundation establishment, Lu Qing's control of the earth spirit pearl greatly improved again. Finally able to unleash the true might of this earth element treasure. The powerful earth element power not only made his body incredibly light and increased his speed, it also allowed him to leverage the primordial magnetic field, deflecting and dissolving attacks. Therefore, despite the white-robed youth's fierce attacks, they essentially didn't inflict him any harm. Lu Qing ignored the white-robed youth's taunts. He only asked internally, "Senior Yan, are you ready? Young master, are you sure you want to do this?" The voice of Yan echoed in Lu Qing's mind. The tone carried hesitation. After all, Lu Qing's plan earlier was too insane. Even this ancient being, which lived for tens of thousands of years, was startled. "Definitely, although I don't know why this guy appeared here. It's evident that he's currently alone. This is our best chance to take him down." Determination shone in Lu Qing's eyes. Earlier, when he broke the magic giant palm, the village was affected by the aftermath, causing many to become unconscious, which he clearly saw. It was precisely this reason that he feigned defeat and retreated, drawing the white-robed youth away from Jiulai village. Otherwise, if the fight really occurred above the village, even if he could eventually defeat the enemy, most people in the village would likely suffer casualties. Thinking of the villagers, not knowing how they were doing, Lu Qing's eyes flashed with killing intent. No matter what, this white-robed person must die. However, although his heart was boiling with killing intent, Lu Qing knew it was not yet time to counterattack. After the earlier engagement, he realized this white-robed man was much stronger than he anticipated. Until Yan was ready, he had to continue feigning weakness. Reflecting on the information gathered through superpower earlier, Lu Qing continued to suppress his impulse. Even deliberately started to restrain his aura, occasionally getting hit by the white-robed youth's attacks, pretending to increasingly struggle. "Ant, running out of spiritual power, aren't you?" Sure enough, seeing Lu Qing's diminishing aura, the white-robed youth's eyes suddenly lit up. His attacks also increased in frequency. Conjuring thick ice swords, he bombarded Lu Qing. Both continued the chase and escaped for dozens of miles until finally, Yan's voice echoed in Lu Qing's heart. "Young master, it's ready." Finally ready, Lu Qing's gaze sharpened. "Young master, the opponent is a seasoned golden core realm. We probably only have one chance." Yan's voice echoed in Lu Qing's mind. "I know," Lu Qing replied through sound transmission. Then he stopped running, and after shattering a massive rock underfoot, his body burst out layers of white mist, like an arrow leaving the bowstring, shooting into the air, turning to attack the young man in white robes high above. At the same time, his heart and spirit were communicating with two mysterious places within his body. Cornered dog making a desperate leap. The young man in white robes sneered, "Do you think I'll let you get close so easily?" Before he finished speaking, a mana palm had already condensed in front of him, slapping towards Lu Qing. Before the mana palm even reached Lu Qing, the powerful suppressive force had already significantly slowed his speed. Then a grab ensued, clutching him in the palm. "Finally caught you, Ant." The young man in white robes smiled, but the next moment his expression changed. From behind Lu Qing suddenly emerged a phantom of a giant cauldron, not only breaking open his 10,000 skill palm, but also completely sealing the space within miles with its formidable might. "A spiritual artifact," the young man in white exclaimed, his face changing drastically. He never expected that Lu Qing had a spiritual artifact and had been concealing it until now to use it. Feeling the suppressive force on his body, the young man in white no longer maintained his previous composure. He could sense that the spiritual artifact Lu Qing possessed was of not low grade, already enough to pose a threat to him. In desperation, the young man in white hastily spun his heart and spirit, attempting to activate his internal magical treasure to break free from this sealing force. But just as his heart and spirit moved, an invisible wave fell upon him, interrupting his concentration, causing illusions to fill his vision. Illusion technique, break it. The young man in white was shocked and furious. A body cultivator could even use an illusion technique and it could create illusions for him. Powerful divine soul power surged. The young man in white was indeed a golden core realm expert, with extremely strong will, instantly breaking the illusion. But just as his heart and spirit regained clarity, a figure had already appeared in front of him. Lu Qing, holding a war saber, appeared coldly in front of the young man in white. More importantly, his aura was extremely terrifying, making the young man in white feel a deadly threat. No, the young man in white had no time to react otherwise, desperately activating his protective magical treasure. Die. The moment the white light inside the young man in white emerged, Lu Qing's war saber, like a thunderbolt, struck his body. Boom! Under the clash of powerful might, a violent shockwave was sent soaring in the high sky. Clouds within 10 miles were instantly swept away, shattered, and vanished. The young man in white was directly blasted down from the sky, crashing into the dense forest below, knocking down countless trees, plowing a trench several tens of yards long. Not dead, a protective magic treasure. Lu Qing, after striking with his saber, immediately sensed something was amiss. The young man in white had not been split in two by his saber, but had struck something extremely tough. He instantly realized that the opponent must have some protective magical treasure, blocking this saber at the critical moment. But even with a magic treasure protecting you, my saber's strike is not something bearable. Lu Qing sensed the aura of the young man in white below significantly weaken, his eyes full of ice, without any hesitation, soaring down in pursuit. In the dense forest, the young man in white lay on his back on the ground, his chest stained with bright red blood, his momentum greatly reduced. He wore a piece of white scale armor, protecting him with a conspicuous crack on the scale armor, wriggling to repair itself. Why did this ant's power suddenly increase so much? The young man in white's eyes were filled with shock and fear, full of dread. If not for the automatic protection of the treasure armor nurtured in his dantian at the last moment, he would have been chopped in half by now, dead on the spot. What puzzled him more was Lu Qing's sudden burst of power, increasing dozens of times, to a degree that frightened even him. Is this really the power a perfect foundation establishment body cultivator should have? Could it be this kid used some secret technique to hide his true cultivation? But what kind of secret technique could evade his golden core realm's senses? The young man in white's mind raced with thoughts. He stuffed an elixir into his mouth, quickly activating the magic power from his golden core within, rapidly dissolving the elixir to heal himself. The previous saber from Lu Qing, although blocked by his treasure armor, still carried power that severely wounded him. After all, even though he is golden core realm, he walks the path of magic cultivation. His physical body's strength, although decent, is ultimately far inferior to body cultivation. The young man in white had just dissolved the elixir, but the next moment his pupils suddenly contracted. Heart and spirit raced, instantly casting several spells. Consecutive ice walls and water screens condensed in front of him to protect himself. But in less than a single breath, all the ice walls and water screens exploded. Amidst countless ice shards and water droplets, Lu Qing's figure appeared, emanating a deep red body treasure light like flames. Even his war saber was covered with a layer of deep red glow. The whole person, like a flame king, appeared before the young man in white and slashed down with the saber. Ah, block it for me. The young man in white desperately activated and conjured spells. Once again, several layers of defensive magic rapidly condensed in front of him, trying to block this strike. His face twisted, eyes bloodshot, where was any sign of a grandmaster of the golden core realm. But just as the spell was about to form, an invisible impact surged into his mind, shaking his heart and spirit, causing illusions to sprout in his vision. That illusion technique again. Break it for me. Driven by a survival instinct, the young man in white's will was stronger than ever. The illusion formed for just an instant before being shattered by his golden core will, but even this instant was enough to prevent his defensive spells from being completed. Like tearing through paper, they were easily torn apart by Lu Qing's war saber, the blade slashing onto his body. This slash from Lu Qing was aimed straight for the head. But it must be said, the treasure armor of the young man in white was indeed extraordinary. At the instant Lu Qing's war saber was about to cleave through his head, the scales on the treasure armor automatically extended, protecting his skull. Boom! Lu Qing's slash landed solidly on the scale. Just like before, he still couldn't completely break the scale. No wonder it's a treasure armor refined by a golden core realm, truly indestructible. But even if the treasure armor wasn't breached, it didn't mean the person inside could remain unharmed. Shock! Lu Qing immediately changed his move, the saber edge trembling 1,000 times in an instant, transmitting the blade's power layer by layer inward. The power carried in Lu Qing's slash was immensely terrifying, combined with his extremely advanced saber technique, using the shock character secret to transmit force. So even if the scale treasure armor was extraordinary, it couldn't completely mitigate it. Even if only part of the power transmitted inside, it still made the young man in white's head feel like it was being crushed by a dashin. Even with mana protection, it was entirely futile, lasted less than a single breath before it directly exploded. Young master, don't be careless, be wary of his counterattack. Even if a golden core realm person's head is destroyed, they won't die immediately. As Lu Qing decapitated the head of the white-robed youth, the warning from Yan echoed in his mind. Before the words could completely fall, a powerful divine soul fluctuation burst from the body of the white-robed youth. A torrent of divine soul surged toward Lu Qing. At the same time, a phantom appeared, lunging at Lu Qing's forehead acupoint. It was the divine soul of the white-robed youth. Watch out! In the alarmed cries of Yan, the divine soul of the white-robed youth was about to strike Lu Qing's forehead acupoint. A golden light emerged from Lu Qing, forming the phantom of a vestment robe, blocking the white-robed youth's divine soul. Merit secret technique, break for me. The face of the phantom of the white-robed youth twisted, emitting piercing screams of the divine soul, attempting to break through the defense of the merit robe. But in the next moment, with a hum, the phantom of an ancient big cauldron appeared, completely shielding Lu Qing. The mighty suppressive force fell on the white-robed youth's phantom, and with one shake it twisted and dissipated. No, panic filled the eyes of the white-robed youth's phantom as he desperately tried to maintain his form. But ultimately he could not resist the power of the leaving fire tripod and completely vanished, trying to seize my body. Upon seeing the white-robed youth's divine soul completely dissipate, Lu Qing's face remained calm as he shook his head. Not to mention, he was protected by the merit robe and leaving fire tripod, making soul attacks ineffective against him. Even if something did intrude into his forehead acupoint, with the Earth Spirit Pearl and Divine Soul Talisman in place, he was confident that no cultivator below the primordial spirit realm could seize his body. It actually succeeded. The figure of Yan appeared at Lu Qing's side, murmuring as it gazed at the lifeless corpse of the white-robed youth. It couldn't believe that Lu Qing had truly succeeded in severing a Golden Core Realm opponent. Although Yan had helped, this white-robed person evidently wasn't just any Golden Core Realm cultivator. To reverse the fate of a Foundation Establishment Perfection state, defeating a Golden Core level cultivator was unprecedented even in the ancient immortal cultivation era. When Lu Qing had initially told it the plan, it thought it was too crazy. Now, it was left completely astounded. The scene where Lu Qing completely suppressed the white-robed youth was particularly shocking to its heart and spirit. So this is the power of divine skills, truly extraordinary and beyond comprehension, Yan thought to itself. Let's go. Lu Qing activated his superpower, glanced a few times at the corpse of the white-robed youth to ensure he was truly dead, then reached out, grabbed the body, and tossed it into the leaving fire tripod. Immediately, he soared into the sky, a golden small boat appearing beneath his feet, heading towards Jiulai village. Just as Lu Qing was returning to the village, in central state, atop a famous mountain range, a gray-robed man in secluded cultivation suddenly changed his facial expression dramatically. He took out 2 broken jade tokens from his storage magical artifact. My junior brother's soul token has actually fractured. The gray-robed man's eyes were filled with disbelief as he stared at the broken jade tokens in his hand. No matter how he sensed it, he could no longer feel a trace of his junior brother's divine soul within the token. This situation only suggested one possibility. His junior brother had been utterly obliterated, both in spirit and form. What exactly happened? The gray-robed youth summoned a hexagram-shaped magic artifact, exhaled a breath of primordial chi onto it, and began to calculate. However, moments later, his face paled once more. For no matter how he calculated, the result was blurred. Not only could he not deduce the murder of his junior brother, but he couldn't even determine the precise location of his death. Is it an exotic treasure shielding the cause and effect, or is this heavenly Tao interfering with me? Or could it be that the murderer is at a cultivation level far beyond mine? In an instant, the thoughts of the gray-robed man turned, making many conjectures. He promptly dismissed the last hypothesis. They had been in this small world for a while and knew it had only recently revived. In such a short period, it was impossible for someone of a level far exceeding his own to emerge. If such a terrifying existence truly existed, it wouldn't tolerate the tyrannical actions the 2 brothers had committed in Central State during this time. Unless there was an existence far beyond his fear. The remaining possibilities were the first 2 reasons. Is it the exotic treasure or the will of this heavenly Tao, or perhaps both? Junior brother, I've long told you, don't indulge in killing so recklessly. Your fall this time might well be the result of all those sins you committed. The gray-robed man pondered. After a while, he calmed his mind, resumed meditation, and returned to a cultivation state. Whatever the reason may be, rest assured, junior brother, I will avenge you. If I can't find the culprit, I will ensure all living creatures in this world accompany you to the grave. A streak of light tore through the sky, eventually landing in Jiulai village. Master. Lu Qing descended into the half-mountain small courtyard. Ah Qing, young Master Lu, seeing Lu Qing return safely, the elder doctor, Lin Zhirui, and others were overjoyed. Young Master Lu, what about that white-robed man? Wei Shanhai hurriedly asked. I have already slain him, Lu Qing replied straightforwardly. Slain. Upon hearing this, everyone drew a sharp breath. They had all seen the terror of the white-robed man firsthand. His mere presence was enough to make their hearts and spirits tremble. Even Lu Qing, whom they had always regarded as immensely strong, had been chased until he had to flee. But now Lu Qing turned around and told them he had slain him. For a moment, Lin Zhurui and the others doubted their ears. Yes, Lu Qing nodded, not bothering to explain how he had killed the white-robed youth. Instead, he turned to the elder doctor and asked, "Master, how are the people in the village?" The elder doctor's expression darkened. Most villagers are fine, but a few elders were too severely impacted in spirit and passed away. Lu Qing's heart felt heavy, and he immediately asked, "What about Grandpa Zhang?" "Old man Zhang is fine, Ah Qing. You regularly help him tend to his body, so his spirit is strong, only slightly disturbed, and will recover with some care." Upon hearing this, Lu Qing sighed with relief. Among all the villagers of Jiulai village, he cared the most for Uncle Zhang. Knowing he was all right, his heart relaxed a bit. However, after relaxing, a feeling of killing intent rose within him. The villagers of Jiulai village had always treated him and little Yan well, and so he always protected them. This time, however, due to that white-robed man, several elders who could have lived out their days in peace were dead, making him filled with intense killing intent. "Master, although the white-robed man was slain by this disciple, he has a stronger companion who could return at any moment, so we must not be careless." Though Lu Qing's heart was filled with murderous intent, he forcefully suppressed it. Correct, this white-robed man should be one of the two mysterious powerhouses that appeared in the central state not long ago. Besides this white-robed man, there is also a man wearing a peculiar gray robe. According to the intelligence from Tianji Building, the white-robed man refers to the gray-robed man as senior brother and shows him great respect. Lin Zhurui also spoke up at this time. The others immediately understood. In the cultivation world, strength is always revered. Since the gray-robed man is the senior brother of the white-robed man and is respected by him, it is evident that the gray-robed man's cultivation must be even more terrifying than the white-robed man's. Thinking about the aura the white-robed man had previously displayed, already frightening enough, how powerful must the gray-robed man be? For a moment, everyone's minds grew heavy and involuntarily looked towards Lu Qing. Lu Qing pondered for a while. "Master, no matter what, as of now we can only prepare to meet whatever comes our way. During the recent battle, this disciple had an epiphany and will need to go into seclusion for some time. The array in the village will have to trouble Master for maintenance." The elder doctor did not hesitate and immediately responded, "All right, Ah Qing, follow your own plans. Indeed, young Master Lu, your cultivation is what matters most." Upon hearing this, the others were also revitalized. If Lu Qing makes another breakthrough, it won't be impossible to withstand the gray-robed man. Lu Qing nodded, preparing to leave, but suddenly remembered something and took out a piece of scale armor from the leaving fire tripod. "Also, there's this treasure armor, Master. Refine it first. It should make controlling the array easier." Indeed, this treasure armor was the same one worn by the white-robed youth. This treasure armor is extremely mystical, a top-grade defensive magic artifact. Capable of blocking Lu Qing's saber strike even when using divine skills, one can imagine how strong its defensive power is. Moreover, its material is quite peculiar, possessing self-healing abilities. The crack caused by Lu Qing's war saber vanished completely in just a short while. Since Master lacked defensive magic artifacts, Lu Qing simply decided to give it away. He possesses several spiritual artifacts. A top-grade magic artifact is not that significant to him. In contrast, if Master refines this treasure armor, his strength would undoubtedly increase, reaching a new level. This treasure armor. The elder doctor took the scale armor, feeling the power within, and immediately trembled all over. But before he could say anything, Lu Qing had already soared into the sky, heading home, quickly entering the house and disappearing from sight. Sitting cross-legged on the bed again, Lu Qing began to ponder over the gains and losses of this battle. The battle with the white-robed youth seemed dangerous, but did not cause him any substantial harm. After all, his trump cards were too numerous, combined with having a calculated plan. Although the opponent's realm was several levels higher than his, he managed to successfully ambush him. One could say the white-robed youth died quite unjustly. Being in the Golden Core realm, he still had many means unused but was slain due to a moment's carelessness. But such is the life and death battle between cultivators. One wrong step leads to further missteps. Sometimes a small mistake can lead to downfall, losing 1,000 years of cultivation in a day. He must heed this as a lesson in the future, not to underestimate enemies due to superior cultivation, causing unexpected defeat and demise. Reflecting for a moment, Lu Qing began to clear his mind, calming his thoughts, and entered the state of cultivation. Although the white-robed youth's arrival interrupted his cultivation, the tempering from this battle accelerated his tempering of the divine soul and physical body. Indeed, sometimes real combat and pressure are the best tempering for a person. Thus, Lu Qing continued cultivating in seclusion, wary of when the mysterious gray-robed man might arrive. to make every second count, fully immersed in cultivation. He did not even check the body of the white-robed youth. 2 days later, when Lu Qing opened his eyes again, a divine light flashed within them. An incomparably perfect, mystical aura emerged from him. Finally, the physical body, divine soul, and all essence chi soul have been perfectly tempered. Lu Qing assessed his condition, with the physical body and divine soul fully integrated, harmonious without any conflict. The spiritual power in the Danshan Qi was immensely abundant, refined to the extreme, even beyond what the 5 elements gourd could enhance. All essence chi soul tempered to their peak state. From inside to outside, within and without, there was no trace of flaw. A sudden enlightenment arose within Lu Qing's heart. At this stage, he had cultivated the foundation establishment realm to its utmost perfect pinnacle, with no room for further advancement. To become stronger, there is only one path forward. To break the limits and elevate to a brand new realm. Then I will break through. Driven by this thought, Lu Qing did not hesitate, unlocking the array in the room, directly soaring into the sky, heading towards the depths of the 10,000 great mountains behind the house. Master, I am about to cross the tribulation and break through the village will temporarily rely on you. Sitting cross-legged in cultivation at the half-mountain small courtyard, the elder doctor was initially dazed upon hearing this transmission, then showed a look of delight. Crossing the tribulation to break through, Qing is about to step into the golden core realm. Now the elder doctor had a considerable understanding of immortal cultivation. He knew that at his and Lu Qing's level, those who needed to cross the tribulation to break through were at only one realm, the golden core realm. A legendary level where mana can transform, enabling flying and escaping with just one's cultivation, without relying on magical treasures. However, after the initial delight, concern surfaced in the elder doctor's eyes. The golden core realm is indeed immensely powerful, but likewise, the golden core tribulation is not easy to overcome. According to the books Lu Qing gave him, the deeper the foundation of the foundation establishment realm, the more terrifying the golden core tribulation faced upon breakthrough. Given Lu Qing's foundation, his golden core tribulation will probably be exceedingly terrifying, far surpassing ordinary heavenly tribulations. But now, the elder doctor knew there was nothing he could do to help Lu Qing. The only thing he can do is pray for him, believing that he can successfully cross the tribulation and achieve the breakthrough. The elder doctor collected his emotions and continued his cultivation. The invasion of the white-robed man gave him quite a shock. Facing a strong enemy, Lu Qing had to fight desperately alone, and he couldn't help even a bit. He, as the master, has performed too poorly. He doesn't want to experience such a thing again. Lu Qing sped all the way, entering the depths of the 10,000 great mountains, then began choosing a place for the tribulation. After a round of selection, he finally looked towards a giant peak. This will be it. Lu Qing landed on that mountain peak and looked around. The mountain peak he chose was grand and majestic, far more towering than the surrounding peaks. Towering into the clouds, it exuded a grandeur that surpassed the nearby peaks with its mere presence. It had the aura of climbing to the top, overlooking the little hills, which perfectly matched his current state of mind. This time crossing the tribulation, he would ascend to the summit. Lu Qing's heart and spirit were wanton, and with a burst of boldness, he raised his head to the sky without any hesitation, immediately mobilizing his entire aura, connecting his mind and spirit with the mysterious energy. Suddenly, the wind and clouds changed color and an anomaly appeared above his head. A powerful heavenly might descended, and a massive tribulation cloud vortex slowly appeared. With the emergence of this phenomenon, all living creatures within 100 miles sensed it. The terrifying heavenly might made countless living creatures in the mountains shiver, especially those near the mountain peak where Lu Qing was. It was as if the end had come, and they desperately fled outward. What is that? It's a tribulation cloud. Someone is crossing the tribulation here in the deep mountain. What terrifying heavenly might? Who on earth is crossing the tribulation? Could it be the legendary Golden Core tribulation? The tribulation cloud vortex triggered by Lu Qing was so noisy that the dreadful power could be felt even from 100 miles away. In the 10,000 great mountains, because of the emergence of a secret realm, many martial arts experts above the innate realm had originally gathered. Moreover, due to the actions of a young man in a white robe in the secret realm, many experts had fled into the dense forest to hide. Now feeling the power of the tribulation cloud vortex, they were all shocked. And they were extremely curious about which expert was crossing the tribulation in this deep mountain. But despite their curiosity, not a single expert in the mountains dared to approach that side. They felt the terror of that heavenly might even from dozens or hundreds of miles away, with a vague feeling of suffocation in their heart and spirit. If they went any closer, they feared they wouldn't last much longer before succumbing to that heavenly might, and their heart and spirit would collapse. Not to mention that the breakthrough of a strong person is most taboo to be peeped at. If they inadvertently caused displeasure to that being crossing the tribulation, then they would have no place to die. It's time to cross the golden core tribulation. In the leaving fire tripod, Yan was also sensing the commotion outside. There was an indescribable sense of shock in its heart, although it had watched Lu Qing's cultivation all along the way. It deeply appreciated the cultivation talent of this heavens-favored child, but seeing Lu Qing about to cross the golden core tribulation still made it feel shocked. Too fast. Lu Qing's cultivation speed was really too fast. How long had it been since it first met Lu Qing? All in all, not even a year, right? And in less than a year, the boy who initially had only innate realm cultivation was about to cross the tribulation to achieve the golden core. This terrifying cultivation speed, let alone seen, even just heard, Yan had never heard of it before. In the entire ancient immortal cultivation era, even when immortal Dao development was at its peak, such a devil has never appeared. Yan was virtually standing in the spiritual artifact space, carefully sensing the movements outside. In the corner, a small divine soul was observing it. What's this artifact spirit going crazy about now? The demon cultivator's divine soul saw Yan's appearance, couldn't help but frown. However, he did not dare to step forward and inquire. Through the time spent together, he could also see that this artifact spirit intensely disliked him. It had even repeatedly proposed in front of him to Lu Qing to have him completely destroyed. So all along, he had been humble and did his best not to provoke it. After all, this was the territory of the artifact spirit, and he could never defeat it. I don't know when I will gain the master's trust and retrieve my body, the demon cultivator thought helplessly. Is this my golden core tribulation? On top of the mountain peak, Lu Qing looked at the tribulation cloud vortex brewing above his head, feeling the mighty force enveloping him, his expression calm. Not bad, much stronger than the innate tribulation back then. I just don't know what color my tribulation cloud will be. The deeper the accumulation, the stronger the heavenly tribulation that could be triggered. After crossing the tribulation successfully, the foundation would also become increasingly solid. So Lu Qing was very much looking forward to what color the tribulation cloud will be, given his accumulation. I don't know what color young master's tribulation cloud will be. In the leaving fire tripod, Yan was also guessing. The golden core tribulation, based on the different colors of the tribulation cloud, could roughly estimate the magnitude of its power. For instance, the weakest heavenly tribulation was typically gray, the next level up was red, and higher than that was golden. However, the golden tribulation cloud was already the highest grade of tribulation cloud recorded in the annals. Throughout the ancient immortal cultivation era, even in times of immense genius, not many could trigger a golden tribulation cloud, and those who could summon a golden tribulation cloud and cross the tribulation successfully, except for a few who perished due to accidents, without exception, all achieved primordial spirit and became major powers in the cultivation world, red or gold. With young master's tribulation thunder, the tribulation cloud must be golden, and it should be the most profound gold, Yan confidently guessed. There's no help for it, the shock Lu Qing brought to it was really too great. To be able to reverse slay a golden core while still in the foundation establishment realm, and furthermore an exceedingly powerful old golden core realm. This record, even in the entire ancient immortal cultivation era, no heaven's pride had ever achieved it. So it had every reason to believe that the tribulation cloud triggered by Lu Qing this time must be golden and the highest grade of gold. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be a golden tribulation cloud. Lu Qing was likewise guessing. From the legacy left by the Li Huo sect, he also knew that in the history of the cultivation world, the golden core tribulation, the highest grade of tribulation cloud that ever appeared, was golden. He was confident that his accumulation would not pale compared to any heaven's pride of the ancient cultivation world, so his tribulation cloud should also be the highest grade gold. Both person and artifact spirit were predicting that the tribulation cloud soon to be brewing would be golden. However, when that massive tribulation cloud vortex continued to condense and gather, finally, when the brewed tribulation cloud revealed its color, Lu Qing and Yan were both stunned. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5 colors, 5-colored tribulation cloud. When Yan in the spiritual artifact space saw the color of the tribulation cloud, it nearly jumped up. How is this possible? Yan's face was full of disbelief, because the color of the tribulation cloud was really beyond its expectations. 5-colored tribulation cloud, this had never appeared during the ancient immortal cultivation era. Even in the very old annals, which Li Huo sect had once collected, rumored to be relics from possibly the previous cultivation era, there were no records that a golden core tribulation would produce 5 colors. This had already completely defied common sense, beyond Yan's knowledge. 5-colored tribulation cloud. When Lu Qing saw the color of the tribulation cloud clearly, he paused for a moment. However, compared to Yan's shock, he was much calmer. It's not red, nor is it golden, but an unprecedented 5 colors beyond the norm. Is it because my foundation is too profound, or because of my 5 elements body? or perhaps it's due to both reasons. No wonder Lu Qing thought this way. The five-colored tribulation cloud easily reminded him of the power of the five elements. While the heavenly tribulation hadn't fully brewed yet, awaiting the descent of tribulation lightning, Lu Qing activated his superpower to gaze at the vast five-colored tribulation cloud. Soon, several lines of information floated in his vision. Five-colored heavenly tribulation, manifested by the power of the heavenly Tao, it is the tribulation that must be crossed to achieve the perfect golden core. Heavenly tribulation is a test by the will of heavenly Tao. For cultivators, crossing it means life, failing means death. Golden cores are divided into grades: upper, middle, lower, and perfect golden core. To achieve the perfect golden core, one must cross the five-colored heavenly tribulation. Five-colored heavenly tribulation is formed by the condensation of the five elements origin of the heavenly Tao, first crossing the five elements tribulation lightning, then crossing the divine soul tribulation, before it can be crossed. Five-colored heavenly tribulation, the tribulation for the perfect golden core. After Lu Qing finished reading the information floating from the tribulation cloud, he was both shocked and delighted. Shocked because the appearance of this five-colored tribulation cloud was indeed due to his profound accumulation, which brought it together. Delighted because, as long as he could cross this heavenly tribulation, he could form the perfect golden core. Though he didn't know what mystical qualities the perfect golden core possessed, just from the name, it was undoubtedly extraordinary. It turns out the golden core is divided into so many grades. I've never seen this in the records. Lu Qing possessed most of the legacy of the Li Hu sect, yet there was no record of the grades of golden core among them. Even Yan, the artifact spirit who has lived for tens of thousands of years and seen much, had never mentioned this. So Lu Qing guessed that cultivators in this world probably lacked knowledge in this regard. After all, in this world, spiritual energy would extinguish roughly every tens of thousands of years, severing the immortal Tao. Though tens of thousands of years may seem long compared to the entire history of cultivation, it's relatively insignificant. Without enough foundation, failing to organize a complete cultivation system is quite normal. I wonder if the demon cultivator's world has information on this, Lu Qing thought suddenly. He decided to find a time later on to ask those demon cultivators properly, but all of this would have to wait until he could cross this heavenly tribulation. Various thoughts revolved in Lu Qing's mind, and just when Lu Qing was contemplating, the five-colored tribulation cloud in the sky had completely formed, starting to flicker with lightning. Then let me see what formidable power this heavenly tribulation that can form the perfect golden core possesses. Lu Qing gazed at the sky. A boundless sense of grandeur emerged in his heart. As if sensing Lu Qing's thoughts, the tribulation cloud in the sky sped up the condensation of tribulation lightning. What a terrifying power of the heavenly tribulation. Is such a heavenly tribulation really something a person can cross? That unnamed strong cultivator might end up perishing under this heavenly tribulation. Hundreds of miles away, various powerful figures hidden in dense forests turned pale when the five-colored tribulation cloud formed and the power of the heavenly tribulation surged. Even from such a distant location, the pressure brought by the heavenly tribulation still shook their heart and spirit, making it hard to bear. They couldn't imagine how terrifying the power of the heavenly tribulation must be for someone directly under it. Many strong cultivators began to doubt whether the mysterious cultivator about to cross the tribulation could really survive it. The thoughts of outsiders naturally couldn't affect Lu Qing. He kept watching the tribulation cloud above, continuously adjusting his breath to resist the pressure of the heavenly tribulation while maintaining his peak condition at all times. Finally, he saw that the flashing lightning within the tribulation cloud vortex reached a pinnacle. With a roar, a dazzling thick white lightning bolt struck down towards him. First white, come on. Watching the descending white tribulation lightning, Lu Qing showed no fear. His gaze was bright, elevating his spirit to the utmost. He didn't even use defensive magic, simply stood upright waiting for the tribulation lightning to land. Boom. Though described at length, the speed of the tribulation lightning was actually extremely fast. Descending from high above, it struck Lu Qing in an instant. Immediately, with the deafening sound of the tribulation lightning, the peak where Lu Qing stood was instantly shrouded in countless flashes of lightning. Countless flowers, grasses, and trees on the mountaintop also turned to ashes instantly, disappearing. Withstanding it purely with his physical body, young master is being too reckless. In the leaving fire tripod, Yan was deeply alarmed upon seeing this scene. It had seen that Lu Qing didn't even employ the body treasure light, but purely relied on his physical body to withstand this first tribulation lightning bolt. One must know, this is an unprecedented five-colored heavenly tribulation. Its power is still unknown, and Lu Qing's approach was excessively daring. Unfortunately, no matter how anxious Yan was, it dared not send messages to disturb Lu Qing. Crossing tribulation is not trivial. One must not get distracted. If its message caused Lu Qing to lose focus and ultimately fail the crossing, that would truly be a crime. So that's it. This white tribulation thunder not only contains the power of heavenly tribulation, but also embodies the sharp essence of the gold principle, capable of cutting through and shattering everything. On the mountaintop, Lu Qing, who was engulfed by the tribulation thunder, did not die. At this moment, although his physical body was wrecked and riddled with holes, looking extremely terrifying, he remained calm, without a trace of pain on his face. On the contrary, he was carefully sensing and analyzing the tribulation thunder that invaded his body. After a round of analysis, Lu Qing immediately understood the essence of this first white tribulation thunder. In simple terms, this 5 elements tribulation thunder is brewed from the power of heavenly tribulation combined with the power of the 5 elements. When added together, its power multiplies geometrically. It is more than dozens of times stronger than ordinary heavenly tribulations. This first white tribulation thunder is brewed from the power of heavenly tribulation combined with the power of the gold element law. In addition to the destructive power of heavenly tribulation itself, it also possesses unparalleled sharpness, capable of cutting and crushing everything. Fortunately, although the power of this tribulation thunder is terrifying, I can still withstand it. Moreover, the power of the gold principle seems to be absorbable. Lu Qing looked terrifying, but he already had confidence in his heart. He immediately operated the 5 elements body refining technique, using the power of the tribulation thunder to temper himself while taking the opportunity to absorb the power of the gold principle within it. Because his cultivation technique was of the 5 elements, and during his previous seclusion cultivation, he absorbed and refined a large amount of 5 elements spiritual liquid. His body had gradually built a foundation of 5 element Tao physique, hence he could quite easily absorb and integrate the power of the gold principle within the tribulation thunder into his physical body and spiritual power. Even the space of the forehead acupoint was also absorbing the power of the law. At the same time, the power of Lu Qing's physical body, which had already reached its limit and couldn't advance, began to strengthen again. Lu Qing felt these changes and a trace of joy flashed through his heart. Sure enough, the path of body cultivation lies in breaking and rebuilding, and this heavenly tribulation is the best tempering for me. He immediately began to absorb the surrounding tribulation thunder more diligently. Thus, a strange scene occurred. As Lu Qing absorbed the tribulation thunder, his body, initially riddled with holes and in tatters, began to gradually heal, and the scars gradually disappeared. What's the situation? The young master is actually cultivating within the tribulation thunder, absorbing the tribulation thunder. Yan inside the leaving fire tripod, seeing this scene, was so shocked that its eyes almost bulged out. It could hardly believe everything it was seeing. Originally, it was hesitating about whether to take Lu Qing into the leaving fire tripod when he couldn't hold on. In that case, even if the crossing failed, at least his life could be preserved. After all, the leaving fire tripod is a middle-grade spiritual device. A mere golden core tribulation couldn't truly destroy it. But now seeing this scene, Yan realized it was overthinking. Lu Qing's current state, far from looking unable to hold on, looked instead like he was unsatisfied. Lu Qing indeed was unsatisfied. He was absorbing the tribulation thunder, enjoying the excitement of his power continually increasing. But suddenly, that feeling was interrupted. When he opened his eyes, he discovered that the first gold element tribulation thunder had been completely absorbed and consumed by him. Lu Qing immediately looked toward the sky. Come on, that first tribulation thunder shouldn't be your limit, right? This scene left Yan speechless once more. What had it just witnessed, the young master, being a tribulation crosser, was actually provoking the heavenly tribulation. Does he not know that heavenly tribulations are manifestations of the heavenly Tao's will and cannot be provoked? As expected, seemingly sensing Lu Qing's disrespect, the tribulation cloud vortex in the sky suddenly expanded a bit more. Brighter thunder light began to brew and gather. Haha, that's more like it. Lu Qing laughed heartily. Perhaps because of Lu Qing's provocation, the speed at which the tribulation cloud vortex gathered thunderlight this time was tenfold faster than last time. It didn't take long for another tribulation thunder to come crashing down with tremendous power. And this time the tribulation thunder was green. Boom! The green tribulation thunder struck Lu Qing firmly. But oddly enough, unlike the previous one, this tribulation thunder didn't cause any destructive damage to the environment. On the contrary, as the green tribulation thunder spread, flowers and plants surprisingly emerged on the mountain peak. In an instant, the vegetation previously destroyed by the gold tribulation lightning seemed to have been restored. Even on Lu Qing's body, flowers and plants began to grow. The flowers and plants not only grew from his body, but their roots also burrowed deeper, embedding themselves deeply into Lu Qing's body, absorbing his flesh, spiritual power, and all his vitality, causing Lu Qing's body to quickly wither, shrinking by 2 sizes in an instant. So this time, it's the wood tribulation lightning. Unexpectedly, the power of the wood law, known as the source of vitality, can be so terrifying when it becomes violent. Feeling the changes within his body, Lu Qing's eyes flashed with surprise. This wood tribulation lightning seemed less catastrophic than the previous gold tribulation lightning, yet its strange nature far surpassed it. This death method, with flowers and plants covering one's body, absorbing all vitality and flesh to the point of death, was chilling to the bone. However, if it's about absorbing my life energy, let's see who can absorb more. Lu Qing immediately operated a spell as the 5 elements gourd in his Dan-Tian Qi also vibrated, exerting a strong suction force. Under such dual absorption, the flowers and plants rooted in Lu Qing, absorbing his flesh and life energy, trembled. Not only did they expel the life energy they'd absorbed from Lu Qing, but in their frantic writhing, they also transformed into threads of green wood law power, absorbed by Lu Qing into his body. What a strange heavenly tribulation, but the young master seems to be no less unusual. Inside the leaving fire tripod, Yan saw Lu Qing's body covered with flowers and plants and felt its hair stand on end and tingles down its spine. It had never seen such a manifestation of a heavenly tribulation. What kind of bizarre heavenly tribulation was this, evolving into flowers and plants to absorb a tribulation crosser's vitality until they perished as a dried corpse? Such a tribulation crossing scene, not only had Yan never seen it, but it had never even heard of it. Fortunately, it saw that Lu Qing seemed to have found a way to deal with it. Not only could he resist the life force extraction of those flowers and plants, but he also countered and absorbed them into his body. So in Yan's view, although this unprecedented 5-colored heavenly tribulation was certainly strange and terrifying, it seemed that Lu Qing, as the tribulation crosser, was no less extraordinary. His performance at the moment did not exhibit the struggles typical of ordinary tribulation crossers. He was almost stranger than the heavenly tribulation. Yan's grumbling inside the leaving fire tripod naturally went unheard by Lu Qing. Although he seemed to handle this wood tribulation lightning simply, it wasn't as easy as it looked, requiring full concentration and the cooperation of the 5 elements gourd for true absorption and integration. And with his continuous absorption, not only was all the flowers and plants on his body fully absorbed, but even the vegetation evolved from the power of the wood law around him was absorbed completely by him. His physical body not only fully recovered, but also strengthened further. The spiritual power within him, having fused with 2 types of law power consecutively, began to move restlessly, as if it was on the verge of a transformation. But ultimately, after a moment of fluctuation, it calmed down again. Lu Qing understood what this meant. To step from the foundation establishment stage into the golden core realm, the most crucial step is to integrate the spiritual power within with the power of the laws and ultimately evolve it into mana. His cultivation is based on 5 elements spiritual power, and currently it cannot transform. Clearly, it lacks enough integrated law power. As for the missing law power, it's within the tribulation clouds above. Seeing this, Lu Qing raised his head, looking up at the tribulation cloud vortex in the sky. A greedy gleam appeared in his eyes. Come on, continue. Boom, a soil yellow tribulation lightning struck down, hitting Lu Qing. In an instant, an incredibly heavy pressure crushed down on Lu Qing, as if to completely grind him into meat paste. The entire mountain peak sank under such terrifying gravity. The rocks shattered, turning into dust. The powerful pressure caught Lu Qing off guard, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. His bones and muscles creaked under the pressure, breaking inch by inch. The blood he spat out even contained fragments of internal organs. Is this the gravity of the 5th soil tribulation thunder? Sensing the omnipresent, mountain-like weight crushing every inch of his muscles and bones, Lu Qing understood. Indeed, this was already the 5th tribulation lightning that Lu Qing had triggered. Before this, he had already crossed through the water tribulation lightning and the fire tribulation thunder. It's safe to say that each was terrifying. Especially the water tribulation lightning, which transformed into poison through the water principle, almost making Lu Qing capsize in the gutter and dissolve completely. Fortunately, Lu Qing was more resilient in the end. Not only did he endure the deadly tribulation, but he also successfully integrated the power of laws contained within the tribulation lightning into his body. This greatly enhanced the power of his physical body once again. Especially his spiritual power, which was constantly fluctuating and distorting, seeming on the verge of a true transformation. I just need to absorb and fuse the power of the soil law, and that should be enough. Despite the countless gravities weighing down on him, with his body nearly shattered, Lu Qing was not panicked, but rather somewhat delighted. The saying goes that one must break before they can build, and the way of body cultivation is to constantly destroy oneself through tempering to break limits and achieve breakthroughs. Having been tempered by the previous 4 tribulation lightnings, his body greatly strengthened and became incredibly resilient. But to undergo a real transformation, he was still a bit short. This soil tribulation lightning came at just the right time. Lu Qing immediately operated his mental method, beginning to devour the tribulation lightning within his body and the power of soil law contained within. With the experience of the previous 4 tribulation lightnings, the process of absorbing the power of law this time was smoother for Lu Qing. Soon enough, all the power of law was absorbed by him, and the tribulation lightning disappeared. The soil tribulation lightning was also smoothly crossed by Lu Qing. Why does it still feel like there's something missing? However, although he crossed the tribulation lightning, Lu Qing did not feel happy. At this moment, the 5 forces of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth were interwoven and gestating within his spiritual power, merging with the 5 elements attributes his cultivation had produced. This made his spiritual power extremely pure and strong to the utmost limit. In the Dantian Qi, it formed a seemingly illusionary yet harmonious Dan shape. But no matter how much this Dan shape spiritual power twisted and fluctuated, it couldn't cause a qualitative change to transform into mana. Without transforming into mana, he couldn't condense a true magic power golden core and enter the golden core realm. I've crossed all the 5 elements tribulation lightning. What else could be missing? Lu Qing looked up toward the sky, only to see that the tribulation cloud vortex showed no signs of dissipating, but was instead continuing to gestate and gather lightning. This time, the gathered lightning was 5-colored, complete with all 5 elements. I see the 6th tribulation lightning is a 5 elements tribulation lightning, complete with all 5 elements. Sensing the atmosphere, Lu Qing gained an insight in his heart. At the same time, he also understood that this 6th tribulation lightning was also the final tribulation lightning of his golden core tribulation this time. As long as he endured it, he would have crossed this golden core tribulation and condensed his golden core. Then, come on. As the lightning gathered to its peak, Lu Qing's entire state also rose to its zenith. As if sensing Lu Qing's will, a thunderous explosion resounded, and the lightning from the tribulation cloud vortex descended at this time. Boom! This time the tribulation lightning was entwined in 5 colors, much thicker than the previous ones. Like a pillar of heaven, it struck down from high above and landed on Lu Qing. Instantly, the earth shook, and the mighty momentum directly made the grand mountain peak where Lu Qing stood tremble. The entire mountaintop explosively shattered, with countless rocks flying and tumbling, making the scene appear extremely frightening. Young master, in the leaving fire tripod, Yan screamed again upon seeing this scene. The power of this 6th tribulation lightning was truly terrifying, to the extent that even while residing in the spiritual artifact space, it felt a sense of dread. This involuntarily reminded it of witnessing someone cross the tribulation for a golden core perfection at the Li Hu sect initially. But that was a primordial spirit tribulation, so when did a golden core tribulation become so terrifying? How can there be a path for the person crossing the tribulation to survive? Indeed, it's only this final tribulation lightning left. In the midst of Yan's worry, Lu Qing, who directly faced the 5-colored tribulation lightning, looked extremely miserable at this moment. His entire body melted, flowing down like molten wax. Under the erosion of the 5 elements law power, the law phenomena he had previously experienced descended again. The sharp aura that cuts everything, the strange plants that suck marrow and bones, the black poisonous water that corrodes everything, the red flames that burn everything, the horrifying gravity that crushes all. The 5 phenomena appeared simultaneously, inflicting devastating torment on Lu Qing's physical body. More importantly, there was another invisible wave that surged into his forehead acupoint, directly striking the divine soul talisman, causing his heart and spirit to be filled with illusions, almost unable to distinguish between reality and fantasy. However, such terrifying strikes still didn't instill any fear in Lu Qing. On the contrary, he suddenly felt a great joy rising in his heart. Because in this torment that seemed to annihilate everything, he finally seized the opportunity to condense his golden core. Break for me. In the forehead acupoint, the mysterious and unfathomable divine soul talisman that had been nurtured in the earth spirit pearl suddenly burst into dazzling light. In just a breath, it shattered the invisible wave that invaded, allowing Lu Qing's heart and spirit to regain clarity. The 5 elements gored in the Dantian Qi trembled continuously, emitting a powerful suction force, continuously devouring the tribulation lightning within and outside Lu Qing, along with the power of the law that transformed into phenomena. After refinement inside the gourd, it expelled it again, merging into Lu Qing's spiritual power. With this assistance, the Dan-shaped spiritual power mass in Lu Qing's Dantian, containing all his spirit, fractal, and soul, like taking a great tonic. With a sudden shake, it finally underwent transformation, birthing a power from the center far stronger than spiritual power. At the same time, that Dan-shaped spiritual power mass ceased to be illusory, truly beginning to form. The mana emerges, the golden core forms. As the magic power golden core was condensed at that moment, Lu Qing's physical body, divine soul, and essence chi soul, everything began to undergo unimaginable transformations. He finally successfully crossed the tribulation and stepped into the golden core realm. Forming a golden core, as Lu Qing's mana transformed and the golden core formed, Yan immediately sensed it. It also saw the tribulation cloud vortex in the sky gradually dissipating. It knew at once that Lu Qing had successfully crossed the heavenly tribulation and was beginning to condense the golden core. It felt endless joy. The last strike of the tribulation was truly terrifying. It had thought Lu Qing might not be able to make it through. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, Lu Qing had dissolved the calamity, absorbing all the tribulation thunder, and now was about to make the most crucial step to achieve the golden core. I wonder how powerful the young master will be after achieving the golden core realm this time. This time, Lu Qing faced an unprecedented 5-colored heavenly tribulation, and its might was so terrifying. So Yan eagerly awaited to see how strong Lu Qing, having achieved the golden core through such a tribulation, would become. Time slowly passed amidst Yan's anticipation, and Lu Qing finally completed his transformation. Is this the golden core realm? It seems a bit different from what I imagined. At this moment, all the injuries on Lu Qing's body had completely healed, not even leaving a scar. He felt the immense physical power within him and the 5-colored magic power golden core that radiated a mysterious aura. With the slightest movement, the air exploded layer upon layer, as if the space was quaking. Both his physical body and the newly transformed mana were many times stronger than before. He could even feel that now, with just one finger, he could easily defeat his pre-tribulation self. One can imagine how powerful he has become now. But along with the strength came a sense of strangeness. He felt that his current situation was somewhat different from the golden core realm described in the texts. According to the records, once a cultivator reaches the golden core realm, the magic power golden core possesses a hint of immortality, unless the cultivator dies or their realm regresses. Otherwise, it is almost impossible to disappear, yet his golden core. With a thought, the perfect 5-colored golden core in his Dantian Chi Si began to rapidly dissipate, turning into mana and merging into the Danshan. Immediately, the aura belonging to the golden core realm on his body began to vanish swiftly, as if his realm regressed back to the Foundation Establishment realm. But strangely, he didn't feel any impact on his cultivation or strength. The mana within could be wielded at will. The power contained in his physical body was still as vast as the ocean. Apart from the golden core disappearing and the unique aura of the golden core realm vanishing, otherwise there was no change. With another thought, the mana in his Dantian Chi Si began to gather, and in the blink of an eye, his 5-colored golden core reappeared. The aura belonging to the golden core realm also re-emerged on his body. What exactly is going on here? Lu Qing wondered in his heart. Just as he wanted to delve deeper, the dissipating tribulation cloud vortex suddenly emitted a stream of light before it completely disappeared, landing on Lu Qing, entering his forehead acupoint, and merging into his divine soul. This stream of light came without warning, and its speed was incredibly fast. Even with Lu Qing's current realm, he had no time to react. By the time he looked up, there were no traces of the tribulation cloud vortex in the sky. The sky was clear, not a cloud in sight, completely calm. Lu Qing immediately entered his forehead acupoint to sense the stream of light just now. Before long, he opened his eyes full of delight. The stream of light was a piece of information. More precisely, it was a Taoist chapter describing the mysteries of the golden core. From this Taoist chapter, Lu Qing understood his current state. Firstly, the Taoist chapter stated that when cultivators enter the golden core realm, the golden cores they condense have different grades. Divided into low grade, mid grade, high grade, and perfect golden core, 4 grades. Among them, the one he cultivated was the perfect golden core. The grade of a cultivator's condensed golden core depends on their foundation and accumulation before the tribulation. The deeper the foundation and accumulation, the higher the grade of the condensed golden core. The smoother the cultivation path after entering the golden core realm. Among them, low, mid, and high-grade golden cores have differences in strength but are not completely separate from each other. A low-grade golden core, if given a fortuitous encounter and washed by rare treasures, has a chance to advance to a mid-grade or even high-grade golden core. But only the perfect golden core is special. According to the Taoist chapter's description, the perfect golden core is unique. In every world, whether a small, middle, or large world, only one perfect golden core can exist at the same time, unless that perfect golden core disappears. Otherwise, no matter how astonishingly gifted the successors are, they cannot cultivate a perfect golden core in that world. Take Lu Qing, for example. He's now the only perfect golden core in this world, even if someone else has 100-fold higher cultivation talent than him. As long as he remains in this world, they can never cultivate a second perfect golden core, unless he dies or leaves this world. Otherwise, later cultivators can never cultivate another perfect golden core, Since the perfect golden core is so special, it naturally has its extraordinary features. Besides having more powerful abilities than other grades of golden cores, the perfect golden core has a very special ability: ever-changing, gathering and scattering at will, shapeless and invisible, which is the technique Lu Qing previously used. The perfect golden core can freely gather and scatter, transform and change its aura at will according to his will. He can even disguise his golden core into any of the 3 low, mid, or high grades. Moreover, this transformation is perfect, and solely from the aura no one can discern it, not even a cultivator far more powerful than him. Gathering and scattering at will, shapeless and invisible. When Lu Qing saw this description, he immediately realized the terrifying nature of this ability. This essentially equates to an additional form-changing divine skill for him, and a perfect, flawless one at that. This will undoubtedly be of great help as he travels the world, or even other worlds in the future. Young master, the aura you just had. As Lu Qing was delighting in this, Yan's figure appeared beside him, looking puzzled and uncertain. Just now it suddenly felt that Lu Qing's aura was unpredictable, fluctuating between strong and weak. In just a few breaths, the aura of the golden core realm had completely vanished, reverting back to the foundation establishment stage. This caught it off guard. It's nothing, just conducting some experiments. Lu Qing waved his hand and said plainly. He glanced at the sky, already approaching evening. The Taoist chapter from the Tribulation Vortex contained much information, but now was not the time to comprehend it. He crossed the tribulation alone, his master, and others must be very worried. The white-robed person's senior brother's arrival time was also uncertain, so the urgent task was to return to the village to assure safety. As for the Taoist chapter, it could be studied slowly later. After all, having entered the golden core realm, even if that white-robed person's senior brother was strong, he was confident in defending against him. It's getting late, let's go back first. Lu Qing's figure soared into the sky, transforming into a stream of light, flying in the direction of Jiulai village. After Lu Qing left, the surroundings instantly returned to calmness, as if everything before was merely a dream. Only the mountain, devastated by the tribulation, partially leveled, stood as evidence that an earth-shaking heavenly tribulation had occurred here. No wonder Senior Yan was so worried earlier. The difference between the golden core realm and the foundation establishment realm is indeed like a chasm. High above in the sky, Lu Qing transformed into a stream of light, quickly heading back towards the village. While flying, he also felt the changes following his breakthrough. The most obvious of these is that after stepping into the golden core realm, he possessed the ability to fly. After a cultivator achieves the golden core, there's no need to utilize magic artifacts by simply using mana vibrations. One can ascend directly into azure darkness, manifesting the ability to fly. Moreover, this is just the most basic flying ability. If one further practices those specialized escape and flying techniques, the speed can be even faster. Take Lu Qing for example, just flying with mana, his speed is no slower than when he used the golden small boat before. Once he masters various skills at the golden core realm, especially the flying skills, his speed will increase explosively. Traveling hundreds of miles in a flash will be easy. In addition to being able to fly, there's also physical body strength, mana power, and the intensity of divine soul power, and so on. In everything, Lu Qing has become much stronger than before the breakthrough. This is a qualitative difference, a true life transformation. The gap between the foundation establishment realm and the golden core realm is indeed too large. Especially with Lu Qing possessing a perfect golden core, the gap is even more exaggerated. The two are fundamentally not on the same level and cannot be compared. As for that white-robed youth, before being counter-slashed by him with his foundation establishment body, it can only be said that his foundation was too weak. Lu Qing speculated that the other was at most a low-grade golden core, otherwise, he wouldn't have been so easily slain by him. After stepping into the golden core realm, even without using the golden small boat, Lu Qing's speed remained fast. Before long, he returned to Jiulai village and landed in front of the half-mountain small courtyard. Ah Qing, since Lu Qing mentioned he was going to cross the tribulation for a breakthrough, the elder doctor was always worried. Especially when Lu Qing formally started the tribulation, the terrifying aura of the heavenly tribulation could be vaguely felt even at Jiulai village, making the elder doctor restless and unable to focus on cultivation. So he simply stopped cultivating and waited wholeheartedly for Lu Qing's news. Seeing him back now, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Master, I'm back." Lu Qing smiled at the sight of his master. "Did you succeed in crossing the tribulation?" The elder doctor couldn't help but ask. "Yes, luckily I passed the thunder tribulation and successfully stepped into the golden core realm." Lu Qing nodded. "Good, good." The elder doctor was immediately all smiles. He sensed Lu Qing's aura, vast like an abyss with a harmonious and perfect essence. This essence he had previously sensed in that white-robed man as well. but Lu Qing's was not as domineering and flamboyant, yet the depth far exceeded it. Master, regarding my stepping into the Golden Core realm, please do not spread the word for now. This way we can be in the dark while the enemy is in the open, increasing our odds of winning. I understand, the elder doctor nodded knowingly. The matter of Lu Qing crossing the tribulation was known only to him, so keeping it secret was quite simple. Also, Master, I have just broken through and will probably need to go into seclusion for a while to familiarize myself with the Golden Core realm's power, Lu Qing added. All right, go into seclusion first. Cultivation is paramount. I will look after things in the village, the elder doctor promptly said. A moment later, Lu Qing returned home once again. This time, he didn't rush into cultivation, but directed his heart and spirit into the leaving fire tripod. Master. In the spiritual artifact space, the demon cultivator, upon seeing Lu Qing's figure, joyfully came forward. Just as he was about to salute Lu Qing, he suddenly froze. He sensed the aura emanating from Lu Qing's divine soul and his eyes showed disbelief. Master, you've reached the Golden Core realm. Get lost, demon child. Before Lu Qing could answer, a flame fell on the demon cultivator, blasting him away, causing him to tumble and fly to a corner. Immediately after, the figure of Yan appeared beside Lu Qing, casting a look of disdain at the demon cultivator before bowing to Lu Qing and saying, "Young master." Having been humiliated like this, a trace of venom flashed in the demon cultivator's eyes but quickly subsided. He knew that in this spiritual artifact space, he had no chance against this crawling artifact spirit. Once I retrieve my body, one day I will teach you a lesson, making you beg for mercy all over the ground. The demon cultivator thought with immense hatred, but soon his vision darkened, and when he regained his senses, he found himself trapped in a spatial cage. He immediately understood that this was the artifact spirit's doing, intending to prevent him from eavesdropping on its conversation with the master. This damned crawling artifact spirit, the demon cultivator, became even more resentful in his heart. However, soon, his mind was attracted to another matter. The master has really reached the Golden Core realm, and this is all in such a short time. Although the demon cultivator had a divine soul contract with Lu Qing and was subjected to his divine soul slavery, capable of communicating with Lu Qing at any time, the communication was unilateral unless initiated by Lu Qing. Therefore, he could not perceive any of Lu Qing's information beforehand. Thus he was shocked when he saw that Lu Qing's divine soul aura had become so powerful, greatly surpassing the scope of the Foundation establishment stage. The essence revealed from that divine soul reached an extent that made even his own heart tremble. Senior, you're still this hostile to demons. Lu Qing couldn't help but smile seeing Yan imprison the demon cultivator in the spatial cage. This demon child harbors no good intentions, always trying to tempt the young master to regain its demon body. I say the young master should have eradicated him long ago. Yan snorted coldly, showing no concealment of its disdain towards the demon cultivator. This demon still has its uses, I'd best keep him for a while. Lu Qing also had no fondness for the demon cultivator, but considering its origins could still be of future value to him, he decided to keep the demon's wisp of divine soul for the time being. Right, Senior, Yan, you summon me. Is there something you need? Indeed, it was Yan who summoned Lu Qing in the leaving fire tripod. That's why he didn't immediately cultivate but entered with his heart and spirit. Yan suddenly fell silent. Young master, have you forgotten something? Forgotten something? Lu Qing was puzzled. Exactly this. Yan waved its hand, and two separate spatial cages appeared before them. In one was the headless corpse of the white-robed youth. In the other was a white-winged snake, constantly roaming and occasionally hitting its head against the surrounding spatial barrier, trying to escape. This little snake has been causing a ruckus in the spatial cage ever since you threw it in, never stopping for a moment. When does the young master intend to subdue it? Yan said with some helplessness. Yan's tone carried a hint of helplessness. Don't be fooled by how this winged snake is currently flailing around like a headless fly, blindly crashing around in the spatial cage. Yet it is still a powerful spiritual beast whose physical strength rivals that of the Golden Core realm, making suppression not so easy and requiring considerable effort from Yan. Previously, Lu Qing had been refining himself, on the cusp of a breakthrough. Plus, with an external Golden Core threat, the situation was urgent, so Yan hesitated to bother him over such a small matter. But now, with Lu Qing's breakthrough and achievement of the Golden Core, he finally couldn't resist reminding him. I truly had forgotten about this matter. Upon seeing the five-colored winged snake, Lu Qing was initially startled, then smiled. He really did forget about this creature. Primarily because there had been too many things happening lately, and he was preoccupied with cultivation, having no time to spare for this little thing. Watching the five-colored winged snake still struggling violently in the spatial cage, Lu Qing waved his hand, releasing it from the cage. As the master of the leaving fire tripod, he could naturally manipulate the spiritual artifact space. Suddenly being released and falling outside, the five-colored winged snake's eyes flickered with confusion. Since being confined in that eternally dark small space, it had long despaired. No matter how hard it tried, it couldn't breach that spatial barrier at all. The once proud, powerful physical body was completely useless before that spatial cage. The reason it still struggled was simply due to its inherent pride refusing to let it surrender just like that. So when suddenly released from the spatial cage, the five-colored winged snake was momentarily at a loss. However, in no time, the confusion in the five-colored winged snake's eyes vanished, replaced by intense rage, because it saw among the two figures in front the one it could never forget, even in its dreams. It was this person who not only took away the treasure it had guarded for 1,000 years, severing its hope of advancement and transformation, but also locked it in that dark, eternal spatial cage. This enmity was deep as bones, unforgettable for a lifetime. Hiss. With eyes filled with hatred, the five-colored winged snake let out a hiss, rushing towards Lu Qing at great speed. Layers of physical power erupted, intending to crush that arch-enemy to smithereens with its unbreakable body. Facing the violent outburst of the five-colored winged snake, Lu Qing remained unwavering, uttering just one word calmly. Stop. In an instant, the rapidly advancing body of the five-colored winged snake suddenly froze. Countless powerful spatial forces bound onto it, not only halting its advance but also pinning it firmly in place, unable to move a fraction. Hiss, despite being suppressed, the five-colored winged snake didn't show any sign of submission, continually thrashing with all its might, trying to break free using its physical power. Its eyes were locked onto Lu Qing, as if wanting to engrave this enemy's visage deep into its soul. Little snake, tell me, do you wish to live or die? Facing the gaze filled with desires to devour him, Lu Qing asked coldly. At the same time, this ray of divine soul clone suddenly shone brightly, rapidly expanding, becoming immensely large, almost supporting the entire spiritual artifact space. Boundless aura emanated from Lu Qing. A grand voice descended as if from the heavens. If you wish to live, open your heart and spirit. Let me imprint the divine soul mark upon you. If you wish to die, I shall annihilate you now, refining your physical body into a puppet for my use. This earth-shattering transformation stunned the five-colored winged snake into silence. It couldn't believe that the enemy who not long ago matched its aura had suddenly become so terrifying. It was tempted to believe it was all an illusion, but the pressure on its heart and spirit told it that everything was real. Little snake, tell me your answer. Do you want to live or die? Lu Qing's voice descended from the high heavens once more. The five-colored winged snake trembled slightly, swallowing nervously. Feeling the pressure like a mountain on its heart and spirit, it wanted to hold its ground. Yet instinct warned that if it truly refused this being, he would indeed annihilate its divine soul without hesitation. Recalling that Lu Qing mentioned refining its body into a puppet after annihilating its divine soul, in an instant, the five-colored winged snake lost its will to resist. Since even in death its body couldn't escape enslavement, living seemed a better option. Hiss. Under Lu Qing's watchful gaze, the five-colored winged snake let out a low, aggrieved hiss, lowering its head. Simultaneously, it emitted a submissive divine soul fluctuation. This caught Lu Qing by surprise. He had thought he would need to spend more effort intimidating this winged snake. Unexpectedly, it submitted so quickly. It seemed this winged snake, born in a secret realm, was simpler than he anticipated. Since you've chosen to submit, open your heart and spirit, Lu Qing said flatly. Upon hearing this, the five-colored winged snake didn't hesitate and immediately opened its heart and spirit. Without hesitation, a divine soul mark fell from above, imprinting itself at the deepest part of the winged snake's divine soul. With the divine soul mark imprinted, the five-colored winged snake was officially enslaved by him. From this moment, the winged snake's life and death were at his command, and he could annihilate its divine soul at a thought. After subjugating the five-colored winged snake, Lu Qing's divine soul clone reverted to its original form, retracting all its mighty pressure. Congratulations, young master, on successfully subduing a powerful spiritual beast. Yan, who had stepped back earlier, approached at this moment. Although it too was somewhat shaken, even it struggled to endure the divine soul pressure Lu Qing displayed just now. After successfully crossing the tribulation and achieving the golden core, young master has become increasingly enigmatic, Yan muttered in its heart. Before crossing the tribulation, Lu Qing already frequently astounded it. Now, having stepped into the golden core realm, he was even more unfathomable. Hiss. Seeing Lu Qing return to his original form, the five-colored winged snake slithered its body, lightly nudging his palm in a sycophantic manner. The hatred it displayed earlier was nowhere to be seen in its eyes now. Its abrupt change of attitude was akin to a face-changing performance. This showcased the terrifying nature of divine soul enslavement. Once the enslavement mark was planted, not only were life and death controlled, but even the heart and spirit twisted to feel fondness for the master, rendering total obedience. This was why Lu Qing was always wary of demon cultivators, because demon cultivators had too many hidden agendas, even though they appeared consistently loyal to him. Lu Qing suspected that the creature hadn't completely lost its nature. Seeing the five-colored winged snake trying to ingratiate itself, Lu Qing patted its head. Feeling the elemental power within it, a thought struck his mind. From now on, your name shall be 5 Elements. 5 Elements, I'll find you a few suitable cultivation techniques from the demon clan for you to cultivate in the future when the opportunity arises. Lu Qing gently patted the head of the winged snake as he spoke. The reason for naming the winged snake 5 Elements was naturally due to its uniqueness. The winged snake had guarded the 5 Elements treasure lotus for many years, living in that spiritual pool all along. Its physical body, nurtured by the aura of the 5 Elements, also possessed the attributes of the 5 Elements and was very powerful, laying the foundation for a remarkable potential as a spiritual body with elements, astonishing in its promise. Unfortunately, according to the 5 Elements, it had stayed in the secret realm since birth and had never interacted with other living creatures. Thus, it muddled through, training entirely based on instinct. This is why it had the strength of a golden core level physical body, but didn't know how to use it artfully, resorting to brute force, and was easily trapped by Lu Qing in the leaving fire tripod. If it had suitable cultivation techniques, Lu Qing believed that the future achievements of the 5 Elements would likely not be lower than those of little Li. Hiss. Upon hearing Lu Qing's words, the 5-colored winged snake nuzzled against his hand, simultaneously transmitting a thought. You want the lotus seeds of the 5 Elements treasure lotus. Lu Qing was momentarily stunned before laughing. It's not impossible. If you perform well in the future, I might consider it. Upon hearing this, the 5-colored winged snake nuzzled Lu Qing's hand even more eagerly, appearing just like a sycophant. Lu Qing chuckled. When he first encountered the winged snake, the information emerging from it suggested that the creature had been guarding the 5 Elements treasure lotus all along for its lotus seeds. The lotus seeds of the 5 Elements treasure lotus seemed to be the key to its transformation. Now that the winged snake had become his enslaved spiritual beast, if it could transform into something more powerful, it would be a great aid to him. In this case, Lu Qing wouldn't be stingy about those lotus seeds. After subduing the winged snake, Lu Qing ordered it to play by itself, then turned his attention to the corpse of the young man in the white robe. Since they had come in, he might as well deal with the body too. Lu Qing extracted the young man's belongings from his body before conjuring a flame and beginning to burn the corpse directly. The remains of a golden core realm cultivator are actually considered a treasure of sorts. But as Lu Qing didn't practice the path of corpse refining, he wasn't interested in fiddling with bodies, so he simply burned it. The flame Lu Qing conjured was the spiritual fire of the leaving fire tripod, potent in power. Even the body of a golden core realm expert couldn't withstand it, and shortly it was completely incinerated, leaving not even bones, only several light clusters remaining in place. These were the magical treasures refined and absorbed by the young man in the white robe. Being chosen by a golden core realm expert, they weren't ordinary magical treasures. Lu Qing sensed them and found that all of these treasures were at the treasure level. The one with the most radiant brilliance and the greatest power was a fist-sized white bead, upon which mysterious runes appeared from time to time. Lu Qing activated his superpower, gazing at the white bead. Soon, several lines of information emerged. All method pearl, water element supreme treasure. Crafted mainly from the inner core of the golden core spiritual beast, deep sea cloud whale, contains a 10,000 technique secret pattern, vastly enhancing magic cultivation, potentially increasing the potency of golden core realm spells several times over. Infused with the power of the water element law, possessing a strong healing effect. It's actually a supreme treasure. After reading the lines of information about the white bead, Lu Qing understood. This treasure bead is a supreme treasure of the water element, greatly augmenting the mana of a cultivator. That young man in the white robe's mana palm was so formidable, proficient in both offense and defense with exquisite control, surely benefiting from this magical treasure. It's quite suitable for my master, Lu Qing murmured to himself. Though his master excelled at the sword Dao, what he had comprehended was the water and fire Dao. This all-method pearl could indeed find a worthy place in his hands. Of course, Little Yan was also well suited for this treasure bead. Little Yan's inherent gift was the ice-skin jade bone, as ice and water stem from the same origin, so this all-method pearl was also an extremely fitting magical treasure for her. However, Little Yan's cultivation was still shallow, and the all-method pearl, being a supreme treasure, possessed extraordinary power even if it were given to her. She wouldn't be able to refine it anytime soon. After pondering for a bit, Lu Qing decided to keep the all-method pearl first and decide who needed it more later on. As for himself, he carried 2 spiritual artifacts and a life-bound magical treasure that, while not yet a spiritual artifact, held much greater potential than ordinary spiritual artifacts. With magical treasures, quality outweighs quantity, and the function of this all-method pearl somewhat overlapped with the five elements gourd, though the power was far less than the five elements gourd. It indeed was unnecessary for him. He then took a look at the other light clusters, finding they were all decent magical treasures, and collected them all. Even if he didn't need them, he could always provide them for acquaintances to use in the future. After collecting the magical treasures, Lu Qing turned his attention to the other items. These were the things he had taken from the young man in the white robe prior to incinerating him. Ignoring the miscellaneous items of little use, Lu Qing primarily focused on a green jade thumb ring engraved with mysterious secret patterns. From this green jade thumb ring, he sensed an unusual fluctuation. Activating his superpower, the information about the green jade thumb ring quickly floated into view. Space ring, treasure level space ring, contains space capable of storing items. Ring engraved with defensive arrays. Ownerless item can be claimed. As expected, it's a storage magical treasure, isn't it? After reading the information that emerged from the green jade thumb ring, Lu Qing was delighted. He had been puzzled as to why, as a Golden Core Realm expert, the young man in the white robe would have so few items. If it were a space treasure, then everything would make sense. With a slight mental tug, Lu Qing sent a wisp of divine soul power into the green jade thumb ring. Due to the white-robed young man's death, the storage magical treasure had become ownerless. Thus, he very easily imprinted his divine soul mark within the restriction, claiming it for himself. Having successfully refined the thumb ring, Lu Qing sensed its contents, a look of surprise quickly spreading across his face. Indeed, no wonder it came from one at the Golden Core Realm of the Great World, truly wealthy. Swish. With a flicker of thought, Lu Qing manifested the contents of the space ring, suspending them in the spiritual artifact space of the leaving fire tripod. Is this ring that Golden Core Realm's storage magical treasure? Yan responded as it beheld the large collection of items Lu Qing had drawn out. Then its attention was drawn to the heap of items. Inside, there were all sorts of thingsores, spiritual medicine, Dan bottles, all exuding an extraordinary aura, indicating their high quality. Particularly, a small pile of crystalline, translucent objects emitting a dense aura of spiritual charm, resembling jade blocks, caused Yan to widen his eyes. Spirit stones, that Golden Core Realm actually accumulated so many spirit stones. Boom, while Lu Qing and Yan were tallying their gains within the spiritual artifact space. In the central state, atop a certain famous mountain range, a powerful wave suddenly erupted, dispersing the hovering clouds within a radius of tens of miles. An indifferent voice echoed, "Junior brother, wait for me, I'll go avenge you now." Is this a spirit stone? Lu Qing's heart and spirit have now retreated from the leaving fire tripod. At this moment, he was holding a crystal-clear object like jade in his hand, scrutinizing it. It was precisely the spirit stone that even Yan was astounded by. He had finished inventorying the items within the space ring. It must be said, the wealth of a Golden Core Realm cultivator is quite substantial. Various elixirs, spirit grass, and spiritual medicine inside, all of considerable grade. Any one of them, if made known, would be treasures that cultivators across the world would fight over. Yet now all of them belonged to Lu Qing. With these resources, at least Lu Qing could sustain his cultivation for some time. Among everything, that small pile of spirit stones was what Yan valued the most. According to Yan, no matter how good an elixir is, it contains elixir poison and should not be consumed excessively. But spirit stones are different. The spiritual charm essences they contain are very gentle and can be absorbed directly by cultivators. They are one of the best treasures for consolidating one's foundation and increasing cultivation. They also have significant uses in areas such as array formation and artifact refining. Unfortunately, spirit stones are very rare. They generally only form in places with a high concentration of spiritual charm, but also extreme pressure. And these places are mostly deep underground or beneath the deep sea, making them extremely hard to mine. Even during the peak of the last cultivation era, the output of spirit stones was not high and was mostly used by major sects as strategic resources. Using spirit stones for cultivation was seen as an incredibly extravagant act. Usually only the true disciples of major sects might occasionally be granted one or two for cultivation purposes. This is why Yan was so astonished upon seeing that small pile of spirit stones. One should know that even the spirit stones stored in the treasure vault of the Li Huo sect were only slightly more than this. However, the spiritual charm contained within this spirit stone is indeed rich. Lu Qing sensed the spiritual charm fluctuations within the spirit stone in his hand, smiling slightly. It was him before his breakthrough. Just this one spirit stone could probably sustain his cultivation for a considerable time. And this was just a low-grade spirit stone. According to the information he just probed with his superpower, spirit stones are also divided into 4 grades: low grade, middle grade, high grade, and supreme grade. With each increasing grade, the spiritual charm essence within becomes more than 10 times purer. Of course, their value also increases more than tenfold. Most of the spirit stones left by the young man in the white robe are low grade and middle grade. Primarily low grade, there wasn't a single high-grade spirit stone, let alone a supreme grade one. It can be imagined that high-grade spirit stones and above, even in the great world, are considered rare to a golden core realm cultivator. And this as well. Lu Qing put away the spirit stone in his hand, then a jade scroll appeared in his hand. This jade scroll was also found in the space ring left by the young man in the white robe. There are several similar jade scrolls. The runes on the jade scroll were quite familiar to Lu Qing. Although slightly different from what he knew, he still recognized them as runes specifically used to create inheritance jade scrolls. Lu Qing activated his superpower and quietly looked at the jade scroll. Soon, he felt a faint purple glow emanating from the jade scroll. Simultaneously, several strips of information floated out. Inheritance Jade Scroll, a type of jade scroll that can record information and pass it on. Those who cultivate divine soul power can record information on certain special jade scrolls, leaving inheritances. It is challenging for those who have not cultivated divine soul power to obtain the information on the jade scroll. Discovery of cultivation technique inheritance. Would you like to download a simulation? Download. Upon seeing the prompt in the strips, Lu Qing did not hesitate and chose to download immediately. He was quite curious about the cultivation techniques of the cultivators like the young man in the white robe from another world. If the jade scroll contained information about other worlds, that would be even better. As for why not directly use his heart and spirit to read the information within the jade scroll, it was naturally to guard against any restrictions left within the jade scroll. From what Yan had told him, many cultivation sects in the past placed special restrictions on inheritance jade scrolls to prevent their techniques from being learned by outsiders. These restrictions would directly destroy the jade scroll if someone externally tried to read its information. He did not know if the jade scroll left by the young man in the white robe had such restrictions, but to be safe, it was better not to take this risk. After all, he had a superpower, which made reading it even more convenient. Starting download, current progress 1, 2, 398, 99, 100. Download complete. Would you like to run a simulation? Lu Qing immediately chose yes. Simulating, current progress 1, 2, 398, 99, 100. Simulation complete. Would you like to begin learning? Lu Qing chose yes once more. In the next moment, a wealth of insight and information surged forth in the depths of his mind. Lu Qing closed his eyes and began to comprehend the information transmitted by his superpower, while Lu Qing was comprehending the cultivation techniques from the inheritance jade scroll. In the central state, a flash of light was rapidly streaking across the sky. When it reached the edge of central state, it suddenly stopped. Holding a person in its grasp, it looked down with a bit of surprise at the crack that spanned the entire mountain range below. At a glance, it could tell that the crack was cleaved open by some powerful being using great magic power. As for the realm of that being, it could not be guessed. At the very least, it was far beyond its capability, even though it had already reached the fourth transition of the Golden Core realm. Staring intently at that enormous crack for a moment, taking in the ancient aura it exuded, and confirming that the crack had been there for countless tens of thousands of years, the man in the white robe finally calmed himself. He turned his gaze to the person he was holding. Is this the Azure Dragon Pass you mentioned? The person caught by the man in the gray robe was trembling, already shaken by the void beneath his feet. Even though he possessed the cultivation of innate great success, falling from such a height would inevitably result in becoming a puddle of flesh with no other outcome. Nonetheless, since the man in the gray robe had spoken, he dared not remain silent. Forcing himself to suppress his inner fear, he glanced down twice before raising his head and trembling as he replied, "Reporting to your excellency, this place is indeed the Azure Dragon Pass. The crack below is called One Line of Sky, and that city is Azure Dragon Pass. As for Kang State, where you wish to go, you can reach it by heading east after leaving Azure Dragon Pass." After responding, the person recalled the scene he had just seen and suddenly felt a wave of bewilderment. How, when viewed from such a height, did Azure Dragon City below seem so much like a footprint of some creature? And the one line of sky crack spanning Azure Dragon Mountain, why did it look so much like a sword mark? East, is it? The man in the gray robe gazed directly at the horizon ahead, and the next moment, transformed back into a streak of light, he flew towards the east. The gray-robed man, guided by the innate realm, flew through the sky. Suddenly, he sensed something and stopped. "Why have we stopped here, Your Excellency? This is Jiju and Kang State is still ahead," the innate realm martial artist asked in confusion. Over time, his fear of heights had lessened considerably, and he spoke more fluently. "No need, I already know the place. You can go down," the gray-robed man said indifferently. With that, he pushed the innate realm martial artist in his hand downwards. "Spare me, Your Excellency." The innate realm martial artist was suddenly terrified, feeling the irresistible descent of his body, his fear reaching the extreme, flailing his arms and legs, screaming frantically. Just when he thought he was going to be smashed to death, suddenly, a force descended upon him, neutralizing most of his downward momentum. In the end, he merely fell and bruised his face, not ending up as a bloody pulp. The innate realm martial artist, having narrowly escaped death, didn't care about his injuries and kept kowtowing in gratitude in place. But when he looked up again later, there was no sign of the gray-robed man in the sky. The secret realm fluctuations, are they over there? After throwing the innate realm martial artist to the ground, the gray-robed man departed. He gazed in a certain direction, sensing the faint waves of a secret realm's gate. That day his junior brother knew of a newly opened secret realm and ventured to explore and seize it, ultimately meeting his end there. Thus his death was definitely related to that secret realm. The speed of the gray-robed man's escape light was extremely fast. Before long, he arrived above a valley, looking down at the black swirling entrance below. Is it here? I can sense the aura of my junior brother who once came here. This golden core realm is indeed vast and profound, far beyond my imagination. In the Lu family, Lu Qing opened his eyes, marveling. At this moment, the jade scroll in his hand had already disappeared. At this moment, he not only downloaded, simulated, and comprehensively read, and pondered over a few of the jade scrolls left by the white-robed youth. He even roughly comprehended the Taoist chapter bestowed before the heavenly tribulation vortex dissipated. Inside the jade scrolls left by the white-robed youth, several cultivation techniques and some spell secret techniques were recorded. Unfortunately, those techniques were all water element methods, and the highest realm could only be cultivated to golden core perfection. There was nothing for a higher realm. Lu Qing guessed this should be a sect limitation from the white-robed youth sect. At each stage, disciples could only exchange for cultivation technique mantras of the corresponding realm to prevent any accidents where the entire technique gets leaked. And it was through this comprehension that Lu Qing realized that the realm of golden core is far more mysterious and immense than he had imagined. Pills are divided into 4 grades, fundamentally speaking. The magic power golden core of the golden core realm is divided into 4 grades: low, middle, high, and perfect grade. From a realm perspective, the golden core realm is divided into 9 levels, known as the 9 transformations of the golden core. Each time you make a breakthrough, the magic power golden core undergoes a metamorphosis, with a massive increase in magic power, and the golden cores might grow significantly stronger. One could say that each of the 9 transformations of the golden core is akin to climbing the heavenly ladder. It requires continuously refining and purifying one's magic power to the limit, then breaking through the limit to achieve a qualitative change to make a breakthrough. Only those with immense determination and willpower can achieve it. Moreover, according to the cultivation methods described in the jade scrolls left by the white-robed youth, the golden core's grade is closely related to the realm that the golden core realm can reach. Generally speaking, a low-grade golden core can only be cultivated up to the 3rd transformation realm. A mid-grade golden core can be cultivated to the 6th transformation realm. Only a top-grade golden core can be cultivated beyond the 7th transformation. Therefore, golden core realm experts, upon reaching a bottleneck in their cultivation, usually try every means possible to refine their golden core and increase its grade. Thus, they have the opportunity to continue making breakthroughs. According to the cultivation methods left by the white-robed youth, once a cultivator reaches the 7th transformation, the god, nurtured within the golden core, is already strong enough to qualify for a breakthrough to the primordial spirit realm. But the probability of failing the breakthrough to the primordial spirit realm from the 7th transformation is high. Even if one successfully crosses the tribulation by luck and achieves primordial spirit, its potential is limited, and they cannot advance far within the primordial spirit realm. Very likely, before too long, they will fall under the tribulation of the primordial spirit. Only reaching the 8th or 9th transformation realm greatly increases the likelihood of successfully breaking through to the primordial spirit realm. After achieving primordial spirit, the foundation is solid, allowing one to travel far within the primordial spirit realm, enduring many tribulations yet still hard to annihilate, perpetually existing. Various insights arose in Lu Qing's heart. The white-robed youth indeed came from a vast world. The cultivation methods he practiced were much more exquisite than those left behind by the Li Hu sect. The exposition on the golden core realm and the breakdown of realms were much more detailed and accurate than the methods of this world. It's notable that, whether it's the core heritage of the Li Hu sect or the 5 elements body refining technique he practiced, they simply divide the golden core realm into small success, great success, and perfection. There was no comprehensive system like the 9 transformations of the golden core. However, the cultivation methods from the white-robed youth's world treat the ninth transformation of the Golden Core as the extreme limit of the Golden Core realm. In fact, the 9 transformations of the Golden Core are not the ultimate limit of the Golden Core realm. The true extreme limit of the Golden Core realm should be the 12th transformation. A gleam appeared in Lu Qing's eyes as he murmured to himself. He didn't say this out of imagination, but based on the Taoist chapter transmitted by the Heavenly Tribulation Vortex. Before the Heavenly Tribulation Vortex dissipated, it transmitted a Taoist chapter to Lu Qing, specifically expounding on the Golden Core realm. Inside, there were no explicit cultivation techniques, only a profound Taoist scripture expounding upon the Golden Core realm. Yet, this Taoist scripture clearly articulated that the 12th transformation of the Golden Core is the true great perfection realm of the Golden Core realm. However, to break through the limits and achieve beyond the 9th transformation, only cultivators who have condensed a perfect Golden Core have the possibility. Cores of other grades, even top-grade Golden Cores, cannot break the limit of 9. So from this perspective, the cultivation methods left by the white-robed youth that consider the 9th transformation of the Golden Core as the perfect realm are not inaccurate. After all, a perfect Golden Core is too special, and in one era only one can appear in a world. Many cultivation worlds probably don't even know of the existence of a perfect Golden Core. Lu Qing, too, was fortunate to encounter numerous opportunities, supplemented by the help of his superpowers. Repeatedly breaking limits, mastering the 5 elements, flawlessly honing the foundation establishment realm, and seizing the perfect opportunity to condense this perfect Golden Core. Had he missed any of those opportunities, he likely wouldn't have been so fortunate. However, with this situation, my future cultivation is bound to be much more challenging. Lu Qing's current primary cultivation technique, the 5 elements body refining technique, is a body cultivation method. The highest realm one can cultivate to is the Golden Core perfection realm. In fact, after understanding the cultivation technique left by the youth in a white robe, Lu Qing estimated that according to the classification of that youth's world, it hadn't even reached the realm of the 9th transition of the Golden Core. At most, it had only achieved the 7th transition realm. This is also why, in the ancient immortal cultivation era, the Golden Core realm cultivator, who created the 5 elements body refining technique, ultimately couldn't achieve the primordial spirit, because he did not evolve this technique to a truly perfected state. Lu Qing even suspected that the so-called dissolution of that Golden Core realm cultivator back then was actually because he attempted a breakthrough without a perfected technique, leading to his failure in breaking through to the primordial spirit realm and subsequent demise. Of course, this is just his speculation. Those events happened tens of thousands of years ago, and the truth is long beyond probing. But it is a fact that the 5 elements body refining technique is not perfect. Moreover, with a fortunate opportunity, Lu Qing has now formed a perfect Golden Core. To continue cultivating this technique step by step is no longer very appropriate for him. Indeed, even a pure body cultivation technique has become unsuitable for him. The perfect Golden Core, formless and shapeless, ever-changing, coalesces and disperses at will. After forming the Golden Core, all of Lu Qing's essence chi soul has been integrated. Mana and the power of the physical body can convert freely without any hindrance. Whether by body cultivation means or magic cultivation means, he can wield them freely, deploying them at will. At present, he is both a body cultivator and a magic cultivator. For him, the boundary between magic cultivation and body cultivation no longer exists. Or rather, he is the most perfect dual cultivation of magic and body. Therefore, pure magic cultivation techniques and body cultivation techniques are no longer able to meet his cultivation requirements. However, Lu Qing is not troubled. If there's no suitable cultivation technique, I'll just create one that belongs solely to me. There was a bright gleam in Lu Qing's eyes. He bore the legacy of the Li Hu sect and had acquired several otherworld cultivation techniques from the youth in a white robe. The most important thing was that he also had a Taoist chapter bestowed by the Heavenly Tribulation Vortex. Although that Taoist chapter lacked specific cultivation methods, every word was a gem, elucidating the mysteries of the Golden Core realm. With it as the foundation, supplemented by the various cultivation methods he mastered, and aided by his superpower, it was not impossible for him to create a cultivation method most suitable to himself. And so, said and done, Lu Qing immediately activated the cultivation mode of his superpower. This time, he did not engage in cultivation, but used his superpower to elevate a vast amount of cultivation technique comprehensions from his mind, allowing them to combine and collide, beginning to try to deduce the most suitable cultivation method that belonged solely to himself. This secret realm, does it actually encompass all 5 elements? Deep in the 10,000 great mountains within the secret realm, the gray-robed man felt a burst of surprise just as he entered. The five-element spiritual energy was so orderly and mysteriously combined, attesting to the extraordinary nature of this secret realm. But soon, he put this aside and began to sense carefully. He could feel that his junior brother's presence hadn't fully dissipated, indicating that not long ago, he indeed entered this secret realm and cast major spells, leaving a rather dense presence. Did he cause a massacre here, or did he engage in battle with that mysterious killer? The gray-robed man speculated based on his junior brother's character. But quickly, upon arriving at a certain mark, seeing the two lumps of ravaged flesh and the massive handprint on the ground, he fell silent. He immediately realized that his junior brother had indeed instigated a massacre within the secret realm. The gray-robed man was silent for a moment, and then continued following the traces, moving forward. Along the way, he saw many marks that were obvious traces of his junior brother's use of spells, and at each site, someone had died on the spot, in a gruesome manner. This made the expression of the gray-robed man even more somber and cold. Before long, the gray-robed man arrived at a high mountain, looking at the place in front of Hema location where spiritual charm converged, that had been entirely excavated and devastated beyond recognition and remained silent. He could tell that the state of this place was likely not caused by his junior brother. Given his junior brother's personality, he would have long claimed this secret realm as his own, and would not commit such a scene-ruining act of killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. So it was likely that someone had arrived first, harvesting and excavating all the treasures here. The gray-robed man silently calculated in his heart. Quickly, a scene appeared in his mind. His junior brother, filled with joy, came to this place, only to find the treasures had already been taken. Furious, he began capturing people within the secret realm to interrogate them, and subsequently started massacring his way out of the secret realm, seeking the person who had taken the treasures. Was it that person who took the treasures early that killed my junior brother? The gray-robed man whispered. He dared not be certain, but knew that his junior brother did not perish here, because within the secret realm there were no large-scale battle traces, nor the aura of his junior brother's death. Unfortunately, perhaps due to his junior brother's massacre, there was no longer anyone left in the secret realm who dared to stay, thus he could not find anyone to interrogate. Unable to obtain more information, the gray-robed man didn't hesitate, transforming once again into a streak of light, flying towards the entrance of the secret realm. Very soon he reached the black vortex, darted into it, and exited the secret realm. Outside the secret realm, the gray-robed man produced an octagonal-shaped magical treasure and spewed a mouthful of primordial chi onto it. He also placed a shattered jade token on it. Then with his heart and spirit as he activated it, the octagonal-shaped magical treasure began to spin quickly. Soon, it stopped, pointing towards a certain direction. A layer of clear light flickered in the gray-robed man's eyes, and suddenly in the void, a thin line of smoke appeared in his vision, twisting and extending continuously forward. Did my junior brother head towards that direction after leaving the secret realm? The gray-robed man's eyes retained the clear light, following the deduced karma red line, flying all the way. But after following the karma red line for a while, the gray-robed man discovered that the path his junior brother took after leaving the secret realm was highly irregular. It was as if he were a headless fly, wildly zigzagging in all directions. He guessed this was likely his junior brother's attempt to search for the one who took the treasures, resulting in such chaotic searching. The gray-robed man endured patiently, flying along the chaotic karma red line. Along the way, he also sensed that beneath the dense forest, there were living creatures hiding. But even the strongest aura did not surpass the innate realm, so he ignored them, just following the karma red line continuously. He had a feeling that, perhaps soon, he would find the place of his junior brother's demise. Finally, there are some clues indeed. It's correct to deduce the cultivation technique using this Taoist chapter as the foundation. In the Lu family, after a round of deduction, a smile appeared on Lu Qing's face. The Taoist chapter bestowed by the heavenly tribulation vortex was indeed exceedingly mysterious. With the aid of the superpower in just a short while, he already had some clues for his own cultivation technique. Just as Lu Qing wanted to press on and continued deducing, suddenly he frowned. At the same time, the gray-robed man in the sky outside Jiulai village also saw the small village below, shrouded in an array. The junior brother once cast the 10,000 skill palm here and annihilated several innate realm cultivators. The gray-robed man followed the karma red line, emerging from the depths of the 10,000 great mountains, coming to a halt on a slope at the edge. Seeing the scene deduced by the 8 trigrams magical treasure, he knew the junior brother had used spells here. He watched with an unwavering expression as the faces of those innate realm individuals showed fear and despair before they were crushed to death. The gray-robed man's face showed no ripples, as he had seen many similar scenes along the way. He waved his hand to dispel the scene deduced by the 8 trigrams magical treasure, intending to continue tracking along the karma red line. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss and turned his head to look down, only to be taken aback. that village. With his level of cultivation, the gray-robed man saw at a glance that the village below was surrounded by an array. Such a remote and barren place, yet there was a village protected by an array. This made the gray-robed man suddenly feel a hint of unease, just as he was about to use methods to see through the depths of this village. In the next moment, his pupils contracted involuntarily. He saw a streak of light suddenly fly out from the village, arriving before him in the blink of an eye. The light dispersed, revealing a youth standing in the air dozens of feet in front of him, looking at him with an indifferent expression. Golden Core Realm. The gray-robed man was shocked, alarm bells ringing in his mind, suddenly realizing. He fixed his gaze on Lu Qing. Are you the one who killed my junior brother? Are you referring to the young man in the white robe? Lu Qing stood with his hands behind his back in the air, calmly saying, yes, I did kill him. Gray-robed man's gaze suddenly chilled. A fierce killing intent emerged from him, spreading around. Suddenly, gale-force winds arose in the sky. The powerful pressure dissipated the clouds within a 10-mile radius. The Golden Core's anger changes the wind and clouds. At a Golden Core realm, the magic power Golden Core merges with the power of laws, already capable of influencing the weather to some extent. Such a commotion naturally could not be hidden from the elder doctor and Lin Zhirui in the village. Everyone rushed out of their houses, and upon seeing Lu Qing and the gray-robed man in the sky, they were all greatly shocked. It's the brother of the man in the white robe. Lin Zhirui recognized on the first look the origin of the gray-robed man, immediately shocked in his heart and spirit. Is it really the brother of that man in the white robe from a few days ago? Wei Shanhai and the others were even more alarmed upon hearing. Looking up at the sky, feeling the terrifying pressure emanating from the gray-robed man, making them feel suffocated. They had anticipated that the white-robed man's companions would come one day, but when that day truly arrived, they realized that their previous mental preparation was far from sufficient. The aura emanating from this gray-robed man was even more terrifying than his junior brother. If not protected by the array, they probably wouldn't even be able to face such momentum directly. Can young Master Lu block such a terrifying enemy? Everyone felt completely uncertain in their hearts. Only the elder doctor was much more composed than the others, because he knew Lu Qing had already stepped into the Golden Core realm, greatly enhancing his strength. A powerful force surged within the elder doctor, heart and spirit connecting to the array eye, quietly activating the village's protective array to its maximum power. So the treasure in the secret realm was also taken by you. The gray-robed man questioned as he eyed Lu Qing, growing increasingly vigilant inside, because he found himself unable to discern the depth of the youth before him. The other party, despite emanating a faint Golden Core realm pressure, was beyond his true understanding. Such a situation generally only had two possibilities. One was that Lu Qing's realm far surpassed his own. The other possibility was that Lu Qing harbored an exotic treasure, capable of blocking others' perception, obscuring his real cultivation. No matter which possibility it was, neither was good news for the gray-robed man. Moreover, since the junior brother likely fell at the hands of this person, it made him feel a bit apprehensive. As for Lu Qing's appearance, it did not surprise him. At their level of cultivation, altering one's appearance and preserving youth were overly easy. In his world, there were even primordial spirit great powers who preferred to show themselves with a child's visage. Lu Qing did not respond to the gray-robed man's words, nor did he mind the presented killing intent. He merely looked at him quietly, before information started appearing in his view. Wu Qianfeng, true disciple of Heavenly Heart sect in 1000 Yuan Great World. Cultivation, mid-grade Golden Core 4th transition. 1000 Yuan Great World, located in the northern border of the Great Origin Immortal Domain, one of the top worlds in the Great Origin Immortal Domain. Possesses exotic treasure, exceptional escape capabilities. Harbors deep hatred for you due to killing his junior brother. Seeing the information appearing on the other person, Lu Qing understood. This person indeed hailed from the same sect as the young man in the white robe. When he had used his superpower to investigate the white-robed young man's information, it also showed the same Heavenly Heart sect of the 1000 Yuan Great World. However, 1000 Yuan Great World. Lu Qing remembered that the demon cultivator Divine Soul trapped in the leaving fire tripod also came from a great world known as Heavenly Origin in his past life. Now another 1000 Yuan Great World appears, along with the Great Origin Immortal Dome. Indeed, the world outside was far broader than he had imagined. Boy, how dare you be so impudent. The gray-robed man saw Lu Qing ignoring his words. Despite his apprehension, he couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. Though he wasn't as extreme as his junior brother, viewing the natives of this world as pigs and dogs, he still didn't hold them in high regard. This native Golden Core dared to ignore his words like this. How could the gray-robed man not be enraged? At the same time, he felt a strange sense of unease. There seemed to be something unusual about those eyes. Simply being watched by them gave him a sense of being entirely seen through. The intense apprehension made him shout in anger. Indeed, the treasure in the secret realm was taken by me. Lu Qing said lightly, "You need not test me further. I have been waiting for you. Since you have come, let us resolve all our grievances today." Lu Qing remembered the few elderly villagers who had passed away. A trace of evil qi appeared in his eyes. Extending his arm and spreading his fingers, he surged his heart and spirit, leveraging heaven and earth laws. The heaven and earth laws oscillated, spiritual energy roiled. In the next moment, a scene that stunned everyone appeared. A huge monopalm radiating glaze like brilliance coalesced in front of Lu Qing. Then with unstoppable force, it struck the gray-robed man. 10,000 skill palm. The gray-robed man's entire body shook, eyes showing shock beyond belief. The gray-robed man saw the Taoist skill displayed by Lu Qing and couldn't help but feel a shock in his heart and spirit, because that magic giant palm he was all too familiar with. It was precisely the signature skill his junior brother took pride in and cultivated to its utmost depth, the 10,000 skill palm. His junior brother had painstakingly practiced for 100 years before mastering the 10,000 skill palm, yet suddenly it was being used by an unfamiliar Golden Core realm individual. How could the gray-robed man not be astounded? However, despite his inner shock, the situation left no room for the gray-robed man to think further. The 10,000 skill palm used by Lu Qing was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it was already before the gray-robed man. The powerful oppressive force bore down on him, causing him to feel waves of suffocation and making movement difficult. How could it be so strong? Feeling the might of the 10,000 skill palm, the gray-robed man's heart was further astonished. This one palm by Lu Qing was even more formidable than the one performed by his junior brother. It made him, who had just recently had a breakthrough, feel an overwhelming sense of inadequacy. His intuition told him that this palm could not be faced with brute force. As the thought formed, the gray-robed young man could no longer care about anything else. A wave of silver light appeared on his body, instantly dispelling the oppressive force on him. Immediately, he moved like a swimming fish, becoming very slippery, and at the last possible moment, dodged out, leaving Lu Qing's 10,000 skill palm to grasp only air. Lu Qing raised an eyebrow. He felt that the movement technique of the gray-robed man was rather mysterious as he moved. It subtly tugged at the surrounding power of laws. More importantly, that layer of silver light on him was also quite peculiar. The oppressive force of the 10,000 skill palm, when applied to it, had a slippery feeling. It was precisely because of this that the opponent was able to escape so easily. Sure enough, spells hastily comprehended in the moment are not very effective. Though a bit surprised, Lu Qing was not disappointed and casually waved away the 10,000 skill palm he had just conjured. The previous scene had already stunned everyone, especially Lin Zhurui and the others watching below. They almost couldn't believe their eyes, because they could all see that the giant palm Lu Qing displayed was identical to the one shown by that young man in white robe not long ago. More crucially, they saw that under Lu Qing's attack, the gray-robed man could only flee in embarrassment. Has there been a major breakthrough in the young master Lu's cultivation lately? Everyone couldn't help but have this thought flash through their minds. Who exactly are you, sir, and why do you also know the 10,000 skill palm? The gray-robed man stared intensely at Lu Qing, unable to resist asking. In his tone there was an undeniable shock. The signature skill of his junior brother had been used by his enemy, leaving the gray-robed man shocked and leading to a series of unsettling thoughts. Is there any point in asking these things now? Lu Qing shook his head, not wishing to waste any more words with the opponent. A war saber appeared in his hand, and a sharp sword light flickered along its blade. The 10,000 skill palm just now was merely his initial trial, testing the magical techniques he obtained after breaking through to the Golden Core realm. Now, knowing that the opponent also had outstanding abilities, he was going to get serious. A saber. Isn't this kid a magic cultivator? The gray-robed man hesitated slightly upon seeing the war saber suddenly appear in Lu Qing's hand. But before he could finish thinking, in the next moment, a premonition struck his heart. A fierce killing intent pierced through, making him almost shiver with cold. Without thinking, the gray-robed man instinctively dodged to the side. However, just as his body began to move, he felt a sharp pain and an arm was already flying across the air. Oh, your intuition is quite sharp, able to dodge my strike. Lu Qing's figure appeared behind the gray-robed man, a bit surprised. What? The gray-robed man turned his head abruptly, clutching his severed right arm, looking at Lu Qing with sheer astonishment. Lu Qing's speed just now was terrifying even with his recent breakthrough and the divine soul strength of the fourth transition Golden Core. He hadn't been able to react. Furthermore, that sword light was terrifyingly powerful. The several layers of defensive Taoist skills and the protective silver light of the defensive treasure deployed on his body had failed to resist at all, being instantly sliced through. Body cultivator. You actually practice both body and magic. Kid, who are you? The natives of this world can't be this strong. Could it be that you too are one of those who have descended from beyond? The gray-robed man stared at Lu Qing, whom he couldn't see through, and a speculation crossed his mind. This world's recovery was still recent. There couldn't be someone as terrifyingly strong as Lu Qing. The only possibility was that, like himself, Lu Qing had descended from an external world. Strong, Lu Qing said calmly, it's just that you're too weak, merely in the fourth transition of the golden core. Do you think you can be invincible in any small world? Intruder, that strike was avoided by chance. But for the next strike, you won't be so lucky. I will slice your body, along with your magic power golden core, into two halves. Not good. The gray-robed man listened to Lu Qing's words, and an indescribable fear suddenly arose in his heart. Under strong fear, the silver light on the gray-robed man's body flourished, and he desperately retreated. In an instant, his speed increased several times more than before. At the same time, his heart and spirit surged wildly, with numerous spells emerging, blasting towards Lu Qing to block his way. He intended to retreat without a fight, trying to escape from this place. Can you escape? Lu Qing was not surprised by the gray-robed man's escape. His expression remained calm. He raised the war saber in his hand and swung it down. Immediately, a powerful sword light bloomed, slashing forward at high speed. Wherever the sword light reached, the heaven and earth laws fluctuated, and everything was cleaved open. The spells cast by the gray-robed man were torn apart like paper, turning into scattered, heavenly energy. After tearing through numerous spells, the sword light's power did not diminish, continuing to slash towards the gray-robed man who had already escaped several miles away. Just as it was about to cut him in half, a somewhat tattered silver flying boat appeared behind the gray-robed man. Boom. The sword light struck the silver flying boat, unleashing powerful energy, creating a violent shockwave centered at the gray-robed man's position. Several nearby peaks shattered instantly, with countless mountain stones and vegetation debris flying all around. Though the silver flying boat was not split in two by Lu Qing, under the terrifying strike of Lu Qing, it was nonetheless slashed into a rolling motion, flying outward. The sword light's tremors and penetrating force also extinguished much of the heart and spirit the gray-robed man left inside the boat. With his divine soul damaged, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, the gray-robed man saw the silver flying boat being struck away, feeling both alarmed and anxious. Alarmed by the terrifying power of Lu Qing's strike, without the void ship's protection, he surely would have been completely cut down by it. Anxious because with the void ship struck away, he couldn't immediately get inside it. With no other choice, the gray-robed man had to quickly execute his movement technique, desperately heading towards it. At the same time, the remaining heart and spirit inside the void ship also desperately urged it to come closer. In this moment, he was filled with deep regret. For a long time, he had tried every way but couldn't completely refine the void ship and keep it inside his body, making the void ship in his hands usable as just an ordinary magical treasure. Otherwise, how could he be in such a sorry state today? Lu Qing saw the gray-robed man desperately approaching the silver flying boat, and his heart stirred slightly. The phantom of an ancient giant cauldron appeared behind him. Suppress. With this word, everything within a 10-mile radius was suppressed. The gray-robed man, now a stream of light, suddenly slowed down, almost moving at a turtle's pace. Sealing-type spiritual artifact. The gray-robed man felt the powerful sealing power on him, and the silver light on his body desperately flickered, trying to resolve the sealing power using old methods. But the sealing power from the leaving fire tripod was much stronger than Lu Qing's earlier 10,000 skill palm. No matter how the gray-robed man urged the silver light on his body, he couldn't shake it the slightest bit. Fortunately, the surface of the void ship had silver light flowing, constantly neutralizing that sealing power. Though its speed was still somewhat reduced, it remained able to move. The gray-robed man immediately used his heart and spirit to urge it to rapidly approach him. As long as he could enter the void ship, there was still hope for everything. The gray-robed man had already decided that after he escaped this time, he would immediately leave this small world. The boy behind him was truly terrifying. The earlier swordlight was even more dreadful than the swordlight displayed by the Heavenly Tao Alliance's top-grade Golden Core true disciple Tianyi that day. He didn't doubt for a moment that if he lingered here any longer, he might really fall completely. Thinking about the pure lotus in his hands and the newly refined magic power Golden Core that was promoted to middle grade, a strong will surged within the gray-robed man's heart. His fortune was just starting to turn around. The bright path of the immortal Tao was right in front of him. No matter what, he couldn't fall here. Under an intense survival instinct, the heart and spirit of the gray-robed man seemed to undergo some kind of transformation. The rate of operation increased greatly, making the void ship, which was already near him, speed up several more times, coming directly before him. As my heart and spirits were broken through. The gray-robed man felt great joy, about to enter the void ship. However, just as his foot was about to step onto the void ship, an invisible wave fell upon him. The gray-robed man's body became stiff, and countless illusions suddenly arose before his eyes. Is this an illusion technique? His heart only had enough time to birth this one thought before the gray-robed man's heart and spirit completely sank, unable to regain clarity. To think he managed a breakthrough in heart and spirit at the last moment indeed, one must not underestimate any golden core realm cultivator. High in the sky, Lu Qing approached the gray-robed man's side, gazing into his vacant eyes with a sense of reflection. He hadn't expected the gray-robed man to be able to ignite his potential at the brink of death and achieve a breakthrough in his mental will. He was just one step away from boarding that silver flying boat. With a casual gesture, he collected the gray-robed man, who was trapped in the mistaken divine skill, into the leaving fire tripod for suppression. After stepping into the golden core realm and achieving the perfect golden core, the power of Lu Qing's two divine skills also underwent a transformation. Not long ago, the mistaken divine skill could only trap that white-robed young man for a mere breath. But now Lu Qing's mistaken divine skill was enough to immerse a fourth transition powerhouse like the gray-robed man in endless illusions. As the world's only perfect golden core, it possessed such formidable power. After entering the golden core realm, whether in martial arts, spells, or divine skills, Lu Qing had experienced a qualitative transformation, with power increasing tremendously. In the golden core realm, probably only those profoundly powerful golden core experts could withstand the erosion of mistaken. The gray-robed man had only just entered the fourth transition stage, and his magic power golden core had barely advanced to a mid-grade golden core. Unable to withstand Lu Qing's divine power, it was only to be expected. After confining the gray-robed man into the leaving fire tripod, Lu Qing turned his gaze to the somewhat battered, ancient-looking silver flying boat nearby. He had witnessed the earlier scene, where the silver flying boat, under the suppressive power of the leaving fire tripod, did not lose much speed and could still move swiftly. Moreover, the gray-robed man had risked his life to enter the boat. There had to be something mysterious about it. Interestingly, the white-robed man, though it was his own magical treasure, seemed unable to control it as easily as a limb, which puzzled Lu Qing. With the gray-robed man now suppressed and no one piloting it, the silver flying boat hovered quietly in the air. Gazing at the silver flying boat, which bore no scars from his slash, Lu Qing activated his superpower to inspect it. However, somewhat unexpectedly, this time the superpower investigation took quite some time. A full 10 breaths passed without any information scrolls appearing. Usually, even for a spiritual artifact, it wouldn't take him much time to extract information. The power emanating from this silver flying boat wasn't particularly strong, yet it took this long without any response. Lu Qing continued to wait patiently, and only after another 20 breaths did he see a layer of purple superpower light float up from the boat. Several strands of informational scrolls emerged. Purple light? Lu Qing was perplexed yet again. Why did it take so long to investigate a purple light treasure? He immediately turned to those strands of informational scrolls. Void flying boat, exotic treasure, Dao artifact fragment. This flying boat is one of the major components of a powerful Dao artifact, made of special material. Severely damaged, it retains only the power of a middle-grade spiritual device. A Dao artifact contains an entire Taoist law within, thus qualifying as a Dao artifact. This flying boat possesses the abilities to traverse the void and escape at extreme speeds. It contains a divine soul mark and has been mastered through refinement. Dao artifact fragment. Lu Qing was startled after reading the strands of information, especially the part about a magical treasure containing an entire Taoist law, qualifying it as a Dao artifact, which astonished him greatly. Even a spiritual artifact only contains a trace of the power of laws, yet at full deployment, its power is already immense. A powerful spiritual artifact, when fully harnessed, is said to be capable of incinerating mountains and boiling seas. If spiritual artifacts are already so formidable, how terrifying must a Dao artifact with an entire Taoist law be? Lu Qing could not imagine such a scene. It seems on the path of magical treasures, the level above spiritual artifacts is that of Dao artifacts. Lu Qing speculated vaguely based on the extracted information. Young master. At this moment, Yan's figure also appeared beside Lu Qing. Looking at the void flying boat, a shocked expression appeared in its eyes. This flying boat gave it an extremely unusual feeling. It couldn't articulate why, but it could sense a tremor from deep within its instincts. Young master, this flying boat. Whatever it is, let's discuss it when we get back. Lu Qing interrupted Yan's words, storing the void flying boat into his Kainkun bag. Yes, Yan obediently followed Lu Qing's command and returned to the leaving fire tripod. It truly realized Lu Qing's formidable power during this battle. The gray-robed man had clearly entered the early stage of the golden core realm, yet before Lu Qing, he had almost no ability to fight back. From beginning to end, he was completely overpowered by Lu Qing, without offering any significant resistance before being thoroughly suppressed. If Lu Qing hadn't held back, the gray-robed man would likely have been killed by a single slash. Bear in mind, Lu Qing had only just entered the Golden Core realm, and he could already easily defeat Golden Core early-stage powerhouses. After some more cultivation to fully stabilize his foundation, he would probably grow even stronger. Who knows how formidable he would become then? And Yan was aware that Lu Qing hadn't even used many of his trump cards earlier. For instance, the physical body divine power he had employed during his battle with the white-robed youth. In summary, Yan knew it was time to assume its rightful position. Lu Qing didn't notice the change in Yan's attitude. He transformed into a stream of light and in a few breaths returned to Jialai village, landing at the entrance of the half-mountain small courtyard. Young Master Lu, Lin Zhurui and the others had already arrived at the half-mountain small courtyard. Seeing Lu Qing return, they all came forward to greet him, unconsciously showing reverence in their demeanor. There was no helping it, the power Lu Qing had displayed earlier was simply too overwhelming, especially the terrifying scene of him shattering several mountain peaks with a single slash. Anyone who witnessed it couldn't help but be in awe. "Master, is everyone in the village all right?" Lu Qing asked immediately. "No worries, you deliberately controlled the aura of your power, preventing it from spreading here, and with the array's protection, everyone in the village is safe," the elder doctor replied with a smile. "That's good." Lu Qing felt reassured. "Young Master Lu, did you have a breakthrough in your realm?" At this point, Wei Shanhai hesitated for a moment but eventually asked cautiously. Aside from the elder doctor, the others also fixed their eyes intently on Lu Qing. "Yes, I only made the breakthrough a few days ago. Because I needed to consolidate my realm, I didn't have the chance to inform everyone, causing you all to worry." Lu Qing nodded. Indeed, he had a breakthrough. Although everyone had already come to the conclusion based on the power Lu Qing had displayed earlier, hearing it from Lu Qing himself, they couldn't help but feel shocked. A while back, Lu Qing mentioned he had an epiphany and went into seclusion. Everyone was wondering when he would emerge. Little did they know, quietly, Lu Qing had already broken through. He simply chose to keep it hidden. Lin Zhurui suddenly realized, no wonder a few days ago, I vaguely sensed the presence of a heavenly tribulation deep in the 10,000 great mountains. It must have been you crossing the tribulation, young Master Lu. Earlier, he had thought it was some treasure emerging from the secret realm, and in his apprehension, he dared not venture to investigate further. Yes, the power of the heavenly tribulation is immense and could easily affect others, so I found a remote and secluded place in the deep mountains to cross it, Lu Qing did not deny. Lu Qing sat in the quiet room. Outside were the playful sounds of little Yan and little Lei. He listened for a while, then smiled and closed his eyes, allowing his heart and spirit to enter the leaving fire tripod. "Young master." Upon seeing Lu Qing enter, Yan greeted him respectfully. Lu Qing sensed the change in Yan's attitude. However, he did not correct it, only nodding and then looking toward the central position of the spiritual artifact space. There, a figure was trapped in a spatial cage, eyes vacant, face occasionally showing signs of pain, as if experiencing something terrifying. "Young master, the gray-robed man has not woken up since being confined here. Moreover, I used most of my power to form the spatial cage he cannot escape." When Yan said this, he was also secretly amazed. He could naturally see that the gray-robed man was caught in an illusion, but he couldn't understand how could such an illusion be so terrifying. To make a golden core, early-stage expert remained trapped and unable to wake up. From where did young master learn such an illusion technique? The display of the mistaken divine skills was silent and imperceptible. Lu Qing had never shown this trump card, and previously only used it twice in combat with the white-robed youth, each broken in a very short time. Thus, Yan did not know that Lu Qing, apart from physical body divine power, also mastered a divine soul divine ability. Not bad. Lu Qing praised. With a wave of his hand, a divine soul wave released, dispersing the power entangled at the gray-robed man's forehead acupoint. After a while, a gleam appeared in the gray-robed man's eyes as he slowly regained consciousness. Upon waking and realizing his situation, he panicked, intending to break free. But suddenly his gaze caught sight of the two figures in front of him and his body stiffened. The mana contained within his golden core abruptly ceased, not daring to move further. "You are perceptive," Lu Qing smiled faintly. "Otherwise, I would let you wake in the illusion realm for a few more days." Upon hearing these words, the gray-robed man's body involuntarily shivered. He recalled everything he experienced in the illusion realm, fear flashing in his eyes. That illusion realm was too terrifying. No matter how he exploded his heart and spirit will, he couldn't break through, only to sink deeper, unable to extricate himself. If the time had been prolonged, he feared he would be completely assimilated by the illusion, his divine soul consciousness wiped out, never to be reborn. Senior's cultivation is profound. Divine skills are formidable. Junior truly admires and submits. Senior, please be frank. How do you plan to deal with Junior so I can be mentally prepared? At this time, the gray-robed man had already understood. He must be inside a spiritual artifact space, and the Lu Qing before him was just a manifestation of divine soul power. As for the man beside him with horns, he must be the artifact spirit of this spiritual artifact. With people in control, he was merely meat on the chopping block, so the gray-robed man instead became calm. Senior, Lu Qing shook his head at his words. As for your fate, I won't decide now. Sparing your life is only to ask you a few questions. Your honest answers would be good, but if dishonest, I'll only invest more effort to interrogate you in the illusion realm. It's just uncertain how long you can withstand my illusion technique. The gray-robed man's eye twitched, realizing he had no choice. He had already personally experienced how terrifying Lu Qing's illusion was. That feeling of being in hell, he really didn't want to go through it again. Immediately, he sighed. What does Senior wish to know? Junior will answer truthfully. Seeing his surrender, Lu Qing smiled. Then first introduce yourself, where you and your brothers come from, how you arrived in this world of ours, and your purpose. The gray-robed man paused, noting Lu Qing mentioned our world. Could it be this mysterious figure before him was a native of this world, unlike him, an external visitor? Thoughts raced in the gray-robed man's mind, yet he showed a bitter smile. If I say our arrival was accidental, does Senior believe it? Oh. Lu Qing raised an eyebrow. Go ahead and explain. We brothers come from a very distant, large world. That day we visited a secret realm, but encountered the sect's hostile forces there. Thus, under the pursuit of Heavenly Tao Alliance disciples, we unwittingly activated an ancient transmission array. Somehow, we arrived at the outer perimeter of Senior's world. This place is too far from our homeworld. Using just Golden Core Realm's speed, even spending dozens or hundreds of years, it's difficult to cross the vast cosmic distances to reach another world. We brothers had no way back to the sect, forced to explore this world. Hoping to find a cross-domain transmission array to return home. Senior, my brothers did not intentionally intrude upon your world. If we knew it was your territory, we wouldn't dare offend in the slightest. The gray-robed man recounted the process of him and his brother arriving in this small world in detail. Of course, some things inevitably were concealed, like hiding the existence of the pure lotus and blaming all conflict on the Heavenly Tao Alliance disciples. He also deliberately omitted the role of the Void Ship, attributing their arrival solely to the ancient transmission array. In the end, he feigned pity, trying to garner Lu Qing's sympathy. After listening, Lu Qing's expression did not change. It was unclear whether he believed the gray-robed man's words. On the contrary, Yan beside him showed signs of shock. Though they had previously guessed the gray-robed man's brother might be external visitors, hearing the admission firsthand was still shocking. Especially from the gray-robed man's words, there were countless worlds outside like stars. The world they were from was vast and boundless, far larger than here, and this world was just a small world on the desolate edge. Great world, small world, immortal domain. Listening to these terms, Yan felt a surge of insight, realizing previous ignorance. So you did not intentionally come here? Lu Qing asked. I dare not deceive you, Senior. We arrived involuntarily. I can swear by my divine soul. The gray-robed man responded immediately. An oath upon the divine soul is unnecessary. Lu Qing smiled slightly. He could naturally discern that the words of the gray-robed man were half-truths. However, he didn't care, as long as he could confirm that the other party wasn't aware of this world's impending revival and had come only to invade. With a casual flick, a fluctuation fell upon the gray-robed man, invading his forehead acupoint. Let me verify if your words are truthful. Wait. Feeling that familiar, terrifying fluctuation, the gray-robed man was greatly alarmed and shouted hastily. However, before he could finish shouting, illusions already surrounded him, and in the next moment he was once again plunged into the boundless illusion realm. More than 10 breaths later, Lu Qing withdrew the divine power and the gray-robed man slowly regained consciousness. But this time his eyes appeared much more exhausted. When he looked at Lu Qing, his eyes were filled with fear. It seems, sir, that you didn't entirely speak the truth just now. Lu Qing looked at the gray-robed man blandly. So what exactly is the pure lotus? The gray-robed man was greatly alarmed. Having his deepest secret exposed made him unable to remain calm. With a move of his heart and spirit, he attempted to communicate with the storage artifact on his body, intending to destroy it. But just as his heart and spirit moved, he was taken aback. Because he found that his storage bag had long since disappeared. He suddenly looked up, only to see Lu Qing with a half-smile on his face. Are you looking for this? In Lu Qing's hand appeared a delicate little bag with mysterious patterns on its surface. The gray-robed man stared intently. Wasn't this his storage bag? Instantly, a look of desolation appeared on his face. He understood that his final bargaining chip in negotiations was gone. Trapped within the space cage, his divine soul power was also sealed, unable to escape this prison, let alone destroy the storage bag. I admire the elder's meticulousness. The gray-robed man said dejectedly, just a bit cautious, that's all, not meticulous. Lu Qing smiled slightly. The storage bag hung so obviously at the other party's waist, how could he not take notice? However, there was a restriction on the storage bag, and he couldn't open it for the moment. Elder is curious about what the pure lotus is, isn't it? I dare to propose a trade. If Elder swears to spare me this time, not only will I offer the pure lotus with both hands, but I will also reveal the method of its use. What does the Elder think? The gray-robed man cautiously proposed. Bargaining with me. Lu Qing glanced at the gray-robed man. Judging by your expression just now, if I'm not mistaken, the so-called pure lotus should be inside this storage bag, right? Since that's the case with the item already in my possession, why should I negotiate with you? The pure lotus is indeed in the storage bag, but it's inside a treasure box, not afraid to tell the Elder that treasure box has a restriction set by me. If I die, the divine soul mark within will disappear and the treasure box will self-destruct. The pure lotus inside will also be utterly destroyed. The Elder doesn't know much about the pure lotus, right? It's a supreme spiritual medicine. It can enhance a person's comprehension, increase cultivation, and refine the golden core. Even a primordial spirit great power would go crazy for such a supreme precious medicine. The Elder wouldn't want such a precious medicine to be destroyed, right? The gray-robed man tightly stared at Lu Qing, uttering each word with emphasis. Are you threatening me? Lu Qing's gaze became sharp. In that case, go ahead and die. As soon as he finished speaking, a wisp of blue spiritual fire emerged from the gray-robed man's space cage, then swelled fiercely. The next moment, the entire space cage was filled with spiritual fire. With Lu Qing's current strength, the spiritual fire unleashed from the leaving fire tripod was terrifyingly powerful. It was something the severely injured gray-robed man couldn't possibly resist. Almost instantly, his physical body began to melt. Even when using the protective silver light within him, it was to no avail, merely delaying the melting speed of the physical body for a short time. Elder, spare my life. Elder, spare my life. Terror filled the gray-robed man's eyes. He never imagined that even after revealing all the pure lotus's value, Lu Qing would show no hesitation and act without reservation. Does he really have no fear that the pure lotus might be lost forever? Feeling the continuous melting of his physical body and the terrifying power of the spiritual fire, his protective magic and magical treasure couldn't defend against it at all. Under the intense threat of death, the gray-robed man could no longer care about the face of the golden core realm and begged Lu Qing desperately. But Lu Qing remained completely unmoved, merely keeping a cold, hard face. Molding a spell silently, the power of the spiritual fire in the space cage doubled once more. The originally blue flames gradually lightened in color, almost turning transparent. With this change, the speed at which the gray-robed man's physical body melted accelerated once more. This spiritual fire not only refined the physical body, but also scorched the divine soul. Under boundless pain, he could no longer even utter pleas for mercy. In endless fear and agony, he could only watch helplessly as his physical body, along with his divine soul, was rapidly burned away. Moreover, under the suppression of the powerful spatial force, even his attempt to self-destruct his magic power golden core was impossible. In just over 10 breaths, he was reduced to a pool of molten flesh, continually shrinking. At this point, the gray-robed man finally realized he was beyond salvation. In despair, he let out a piercing divine soul scream. "Ah, demon, you won't die a good death. Just wait, my sect will avenge me." After that, there was no sound. When Lu Qing dispersed the spiritual fire, only a few dim treasure light clusters and a golden bead the size of an infant's fist remained in the space cage. As for the white-robed man's physical body, it had long been thoroughly refined away, vanishing without a trace. "Young master, I thought you would forgive his life," Yan said to Lu Qing in some surprise. After all, the gray-robed man's words had moved even him. If that pure lotus was as precious as he claimed, trading it for his life didn't seem entirely unacceptable. Unexpectedly, Lu Qing didn't care at all and executed him without hesitation. This person's mind is cunning and deceitful. If he were allowed to live, I'm afraid it would lead to significant trouble later. A mere spiritual medicine is not worth the risk, Lu Qing said calmly. The gray-robed man had a background. If he were released, who knows what plots and schemes he might concoct upon returning to his sect someday. Although confident, Lu Qing didn't believe he could manage an immortal sect from a larger world. After speaking, Lu Qing's heart and spirit permeated the storage bag in his hand. He discovered that the divine soul mark within had vanished, rendering the storage bag an unclaimed object. It indicated that the gray-robed man had indeed completely perished. With a thought, Lu Qing easily refined the restriction within the storage bag, imprinting his own divine soul mark to claim it. Then his heart and spirit probed into the storage bag. Soon, he raised a brow, extracting a jade box from the storage bag. Employing his superpower to scrutinize it, a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. He directly opened the jade box, and seeing the crystal-like spiritual medicine inside and the rich spiritual energy it emanated, a smile surfaced on his face. It seems, even in the golden core realm, one can speak any number of lies to save their life. Young master, what is this? Yan asked as he saw the crystal-like lotus in Lu Qing's treasure box. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the pure lotus. Lu Qing replied, this is the pure lotus. So that gray-robed man was just trying to scare us. Yan immediately realized, it seems so now. Lu Qing closed the treasure box. Yan, after a while he said, luckily, young master, your vision is sharp. You saw through his scheme instantly, or else we might have been fooled by him. I wasn't sure if he was telling the truth or not, I just don't like being threatened. Lu Qing stored the treasure box in his storage bag and continued to examine the contents within. The gray-robed man's storage bag was clearly remarkable. Its space wasn't any smaller than his junior's storage thumb ring, and the treasures inside were even more plentiful than that of the young man in the white robe. There were several times more spirit stones than in the space ring alone, along with many other spiritual medicines and elixirs. As Lu Qing was investigating, he suddenly felt a sensation, and a spirit stone appeared in his hand. The spirit stone appeared crystal clear and was shrouded in mist. When sensed with heart and spirit, the spiritual charm contained within was so immense that even Lu Qing was moved. So this is a superior grade spirit stone. The spiritual charm is indeed much purer compared to a middle grade spirit stone. Lu Qing held the superior grade spirit stone up, a look of joy on his face. The spirit stones in the gray-robed man's storage bag were several times more numerous than those of the young man in the white robe, and there were also 5 superior grade spirit stones. One could say that Lu Qing had suddenly become rich, possessing spirit stones comparable to the collection of an immortal sect from the ancient immortal cultivation era. Yan, elder, I need to go out for a bit. I'll leave this place to you. Lu Qing gathered the magical treasures and the magic power golden core left behind by the gray-robed man and prepared to leave. Just then, a figure suddenly whooshed over to him, circling around while wagging its tail in a fawning manner. 5 elements, you want to go out. Lu Qing looked at the winged snake with some speechlessness. Its current demeanor had none of the cold dignity of a snake. The winged snake immediately bobbed its head up and down like a chicken pecking at rice. There was nothing in this spiritual artifact space, and it was so boring that it was stifling. Lu Qing thought for a moment. The winged snake had already been enslaved by his divine soul and was completely obedient to him. Even if he took it outside, it wouldn't cause any trouble. So he nodded, taking you out is fine, but you have to promise me not to cause any trouble. The winged snake nodded its head rapidly again. All right then, you can come with me. Lu Qing smiled, then vanished, his divine soul returning to his physical body. With a thought, he released the storage bag and the winged snake from the leaving fire tripod. As soon as the winged snake emerged, it started rubbing against Lu Qing affectionately, acting just like a lackey. Lu Qing was about to speak, but in the next moment, a shadow darted in from outside, sending out several streaks of cold light toward the winged snake. The cold light was incredibly fast. The winged snake couldn't dodge in time and was struck directly. The winged snake shivered violently and opened its mouth to retaliate. Lu Qing quickly grabbed the winged snake's head and shouted to the attacker, little Li, wait, it's not an enemy." Little Li stopped, its claws exposed and glinting with cold light, glaring at Lu Qing with big eyes. "Ah Qing, what is this thing?" Just now outside, it was playing chess with little Yan when it suddenly felt a very annoying presence in Lu Qing's room. It rushed in and saw a bizarre snake with wings, immediately slashing at it. Surprisingly, the snake was extremely tough, taking its strike without being cut through. It's called 5 Elements, a spiritual beast I subdued in the secret realm, and it will be responsible for protecting the village in the future, Lu Qing said with a smile. Protect the village, can it? Little Li sensed for a moment and noticed that the winged snake indeed carried a hint of Lu Qing's aura. But for some reason, seeing the smelly snake nuzzling up to Lu Qing made it angry, and it found this snake very annoying. The winged snake sensed little Li's divine soul fluctuation and immediately straightened its body, pressing its chest forward, looking very proud. At the same time, one wing's tip pointed at its waist, giving little Li a mocking glance. Little Li's sharp claw had slashed there, but now upon inspection, there wasn't even a scratch on the scales, not a single mark to show. Smelly snake. Seeing the smelly snake dare to mock it, little Li's fur bristled, and a strand of spatial power began to swirl around it. Seeing this, Lu Qing instantly felt a headache. He didn't expect that these two creatures would act like enemies the moment they met. He quickly patted little Li's head to prevent its outburst. "All right, little Li, don't make a fuss." Then he scolded the winged snake, 5 Elements, you two. Don't provoke little Li, and in the future, when I'm not around, you have to listen to little Li. The winged snake, which had been showing off, froze and stared blankly at Lu Qing. Upon hearing this, little Li immediately became happy and jumped onto Lu Qing's shoulder. With its front paws crossed over its chest, it looked down proudly at the winged snake. "Did you hear that, smelly snake? From now on, you have to listen to me. If I tell you to go east, you can't go west. If I tell you to sit down, you mustn't stand up." Looking at little Li's arrogant demeanor, the winged snake wanted to refuse, but under Lu Qing's calm gaze, it reluctantly nodded. Seeing the winged snake conceding, Lu Qing patted little Li's head. All right, don't be mad. Also, don't be too harsh on 5 elements in general. It's quite powerful and can help you a lot. Seeing little Li squint its eyes contentedly, Lu Qing took out a golden fruit the size of an egg. By the way, I got a lot of things this time. This spirit fruit is for you. Once refined, it should significantly boost your cultivation. As soon as little Li saw the fruit, its eyes widened. It could sense that the golden fruit contained immense energy and had a powerful allure for it. Little Li immediately stretched out its 2 front paws to hold the fruit, its eyes crinkling with a smile, not forgetting to cast a triumphant glance at the winged snake. The winged snake sensed the energy contained in the golden fruit and was equally stunned. Then it looked at Lu Qing with longing eyes, its meaning clear without words. Sadly, Lu Qing completely pretended not to notice. This golden spirit fruit was taken from the gray-robed man's storage bag. According to the information explored by Superpower, it had great benefits for spiritual beasts and other living creatures, capable of purifying bloodlines and increasing cultivation. There was only one spirit fruit, so he naturally gave it to little Lei. The 5-colored winged snake, although an enslaved spiritual beast to him, couldn't compare to the companionship and battles shared with little Lei through thick and thin. Finally, I've deduced the framework for the first 3 transitions of the Golden Core realm. This deduction process was much more challenging than I had anticipated. Inside the Jade Cave, Lu Qing opened his eyes, a tinge of admiration in his gaze. It had been a month since he had vanquished the man in the gray robe. Throughout this month, Lu Qing had accomplished quite a few things. For instance, he reconfigured the array in the village and taught little Yan the water element cultivation method that he had obtained from the young man in the white robe. He also selected 2 suitable magical treasures to refine for his master, among other things, but most of his time was spent on creating the cultivation method that suited him best. Originally, Lu Qing thought that with the help of Superpower, self-creating a technique shouldn't take too long. In reality, he realized he was overly optimistic. Self-creating a cultivation technique was far more difficult than he had imagined, even with the assistance of Superpower and having the Taoist chapter and numerous techniques as references. He still spent a month to deduce the framework of the first 3 transitions of the Golden Core method suited to himself. Furthermore, except for the first transition, which was fully deduced, the remaining 2 transitions were only frameworks. The details still required him to slowly deduce and supplement them in the days to come. However, at least they've been deduced. What name should I give this cultivation technique? Lu Qing rubbed his chin, contemplating. As this technique would be his main cultivation method in the future, he wanted a more resounding name. However, after pondering for a while, Lu Qing still couldn't come up with a good name. Finally, he could only compromise with a sigh. So be it, from now on, this technique shall be called the Perfect Golden Core Skill. This name fits well with the characteristics of his golden core. After naming the cultivation technique, Lu Qing prepared to begin cultivating. No matter how well the technique was deduced, its effectiveness could only be gauged after actual cultivation. Deciding on action, Lu Qing immediately concentrated, calming his emotions, and began meditating to cultivate according to his deduced, perfect golden core skill. Since he personally deduced the technique, each detail had been pondered and refined countless times. Thus, even though it was his first official cultivation attempt, Lu Qing was familiar with the process and quickly entered the state. As the mental method operated, the rich spiritual energy in the cave began to pulsate and was incessantly absorbed into his body. Soon, a small circulation concluded, and Lu Qing felt a slight but hardly noticeable enhancement in his mana. It's effective. Lu Qing's spirit revived, and he immediately continued cultivating. With each cycle of the small circulations, the spiritual energy in the cave was absorbed in large quantities by Lu Qing. The array within the entire Jade Cave also began to operate, constantly gathering outside spiritual energy for replenishment. With a large supply of spiritual energy, as Lu Qing cultivated, his magic power golden core within his Dantian Qi Si also gradually strengthened. However, after an hour, Lu Qing furrowed his brow and opened his eyes. He realized the spiritual energy in the cave had significantly thinned. The rate at which the array of the Jade Cave gathered spiritual energy couldn't keep pace with his cultivation requirements. Sensing the sluggish recovery of spiritual energy within the cave, a lustrous and smooth stone suddenly appeared in Lu Qing's hand. It was a low-grade spirit stone. He had no choice according to his deduced, perfect golden core skill. Every 36 small circulations completed 1 grand circulation of cultivation, and 1 grand circulation represented a complete first transition operation of the cultivation technique. Currently, he hadn't even completed a single grand circulation, and the spiritual energy in the cave was already insufficient, forcing him to use spirit stones for cultivation. With a spirit stone in hand, Lu Qing immediately used heart and spirit to communicate with the spiritual charm within. The next moment, vast spiritual charm surged out and was swiftly absorbed by Lu Qing. No wonder it was considered a strategic resource treasure by immortal sects during the ancient times of cultivation era. Even a low-grade spirit stone contained immensely abundant spiritual charm. Furthermore, its purity level far exceeded ordinary spiritual energy. With the aid of spirit stones, Lu Qing's small circulation speed also accelerated. After cycling through several rounds of small circulations, finally, upon completing the 36th small circulation, Lu Qing felt his body tremble, and the magic power golden core within him also vibrated, slowly rotating like a millstone. When the rotation ceased, he clearly sensed his magic power golden core's might was slightly enhanced. Feeling these changes, Lu Qing showed a joyful expression. The enhancement of his magic power golden core indicated that the first transition of the golden core method he deduced was completely correct. However, following the joy, Lu Qing frowned again. He sensed the low-grade spirit stone in his hand and found that about 1/5 of the spiritual charm within it had been consumed. In just one grand circulation, 1/5 of the spiritual charm in a low-grade spirit stone was consumed. This did not include the significant amount of spiritual energy accumulated in the Jade Cave beforehand. To fully master the first transition, how many spirit stones would it take? Of course, besides spirit stones, elixirs could also enhance cultivation. Among the storage magical treasures left by the gray-robed man siblings, there were some elixirs that boosted cultivation. After making calculations, Lu Qing's expression turned for the worse. The perfect golden core he had formed was powerful indeed, but cultivating it was going to consume an alarming amount of resources. He initially thought that with the resources left by the gray-robed man siblings, he wouldn't lack cultivation resources for a long time, but now it seemed he had been too optimistic. The perfect golden core within him was a gold-devouring beast. After thinking for a while without finding a good solution, Lu Qing temporarily set the issue aside. He knew this was unavoidable. The perfect golden core's level was too high, its power too strong. Such a formidable golden core would naturally require immense resources to enhance its power. Each transition of his golden core would likely require an ocean's worth of resources. It seems I'll have to travel to other places frequently in the future. According to Yan Sr., spirit stones usually form where spiritual charm gathers under immense pressure. If he could find 1 or 2 spirit stone mines, perhaps it could resolve the issue of cultivation resources. Yan once said that during the ancient immortal cultivation era, any emergence of a spirit stone mine could incite large-scale conflict. Spirit stones are strategic resources that no sect can afford to ignore. Even for primordial spirit great powers, the more spirit stones, the better. They can never have enough. Thus, any unclaimed spirit stone mine's appearance is bound to cause fierce competition and bloodshed. However, Lu Qing currently doesn't need to worry about such matters. With his strength now, he believes no one in the realm can snatch from his grasp. But settling some old scores now is an option that's already available. A cold glint suddenly emerged in Lu Qing's eyes. Suspended Mountain. Lu Qing's eyes glistened with a hint of coldness. He had never forgotten the sect that repeatedly sent assassins after him. Previously, Suspended Mountain had retreated into the secret realm, rendering him momentarily helpless. But now he felt that the time had come to settle this score. As for the reason, besides having stepped into the golden core, with a thought, a small, palm-sized, slightly battered, ancient-looking silver boat appeared in Lu Qing's hand. Staring at the silver boat in his hand, Lu Qing's face revealed a peculiar expression. Over the past month, he had already sorted through all the magical treasures left behind by the gray-robed brothers. Though those treasures were good, few could catch his eye. The most intriguing to Lu Qing, naturally, was the silver boat known as the Void Flying Boat. After all, the superpower's investigation had indicated it was an Dao artifact fragment, and even damaged, its power still rivaled a middle-grade spiritual device's exotic treasure. So not long after acquiring the silver flying boat, Lu Qing refined it. It was after refining it and conducting a series of tests that Lu Qing discovered the extraordinary characteristics of this exotic treasure. Its material was exceedingly special, indestructible. Even with his current cultivation, he couldn't damage it in the slightest despite exerting his full power. No wonder the gray-robed youth had desperately wanted to escape into the boat. If he had managed to escape into the flying boat, Lu Qing might not have been able to suppress him. Moreover, the flying boat's material seemed unable to integrate into the physical body. Even after Lu Qing refined and controlled it, he couldn't incorporate it within himself, temporarily storing it in a space treasure. Even his superpower couldn't immediately identify the material constituting the flying boat. It remained unknown if his cultivation improvement would eventually change that. Aside from being indestructible and having astonishing defensive power, the silver flying boat's remaining functions were few, only 2. One was speed, an incredibly fast flying speed. The flying speed of the silver boat was exceedingly astonishing, and the golden flying boat Lu Qing snatched from that old monk at Suspended Mountain paled in comparison, not even a tenth of its speed. Moreover, this wasn't even the silver flying boat's limitates the limit of this small world. When Lu Qing first refined the silver flying boat, he tested its flying speed. Originally, he wanted to test the speed limit of the silver flying boat. But when he continuously pushed the speed of the boat, he received a warning from the heavenly Tao laws. If the speed continued to climb, it would exceed the limits this world could bear. At that point, he would be directly expelled from this world. That's when Lu Qing realized that a world's speed indeed has a limit. However, pushing the silver flying boat to the world's limit speed required a massive expenditure of mana. Even with Lu Qing's perfect golden core, he couldn't sustain it for long. Aside from the speed, the silver flying boat possessed a more formidable ability. That is traversing the void. This ability allows space jumping, covering thousands of miles in an instant. Further, it pierces through space, bypassing restrictions and spatial barriers freely. And this void-traversing ability is Lu Qing's confidence in settling the score with Suspended Mountain. Suspended Mountain, I want to see if your greatest reliance, the secret realm you depend on for survival, can indeed obstruct my void-flying boat. Lu Qing gazed westward. His sight seemed to pierce through space. A moment later, a stream of light flew from the mountain, speeding westward. In West State, deep within the Lingshan mountain range, thunder rolled as a vortex of gray tribulation clouds hung high above, powerful heavenly might pervading all directions. There was indeed a mighty figure crossing the tribulation here. Outside the range of the heavenly tribulation aura, several figures anxiously watched the front. These were a few old monks in worn monastic robes. If Lu Qing were here, he could easily spot that among them was the red-faced old monk who had narrowly escaped him before. Elder Kaizin, do you think Elder Jin Zhang will successfully cross the tribulation this time? Feeling the terrifying aura of the heavenly tribulation emanating from the front, one old monk couldn't help but ask. There should be no problem. Yesterday, the abbot successfully crossed the tribulation. Elder Jin Zhang has his experience shared, plus he observed yesterday's tribulation. This tribulation shouldn't be difficult to pass. The red-faced old monk slowly spoke. His aura was calm and long-lasting, seemingly having fully recovered from the severe injuries caused by Lu Qing's shocking strike with the leaving fire tripod. Upon hearing the words of the red-faced old monk, the other monks visibly relaxed a little. One of the monks chuckled and said, Elder Kaizin, once Elder Jin Zhang crosses the tribulation and achieves the golden core, it will be your turn next. Among us, you are the one with the deepest accumulation now. The other monks nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Since sustaining severe injuries last time, Elder Kaizin was expected to take years to recover his primordial qi, but later, the abbot used the temple's treasure to heal him. Unexpectedly, not only did Elder Kaizin's wounds heal, but he also comprehended the principle of breaking only to rebuild, advancing further in his cultivation, with an even deeper accumulation. I'm not in a hurry. I'd rather brew for a while longer before considering the tribulation. The red-faced old monk shook his head, indicating he didn't want to rush into crossing the tribulation. He had only just recovered from his injuries, and it wasn't suitable to hastily break through tribulation. Moreover, this time he used the opportunity of his serious injury to understand the principles of breaking only to rebuild, life and death, decay and flourishing, and absorb the treasure of the temple. It is a time of deep foundation and solid grounding. Once he has fully absorbed and consolidated what he gained, transforming them into his own foundation. Crossing the tribulation then, not only will he have more confidence to pass through the heavenly tribulation. It wouldn't be impossible to trigger a red or even a golden tribulation cloud. The red-faced old monk looked at the gray tribulation cloud in the sky ahead, a trace of an indescribable expression in his eyes. According to ancient texts, the tribulation clouds of the golden core tribulation vary in color, and their power is qualitatively different. Similarly, tribulation clouds of different colors often indicate the potential of the tribulation crosser after achieving the golden core. Gold is the highest, red second, and gray the third. Yesterday, when the abbot crossed the tribulation, the cloud was a pale red. After achieving the golden core, his aura became incredibly powerful, almost without a period of weakness. Having witnessed this, the red-faced old monk naturally developed ambitions of his own, unwilling to merely cross a gray cloud tribulation. Once Elder Jin Zhang successfully crosses the tribulation, Suspended Mountain will have 2 golden core realm cultivators. By then, even the other 3 great secret lands should respect us. There would be no need to fear the 2 mysterious golden core realm individuals that appeared in Central State. At this moment, another monk spoke. Speaking of which, what is the origin of those 2 mysterious powerhouses who suddenly emerged? Could they really be, as the abbot calculated, outsiders from beyond the heavens? A monk pondered aloud. Regardless of their origins, they certainly aren't good-natured. As soon as they appeared, they wiped out several sects in Central State and seized several newly emerged secret realms. It's clear they intend to claim all of the world's resources for themselves. These two are indeed our top adversaries in our unification of the innate world. Indeed, those two mysterious powerhouses haven't appeared for over a month. They must have retreated to consolidate and digest the resources they plundered from those secret realms. When they appear again, they will undoubtedly be even stronger, and we mustn't underestimate them. No worries, if they do not retreat for seclusion, the abbot wouldn't have had the chance to come out to cross the tribulation. Ultimately, they are only two people, whereas we in Suspended Mountain have many. As long as we all succeed in crossing the tribulation, we need not fear them any longer. And there's one more person not to be forgot. Compared to others, that is the person Suspended Mountain must kill. The red-faced old monk suddenly said, with a tone full of hatred, that ghost-faced mysterious person, even if we have to search the ends of the earth, we must find him and execute him by dismemberment. Indeed, there's also that ghost-faced mysterious person. Without executing him by severe punishment, we cannot console the spirits of the many disciples of Suspended Mountain. Once the abbot stabilizes his realm, we will immediately ask him to conduct a deduction. I refuse to believe that with the abbot's golden core realm cultivation and the power of a spiritual artifact, we cannot calculate the ghost-faced mysterious person's hiding place. The other monks echoed. Their voices were equally cold. The ghost-faced mysterious person had killed many disciples of Suspended Mountain on that day, many of whom were their students and descendants. Such deep-seated hatred cannot go unavenged. Rumble. Just as the monks were discussing how to find the ghost-faced mysterious person, the tribulation cloud vortex ahead, after striking the final tribulation thunder, began to slowly dissipate. All the monks immediately showed a joyful expression. Elder Jin Zhang's aura remains. He successfully crossed the heavenly tribulation and is about to achieve the golden core. As the tribulation cloud vortex completely dissipated, the old monk with a red face and others all rushed forward using their movement techniques. When they arrived directly below the spot where the tribulation cloud had been, they saw that the area within a mile's radius was already in complete disarray. Scorched trees were everywhere, many of which were still burning. It was imaginable what kind of devastating tribulation thunder this place had just endured. And in this mess, a tattered figure was sitting cross-legged. The figure was solemn, with a golden light emerging on its body. Although the vestment robe on the body was tattered, the golden light that emanated from it carried a certain majesty, making people dare not look directly at it. The old monk with a red face and others, seeing this, did not dare to disturb Elder Jin Zhang and promptly scattered and formed a formation to protect him. Before long, they saw Elder Jin Zhang's body tremble, and the golden light on his body became a few shades brighter. An aura of perfect harmony emerged from him, successfully condensed a golden core. The old monk with a red face and others showed joy on their faces. Elder Jin Zhang slowly opened his eyes, with a golden light shining in them, appearing very majestic and inviolable. Congratulations to Elder Jin Zhang for overcoming the tribulation, condensing the golden core relics, and having hopes for longevity. The old monk with a red face and others congratulated in unison. Elder Jin Zhang retracted the golden light on his body, got up, and bowed to the old monk with a red face and others in gratitude. Haha, Elder Jin Zhang, indeed your foundation is the deepest. After the abbot, you are the second to achieve the realm of golden core relics. An old monk laughed heartily. I was just a bit anxious, nothing more. The foundations of you elders are no less than mine. I believe you will also soon succeed in crossing the tribulation and condense golden core relics. Elder Jin Zhang smiled humbly. Elder Jin Zhang, now that you have achieved the golden core, plus the abbot, our Suspended Mountain has two in the golden core realm. Now, I wonder who would dare to insult our Suspended Mountain again. Another old monk said excitedly. Elder Kumu mentioned, was it that ghost-faced mysterious person not long ago? Hearing this, Elder Jin Zhang's expression also became solemn. Don't worry, that evil demon relies merely on the advantage of a spiritual artifact. His strength is just so-so. If he dares to come again, I will ensure he has no return. Even if he doesn't come, once I stabilize my realm, I'll go out to search for his traces. Our Suspended Mountain has so many disciples, how could they die in vain? Thinking of the disciples who tragically died at the hands of that ghost-faced mysterious person, Elder Jin Zhang's heart ached, because his two most proud disciples also fell at the hands of that evil demon. So he had long decided that one day he would personally kill that evil demon. Just as a group of old monks from the Suspended Mountain were pondering how to find that evil demon, suddenly a faint voice came from above them. Is that so? Now that I'm here, what can you do? Who? Elder Jin Zhang and the old monk with a red face were shocked and quickly looked up at the sky. Then they saw a figure standing against the light in midair, wearing a black robe, standing on a golden small boat with a ghost face mask looking down coldly at them. It's you, evil demon. Upon seeing the figure clearly in the sky, all the monks widened their eyes sharply. Some even nearly burst their eyes open from staring. The appearance of Lu Qing was a tremendous shock to their hearts. What shocked them even more was that Lu Qing had sneaked up above them and they hadn't known a thing. If this evil demon had attacked just now, wouldn't they have been completely unprepared? The stealth technique of this evil demon was truly frightening, but after the initial shock, excitement followed. Just now they were wondering how to find the evil demon and avenge the dead disciples. Unexpectedly, in a blink of an eye, the evil demon had proactively come to them. Evil demon, you still dare to show yourself. The old monk with a red face showed excitement and immediately summoned a Vajrapestal magical treasure, ready to invoke it. The other monks also promptly summoned their magical treasures, intending to attack Lu Qing. This evil demon is indeed formidable and possesses a spiritual artifact, but they have Elder Jinzhong now, a newly advanced great cultivator in the Golden Core realm. Together, they could certainly kill this evil demon on the spot, leaving no escape. Elder Jinzhong was similarly taken aback by Lu Qing's sudden appearance. With his spiritual sense at the Golden Core realm, he had not been able to detect Lu Qing's arrival in advance. But when he thought about the spiritual artifact the other had, he felt relieved. The power of a spiritual artifact has infinite uses, with the ability to hide one's aura and shield one from karma. This evil demon must have used the power of the spiritual artifact to conceal his aura, thereby escaping his detection and appearing here. With this thought, Elder Jinzhong suppressed his shock and coldly looked at Lu Qing. Truly, the path to heaven is wide open, but you barge into hell. Evil demon, do you really believe that controlling a spiritual artifact allows you to act wantonly? Today, I'll take your spiritual artifact and send you to the 18 layers of hell with boundless Buddha Dharma. Repent to the souls of the many disciples of my suspended mountain who tragically died by your hand. Finished speaking, a golden light emerged from Elder Jinzhong's body, releasing a powerful aura that suppressed the surrounding area like a sweeping gale, causing trees within miles to tremble. Elder Jinzhong. The other monks, sensing Elder Jinzhong's formidable aura, were invigorated. The old monk with a red face was especially reassured. The aura that Elder Jinzhong released was stronger than when the evil demon invoked the spiritual artifact that day. This time, the evil demon is surely doomed. However, facing the monk's fervor below, Lu Qing in the sky showed no change in expression at all, only continued to gaze at them coldly, as if watching a bunch of clowns. This gaze directly provoked the monks below. Elder Jinzhong's anger burst forth, acting all mysterious. Even the sky above the suspended mountain is no place for an evil demon like you. Get down here. Before the words were finished, the golden light on his body transformed into a Buddha palm dozens of meters in size, and it roared toward the sky, intending to knock Lu Qing down. At the same time, the old monk with a red face and others, who had long formed a formation, activated their Buddha treasures. The Vajrapestal, golden bowl, precepts blade, Zen stick, etc., all emitted golden light and followed the Buddha palm to attack Lu Qing. For a moment, the entire sky was dazzling with golden light, with all the Buddha treasures, led by Elder Jinzhong's Buddha palm, attacking Lu Qing like a massive golden dragon. The overwhelming power caused the heaven and earth laws around to tremble. Compared to this, Lu Qing's figure was like a moth before an avalanche, appearing insignificant. Yet facing such a terrifying attack, Lu Qing's eyes still showed indifference without a ripple. Ignorance. Then he formed a hand seal, striking out a palm. Accompanying Lu Qing's palm, the heaven and earth laws around instantly became agitated. The spiritual energy within 10 miles boiled like boiling water, rapidly gathering. In the blink of an eye, a magic giant palm, several miles in size and shimmering with 5-colored luster, was formed, in the incredulous eyes of all the monks. The magic giant palm shimmering with multicolored glass light had just formed, and its might swept across the surroundings. Even just the aura leaking out caused the golden giant dragon, formed by the collective efforts of the monks from suspended mountain, to flicker like a candle in the wind, its golden light wavering and about to extinguish. Even the originally rapid ascending speed suddenly plummeted. It was as if they had suddenly fallen into a quagmire, struggling just to crawl. What is this? The monks below suspended mountain gazed at the colossal multicolored glass palm that covered the sky, feeling the terrifying pressure like a landslide or tsunami. All of them were in a daze, full of disbelief. Even Elder Jinzhong, a strong figure in the Golden Core realm, was flabbergasted, almost unable to believe his own eyes. There was no choice. The magic giant palm Lu Qing had conjured was simply too horrifying. Just looking at it was enough to instill fear in one's heart. Not to mention the boundless might it emitted, which left everyone feeling suffocated and unable to breathe. Using his own 5 elements mana as a guide, Lu Qing mobilized the heaven and earth laws to form the 5 elements 10,000 skill palm. Without any hesitation, he directly imprinted it downwards. Boom! The magic palm moved, earth-shattering. It was like a mountain collapsing, or more like the sky falling. The magic giant palm, several miles wide, exuding a strong aura, descended. The terrifying might was indescribable. The air currents in the high sky suddenly raged, forming whirlwinds. At the edges of the magic palm, layers of white mist exploded continuously. This is bad. Stimulated by the intense aura of death, Elder Jinzhong finally snapped back to his senses. He roared fiercely, "Quick, use all your strength. If we can't block this move, we will all die." The other monks also snapped back to reality. Without needing Elder Jinzhong to say, they knew the seriousness of the situation. They each spewed a mouthful of essence blood onto the formation they had formed, circulating their spiritual power recklessly. The consequences of such an overloaded activation of mana were naturally severe. All the monks' faces turned pale, and some even bled from their 7 orifices, looking quite horrifying. But no one cared about any of this now. They didn't even have time to think about why that evil demon could unleash such a terrifying attack. All they knew was that if they didn't fight desperately now, they might not have the chance to fight desperately in the future. Therefore, no matter how serious the consequences, all the monks were still desperately circulating their spiritual power, squeezing out every ounce of strength. With such powerful assistance, the golden giant dragon in the sky seemed as if it had suddenly taken a huge tonic. Not only did it regain its golden light, but its might was even stronger. It raised its head and let out a dragon's roar, accelerating towards the descending magic giant palm. "We must block it." All the monks, with unwavering belief, watched the golden giant dragon closely. The red-faced monk, operating his spiritual power to the limit, even felt his realm subtly loosening. He instantly understood that under the terrifying pressure brought by the evil demon, his potential was further forced out. After this battle, he would surely overcome the heavenly tribulation and achieve the golden core. Though it seems long to say, in fact, from the moment Lu Qing drove the 5 elements 10,000 skill palm downwards to the eruptive efforts of the monks, overwhelming their spiritual power, everything happened in just a breath's time. Thus, under the hopeful gazes of the monks from Suspended Mountain, they gave their all, manifesting the golden giant dragon together. Finally, it met the colorful, glass-like magic giant palm. However, Buzz the magic giant palm merely trembled lightly, and the golden giant dragon's light was extinguished in an instant, disintegrating entirely. Not only was the golden Buddha palm shattered, but those Buddha treasures and magic artifacts also suffered heavy damage instantly, their light dimming and scattering in all directions. As for the magic giant palm itself, it didn't show any damage, and it couldn't even be slowed down in its descent. The scene was akin to an insect vainly challenging a sky-supporting giant being swatted away effortlessly. Puff, the monks of Suspended Mountain, connected in spirit, spat blood collectively and fell to the ground when the golden giant dragon was swatted away, and the Buddha treasures and magic artifacts were severely damaged. Then, filled with endless fear, they watched as the magic giant palm descended like the sky collapsing. Rumble. The giant palm descended, imprinting on the site where the monks of Suspended Mountain were located. Instantly, the earth shook and the mountains swayed. Not only was the peak where the monks stood flattened directly, but the powerful, boundless force erupted, causing waves to ripple within a 10-mile radius. Countless plants, rocks, and mountains were uplifted and fell back down. The scene was simply like the arrival of doomsday. After a while, when everything calmed down, Lu Qing withdrew the magic giant palm. What was left below on the ground was the peak where the monks of Suspended Mountain once stood, along with several nearby peaks, all flattened directly. Leaving only a giant handprint on the ground, the 5 fingers were distinct and clearly discernible. As for those monks of Suspended Mountain, their aura had long dispersed, and their corpses were nowhere to be found. Seeing the power of this palm, Lu Qing nodded with some satisfaction. In the past month, besides deducing the perfect golden core skill, during his spare time, he would also comprehend the secret Taoist techniques he obtained from the gray-robed man's brothers. Among them, the 10,000 skill palm of the white-robed youth was a Taoist technique he quite liked, so he studied it more earnestly. Finally, after some comprehension, he successfully combined the 10,000 skill palm with his mana nature, creating the 10,000 skill palm infused with the power of 5 elements law. Lu Qing named it the 5 elements 10,000 skill palm. Because it contained the power of the 5 elements, the might of the 5 elements 10,000 skill palm was much more powerful than an ordinary 10,000 skill palm. However, this time was still the first time Lu Qing fully executed this Taoist technique. The result was naturally very satisfactory to him. The might of the 5 elements 10,000 skill palm was a bit stronger than he imagined. It was no weaker than his saber technique and could be used as a trump card. If on the day he fought the gray-robed man, he had used the 5 elements 10,000 skill palm, the opponent would have had no chance to struggle afterward. Just this move would have been enough to completely subdue and kill him, with no possibility of escape. Looking at the giant handprint below, Lu Qing extended his hand, and dim golden lights gathered from all directions, falling into his palm. These were the Buddha treasures and magic artifacts that the monks had activated previously. Though Lu Qing couldn't use these items, they still had some use as refining materials. After collecting all the Buddha treasures and magic artifacts into the universe bag, Lu Qing cast a meaningful glance downwards, then turned into a stream of light and directly left. After the stream of light that Lu Qing transformed into disappeared into the horizon, after a long while, suddenly, from the center of the giant handprint, a figure emerged from the soil. Looking at his appearance, who else could it be but Elder Jin Zhang? Who exactly is that evil demon? At this moment, Elder Jin Zhang looked truly miserable. His face was as pale as paper, and there weren't many bones left unbroken in his body. His entire body was covered in blood mixed with dirt. There was no trace of his previous Golden Core Realm achievement, exuberant demeanor at all. Looking in the direction where Lu Qing disappeared, the fear in Elder Jin Zhang's eyes had not yet dissipated. It was too strong. The power of that magic giant palm just now was absolutely terrifying. It was as though the sky was collapsing, smashing everything in its path with supreme power. Thinking back, Elder Jin Zhang couldn't help but tremble. He really couldn't imagine, when the world had just recently recovered, why such a terrifying figure would appear. Could it be that this evil demon is also an outsider? If so, why do they have such a deep feud with our suspended mountain, wanting to annihilate us? Elder Jin Zhang couldn't figure out the answer, but he knew that he must immediately report this to the abbot. Unfortunately, before crossing the tribulation, he had entrusted all of his belongings, including the communication jade token, to Elder Kaizin. Now, the bodies of Elder Kaizin and others were buried who knows how deep underground and couldn't be found. Thinking of Elder Kaizin and others, a flash of sorrow appeared in Elder Jin Zhang's eyes. The evil technique of that demon was too horrifying. Under such vast power, there was no possibility for Elder Kaizin and the others to survive. Even he himself, if not for achieving the Golden Core Realm and at the last moment, self-exploding his lifebound golden bell for protection and using the fake death secret technique to fool the demon's perception, he would have probably perished as well. He reluctantly mobilized a bit of mana, absorbing spiritual energy to heal himself. This time his injuries were truly severe, and he had to heal quickly to recover. Otherwise, let alone opening the secret realm, even his realm might directly fall back. Moreover, he must hurry with Elder Kaizin and the others dead and the soul lamp extinguished. Chaos must already be reigning in the temple. If he doesn't hurry back, the consequences would be unimaginable. With a strong sense of urgency, Elder Jin Zhang's heart and spirit were unprecedentedly focused, continuously absorbing the surrounding nature's spiritual energy to heal himself. The recovery ability at the Golden Core Realm was naturally extremely formidable. After healing for an hour, Elder Jin Zhang felt that his internal injuries had improved considerably. The magic power Golden Core that was nearly collapsing was stabilized once more, enabling him to use some mana. Feeling that he could barely move, Elder Jin Zhang dared not delay. He immediately activated his mana, lifting his body into the air, flying in a certain direction. Eventually, he stopped at a giant natural gate formed between two merging peaks. This giant gate was filled with an ancient and mysterious atmosphere, with spiritual energy faintly converging towards it. Elder Jin Zhang hovered in front of the gate, forming complex magic seals with his hands while also urging the mana within himself, resonating with the space inside the gate. As the magic seals were continuously formed soon, ripples of space began to appear in the center of the gate. Gradually, a spatial vortex began to manifest and stabilize. When the spatial vortex completely stabilized, Elder Jin Zhang wiped the sweat off his face. Already severely injured, he had managed to open the secret realm's gate by himself, consuming more than half of the recently recovered mana. However, he had finally succeeded in opening it. Elder Jin Zhang exhaled and was about to dive into the spatial vortex, but just as he moved, his body froze as a powerful suppressive force appeared on him, rendering him completely immobile. So this is the so-called suspended mountain secret land's entrance. It's not that well hidden after all. A voice echoed from behind, causing Elder Jin Zhang's eyes to widen in shock, for he could clearly tell it was the voice of that evil demon. Then Elder Jin Zhang felt a hand land on his head, and a power so strong it defied description invaded his body, splitting into two paths. His Dan Tian Chi Si, along with the magic power Golden Core and Forehead Acupoint, were completely sealed, leaving Elder Jin Zhang unable to use even his divine soul power. Then a figure appeared beside him, and Elder Jin Zhang, unable to move, could only look through his periphery, realizing who else could it be but the demon. Seeing the disbelief in Elder Jin Zhang's eyes, Lu Qing smiled. "Old monk, did you really think I hadn't noticed you feigning death and hiding under the rocks? Only to find the entrance to your suspended mountain secret realm did I let you live for a while longer." Elder Jin Zhang's eyes widened once more, filled with terror. He suddenly understood Lu Qing's purpose. Seeing the terror in Elder Jin Zhang's eyes, Lu Qing nodded. "Yes, you guessed right. I'm going to completely obliterate your suspended mountain and erase it from this world." Finishing, he ignored the furious gaze of Elder Jin Zhang, gripping his head looking towards the secret realm's entrance. Using superpower to check, seeing no display of danger, Lu Qing no longer hesitated, dragging Elder Jin Zhang in with a step. Space shifted and the scene transformed. When the light returned to Lu Qing's eyes, his divine soul sensing was immediately deployed. He then discovered himself standing on a massive platform paved with jade stones. Beneath his feet was a complex teleportation array pattern, with clouds rolling in layers ahead, close enough to touch. Below lay a vast expanse of land. He now found himself atop a massive, majestic mountain floating in the air. Could it be that the name Suspended Mountain derives from this? Understanding his surroundings, a strange thought suddenly arose in Lu Qing's mind. Golden Bell Supreme Elder WH, what's happened to you? At this moment, a stammering voice came from the side. Lu Qing turned to see two middle-aged monks, fearfully looking at him and the Elder Jin Zhang he was carrying. Sadly, their question was destined not to be answered. Elder Jin Zhang's Qi Si Dan Tian and forehead acupoint, and even all his meridians, were sealed by Lu Qing. Now he couldn't even speak, let alone perform divine soul transmission. He couldn't give any warning to the two Suspended Mountain disciples, and could only show anxious eyes, signaling to the two. The two middle-aged monks could not grasp the meaning behind Elder Jin Zhang's eyes, but they could clearly see that Elder Jin Zhang had obviously been restrained by someone. Moreover, seeing the distinctive ghost face mask on Lu Qing's face, the two immediately understood. This man holding Elder Jin Zhang must be the notorious ghost face demon who's been the subject of gossip throughout the temple recently. Recalling the earlier commotion in the temple and someone shouting about the Supreme Elder's soul lamp being extinguished, the two middle-aged monks instantly realized what had happened. Enemy invasion. The ghost face demon, who recently had forced Suspended Mountain to cower within the secret realm, not daring to venture out, had now infiltrated their stronghold. One of the middle-aged monks quickly reacted, using his movement technique to rush towards a massive ancient bell hanging nearby. Chi blood erupted, and he smashed his fist onto the bell hammer. Bong! The next moment, a massive bell sound reverberated, spreading throughout the entire Suspended Mountain secret realm in no time. And Elder Jin Zhang, watching this unfold, closed his eyes in despair. The gigantic bell toll resounded throughout the entire secret realm. The Suspended Mountain, which had been thrown into chaos due to the extinguishing of the Supreme Elder's soul lamps. Upon hearing the toll, everybody froze, because they realized the direction of the bell was from the entrance of the secret realm. This indicated that the massive warning bell at the entrance had been struck, and only one situation could cause the bell to be struck: an external invasion. Only when a formidable enemy, hard to fend off, invades the secret realm would that bell possibly be struck. It signaled the entire Suspended Mountain secret realm to enter the highest alert level. However, it should be known that the bell hadn't been struck for countless years. Most monks within the secret realm had only heard of the bell's legend, but had never heard it ring. After all, with the foundation and strength of Suspended Mountain, who in the world could pose a threat, let alone invade the secret realm? Legend has it, the last toll was over 2,000 years ago when the four great secret places erupted into conflict. Even when that ghost-faced demon with the mask slaughtered so many disciples in the temple, forcing Suspended Mountain to retreat within the secret realm, unable to venture out. Despite such humiliation, the temple did not ring the bell. Now, what kind of emergency could compel the temple to ring the bell? For a moment, almost all monks of Suspended Mountain were both shocked and bewildered, unclear on what had happened. However, someone quickly recovered their senses and rushed toward the platform at the secret realm entrance. Tower Master, what happened at Suspended Mountain? In a corner underground of Suspended Mountain, within the hamlet of Wujian Building, Elder Yu asked in horror. He did not know the meaning of the bell, yet somehow felt a strong unease in his heart. Unclear. The Wujian Building Master had a layer of black light in his eyes, staring intently at the heavens, yet his spell wasn't advanced enough to pierce through the cloud cover of the Suspended Mountain's array to see what was happening above. Yet similarly, his heart was trembling. Suspended Mountain exuded a chaotic aura that left his heart and spirit troubled. Even though his cultivation lately had seen a breakthrough, he still couldn't fly, unable to investigate the situation above. Demon, release the Supreme Elder. Otherwise, when the powerful figures of Suspended Mountain arrive, I will ensure you die without a burial place. The middle-aged monk, upon successfully ringing the warning bell, felt assured and shouted at Lu Qing. However, Lu Qing merely glanced at him, and the middle-aged monk seemed to suffer a severe blow. He spat out fresh blood, flew backward, collided with the large bell, and after a loud clang he blacked out and fell lifelessly to the ground. Brother Mingyi, the remaining middle-aged monk, exclaimed loudly upon seeing this. However, his senior brother was destined not to respond. Facing Lu Qing's golden core might, having only innate realm cultivation, his survival was impossible. The living middle-aged monk, sensing his senior brother's dissipating presence, realized that his senior brother had indeed perished. He looked at Lu Qing in horror, falling back down to the ground, stammering, "Demon, demon." Lu Qing did not continue his assault because he sensed a large number of auras rapidly approaching. Soon, a figure landed on the platform. "Brother Minghui, what demon? Why was the warning bell struck? Brother Mingye, what happened to him?" That figure asked immediately, but quickly he saw the lifeless body of the middle-aged monk beside the massive bell and cried out in shock. Then several more figures appeared beside him. "Brother Minghui, what happened? Brother disciple Mingye." All the monks upon arrival first noticed the fallen Mingye on the ground. However, Minghui seemed to ignore their words, not responding, but still looking in terror at Lu Qing ahead. The others, following his gaze, also saw Lu Qing not far away. Upon seeing the mask on Lu Qing's face and the person he held, everyone was again shocked. Ghost-faced demon, Golden Bell Supreme Elder. Lu Qing's expression didn't change. He only looked at the monks continuously gathering and sighed a bit. From what he sensed, these approaching monks of Suspended Mountain most had unusual cultivation. Just among the innate realm, there were nearly 100, and not a few of Foundation Establishment realm. Indeed, this was the depth of heritage from a power passed down from the ancient immortal cultivation era. However, despite the monks of Suspended Mountain gathering continuously, and even after seeing him, they began to form an array against him, Lu Qing still made no move. He looked up toward the mountaintop of Suspended Mountain. There, he could feel a rather powerful aura concealing itself. Presumably, it was the host whom the red-faced old monks mentioned before, who had passed the Golden Core tribulation. Yet the other concealed his aura and remained inactive, intending not to expose himself so soon, aiming to observe his condition further. Lu Qing smiled slightly, looking at the numerous monks who had already formed formations, regarding him as a formidable enemy. He abruptly spoke, "Old monk, you're hiding there like a turtle, not daring to show yourself. Don't you worry, I'll annihilate all these pupils of yours in Suspended Mountain." The aura on the mountaintop remained silent. Instead, around him, some monks couldn't help but shout, "Demon, cease your arrogance. Release Golden Bell Supreme Elder immediately, or face certain death." "Are you talking about this old monk?" Lu Qing lifted Elder Jinzhong in his hand, allowing all monks to see clearly. Seeing the Supreme Elder, usually a symbol of mystery and power in the temple, being held by the head like this, all monks of Suspended Mountain wore expressions of both indignation and dread. Elder Jinzhong, being a Supreme Elder, enjoyed so high a status in the temple. Now, being held like a fallen dog, displayed shamelessly before all disciples, the humiliation in his heart was imaginable. If not for all his strength being sealed, unable to exert any, he would have already chosen to self-detonate his golden core, perishing together with Lu Qing. "Release the Supreme Elder," a monk shouted again, yet no one dared to take action first. "Old monk, since you're unwilling to show yourself, I'll extinguish all your pupils first, cutting off the roots of Suspended Mountain, and then I'll play with you." Lu Qing saw no sign of the mountaintop aura revealing itself, shook his head. Then he applied a slight force, crushing Elder Jin Zhang's head in his hand. Bang! With a slight exertion, Lu Qing crushed Elder Jin Zhang's head, a dignified Golden Core realm cultivator, known to have reached the pinnacle of power in the present world. Yet just like that, was effortlessly crushed to death by Lu Qing. Without even a hint of resistance, his form and spirit were both extinguished, and his life force dissipated. This scene directly stunned all the monks of the Suspended Mountain. They hadn't expected, under such an assembly of masters encircling him with an array, this evil demon would still be so audacious and reckless, to dare to crush Elder Jinzhong's head right in front of them. "Supreme Elder," many monks cried out in anguish. Even atop the mountain, the aura that Lu Qing had been carefully monitoring subtly fluctuated. It seemed unexpected that Lu Qing was so decisive. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly crushed a Golden Core realm cultivator to death. A Foundation Establishment realm monk, eyes reddened, clearly filled with utmost grief. With a loud shout, he sacrificed a yellow bead magical treasure. Accompanied by his shout, all the surrounding monks of Suspended Mountain, equally filled with anger and grief, immediately surged their chi blood spiritual power, then connected via the array, converging on the Foundation Establishment realm monk. The power gathered by over 108 and Foundation Establishment cultivators is terrifying. Their might so powerful that even the space within the secret realm slightly trembled. That Foundation Establishment monk located at the array eye, receiving this mighty power boost, immediately flushed red, and the bead magical treasure in front of him emitted a dazzling light, its power skyrocketing. Transforming into a massive sphere, it pressed towards Lu Qing. Even before the magical treasure reached him, Lu Qing felt his body sink, a very heavy force pressing upon him. Earth Element Magic Treasure, Earth Vein Magnetic Force. Lu Qing's gaze slightly condensed. So many Suspended Mountain monks jointly activating the array power was already not weaker than an ordinary Golden Core Realm Third Transition expert. Had it been another Golden Core Realm cultivator here, even one as strong as the white-robed youth that day, they would likely struggle to gain any advantage, as expected of a power with tens of thousands of years of heritage. Lu Qing mentally expressed such admiration once more. However, they want to use Earth Vein magnetic force against him. A thought stirred, the Earth Spirit pearl in his forehead acupoint slightly shook, and a flash of yellow light on his body instantly dissipated the weight upon him. Then, before the many suspended mountain monks could react, he grabbed, and the surging Earth Vein magnetic force spread out, instantly covering the entire jade platform. Following this, Lu Qing raised his hand. All the suspended mountain monks found in terror that a mighty binding power weighed upon them. Their bodies uncontrollably floated upward, suspending in mid-air. Old monk, since you won't show yourself, then watch as your disciples and grand disciples are torn to pieces. Lu Qing used the Earth Vein magnetic force to lift all the suspended mountain monks. He looked at the mountain top, speaking indifferently. In the next moment, his hand was about to press down. Show mercy, the presence atop the mountain could no longer sit idly by. Its aura surged, raising a powerful momentum. A silhouette swiftly flew down. Abbot, the monks suspended in the air of suspended mountain, all rejoiced upon sensing this aura. Someone even shouted loudly, "Abbot, quickly kill this demon." The supreme elder was killed by him. However, Lu Qing grinned at this moment. Now you appear too late. As soon as the words fell, his hand pressed downward. With this action, the monks suspended in the air suddenly felt their bodies become countless times heavier. While being squeezed by the powerful Earth Vein magnetic force to the point of spitting blood, their bodies also plummeted at incredible speed. Boom! The entire jade platform twisted and deformed under Lu Qing's activated Earth Vein magnetic force. The bodies of the 100+ suspended mountain monks twisted and deformed under such terrifying power. In an instant, blood flowed profusely across the massive platform. The thick scent of blood permeated, resembling hell. All suspended mountain monks, whether innate realm or foundation establishment realm, perished under Lu Qing's pressure, not one spared. Bang! A silhouette abruptly stopped mid-air, stirring bursts of air currents, looking with nearly unbelievable eyes at the hellish scene below, and Lu Qing standing in the midst of the purgatory. Old monk finally come out. Lu Qing looked up at the figure in the sky, a monk with a slightly chubby build, wearing a cassia, his face ruddy smooth like a baby's bald head. However, at this moment, the abbot of Suspended Mountain still focused his gaze on the deceased monks. His eyes filled with sorrow, knowing that Suspended Mountain was finished. This platform gathered almost all the temple's elites, and now they were exterminated by Lu Qing's single move. Even if he could kill Lu Qing, with so many disciples dead, Suspended Mountain was destined to decline. Thinking of the heritage of tens of thousands of years now destroyed at his hands, the abbot of Suspended Mountain felt an explosive rage, bloodshot eyes fixed fiercely on Lu Qing. Evil demon, what enmity does my Suspended Mountain have with you, that you pursue such total extermination? What enmity? Lu Qing casually said, indeed, your Suspended Mountain committed too many evils. To list them one by one, I'm afraid the true demons have not committed as many atrocities as you. Forgetting who your enemies are may be normal, but it doesn't matter, just consider me here today as executing justice on behalf of heaven. What a noble reason for justice. The abbot of Suspended Mountain laughed in frustration, suddenly shouted, then I shall first vanquish you, evil demon. With that said, a powerful aura emerged from him. Meanwhile, where Lu Qing stood on the mountain body, an aura surged as well, connecting to him. Instantly, the abbot's momentum surged, escalating rapidly by several times over. Lu Qing suddenly felt something was amiss, slightly ascending from the ground. Then he focused his eyes, seeing the jade platform beneath him begin to writhe. It not only absorbed the freely flowing blood underground, but even those suspended mountain disciple corpses, all devoured. Subsequently, the abbot's aura strengthening pace accelerated even more. Faint threads of black energy surfaced on him. Spiritual artifact. Feeling the rising aura from the ground, Lu Qing immediately understood. So the spiritual artifact maintaining the secret realm is integrated within this suspended mountain body. Earlier you stayed hidden, using the spiritual artifact's power to stabilize your realm. Lu Qing casually swung out a wisp of sword chi, slicing towards the abbot in midair. But as the sword chi was about to reach him, a radiance emerged on him, blocking Lu Qing's sword chi, spiritual artifact protection. Feeling the defensive strength of that radiance, Lu Qing understood that this was not something easily breached. The Suspended Mountain's spiritual artifact, although integrated within the mountain body to maintain stability of this secret realm. But this abbot, through uncountable years of refinement and communication, was evidently able to harness the spiritual artifact's power. Unless he could shake the foundations of this suspended mountain body, it would be difficult to break through the defensive power of the spiritual artifact upon his opponent. Watching the abbot's aura continually rising, black energy entwining him, occasional expressions of pain on his face, clearly employing some secret technique. Lu Qing's form flickered, transforming into a stream of light, flew away from the platform, reaching a higher altitude. With a grasp of his hand, an ancient small tripod appeared before him, quickly growing larger in the wind. Looking at the suspended mountain host, whose aura was continuously rising, Lu Qing, without hesitation, summoned the leaving fire tripod, the spiritual artifact of the suspended mountain which had suppressed this secret realm for tens of thousands of years, had long fused with it. He wanted to break it, but it wasn't that easy, so he simply used a spiritual artifact as well. Lu Qing's current cultivation was incredibly formidable. Having formed a perfect golden core, his mana was so pure that it was not inferior to even those with a fourth transition top-grade golden core realm. The leaving fire tripod was summoned, and its initially thumb-sized body grew with the wind, in the blink of an eye becoming as large as a hill. The power it exuded was even more terrifying, with signs that even the space within the secret realm could not bear it, trembling slightly. Roar. A Kai dragon emitting green flames emerged from the mouth of the cauldron, coiling around its body, its lantern-like eyes staring at the suspended mountain host below. The Yan incarnate into a Kai dragon was extremely excited. How many years had it been since it could reveal its true form again and reprise its former majestic appearance that had once shaken the world? Now, upon emerging, it was up against the suspended mountain passed down from the ancient immortal cultivation era, filling its heart with grand pride. "What is that?" Elder Yu on the ground shouted in surprise upon seeing the suddenly appearing giant cauldron. "That is a magical treasure, and an incredibly powerful one at that." The Wujian building master stared intently upward, his eyes' black glow deepening. Having used a pupil's skill, he could see the situation above much clearer than Elder Yu. "Someone is attacking Suspended Mountain. It's that ghost-face masked man." What, attacking Suspended Mountain? Elder Yu was even more horrified, unable to imagine that someone could invade the Suspended Mountain's secret realm, one of the 4 great secret places. Indeed, no wonder there was chaos up there earlier. It seems this ghost-face masked man has put immense pressure on Suspended Mountain. The Wujian building master was equally shocked, but his tone was more filled with excitement. "Perhaps this is our chance. If that ghost-face masked man and Suspended Mountain weaken each other thoroughly, maybe we can use that to escape from this secret realm." Escape the secret realm. Elder Yu's voice was filled with excitement upon hearing this. Leaving this damned place had been the dream of generations of the Wujian building lineage. If they could truly get out, it would be worth any cost. Now it depends on how much that ghost-face masked man can battle it out with Suspended Mountain. The Wujian building master unconsciously began to pray in his heart. In the village, other assassins who were disturbed by the celestial phenomenon also heard the building master's words and couldn't help but feel excited. While the Wujian building master and the others were excited, the situation above began to change, as Lu Qing summoned the leaving fire tripod and gathered its aura. The suspended mountain host also finally fully deployed his secret technique, reaching a zenith of momentum. In Lu Qing's perception, it was no weaker than that gray-robed man from the other day. "Evil demon, you have destroyed my suspended mountain's foundation of tens of thousands of years. Today I shall make you pay in blood." The suspended mountain host by now was shrouded in black energy, and his face had turned into a yin-yang face, left red, right black. The aura he exuded was ghost-like. Gone was any trace of a monk. No one would doubt if he was called a demon. Go. Facing the harsh words of the suspended mountain host, Lu Qing's eyes did not flicker in the slightest. He formed a spell and pointed downwards. Immediately a dragon roar resounded. Yan turned into a Kai dragon with a hint of excitement on its face, controlled the leaving fire tripod, carrying unbounded power, and crashed down from high above. In just a blink of an eye, it smashed onto the jade platform where the suspended mountain host was. At the last moment, a radiance also emerged from the gigantic mountain body, meeting the leaving fire tripod. Boom! This clash was truly earth-shattering. The leaving fire tripod, as large as a small mountain, crashing into the suspended giant mountain, was like a meteor hitting the earth. The massive, unrestrained energy burst forth, tearing everything around apart. Even the nearby space began to twist and deform, tearing open black cracks. Evidently, the collision of the 2 spiritual artifacts was more than the secret realm's space could bear, tearing it apart. More of those shockwave patterns spread from high above, leveling the undulating mountains below to flat ground. "Not good. Everyone get down now." The Wujian building master, who was using a secret pupil skill to observe the battle above, suddenly changed his expression and shouted. The others didn't understand what's happening, but out of trust in the building master, they instinctively lay down where they were. In less than a breath after lying down, all the Wujian building assassins felt it. An indescribable wave descended from the sky, sweeping away everything beside them like devastative floods. Some unfortunate assassins were directly shaken to vomit blood, flying out, their fate unknown. When everything calmed down, the surviving assassins of the Wujian building stood up, instantly stunned by the scene before them. Their village, their survival basis, had been leveled to the ground, turned into ruins. Numerous clan members and companions were unlucky enough to be struck by falling stones and giant logs, dying tragically on the spot. What is this? All the Wujian building assassins looked bewildered at this scene, unable to comprehend what had occurred. Building master. Elder Yu emerged from a dirt pit, shouting. However, the Wujian building master didn't respond, nor did he have time to care for the dead clansmen behind him. Instead, covered in dust, he stared intently at the sky above, eyes filled with fear as if he saw something unbelievable. Following his gaze, Elder Yu's mouth dropped open wide the next moment. The other Wujian building assassins also looked up. They too were shaken, showing expressions of extreme dread. Before their eyes, the massive floating mountain that had always hung majestically in the sky with great authority since they could remember. Now, it was missing a large chunk, directly vanishing by a third. It looked as if some terrifying beast had taken a huge bite out of it. Masses of rocks and debris fell from high above. The scene was incredibly startling. The Wujian building's assassins had never witnessed such a world-shattering change. This was beyond their imagination of power. In everyone's hearts there was only a vague thought, what on earth happened up there? Ah, evil demon, I will perish with you. While the Wujian building's assassins were in a daze, a fierce shout suddenly came from high above. The voice was incredibly sharp, like the wailing of a fierce ghost, chilling everyone who heard it. Refreshing, I haven't felt so exhilarated in a long time. High in the sky, the leaving fire tripod had already transformed to the size of a person, flying back beside Lu Qing. The Kai dragon formed by Yan still coiled around the body of the tripod. Its eyes were full of excitement. Ever since it was damaged tens of thousands of years ago, it had not experienced such an impeccably powerful release of its force in a long time. However, this old guy actually survived that. Yan looked down, somewhat amazed. The recent strike was already close to 1/10 of the power it had at its peak. One should know in its peak days, it was in the hands of a primordial spirit great power. This old monk was merely newly entered into the Golden Core realm, yet he managed to withstand and survive, which was truly rare. Lu Qing also gazed downward. At this time, the enormous jade platform had long disappeared, leaving only a massive crater in its place. And in the crater, the condition of the suspended mountain host was utterly tragic. Half of his body had vanished without a trace, with the remaining half nearly melted away by the burn. Only his head could barely maintain its integrity. If not for the exceptionally strong life energy of the Golden Core realm, he would have been annihilated and completely fallen already. Yet, even if he didn't die, the host of the suspended mountain was now gravely wounded. His magic power Golden Core was nearly shattered, and his forehead acupoint was on the verge of collapse. With such injuries, even if he could recover, his realm would surely regress, making it difficult to advance. Lying in the deep pit, looking at the unscathed Lu Qing, the host of the suspended mountain was filled with despair. He hadn't expected this evil demon to be so powerful. Even though he had used the forbidden method from the temple and had the power of a spiritual artifact to assist him, he couldn't harm the opponent at all. Seeing Lu Qing, whose aura hadn't diminished at all, the host of the suspended mountain realized that avenging the disciples of the temple with his own power was impossible. Moreover, after such an earth-shattering collision, the disciples remaining on the mountain couldn't withstand it, and they might have perished already. This means that the legacy of the suspended mountain, which has lasted for tens of thousands of years, now only has him left alive. Thinking of this, the host of the suspended mountain's eyes burst with intense venomous gazes once more. Evil demon, don't be complacent. Though my suspended mountain is gone, you won't have it easy either. I will take you with me to perish together. With that, he spat out a golden pearl from his mouth and crushed it with his hand. As he crushed the golden pearl, the entire secret realm suddenly shook. Subsequently, the giant mountain that had been floating in the air began to tremble, slowly descending. The space within the secret realm also started trembling. At the same time, Lu Qing felt an extremely dangerous aura emanating from that mountain body. Not good. This old monk wants to self-detonate the spiritual artifact and completely destroy the space of this secret realm. Yan suddenly exclaimed in shock. This secret realm lasted for tens of thousands of years, all due to that spiritual artifact maintaining the stability of the space here. Once that spiritual artifact self-detonates and space stability is destroyed, this secret realm will vanish and be obliterated. Ha ha ha, I didn't think you, little worm, had some insight. The host of the suspended mountain laughed hysterically upon hearing Yan's words. But so what if you see through it? The array keeping the secret realm's exit has already been destroyed in the previous collision. You have no way to escape, so stay here and be the burial companion for my suspended mountain. The host of the suspended mountain stared intently at Lu Qing. Harboring a resolve to die and determined to perish together, what he wanted most now was to witness the enemy's struggles and despair before death, if he could see this evil demon's despair before he died. That to him would be the best funeral melody. However, to the host of the suspended mountain's disappointment, even after hearing they would be staying as burial companions, he still couldn't see a trace of panic on that evil demon. The other party's expression had been calm from start to finish, without a ripple. Contrarily, Yan appeared somewhat anxious upon hearing this. Young master, what should we do? The obliteration of this secret realm is no small matter. By then, even a primordial spirit great power might not be able to guard against the raging spatial power. How about you hide within the leaving fire tripod later on, and we forcefully break out when the secret realm collapses? Yan anxiously transmitted through the divine soul to Lu Qing. It hadn't expected this old monk from the suspended mountain to be so crazy as to directly blow up the entire secret realm space. No need. Lu Qing casually rejected Yan's proposal. Though the leaving fire tripod is a middle-grade spiritual device and has been nurtured by him for a long time since the spiritual energy recovery, incorporating quite some outer heaven-fallen iron, it still fell short of its former peak state. If they were to break out like this, regardless of whether they could successfully make it out or not, even if they could successively exit under the crushing force of the raging spatial power, its power would likely greatly reduce, suffering severe damage once more. After much effort to restore most its power to the leaving fire tripod, how could he allow it to be damaged again? He looked at the host of the suspended mountain lying in the pit, slowly descending with the giant mountain. Lu Qing's gaze held a hint of mockery. Old monk, do you really think this mere secret realm space can trap me? What do you mean? The eyes of the host of the suspended mountain widened. Then in the next moment, he saw a small silver boat suddenly appear in Lu Qing's hand. Do you want to know what this is? Lu Qing seemed to sense the thoughts of the host of the suspended mountain, weighing the small boat in his hand. Unhurriedly explaining, this boat is called the Void Flying Boat. As its name suggests, its capability is to penetrate space and traverse the void. Naturally, even a small secret realm space cannot obstruct it. Void Flying Boat? Impossible. How can such an exotic treasure exist in the world? The host of the suspended mountain stared at the small boat in Lu Qing's hand, shouting in disbelief. Whether it's possible or not, you'll see soon, old monk. Since you want to destroy this secret realm, then I shall not accompany you. Just in time you will perish along with this filthy space. Lu Qing released a sword qi, cutting through the host of the suspended mountain, directly shattering his Dantian Qi Si, completely collapsing the barely intact magic power golden core. Already gravely injured, the host of the suspended mountain, upon sustaining further severe injury, instantly entered a dying state. If not for that last bit of reluctance that barely held his heart and spirit, his divine soul might have already dissipated. He stared intently at Lu Qing, unable to believe that the bedraggled silver little boat in Lu Qing's hand had such a magical function. But in the next moment, what he saw confirmed the truth. The silver little boat in Lu Qing's hand suddenly grew bigger, after which Lu Qing collected the leaving fire tripod and entered the flying boat. Following that, intense spatial fluctuations arose. A ripple-like spatial vortex appeared, into which the silver flying boat plunged headfirst and completely disappeared from the secret realm. Seeing this scene, how could the host of the suspended mountain not understand that what the evil demon had said was indeed true? A look of overwhelming despair appeared on his face. No. No, with the desperate shout of the suspended mountain host, the falling speed of the giant suspended mountain increased even more. Self-destruct secret realm. No. On the ground, the Wujian building master heard Lu Qing and the suspended mountain host conversation, and his expression changed dramatically. Elder Yu was equally panic-stricken. Master, what should we do? This suspended mountain is going to be destroyed. Won't we also be buried here? The Wujian building master's face was grim. What could he do? He had absolutely no solution. Looking at the giant suspended mountain still falling ahead, and the space around them beginning to oscillate and distort, the Wujian building master's face showed utter despair. He knew it was over. Everything was over. The secret realm exit was destroyed, and they had no ability to break through the secret realm, so it was predestined that they would be buried together with the suspended mountain in this secret realm. The ancestors once agreed to be a blade for the suspended mountain to survive. For 1,000 years, they have secretly done countless evil deeds for the suspended mountain. Is it retribution now? We are to be completely annihilated with the monks of the suspended mountain in this secret realm. The Wujian building master watched as the giant suspended mountain began to crash into the ground. An extremely powerful impact force spread in all directions, rushing towards them. Suddenly, a thought arose in his mind. The next moment, he was swept away by the impact force and completely lost consciousness. In West State, at the Lingshan mountain range, near the enormous gate formed by two intersecting peaks, a space ripple suddenly appeared mid-air, followed closely by a somewhat shabby, ancient silver flying boat emerging from it. Lu Qing flew out of the void flying boat and stored it away. So young master, you still have this trick up your sleeve. This silver flying boat can actually traverse voids and pierce through secret realm spaces. No wonder that gray-robed man was desperate to get into this flying boat at the time. Yan appeared beside Lu Qing, full of amazement. Previously, when Lu Qing refined the void flying boat, he did not reveal its capabilities, so even Yan did not know that this silver flying boat could traverse voids. This void traversal is not omnipotent to traverse accurately. You must have prior knowledge of the space coordinates, Lu Qing said. So, young master, you deliberately kept that golden bell monk alive to let him open the secret realm entrance himself, Yan suddenly realized. The suspended mountain secret realm is hidden within space layers and is not easy to locate. Directly using the void boat to traverse can easily fall into space turbulence, Lu Qing nodded. The main reason is that his current realm is still unable to fully comprehend the space Dao, making it impossible to locate the secret realm, where the suspended mountain is within many space layers. Entering directly from the secret realm entrance is the most reliable method. As for once inside, it becomes much simpler. He had already left his spirit mark outside, which allowed him to easily locate the external space and break out from within. While chatting with the artifact spirit, suddenly, not far from the gate, a space fluctuation was sensed. The destructive aura made them feel an inexplicable horror. Fortunately, the fluctuation did not ultimately spread out and gradually subsided. It seems that the suspended mountain secret realm is truly destroyed, Yan said with some emotion. That suspended mountain old monk was indeed ruthless. A secret realm that had been passed down for tens of thousands of years was destroyed just like that. Moreover, it was even more poignant that, in this way, the legacy of top sects from ancient cultivation times left in this world was also severed. Lu Qing remained silent. From the moment Suspended Mountain wanted to indoctrinate his master, it was destined that only one between them and this force could survive. If he hadn't grown fast enough, he believed that, given Suspended Mountain's tyrannical behavior, everything related to him would have already met a tragic end. Young master, did you feel, while within the secret realm, that aside from those monk donkeys of Suspended Mountain, there seemed to be other people living there? Yan suddenly asked. There were indeed other people living inside, judging by their aura. It should be the Wujian building clan. After entering the Golden Core realm, Lu Qing's divine soul power underwent a qualitative transformation. The range he could sense increased again. Though the Suspended Mountain secret realm was large, he could at least sense nearly half of its area. Naturally, he had already discovered the people on the ground and identified their identities from the aura they released. Originally, he planned to deal with that group of trash after eliminating the Suspended Mountain. Unexpectedly, the host of the Suspended Mountain self-destructed the secret realm, saving him some effort without having to do it himself. Alright, since the Suspended Mountain has been resolved successfully, let's head back. Lu Qing was in a good mood. Though there were some twists on this journey overall, it was quite smooth. The only regret was that the host of Suspended Mountain was too crazy, and seeing he couldn't kill him, directly self-destructed the secret realm, leaving him without the opportunity to seize treasures, causing the tens of thousands of years of Suspended Mountain's accumulation to be completely obliterated within the realm. But this was no serious harm. Despite Suspended Mountain's legacy for tens of thousands of years, during these tens of thousands of years, the world was in a period of spiritual energy depletion. Thinking about it, the collection of Suspended Mountain, no matter how great, would still be limited in spiritual objects. It's not considered a significant loss to him. After comforting himself a bit, Lu Qing then summoned the golden small boat and transformed into a stream of light, flying toward Kang State. Behind him, the gate formed by the convergence of the two peaks still stood, seemingly unchanged. No one knew that one of the four great secret places, Suspended Mountain, which had quietly manipulated and controlled the world's situation for tens of thousands of years, had been completely annihilated without a trace. Even the lair was utterly obliterated, reverting into space turbulence. After entering the Golden Core realm, activating the golden small boat naturally increased his speed significantly. Within less than half a day, he returned from West State to Kang State. However, just as he passed over a county town, sweeping his divine soul power downward, he raised an eyebrow. He stopped, stored the golden small boat, and descended. Soon, Lu Qing landed at the corner of a street in the town. The people throughout the street behaved as if they didn't notice his descent from the sky, showing no reaction at all. Given Lu Qing's current realm and cultivation, hiding his presence before a crowd of mortals was naturally effortless. By simply using divine soul power to distort the surrounding light, he could easily cloak his figure, rendering himself invisible to everyone. This trick was inspired by the invisibility talent he observed from Little Li in the past. Removing the ghost face mask on his face, retracting the distorted light around him, Lu Qing walked out from the corner. As soon as he left the street, he heard a somewhat sharp voice. "Fourth brother, is this the county town you govern? It's rather shabby, isn't it?" Lu Qing looked towards the direction of the voice. He saw several figures standing by the window of a restaurant not far away, looking down at the street below. Among them were two people Lu Qing recognized. They were Manager Wei and the county lord Yan Kanghai. As for the person who had just spoken, it was a young man, about 20 years old, dressed in luxurious attire, whose face bore some resemblance to Yan Kanghai. Behind him stood several imposing guards, exuding the essence of the innate. Hearing the young man's words, Yan Kanghai's face did not look too pleasant. "Seventh brother, what is your real purpose for coming here? You can tell me now, surely it's not just to see me make a fool of myself. Why aren't we brothers after all? Can a younger brother visit his elder brother?" The young man in luxurious clothing said with a smile. "Brothers." Yan Kanghai finally couldn't hold back, sneering. "Wasn't it a ploy set up by you brothers that led me to be banished here by Father King?" "You really can't put it that way, fourth brother." The young man in luxurious clothing did not get angry and continued smiling. "At the time, we merely mentioned that secret in passing, and it was you who couldn't help but go inquire with Father King, thus violating his taboo. How can you blame us for setting up a trap to harm you? If it weren't for your excessive curiosity, how would you have been banished here by Father King?" Yan Kanghai was taken aback and found himself speechless. Because he knew that, if he were to reflect on it, his own reckless actions were indeed largely to blame. After a long while, Yan Kanghai took a deep breath. "All right, I won't argue with you about this matter, but don't beat around the bush with me either. Just be honest, why have you come here this time? And with Father King's birthday approaching, aren't you afraid of losing favor by venturing out now?" Yan Kanghai said. "It seems, fourth brother, you still hold a lot of resentment towards me." "Well then, let me be frank." The young man in luxurious clothing finally assumed a serious demeanor. "I came this time on the occasion of Father King's birthday. I want to prepare a special birthday gift for Father King and hope that you can assist me." Yan Kanghai was stunned, then sneered. "In this desolate area, what treasures could there possibly be? Besides, Yan Kangshan, why should I help you? If there really were a treasure, wouldn't I present it to Father King myself?" "Fourth brother, you caused a considerable stir back then. Do you think a mere birthday gift could appease Father King? I believe just seeing your name could still ignite his anger, wouldn't it?" The young man in luxurious clothing countered. Yan Kanghai fell into silence. He knew that Father King had never quite let go of his anger towards the deeds of the past. This was something that had been frequently mentioned in letters from his mother consort. She had repeatedly warned him not to return to the royal capital until Father King had completely cooled down. Even letters must be written sparingly to minimize his presence, lest one day Father King recalls and punishes him again. The young man in luxurious clothing saw his silence and continued. "Fourth brother, you should understand, without a royal decree from Father King, you cannot leave Kang County unless you renounce your royal status." Yan Kanghai remained silent. Renouncing royal status would mean giving up everything, not to mention whether the Yan family would consent. Even if they did, his mother consort would likely be affected. "So fourth brother, if you help me this time, in the future when I ascend the throne, I can revoke the royal punishment against you. You could go wherever you desire, be it returning to the royal capital or traveling the world entirely at your will. I might even grant you a fief." The young man in luxurious clothing said. "Ascend the throne." Yan Kanghai looked at the young man in luxurious clothing with a quizzical smile. "Father King is still in good health. What makes you so certain that you could ascend the throne?" Yan Kanghai was visibly taken aback. "Indeed, and let me share another piece of information with you, fourth brother. Some time ago, with the changes in heaven and earth, Heavenly Elder sensed something profound. He succeeded in breaking through barriers, advancing to a realm above innate. A realm above innate." Yan Kanghai was once again visibly shaken. "Yes, a realm above innate," said the young man in luxurious clothing. "So fourth brother, do you still think I have no chance of ascending the throne?" Yan Kanghai's expression turned hesitant and indecisive. Heavenly Elder was originally the most powerful individual in the royal family. He had a significant say over the succession of the throne, now having broken through to a realm above innate. Housekeeper Wei, on the side, was equally taken aback in his heart. Nonetheless, he did not show any expression on his face. Truth be told, although he heard such exhilarating news about the succession of the throne, yet up till now he did not know the reason why County Lord had him accompany him here. Could it be to involve the Wei family in the contest for the throne? "How do you want me to help you?" After a while, Yan Kanghai suddenly asked. The young man in luxurious clothing smiled slightly. "Well, it's quite simple. I've heard that fourth brother gets along very well with Lin Zhurui, a true disciple of Tianji Building and you are close friends. I've heard he is currently in Kang State, so I wish for you to introduce me as I have something I need his help with. You want to see Zhai Rui?" Yan Kanghai showed a very unexpected expression. He did not expect that what Yan Kangshan wanted help with would turn out to be this matter. However, he frowned and said, "Zhai Rui has always been reluctant to meet outsiders. I'm afraid it's challenging for me to do this. I know disciples of Tianji Building prefer not to engage with outsiders, but if you, fourth brother, could introduce us, I would owe you this favor. Why do you need Zhai Rui's help? Why don't you tell me first, and I'll listen to see if Zhai Rui might agree." The young man in luxurious clothing gave Yan Kanghai a deep look, but he soon relaxed his expression. "In truth, it's no major issue. Not long ago, I happened to acquire a map from some people. However, the map contains a cipher. I've searched throughout the royal capital for talents and experts, but none could decipher the meaning of the encrypted message. I've heard that disciples of Tianji Building are the most knowledgeable. They possess knowledge of the heavens above and the earth below, with incredible abilities in calculation and deduction. Hence, I want to ask Mr. Zhai Rui to help interpret the cipher on the map. What kind of map is so important to you? Yan Kanghai grew more curious. The young man in luxurious clothing had already reached this point, so there was no need to keep secrets. This map I obtained from a minor family that had gotten into trouble. The family itself is nothing special, but their ancestors once boasted a rather remarkable individual. I wonder if you, fourth brother, have ever heard of the name Li Weishan. At this point, Lu Qing finally understood. Why, when he had passed above the county town earlier, his heart and spirit suddenly felt a twinge of unease. The reason lay here. When he heard the young man in luxurious clothes mention the name Li Weishan, Lu Qing finally understood why he had suddenly felt a heart and spirit stirring moments ago. Back when he was in the Jade Cave, he obtained the inheritance Jade Scroll left by Li Weishan. It provided significant assistance at the start of his cultivation. He had indeed received Li Weishan's favor. Originally, he thought that after so long, everything concerning Li Weishan had dissipated. Unexpectedly, the other side still had a branch of relatives who continued on. Hearing the young man in luxurious clothes say that the small family had committed a wrong, Lu Qing knew that it was time to repay this cause and effect. While Lu Qing was pondering, the conversation in the tavern still continued. Li Weishan, Yan Kanghai looked a bit puzzled, clearly never having heard the name. It's normal for fourth brother to not know this person. Li Weishan was someone from 700 or 800 years ago, and back then, our Yan family hadn't even claimed kingship yet. I only discovered some of his deeds by chance, when I deliberately went to investigate this person, said the young man in luxurious clothes with a smile. Someone from 700 or 800 years ago. Yan Kanghai was enlightened, just as he thought. Even though he had left the royal capital for some years, if such a remarkable person had appeared, he shouldn't have been completely ignorant. He couldn't help but curiously ask, what is so special about this Li Weishan that makes you so concerned? Li Weishan was an unparalleled powerhouse 700 or 800 years ago. It's rumored that his cultivation back then had reached a peak realm. Once as the national guardian of Jai country, he single-handedly wielded a sword, suppressing all the innate realm experts around the neighboring countries, making them unable to raise their heads. He could be said to be one of the strongest in the world at that time. Even in Central State, few could match him, such a formidable one. Yan Kanghai's body shook immediately, but he quickly reacted. Jai country, isn't that? Precisely, it's the predecessor of our Yan country, Jai country. The young man in luxurious clothes nodded. Back then, Jai country was considered strong among the countries in our eastern border region. A large reason for this was the existence of Li Weishan. But later, after Li Weishan disappeared, Jai country declined. After barely supporting itself for over 100 years, it eventually fragmented. Most of the territory was led by our Yan family, which is how Yan country came to be. Such secrecy indeed, Yan Kanghai murmured. The map in my hand was obtained from the descendants of Li Weishan. Back then, Li Weishan's martial arts and cultivation were peak, rarely encountering rivals. But similarly, his temperament was fierce and explosive, brave and fond of fighting. While he was still the national guardian of Jai country, he had challenged all the innate realm experts from the surrounding nations. Even if they locked their doors and didn't come out, he still forced his way to challenge them. The records in the literature state that in those challenges he never lost, he was invincible. But because of this character, he offended quite a number of people. So after Li Weishan disappeared, his family naturally suffered retaliation. Even if innate realm experts couldn't directly harm ordinary people, under the instructions of many powerhouses, the Li family soon fell. Later on, they vanished from sight, never to be seen again. Initially, many thought that some innate realm experts secretly took action to completely annihilate the Li family. It was only recently that I learned the Li family wasn't exterminated back then. Rather, they actively scattered the clan members, divided into smaller groups, hid their names, and retreated to the mountains and countryside, thus continuing on. However, because of this, after several hundred years of war and change, the Li family went from a great family that flourished for a time to a small clan with only a few dozen members. Listening to the luxurious young man's account, Yan Kanghai felt an inexplicable emotion. Even the most prosperous family can't withstand the vicissitudes and ups and downs of time. But what intrigued him more was something else. Since the Li family has long hidden their identity, how did you learn of these things and obtain that map? This matter indeed came by chance. I recently took a new concubine. It turned out that on the day I took her out shopping, an insolent man collided with us. Angered, I captured the whole clan, planning to detain and execute them. Unexpectedly, that insolent man was the son of the current clan leader of the Li family. To save his life, the Li family's clan leader offered the map and explained the history of their family, trying to use this to preserve his family's lives. It said the map was left by Li Weishan in the clan before he disappeared. After hearing it, I became quite interested and wished to uncover the secrets of the map. If it indeed contains any treasure, it would be perfect to present as a birthday gift to Father King. The luxurious young man spoke pleasantly, but knowing his nature, Yan Kanghai immediately heard the hidden tricks in it. He coldly chuckled and said, "What insolent man, perhaps they were originally a couple, and seeing the beautiful woman you forcibly seized her as a concubine, didn't you?" The young man didn't deny it, and calmly said, "Having caught my eye is her blessing. Enjoying luxury and wealth is better than marrying into a small family. Once you uncover the map's secrets, how do you plan to deal with the Li family?" Yan Kanghai asked. "If the treasure within the map satisfies me, I may consider sparing their clan. But if there's nothing, then everything will proceed officially." Yan Kanghai revealed a mocking expression. He too understood his seventh brother's nature. The so-called handling public affairs impartially is still a matter of his word. "So, fourth brother, I've been so honest with you. Can you help me introduce Mr. Jai Rui?" Yan Kanghai pondered for a moment before saying, "I can mention this to Jai Rui, but I can't guarantee that he will be willing to meet you. As long as fourth brother is willing to introduce me, that's enough. It's well known that people from Tianji building love to explore the mysteries of the world. This map is likely related to the reason why Li Weishan suddenly disappeared hundreds of years ago. Regarding the final whereabouts of such a supreme figure, I believe Mr. Jai Rui would definitely be interested." The youth in elegant clothing was very confident. Yan Kanghai did not speak. However, in his heart, he did not think so. Considering his understanding of Jai Rui, if he knew the character of this seventh brother, he probably wouldn't be willing to unravel the mysteries on that map for him. Is this the housekeeper of the Wei family? At this time, the youth in elegant clothing looked towards Housekeeper Wei. Housekeeper Wei's heart stirred, thinking it was finally his turn. He slightly bowed, "I am Wei Hai, greetings to the seventh prince." Unexpectedly, the youth in elegant clothing suddenly turned his expression grim. "Housekeeper Wei, it seems the Wei family is quite aloof. I originally extended an invitation to your family head, but instead you, a mere servant, came. How is it that I, Yan Kangshan, personally extended an invitation and your family head is unwilling to come?" Before Housekeeper Wei could reply, Yan Kanghai on the side shuddered. He quickly said, "I invited Housekeeper Wei." As for the Wei family master, as a dignified innate realm expert, he has long ceased to concern himself with mundane affairs. At this time, Housekeeper Wei also said, "I ask for your understanding, seventh prince. The family head has recently gained insights in his cultivation and has been in seclusion for a long time, making him unable to attend the banquet." The youth in elegant clothing did not speak, but the displeasure on his face was evident. However, he did not speak, and a guard behind him suddenly sneered, "Humph, just a newly breakthrough innate realm, yet putting on such airs, one might think he's broken through to the realm above innate." At the same time, a faint innate pressure descended upon Housekeeper Wei, causing his body to sink, and his face turned red instantly. Yan Kanghai felt a slight discomfort as well, but in his heart he was more shocked. With only an internal organ realm level himself, he suddenly realized that the guard of seventh brother is actually an innate realm expert. A dignified innate realm expert choosing to become a guard for seventh brother. What exactly is going on? Yan Kanghai's heart became chaotic, feeling that after being away from the royal capital and staying in Kang County for several years, he could no longer comprehend the changes in the world. "All right, that's enough. Stop," the youth in elegant clothing spoke. With this sentence, the guard immediately withdrew his aura. Housekeeper Wei's body shook, almost unable to stand, cold sweat seeping from his forehead. Seeing this scene, Yan Kanghai's heart shook again. Such obedience indicated that the guard genuinely listened to Yan Kangshan. "By the way, I haven't introduced them to you, fourth brother, yet." The youth in elegant clothing seemed to have seen through Yan Kanghai's thoughts. "These guard commanders are the elite of our Yan family, specially sent by Heavenly Elder to protect me. Several guard commanders." Which implies that these guards are all innate realm experts. Yan Kanghai looked at the seemingly unremarkable guards with disbelief. His heart felt absurd. In the few years he left the royal capital, what happened in the family? Even innate realm experts can be casually dispatched as guards for a prince, and several at once. And does Heavenly Elder favor Yan Kangshan so much that he directly sent so many innate realm experts to protect him? At this moment, Yan Kanghai finally understood why the seventh brother was so confident that he would be the next to ascend the throne. Being regarded so highly by Heavenly Elder, it's probably almost certain. At once, Yan Kanghai's emotions became incredibly complex. The youth in elegant clothing saw Yan Kanghai's expression and knew the deterrent effect he desired had been achieved, showing a smile. Turning his head to Housekeeper Wei, he said faintly, "Is this Manager Wei? Go back and tell your family head that this prince is very unhappy this time. If he wants to earn this prince's forgiveness, let him bring enough sincerity to apologize to me. Otherwise, I guarantee that from now on your Wei family will have no place to stand in Yan country." Yes, seventh prince, I will inform the family head as soon as I return. Housekeeper Wei understood the wisdom of not suffering immediate losses and replied with great respect. By the way, I heard that your Wei family has a treasure that once drew even the heavenly blue sect from the northern border to compete for it. Go back and tell your family head, if he includes that treasure in the apology offering, I might forgive his rudeness this time and give him a chance to pledge loyalty to me. The young man in luxurious clothes continued. Housekeeper Wei finally understood upon hearing this. This seventh prince, from the beginning, had his sights set on their Wei family. The so-called invitation was actually just an excuse. Even if the family head really came this time, he would probably have other excuses to make the family head offer up the treasure. Understanding this, Housekeeper Wei's heart instead settled down, because he knew whose hands that treasure was in now. But he did not show it, remained respectful, and said, "Yes, I understand." At this moment, Yan Kanghai was also moved. He thought of the relationship between the Wei family and that person. Just as he was hesitating whether to remind the young man in luxurious clothes, a calm voice suddenly sounded. "No need to trouble the Wei family head. The treasure is already in my hands. Let's see if you dare to take it." Who's there?" The sudden voice shocked the young man in luxurious clothes and the others, especially the innate realm guards who were visibly shaken, because none of them sensed anyone approaching. But the next moment, something even more astonishing happened. A figure appeared in the room. And none of them saw how the person appeared. Immediately, those few innate realm guards stationed themselves in front of the young man in luxurious clothes, watching him with extreme vigilance. Young Master Lu, only Housekeeper Wei, upon seeing Lu Qing, was overjoyed and immediately called out. "Young Master Lu." Yan Kanghai was equally shocked. He did not expect that just as he thought of this person, he would appear immediately. "Who might you be?" The young man in luxurious clothes was also surprised by Lu Qing's appearance, but when he saw that the visitor was just a boy seemingly a few years younger than himself, and with several innate realm guards surrounding him, he calmed down and inquired about Lu Qing's identity. "Who I am is not important, but aren't you interested in the Wei family's treasure? It's right here. Do you dare to take it?" Lu Qing extended his hand, revealing an ancient tripod the size of a thumb in his palm. "Is this the truth?" The young man in luxurious clothes, though unclear why the Wei family's treasure was with Lu Qing, was immediately entranced upon seeing the small tripod. Although the ancient tripod in Lu Qing's palm was small, he sensed an incredibly peculiar aura emanating from it. As for those innate realm guards, it was even more unmistakable. The aura of law and meaning exuded by the spiritual artifact was so apparent to them. Immediately they realized this small tripod was an exceptionally rare treasure. "Good, very good. Are you here to offer the treasure?" Seeing the expression on Yan Kanghai's face, the young man in luxurious clothing was first stunned. However, before he had the chance to think, he heard Lu Qing say, "What, don't you dare take it? Then please go inside for a bit." Immediately, he was horrified to see that the small tripod in the boy's hand suddenly expanded, growing larger and coming at them. Soon after, his vision went black, and he knew nothing more, after collecting the young man in luxurious clothing along with the guards. Lu Qing put away the leaving fire tripod and looked at Yan Kanghai and Housekeeper Wei. By this time, both Yan Kanghai and Housekeeper Wei were already dumbfounded. Never had they seen such immortal techniques. The small tripod could instantly transform into a giant object capable of swallowing people. This kind of scene was truly shocking and terrifying. It wasn't until Lu Qing looked over that Yan Kanghai snapped back to reality. He quickly said, "Young Master Lu, that person is my seventh brother. I hope you will show mercy." Although Yan Kanghai had little affection for this so-called seventh brother, should anything happen to him here, the family would hold him accountable, and he might find it difficult to explain. Moreover, those innate realm guards were evidently costly to nurture, and their unaccounted disappearance would be a significant loss to the family. "What, this seventh brother of yours set a trap to frame you, causing your demotion to this remote county, and you still plead for his sake?" Lu Qing said coolly. Upon hearing this, Yan Kanghai realized the earlier conversation must have been overheard by Lu Qing. He smiled bitterly. "To be honest with you, young master, although I'm not fond of this seventh brother, blood is still thicker than water. I hope you can spare his life on my account. You hold no influence here with me." However, Lu Qing's words left Yan Kanghai at a standstill. "The Li Weishan you mentioned earlier, I have some connections with him. Lord County Master, if you want your seventh brother to live, it's simple. No matter whether by pigeon delivery or horseback. In any case, I give your Yan family half a month to bring Li Weishan's descendants here. Also, from now on, that 10,000 Great Mountains territory will be mine, no longer under your Yan country's control. If you can satisfy me with these two matters, I might consider sparing your seventh brother's life, having connections with Li Weishan." Hearing this, Yan Kanghai was shocked. He immediately understood that Lu Qing was actually being merciful. Otherwise, based on what Yan Kanghai said earlier, a different strong person might have killed him on the spot. However, upon hearing Lu Qing's second request, Yan Kanghai's face showed difficulty. "Young Master Lu, wanting to bring over that senior Li Weishan's descendants here is feasible. Wanting that 10,000 Great Mountains territory, I'm afraid I won't be able to justify it to the family, and the royal family likely won't agree either. Though the 10,000 Great Mountains is remote and treacherous in terrain, the herbs and animal furs produced in those mountains are still of great use to Yan country. Lu Qing now wants to carve it out, and Yan Kanghai knows without asking, the royal family surely won't agree. Lord County Master, I think you misunderstood something. Lu Qing said calmly, I'm not asking for Yan country's consent. I'm informing you that territory of 10,000 Great Mountains is now mine. If your royal family has objections, then I might as well take a trip to the royal capital. However, at that point, whether Yan country still belongs to your Yan family is uncertain. Seeing Lu Qing's calm demeanor, Yan Kanghai felt a jolt in his heart. He recalled Lin Zhirui's evaluation of Lu Qing's nature. This seemingly gentle young man was actually heavily inclined towards killing, recalling Lu Qing's divine and ghostly methods displayed just now. Yan Kanghai felt a sudden chill in his heart. He had an intuition that if Lu Qing were to really go to the royal capital, there might be uncontrollable events. He immediately said, Young Master Lu, please don't be angry. I will now immediately send a letter to the family, ensuring they swiftly bring Li Weishan's descendants to Kang County. As for the 10,000 Great Mountains, that's simple too, since for us Yan country, it's of little consequence. Yan Kangshan was unsure what the family's reaction would be, but he knew he must pacify Lu Qing now. Otherwise, if he did go to the royal capital, who knows what terrifying thing might happen. All right, remember, I give you no more than half a month. Manager Wei, let's go. Lu Qing nodded, turned, and left. Yes. Grand Steward responded respectfully, nodded to Yan Kanghai, and followed behind Lu Qing. However, though his expression seemed calm in his heart, he was overjoyed. Earlier, the seventh prince, relying on his status and the innate realm guards behind him, had pressured and humiliated him. It would have been impossible for housekeeper Wei to not feel humiliated, yet the reality of the situation forced him to endure. Originally, he planned to return and consult with the family head for a solution. But unexpectedly, things turned so swiftly, and Lu Qing appeared here. Moreover, acted decisively, without giving the seventh prince a chance to say much, capturing and imprisoning him. Even those powerful innate realm individuals could not resist at all. This made housekeeper Wei feel exhilarated inside. He also felt awe towards Lu Qing's divine methods, growing even more reverent internally. Young Master Lu, would you like to rest at the mansion? After leaving the tavern, housekeeper Wei respectfully asked. No need, I'm planning to return to the village. Lu Qing refused. Besides, there's nothing worthwhile at the Wei mansion. Wei Shanhai and Wei Xing, and even Wei Zihao, all currently reside at the villa near Jiulai village. In the county, only housekeeper Wei and a few managers are handling matters. Manager Wei, regarding today's incident, I will inform Senior Wei after returning to the village, so you need not worry. Yes. Housekeeper Wei responded respectfully. Also, take these 2 items. Lu Qing took out a piece of jade, and with a light stroke of his fingers, mysterious runes appeared out of nowhere, embedding into the jade talisman. In a breath, a jade talisman was formed by him. Lu Qing then took out a jade bottle, handing both over. I observe that you, Manager Wei, have now reached the state of inner organs perfection. Your divine soul power is about to attain the postnatal martial arts master realm. Inside this jade bottle are several elixirs, which once consumed should make your foundation more robust. Stepping into the innate realm, the time should be advanced. This jade talisman you should wear. If you encounter situations like today again, where someone attempts to overawe you with their presence, as long as their realm doesn't surpass mine, it should be ineffective against you. Young Master, this. Housekeeper Wei looked at the items in Lu Qing's hand, somewhat hesitant. Take them, these are just trinkets, useless to me, no need to fret. Then I won't refuse, lest it be discourteous. Upon hearing this, Housekeeper Wei finally accepted the items. All right, I'm heading back to the village. I hope next time I see you, Manager Wei, you will have stepped into the innate realm. With that, Lu Qing rose into the air, turning into a stream of light, heading towards Jiulai village. Watching Lu Qing transform into a stream of light disappearing into the horizon, Housekeeper Wei was shocked yet tightly clutched the jade bottle and jade talisman. He knew his hope of entering the innate realm lay with them. Above the tavern, Yan Kanghai witnessed the scene of Lu Qing transforming into a stream of light and flying away. He too was immensely shocked. It took him a long time to regain his senses. His face showed a firm expression. He knew he must convince his family to agree to Lu Qing's terms. Otherwise, the death of Yan Kangshan would be trivial. If Lu Qing were angered, their entire Yan family might face annihilation. The county is not too far from Jiulai village. At a gallop, it's at most half a day's journey. With Lu Qing's light speed naturally much faster, it only took a few tens of breaths before he returned to Jiulai village, landing and returning to his own home. In the half-mountain small courtyard, the elder doctor who was cultivating opened his eyes. Has Ah Qing come back again? But he simply woke for a moment, then closed his eyes, continuing his cultivation. With Lu Qing's current cultivation, no one in the world could threaten him. Therefore, the elder doctor decided not to intervene. Recently, with some resources given by Lu Qing, his cultivation was advancing rapidly. He estimated before long he would break through to foundation building great success. With more refinement, once perfect foundation establishment is achieved, reaching the Golden Core realm wouldn't be far. Previously, when those two Golden Core realm outsiders attacked, his lack of strength meant he could only watch as his disciple fought, deeply affecting the elder doctor. Thus, recently he has been diligently cultivating, wanting to strengthen himself. After all, although those two outsiders had been dealt with, they still had to confront the formidable foe of Suspended Mountain. Never would the elder doctor have thought that Lu Qing, during his brief outing, had already obliterated Suspended Mountain. Their greatest enemy had completely vanished. Back home, Lu Qing sat in the quiet room, his heart and spirit entering the leaving fire tripod. "Young master," Yan immediately greeted him. "How are those individuals?" Lu Qing asked. "They're quite frightened." Yan laughed, especially that so-called seventh prince, he's nearly wetting his pants. With a wave of his hand, Lu Qing manifested the situation of those finely dressed youths. Inside a spatial confinement, the seventh prince of Yan country, along with his guards, anxiously surveyed their surroundings. Unfortunately, no matter how they probed, it was destined to be in vain. This kind of spatial prison sealing technique was beyond their comprehension. With their strength, how could they unravel its mysteries? What the hell is this place? After another fruitless search, the young man in fine clothes could no longer contain his fear, shouting, "Seventh prince, if I'm not mistaken, we're likely trapped inside that ancient tripod magical treasure by that youth," a guard said. "I naturally know this, but what I want to know now is, how on earth can we leave this damn place?" The young man in fine clothes continued to shout. "That would be difficult. We've only heard our master mention magical treasures, but no little beyond that. However, since that youth can wield a magical treasure, his cultivation must be beyond our estimation. He's likely one of those legendary cultivation practitioners. Seventh prince, we might have provoked a grand figure out of our reach," the guard explained, "but I've never seen that person before. How could I have provoked him?" The seventh prince felt very aggrieved. He was sure he had never crossed paths with Lu Qing. And so, without any chance to explain, he was dragged into this godforsaken place. Having been pampered since childhood, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? In an instant, his heart was filled with both panic and unwillingness. Isn't this obvious? Previously, you plotted for the Wei family's treasure, and yet the person emerges claiming the treasure is in his possession. Doesn't this indicate where the problem lies? Looking at the seventh prince too bewildered, or perhaps simply not having come to his senses, yet the guards exchanged glances. Following the orders of their master, they had been protecting the seventh prince closely for quite some time. They had gained a fair understanding of his conduct and character. In their eyes, the seventh prince wasn't exactly a suitable candidate for a king's throne. Though clever, his talents were little more than small-minded tricks. Moreover, his personality was not commendable, selfish, lustful, and narrow-minded, lacking the qualities a king should possess. But despite their inner grumbles, the master's orders were absolute. They must protect the seventh prince's safety at all times. Thus, the guards began to offer words of comfort. "Seventh prince, there's no need to panic. Since that young man has captured us, it seems he doesn't intend to harm us for the time being. Otherwise, with his skills, killing us would be an effortless task." The seventh prince fell silent. What unnerved him was this feeling. This sense of life and death being entirely under another's control, he despised immensely. Born into royalty, since his earliest memories, whatever he wished for he obtained. He had always been the one to control others' fates. Never before had he suffered such humiliation at another's hands. So even knowing that the young man might be someone he shouldn't provoke, his heart still burned with a wicked fire, fueling his hatred continuously. "Have you tried contacting the Heavenly Elder? If Heavenly Elder knew of our predicament with his divine skills, he could surely rescue us," the young man in fine clothes asked. He knew that these guards in the innate realm had extremely mystical treasures, capable of contacting the Heavenly Elder even from miles apart. "We tried long ago. As soon as we were captured and brought here, we attempted to contact the Master. Unfortunately, this place is quite peculiar, seemingly isolating everything. The communication jade token we hold cannot reach the Master," one of the guards explained. Damn it. Upon hearing this, the young man in fine clothing grew even more agitated. He gazed into the surrounding void of darkness, a panic that he could not suppress, growing uncontrollably from deep within his heart. If things continued this way, he feared he might go mad. Outside, Lu Qing watched as the young man in fine clothes in the confinement of the spatial cage grew increasingly panic-stricken, shaking his head. He thought this fellow was some strong-willed, deeply scheming hero, but it turned out to be just a paper tiger. Such a small amount of pressure, and he couldn't withstand it. It seems his internal organ realm cultivation was merely fed through resources, his mindset far from reaching the realm's supposed standard. Seeing that the young man in fine clothes was losing his composure, Lu Qing waved his hand, releasing the spatial cage. Inside, just as the young man in fine clothes felt he couldn't hold on and his heart and spirit were about to collapse. Suddenly, he saw a burst of brilliance before him, and the endless void and darkness around him retreated. Two figures appeared before him. Seeing Lu Qing and a man with a pair of horns and an unusual appearance appear, light shone in the eyes of the young man in luxurious clothes, which were already filled with despair. He, who was originally sprawled on the ground, suddenly stood up, wanting to rush out. But the next moment he slammed into an invisible barrier, hitting his head so hard that he saw stars and staggered back. Seventh Prince. A few guards hurried to shield him and also watched Lu Qing and his companion with great vigilance. Lu Qing watched this scene without any expression and paid no attention to the guard's actions. He merely looked at the young man in luxurious clothes and said, "Where is that map you mentioned before?" The young man in luxurious clothes was stunned, but he quickly realized what Lu Qing was referring to. He thought rapidly and responded with a twinkle in his eyes, "So you want that map? It's not impossible to give it to you. As long as you let us go, I will immediately offer you the map with both hands." However, before the young man in luxurious clothes could finish speaking, he suddenly felt his right side light. He first glanced curiously to his right, and then a look of terror appeared on his face. At the same time, an unbearable pain attacked him, causing him to scream out loud. Ah, my right arm. His right arm, for some unknown reason, had mysteriously vanished. The guards also showed a look of shock and confusion. They had no clue how the seventh prince's arm was severed and disappeared. "You have no right to negotiate with me. If you don't hand over the map now, I don't mind twisting your head off right now." Lu Qing's voice resonated calmly. However, this calm voice sent chills down everyone's spine. They realized that the young man in front of them really meant what he said and would do as he promised. The young man in luxurious clothes was even more terrified in his heart and spirit, not daring to delay any longer. He bore the severe pain from his stump, frantically dug out an ancient skin scroll from his bosom. "Here is the map." Before he could finish speaking, the map in his hand disappeared and appeared in Lu Qing's hand. Seeing this, the chill in the young man in luxurious clothes intensified. Lu Qing's methods were so strange and terrifying that if such means were used to take his head, it would be all too easy. With the skin scroll in hand, Lu Qing rubbed it a bit and found out that it seemed to be made from the hide of some peculiar creature, quite tough. No wonder it could be preserved for hundreds of years. He opened the skin scroll and discovered various patterns and strange symbols on it, which he couldn't understand. There was also a simple map drawn on it, and the terrain looked somewhat familiar to Lu Qing. A speculation arose in his mind, and he activated his superpower to look further into it. Soon, a faint red light emerged from the skin scroll, and several pieces of information floated out. Mysterious map, a map made from the hide of a mutant beast, the iron-eating bull. This map contains special characters that require a unique method of interpretation to unlock its mysteries. This map is a relic left by the innate realm expert Li Weishan. Inheritance discovered. Proceed with the download. After reading the few pieces of information, Lu Qing understood. This was indeed the map left by Li Weishan. He didn't have a way to interpret the map, but his superpower could explore the mysteries within. He chose to download the inheritance. Unexpectedly, the information left in the map was not much, and the download completed quickly. After choosing to read the information within, enlightenment appeared in Lu Qing's eyes. As expected, he didn't guess wrong. This map contained an innate realm cultivation technique left by Li Weishan and the location of a treasured place. The innate method was needless to say it was already useless for the current Lu Qing. As for the treasure location, it was precisely where the Jade Cave was. It seemed that Li Weishan had contemplated that, should he fail to break through, he would end up in the Jade Cave. Even after death, someone from future generations could retrieve his remains and provide proper burial. However, Li Weishan hadn't predicted that once he disappeared, his family would suffer oppression from those innate realm powers he had offended. In the end, they were forced to scatter the clan and hide in the deep mountains and rural areas. After centuries of change, not only was the family fortune depleted, but even the method to interpret the map was lost. After reading the information on the skin scroll, a flame rose in Lu Qing's hand, burning it to nothingness. The young man in luxurious clothes and the others were all stunned by this scene, especially the young man in luxurious clothes, who initially saw how much even someone like Lu Qing valued this map. He was still wondering what kind of treasure map he had accidentally obtained. He never imagined that Lu Qing would just glance at it and immediately burn the map. Could it be that the map he got was fake? For a moment, the young man in luxurious clothes felt extremely uneasy. If the map were truly fake, would this cold and ruthless young man turn his anger on him? "Sir, this map was obtained from a lowly family, and I don't know if it's real or fake. If there's any issue with the map, as long as you let me out, I will definitely punish that lowly family for you," the young man in luxurious clothes cautiously said. Lu Qing turned to look at him, and the next moment the young man felt a pain on his left side. He looked in disbelief and found that his left arm had also disappeared. No need to worry, the map is real. Amidst the young man's screams, Lu Qing said lightly, however, the ancestor of that lowly family you mentioned, Senior Li Weishan, was kind to me, so do you think losing your arms is justified? The eyes of the youth in lavish clothing suddenly widened. Li Weishan had shown kindness to this person, yet he had captured Li Weishan's descendants. At this moment, the youth in lavish clothing felt an intense chill in his heart, his body turning cold. No longer caring about the pain in his arms, he cried out in fear, "My lord, I was unaware of your connection with Senior Li Weishan. Please spare me." After speaking, the youth in lavish clothing disregarded everything and immediately knelt down, kowtowing repeatedly to Lu Qing. In this moment, the so-called royal pride had been thrown far away. After having both arms broken, the youth in lavish clothing was utterly devastated. Now the only thought was to live, nothing else mattered. Rest assured, I have no immediate intention to take your life. However, whether you ultimately survive depends on whether your fourth brother can relay my conditions to your Yan family, and whether your Yan family will agree to my terms. If you fail to satisfy me, not just you, but even your Yan family will have no reason to exist. With Lu Qing's words, his figure began to gradually dissipate. Seeing this, the youth in lavish clothing hastily shouted, "Senior." Yet before he could finish, his vision was shrouded by endless void and darkness. He was already confined again in the spatial cage. No. Despair was evident in the youth's eyes, but no matter how much he shouted, there was no response. Even his voice could not be heard outside the spatial cage. A few guards watching the desperate youth also felt a sense of tragic empathy. Though they disliked this seventh prince, should he perish, they as guards would surely be punished. Moreover, even their own survival was uncertain. After all, the one from earlier had said that if the royal family failed to satisfy him, he would erase the entire royal family. Whether he could achieve this is another matter, but eliminating them would be effortless. With a sigh, a guard took out a medicine bottle from his pocket, stepped forward. "Seventh Prince, you are severely injured. Take care of your wounds first." "Young master, do you truly want that, Yan country, to cede the 10,000 great mountains to you?" In the spiritual artifact space, Yan asked Lu Qing. "Indeed, the 10,000 great mountains are abundant in spiritual energy and spirit grass. It's a good place." Lu Qing replied with a smile, "I say, why go to such trouble? With your current cultivation, just claim the 10,000 great mountains outright. Why bother seeking others' consent?" Yan couldn't quite understand. To it, given Lu Qing's current cultivation and realm, dominating the world and becoming its sovereign would be easy. Why bother obtaining mere 10,000 great mountains with Yan country's approval? It's just an excuse. Lu Qing chuckled. Actually, it was a thought that struck him recently, so he casually mentioned it. As for his desire to claim the 10,000 great mountains, the main reason was the presence of the Jade Cave. He also wished to see Yan country's reaction. Of course, if the Yan family truly lacked tact, he wouldn't mind erasing them. Now, it's up to the Yan family to recognize the situation. Ready the ink and brush. Elsewhere, back at the county lord mansion in the county, Yan Kanghai immediately shouted. Yet when the servant prepared the ink and brush, seated at the desk, he delayed in writing. "How can I make the clan realize the gravity of this matter?" Yan Kanghai thought with great difficulty. Having witnessed Lu Qing's display of various mysterious and uncanny divine skills, he understood the terrifying nature of the opponent. It had reached a level beyond understanding, unpredictable as ghosts and spirits. Opposing such a being would likely leave the Yan family severely wounded even if it survived. Thus, he must persuade the clan to accept Lu Qing's terms. However, he knew convincing the clan to step back would be difficult. After all, as the royal family leading Yan country for hundreds of years, he knew well the pride of the Yan family. The county's offer to easily hand over the 10,000 great mountains, such a vast territory, will likely face opposition from the family. It is inevitable that this might cause a violent reaction. After pondering for a long time, Yan Kanghai found himself unable to draft anything. "Sir, Lord Jai Rui requests an audience." Just as Yan Kanghai was anxiously contemplating, a servant came in to report. "What, Jai Rui is here. Quickly invite him in." Yan Kanghai was immediately overjoyed and stood up to greet him at the door. When Lin Zhurui came in and saw him, he was taken aback. "Your brows carry an air of melancholy, condensed but unmoving. What's happened?" "Nothing escapes you indeed, Jai Rui. You must save me this time, save Yan country too." Yan Kanghai pleaded ceaselessly. "What matter is so urgent?" Lin Zhurui's expression shifted. Could it be that the neighboring commandery is planning an attack? But he hadn't received any such news. "It involves young Master Lu." Yan Kanghai had just started to speak when Lin Zhurui became extremely serious. He interrupted immediately. "Did you say it involves young Master Lu?" "Indeed." Yan Kanghai hesitated a moment. "Continue." "Yesterday, Yan Kangshan, accompanied by several guards, came to me asking for help. Young Master Lu wants our Yan family to escort the descendants of Senior Li Weishan over. He also demands we cede the 10,000 great mountains. But Jai Rui, we have many stubborn clan elders. It's unlikely they'll easily agree to young Master Lu's terms. I'm currently troubled over how to report this to the royal capital. So Jai Rui, tell me, what should I do now? Yan Kanghai recounted everything in detail to Lin Zhirui. Lin Zhirui's expression became more and more grave as he listened. Finally, he looked at Yan Kanghai speechlessly. What else can you do? You have only one choice now. Use all your abilities to persuade your Yan family to agree to young Master Lu's conditions. If you don't, calamity will surely befall your Yan family. When Yan Kanghai sought Lin Zhirui's opinion, the latter replied without hesitation. Seeing his resolute tone, despite Yan Kanghai already having this plan in mind, he couldn't help but ask, Jai Rui, is young Master Lu really that terrifying? Could it be he's also broken through to the realm above innate? In Yan Kanghai's view, only someone who has broken through to the realm above innate could possess such divine skills, the ability to capture several living people in an instant. Don't question this, I know that one of your Yan family ancestors recently reached the realm above innate. But don't hold on to a false hope. Young Master Lu's power is beyond your imagination. Let me put it this way, even your recently ascended ancestor in young Master Lu's presence could be extinguished with just a breath. Lin Zhirui spoke with utmost seriousness. Extinguished with just a breath. Jai Rui, are you sure you're not speaking nonsense? Yan Kanghai stared blankly at his friend. Do you think I'm joking? I'm speaking literally. With young Master Lu's current strength, he truly can extinguish your ancestor with just a breath. At Yan Kanghai's incredulous expression, Lin Zhirui replied somewhat helplessly. He knew, of course, how hard this was to believe, but he hadn't exaggerated in the slightest. The realm above innate is merely the foundation establishment realm. While considered a top-tier power in today's world, with few able to match it, but Lu Qing's realm is the Golden Core realm. Moreover, immensely powerful, even terrifying, easily able to kill extraterrestrial beings of the same Golden Core realm. Mere foundation establishment realm, in Lu Qing's presence, truly can be extinguished with a breath. If the Yan family really provoked Lu Qing, annihilation would be their sole outcome. Under Lin Zhirui's warning, Yan Kanghai finally realized that the situation was more severe than he had imagined. He dared not delay any further and immediately wrote an urgent secret letter in the most solemn tone. Then he dispatched the fastest messenger hawk from the mansion to send out the letter. Yet even so, he still felt quite uneasy. He understood the pride of the royal family all too well, especially some of the elders in the clan. That arrogance had long been ingrained in their bones. Therefore, he really couldn't predict what reaction the royal family would have upon receiving the letter. Now his only hope was that his letter could make those elders see the situation clearly. The messenger hawk, specially bred for delivering letters, was extremely fast, and under Yan Kanghai's anxiety, it took only 1 day to reach the royal capital. It then landed in a palace. A clerk responsible for receiving letters saw the urgent seal exclusive to the royal family on the envelope. He dared not slack off and immediately took the letter to the palace. Soon, the letter appeared before an elder dressed in a dragon-pattern yellow robe. The highest-level urgent secret letter from the royal family. The yellow-robed elder saw the seal on the secret letter and showed a hint of surprise. There were not many people in the entire royal family with such a seal. Besides the various clan elders, only the princes and princes were known to have it. Has something urgent happened? The yellow-robed elder opened the letter and was momentarily stunned upon seeing the salutation at the beginning. Is it written by that unfilial child? But as he continued to read, his face gradually showed anger. By the end, he was even more furious, and with a thud, he struck the desk in front of him with a palm. Outrageous, truly audacious. A powerful aura burst from his body, collapsing everything around him. This yellow-robed elder was also a martial arts expert. The commotion in the study immediately drew the attention of the guards outside, and numerous secretive figures appeared around the study. No problem, stand down. After a while, the yellow-robed elder retracted his aura and waved his hand, dismissing everyone. He picked up the letter again, read it once more, and his expression turned uncertain. Although the matter mentioned in the letter made him angry, if it were true, the situation would be severe. Given his understanding of that unfilial child, though he had a somewhat unruly nature, he would never joke about such matters. After pondering for a while, the yellow-robed elder suppressed his anger and folded the letter, sealing it. Someone prepare a carriage. An hour later, the yellow-robed elder's carriage arrived in front of a large mansion outside the royal capital. Having changed into a yellow plain robe, the elder got off the carriage. He approached the entrance and courteously said to the elderly gatekeeper, dozing on a lounger, Uncle Fu, long time no see. The gatekeeper, also an old man, appeared much older than the yellow-robed elder. His face was wrinkled like old tree bark and his hair was sparse. The old man, recognizing him after a moment, smiled, showing a few sparse teeth. Its little song, you haven't come to see me in ages. The yellow-robed elder wore a face of apology. State affairs keep me busy. Yan Song really couldn't spare time. I hope Uncle Fu forgives me. "Oh, is that so? I've almost forgotten you're a king now. In my mind, you're still that little kid running around bare-bottomed. And now you've grown so old," the old man suddenly realized. The yellow-robed elder was speechless for a moment. He had ascended the throne decades ago, yet every time he visited, the old man still repeated the same lines. But he dared not have any objections. This old man had watched him grow up, and if he dared show a hint of disrespect, those clan elders would surely admonish him. Despite being the king of Yan country in the eyes of those elders, he always remained a member of the Yan family. Should he defy the clan rules, even as a king, he would be punished. This was why, after reading the letter, he chose to come here directly instead of holding a family meeting. Those elders' temperaments, they were practically useless except for causing trouble. Patiently, he listened to the old man's rambling recount of past events. Only then did the yellow-robed elder respectfully say, "Uncle Fu is the heavenly elder. At home, little Song has matters to discuss with him. You're looking for the master, huh? Just in luck, he emerged a couple of days ago. I'll report to him for you." After his rambling, the old man was in a good mood and immediately went into the mansion. Despite his advanced age, he moved with surprising speed. The yellow-robed elder stood respectfully with his hands lowered, waiting. He knew with heavenly elder's abilities he must have already sensed his arrival, yet he dared not show the slightest impatience, awaiting a summons. After a while, the old man came out of the mansion. "All right, little Song, the master let you in." After paying a respectful salute, the yellow-robed elder stepped into the mansion. As for the guards behind him, they hadn't spoken a word from start to finish, standing solemnly in place waiting. Upon entering the mansion, the yellow-robed elder felt a cool sensation seep into his heart. Immediately he felt lighter, his mind becoming much clearer. His entire body seemed much more relaxed and invigorated. He showed a look of surprise on his face. He had visited this mansion numerous times. Previously, he had sensed some extraordinary qualities, but never had he felt as he did today. By merely absorbing the coolness within, his body felt as if it had become a few years younger. "Come in." Just as the yellow-robed elder was in astonishment, a gentle voice echoed from inside. He couldn't help but follow the voice inward. Finally, in a serene courtyard, he saw a figure. Upon clearly seeing the appearance of the figure, the yellow-robed elder's eyes widened involuntarily. "Heavenly Elder." "It is I." The figure slightly nodded, face calm. Yet this made the shock on the yellow-robed elder's face even more pronounced, because he saw that the visage of the heavenly elder had become significantly younger. Last time he visited, the heavenly elder still looked older than himself. But now, the complexion was smooth and rosy. The posture upright, he appeared entirely like a middle-aged man. If not for the voice being as old as before, yet the face was still quite similar. The yellow-robed elder could hardly believe that the person before him was indeed the heavenly elder. "No need to be alarmed, it's just that I've had a breakthrough in my cultivation recently, and my appearance has changed slightly as a result." The heavenly elder smiled faintly upon seeing the shocked expression of the yellow-robed elder. The yellow-robed elder regained his senses and quickly said, "Congratulations to the heavenly elder for piercing through barriers and stepping into the unfathomable supreme realm of cultivation." Simultaneously, he felt a surge of excitement within. The breakthrough of the heavenly elder was something he naturally knew of not long ago. It's just that after the breakthrough, the heavenly elder had been in seclusion and hadn't appeared before the clan members. Thus, he only learned today that the breakthrough of the heavenly elder even had the effect of reversing aging. "I've merely stepped into the foundation establishment realm. It's far from being called unfathomable. The path of cultivation is high and profound, and we are all but at the starting point." Faced with the flattery of the yellow-robed elder, the heavenly elder waved his hand. If it were him in the past, he might have basked in it. But ever since gaining the art of Qi refinement on the sacred mountain, successfully transforming all his innate true Qi into spiritual power, and relying on the accumulation of over 200 years of foundation, successfully stepping into the foundation establishment realm, it was only then that the heavenly elder realized the vastness of the cultivation. In the past, he was nothing more than a frog at the bottom of a well. Of course, these truths, the heavenly elder would not voice not come forth. Although the yellow-robed elder also possessed cultivation and had reached postnatal perfection, yet being old and frail, it was impossible for him to step into the innate realm. Even if told to him, these truths would be useless. "By the way, little Song, there's a sense of worry about you. What brings you here this time?" The heavenly elder shifted the topic and spoke of another matter. "It's like this, heavenly elder. I've indeed come this time with something very urgent for which I seek your judgment. This matter is of great importance. If handled improperly, it could very well affect the fate of our Yan country." Upon hearing this, the yellow-robed elder hurriedly said. However, at this moment, compared to the worry he had upon coming, he felt greatly reassured. Before coming, although he knew of the heavenly elder's breakthrough, he did not know that the breakthrough was this miraculous: to directly rejuvenate a body nearing its end. Feeling the now unfathomable aura exuding from the heavenly elder, The yellow-robed elder felt greatly comforted. With such a stabilizing force, why would their Yan country ever worry about being as stable as a mountain? Oh, what matter is so severe? The heavenly elder asked somewhat unexpectedly. It's like this. Not long ago, I received an urgent sealed letter from my unfilial son, Kang Hai. The yellow-robed elder recounted the matter and respectfully handed the sealed letter to the heavenly elder. Such a matter. Upon listening to the yellow-robed elder's words, the heavenly elder couldn't help but be stunned. He took the sealed letter, opened it, and began to read. Very quickly, his face turned extremely grave. Especially after seeing Yan Kanghai's description in the letter of the divine abilities shown by that person, his body trembled greatly. Able to use a magical treasure to capture people, transform into a stream of light, and ascend directly to azure darkness. Heavenly Elder stared intently at the words in the letter, his eyes showing an incredulous expression. The yellow-robed elder, however, didn't notice Heavenly Elder's expression and instead spoke with some excitement. Heavenly Elder, that person's abilities seem quite extraordinary. I was worried at first. Facing such a formidable enemy, how should we cope? But now that you're here, perhaps we can directly capture this reckless one and rescue Kier. However, before he could finish his sentence, Heavenly Elder interrupted directly. Agree to it. The yellow-robed elder was momentarily stopped short. Then his eyes widened. Heavenly Elder, are you saying? I'm saying agree to the conditions mentioned by the person in the letter. Heavenly Elder continued to stare at the words in the secret letter. No matter if it's sending Li Weishan's descendants over or seeding the 10,000 great mountains, agree to it all. No, I must personally escort Li Weishan's descendants over there. Heavenly Elder, you want to personally escort Li Weishan's descendants. This time, the yellow-robed elder was truly shocked and exclaimed directly, indeed, we must show our sincerity to that person. Otherwise, not only is Yan country in grave danger, but even our Yan family might be completely exterminated because of this. The yellow-robed elder was stunned on the spot, looking at Heavenly Elder with an extremely serious expression, even hinting a trace of panic. He finally reacted, realizing that the matters mentioned by that rebellious child in the letter seemed much more serious than he had imagined. After a good while, the yellow-robed elder barely recovered his senses. He cautiously inquired, Heavenly Elder, is the person mentioned in the letter really that terrifying? Even you are not his match. More than terrifying, it's simply not someone to provoke. Heavenly Elder showed a bitter smile, if what Kang Hai mentioned in the letter is true. That person's cultivation and divine skills have reached an unfathomable realm. If he wished, he might just wave his hand and destroy the entire royal capital. My cultivation in front of him might be extinguished with a mere breath. Hiss. Upon hearing this, the yellow-robed elder directly drew in a cold breath. He finally understood why in the letter, that rebellious child had repeatedly emphasized for the clan not to attempt confrontation with that person. Otherwise, the entire royal family might fall into an irreversible plight. Now it seems, what was said was not exaggerated at all. However, after the shock, the yellow-robed elder still felt a sense of absurdity. He couldn't help but continue to ask, Heavenly Elder, is there really someone so powerful in this world? Even the few saint masters of the central state sacred mountain do not possess the divine skills to destroy a city with a wave of hand, do they? You don't understand, the world has already changed now. Heavenly Elder shook his head and said, Heaven and earth rules evolve, spiritual energy recovery, the immortal Tao reappears in the human world. If someone breaks through to that unfathomable realm, mastering immortal spells and divine skills, destroying cities and countries for them would just be a thought away. Heavenly Elder once again focused his gaze on the secret letter in his hand, transforming into a stream of light, ascending to azure darkness. Though he had now stepped into the Foundation establishment realm, he still did not possess the ability to fly, according to the immortal information he had mastered. In the Foundation establishment stage, to achieve flight, aside from learning the wind riding spell, only refining and controlling the legendary flying artifact would make it possible. Yet the person mentioned in the letter, directly transforming his physical body into a stream of light, ascending to azure darkness. Such divine skills have completely exceeded his imagination. That person's realm is likely beyond the scope of the Foundation establishment stage, reaching another more unfathomable level. Such an existence, how could it be someone that their small Yan country could provoke? With this thought, Heavenly Elder immediately said to the yellow-robed elder, You now immediately return and release Li Weishan's descendants. Comfort them well. After I make some preparations, I will personally escort them to Kang State. 5 elements come catch me. By the river, little Yan laughed gleefully, her feet tapping rapidly, creating afterimages as she circled around a few old trees. Behind her, the 5-colored winged snake, 5 elements, had shrunk its body to the size of an arm, chasing at a similarly fast pace. For a moment, the area around the old trees was filled with the images of little Yan and 5 elements, making it dizzying to watch. If any martial arts expert were here to see this scene, they would probably be dumbfounded. Such a sophisticated movement technique appearing on a little girl was simply unbelievable. Compared to the liveliness over there, Lu Qing's side was much quieter. He sat by the river, a fishing rod in front of him, leisurely fishing. Little Li sat upright beside him, watching the float intently. Seeing this, Lu Qing couldn't help but smile. Little Lei, with your current cultivation, catching a fish should be easy. Why stay with me to fish? Hearing this, Little Li glanced at the shimmering river surface. A look of obvious disdain appeared in its eyes. Water, hate it. Lu Qing chuckled more, shaking his head. Little Li was now a spiritual beast at the foundation establishment stage, and recently it had also refined the spirit fruit Lu Qing gave it some time ago. Currently, its cultivation had reached foundation building great success, not far from perfect foundation establishment. Thus, cultivating as a spiritual beast was actually quite simple oftentimes. Just eating and drinking would increase its power. However, even though it was at foundation building great success, with divine skills as a powerful spiritual beast, Little Li still refused to go into the river to catch fish. The little one's aversion to water was deep-seated. So whenever Lu Qing went fishing, Little Li was the happiest because it could enjoy the freshest fish. Besides, Lu Qing had been busy cultivating recently and even had little time for fishing. This time out, Little Li naturally wanted to stay close, unwilling to move even a step. As they spoke, Lu Qing felt the float budge slightly, then suddenly dip down. The next moment, he lifted the rod, pulling a beautiful fish into the air in a graceful arc. With Lu Qing's current power control, catching an ordinary spirit fish, naturally, he no longer needed tactics like the fish rod technique. With a fish hooked, he could just lift the rod directly. Moreover, the fishing rod he was using now was no ordinary one. He had recently discovered in the bamboo forest behind the mountain that some bamboos had started to transform under the nourishment of spiritual energy, gaining some spiritual charm, showing signs of turning into spiritual objects. He selected the best one to make a new fishing rod, and he refined several layers of restriction into it. Now the rod in his hand was not just a simple fishing rod, it could be rightfully called a magic artifact, and its grade was rather high, reaching the level of a top-grade magic artifact. The pulling strength of a top-grade magic artifact-level fishing rod was naturally extraordinary. If fully activated, not just small spirit fish, even a small mountain could be effortlessly moved. Of course, fishing for pleasure, Lu Qing came out to fish to relax, so he naturally wouldn't do anything so unbecoming. He didn't even use his divine soul power to explore what kinds of fish were in the river. Whatever he caught was all up to fate. Thus, seeing the red carp struggling on the hook, he was a bit surprised. Ah, it's a red moon carp. He hadn't caught one of these in quite a while. Taking the red moon carp off the hook and weighing it in his hands, Lu Qing tossed it to Little Lei, who was already eyeing it. Before the spirit fish even hit the ground, Little Li leaped up and caught it securely, then started devouring it on the spot. With each bite, it squinted its eyes in satisfaction and happiness. Though it also ate cooked food, it most enjoyed fresh spirit fish. Seeing it eat so happily, Lu Qing smiled, baited the hook again, and continued fishing. This time, the hook hadn't been in the water for long before another fish started nibbling at the bait. With a deft lift of the rod, Lu Qing had caught another red moon carp. In the time that followed, Lu Qing pulled up one fish after another. After an hour, he had caught 7 or 8 spirit fish in succession. Apart from the frequently seen red moon carp, there were golden loach and another type of spirit fish he hadn't seen before. With another red moon carp caught, Lu Qing paused, showing a thoughtful expression. He gazed at the river's surface, releasing his divine soul power. Instantly, the conditions of the river were reflected in his heart and spirit. He then sensed that within a 10-mile stretch of the river, spiritual charm auras dotted about. There were indeed quite a few spirit fish in the river. It seems as spiritual energy continues to intensify, the changes in all things are finally starting to manifest. Lu Qing contemplated the presence of the spirit fish swimming in the river, gaining some insight. The changes in the heaven and earth rules and the recovery of spiritual energy brought changes across the world. The poisonous insects and snakes in the 10,000 great mountains became more venomous and ferocious. But similarly, spirit fish in this small river originating from the 10,000 great mountains also increased in number. Looks like Little Li won't have to worry about a lack of spirit fish in the future. Lu Qing smiled and started packing up his fishing rod. He had caught enough spirit fish for the day. Not only would Little Li be well fed, but they also had enough for dinner. Little Yan, 5 elements, stop playing, it's time to go back. With the fish basket in hand, Lu Qing called out. As for Little Lei, it was already perched on his shoulder, licking its paws and face. After eating 3 red moon carp in a row, it was truly content. Brother, did you catch any fish? Little Yan came running over, her face flushed red. Although she had reached the innate realm early stage, continuously using innate level movement techniques consumed quite a bit of spiritual power. As for the 5-colored winged snake, it followed behind her. It looked a bit enviously at little Lee standing on Lu Qing's shoulder. It also wanted to be that close to its master. But it knew little Lee was quite domineering. If it dared to get too close, it would definitely get beaten. Getting beaten up wasn't so bad, since its skin was thick and tough and little Lee couldn't hurt it. But it knew if it really ended up fighting with little Lee, the master would surely side with that raccoon. This was the lesson learned from several painful experiences by the 5-colored winged snake over this period. Of course, I caught some. Lu Qing didn't pay attention to the little movements of the 5-colored winged snake and showed the bucket of fish to little Yan. So many spirit fish, there's red moon carp and even golden loach. Seeing the fish in the bucket, little Yan's eyes widened immediately. It's rare to catch so many spirit fish tonight. Let's make fish soup, shall we? Lu Qing said with a smile. Yes, little Yan nodded enthusiastically. Fish soup made from red moon carp was extremely delicious. Just thinking about it made her mouth water. The siblings and the 2 spiritual beasts happily walked back to the village. As soon as they got home, Uncle Zhang from next door came over. Ah Qing just got back from fishing. Yes, caught quite a lot of spirit fish, planning to make fish tonight. Grandpa Zhang, you should come over too, Lu Qing said with a smile. Haha, my old eyes are too dim to pick out fish bones you all eat. Uncle Zhang laughed. Don't worry, Grandpa Zhang, little Yan can help you pick out the bones clean, little Yan immediately said. Little Yan is so good. Uncle Zhang patted the little girl's head, then he seemed to hesitate. Lu Qing noticed it and asked, Grandpa Zhang, is there anything troubling you? Seeing Lu Qing had noticed it, Uncle Zhang hesitated for a moment, then decided to speak freely. Ah Qing, it's just that yesterday, some of the village elders gathered together and discussed something. They have a request for you. What request? Lu Qing asked. Some of the young lads in the village, after witnessing your divine prowess before, wanted to learn some skills from you. Would that be possible? Lu Qing was taken aback, not expecting Uncle Zhang to bring up this topic. For a moment he pondered. Seeing this, Uncle Zhang quickly added, Ah Qing, I know you are now among the immortals, but as the stories go, immortal techniques cannot be easily passed on. If it's inconvenient for you, don't worry, I'll explain to them. Grandpa Zhang misunderstood. Lu Qing came back to his senses and said with a smile, it's not a matter of convenience. The path of cultivation is not just about intention, it requires insight and talent. Otherwise, even if there's a true method, without the right talent, one cannot enter the path of cultivation. Lu Qing didn't resent the villagers' thoughts, but rather understood them. After all, who wouldn't aspire to the means of immortals? If it were him seeing someone use an immortal technique, he would surely develop a heart for cultivation. However, cultivation is not merely about having the desire. Talent, insight, perseverance, and determination all are necessary. Lacking anyone would make significant achievements in cultivation impossible, perhaps even prevent entry. As far as cultivation goes, based on his understanding of the village's youth, none seemed to have remarkable potential at the moment. I see. Grandpa Zhang seemed disappointed. He could hear from Lu Qing's words that the village's young people seemed to lack potential for cultivating immortal techniques. Seeing the disappointment on the elder's face, Lu Qing thought for a moment and said, but nothing is absolute. Any matter could have a hint of opportunity within it. How about this, Grandpa Zhang? Discuss with everyone and see who wishes to cultivate. Tomorrow, have them gather at my place. I will give them a chance. Really? Uncle Zhang's face showed delight. Of course, Lu Qing nodded. All right, I'll go back and tell them right now. Watching Uncle Zhang's hurried departure, Lu Qing showed a slight smile on his face. As a member of the village, he naturally hoped that Gili village would become better and better. If the village could produce 1 or 2 people with cultivation talent, it would also be a good thing for the village. Now that spiritual energy has fully revived, the next tens of thousands of years will be an era dominated by the immortal Tao. Gili village wants to preserve its legacy in such a grand trend. It cannot always rely solely on his protection. After all, he didn't know whether he would always stay in this world. If Gili village could have its own cultivators, in case one day he had to leave this world, there would be someone to continue protecting the village and ensure its continuity. Thinking of this, Lu Qing already had a plan in mind. While he was pondering, suddenly, a wave of fluctuation came from the depths of the 10,000 great mountains, and then gradually dissipated. Lu Qing paused for a moment, then transformed into a stream of light and flew into the mountains. Soon, he arrived at the front of the valley, where the secret realm's entrance was located. He saw that the black vortex leading to the secret realm was gradually shrinking. Is this entrance to the 5-element secret realm finally going to close? Lu Qing looked at the gradually shrinking black vortex and did nothing. The opening and closing of the secret realm is a normal phenomenon of this world. Unless, like the 4 great secret places, he was willing to completely integrate a spiritual artifact into the secret realm, it would be impossible to stop the secret realm from closing. However, the few spiritual artifacts he had now were of great use to him. He naturally couldn't integrate them into the secret realm. After all, the greatest opportunity in the 5-element secret realm had already been taken by him. Most of the other spirit grasses and spiritual objects had also been mostly searched by the martial arts experts who entered later. Those experts who came later were also slain by the white-robed youth, and the spiritual objects they obtained were confiscated and eventually fell into Lu Qing's hands. It could be said that the current value of this five-element secret realm had greatly diminished, not worth wasting a spiritual artifact. Seeing the black vortex finally completely disappear, the valley returned to complete tranquility. The pervasive space fluctuations vanished completely. Lu Qing felt a bit of sentiment inside. This five-element secret realm brought him an enormous opportunity. Without the five-element spiritual liquid obtained from the secret realm, he wouldn't have been able to cultivate to the golden core realm so quickly. Moreover, without such a solid foundation, he might have missed the opportunity to achieve a perfect golden core. Additionally, he also harvested a supreme spiritual medicine and a spiritual beast with incredible potential. It could be said that this five-element secret realm was his greatest blessed land, without exaggeration. Just don't know when, after closing this time, it would reappear in the world again. After a moment of reflection, Lu Qing, with a faint smile, glanced at the depths of the valley, then transformed into a stream of light once more and left the place. As his figure completely disappeared, only then did a few people timidly emerge from a dark corner in the valley. Their eyes were filled with the look of a narrow escape. Who is this young man with such a terrifying aura and can even fly in the air? No matter who he is, he's someone we absolutely cannot provoke. Originally, we thought that since the 10,000 Great Mountains had been quiet recently, we might take the opportunity to enter the secret realm and find one or two spirit grasses. Unexpectedly, as soon as we came here, this secret realm closed, and we encountered such a terrifying existence. Truly unlucky. No, we should say it's fortunate we came a step late. Had we come earlier, we might have been trapped to death in the secret realm. Stop talking, let's leave quickly. I have a feeling that person actually already discovered us. If he returns, we wouldn't even know how we died. With this last sentence, the others immediately shivered and dared not talk any longer. They hurriedly left the valley, fleeing in another direction. Lu Qing naturally noticed those people hiding in the valley, but now he no longer paid attention to a few innate realm individuals. Since they didn't provoke him, he naturally didn't bother to deal with them. Flying back to the village all the way, just as he landed at home, suddenly someone came to visit, and this time it was Lin Zhirui who came. Moreover, he brought two others with him. Jairui, is this where young Master Lu retreats for cultivation? Outside Jiulai village, Yang Kanghai gazed at the ethereal presence before him, utterly stunned. He had no idea that his jurisdiction harbored such an immortal blessed land. As for the heavenly elder beside him, he was even more overwhelmed. He could faintly sense that this small mountain village was guarded by a powerful array. As to how powerful that array was, being in the foundation establishment realm, he couldn't discern it at all. Realizing this, the heavenly elder felt a deep sense of relief. Luckily, he had come personally this time. Just from the phenomena in the village and the array that he couldn't even grasp half of, he knew the person cultivating here was unfathomably deep. If their Yan country truly offended this person severely, they might not even know how they were destroyed. Indeed, please wait here for a moment. I will go in to pay respects to young Master Lu. Jiulai village is protected by an array. Outsiders cannot enter at will. Lin Zhirui instructed. Lin Zhirui was about to enter the village when a voice came from inside. No need to trouble yourself, speak of your matters here. As the words fell, the mist before them dispersed, and Lu Qing's figure emerged from within. Little Li perched on his shoulder, while the five elements winged snake followed closely behind. Young Master Lu. Seeing Lu Qing, Lin Zhirui immediately stepped forward. He wasn't surprised that Lu Qing knew of their arrival. With his abilities, escaping his awareness within tens of miles was almost impossible. What surprised him was that Lu Qing had directly come out of the village. Lu Qing nodded and looked towards Yang Kanghai and the Heavenly Elder. Young Master Lu, the Heavenly Elder, hearing Lin Zhirui's title, immediately understood that this young man was the person they came to meet. He intended to step forward to pay respects, but when Lu Qing's gaze fell upon him, his entire body suddenly felt heavy. It was as if a giant mountain was pressing down on him, making breathing difficult, his body unbearably heavy, and speech nearly impossible. What terrified him even more was that Lu Qing's gaze seemed to be able to perceive everything. He felt as though all his secrets were laid bare under Lu Qing's gaze, completely seen through. Foundation Establishment Realm. Not bad nowadays, being able to completely transform true qi into spiritual power and break through barriers to enter the Foundation Establishment Realm. Your cultivation talent is not bad indeed. Lu Qing withdrew his gaze and spoke calmly. The Heavenly Elder instantly felt his body lighten, and without wiping the cold sweat off his forehead, he hurriedly said, "Your praise is far too flattering. These humble skills of mine are akin to the light of a firefly before you, totally insignificant." Heavenly Elder, beside him, Yan Kanghai was stunned by the Heavenly Elder's humble attitude. Honestly, before today, when he saw Heavenly Elder personally escorting the descendants of Li Weishan to Kang County, he was greatly surprised. The Heavenly Elder's status in the clan was incredibly esteemed, even higher than that of his father. This time, he personally came to escort Li Weishan's clan members over. This made Yan Kanghai realize that the clan must have truly listened to him, remarkably valuing this matter. Yet, he never expected that upon meeting Lu Qing, the Heavenly Elder would be so humble. However, the Heavenly Elder felt that his attitude was completely appropriate. In the path of cultivation, strength is revered. Just from Lu Qing's single glance, he felt that the cultivation realm of this individual was immeasurable, far beyond his comprehension. He even vaguely sensed that the two mutant beasts accompanying Lu Qing were also extremely formidable, capable of posing a lethal threat. Alright, there's no need for pretentiousness here. Lu Qing was indifferent to the Heavenly Elder's humility and spoke calmly. Did your Yan family complete the task I assigned you? Everything has been carried out as per your will, completely settled. The Heavenly Elder hastily said, I've safely escorted all descendants of the Elder Li Weishan over. As for your desire for the 10,000 Great Mountains, there is absolutely no issue, it's our honor. Even if you desire the entire Yan country, we would willingly offer it with both hands. I have no interest in your Yan country's land, Lu Qing smiled slightly. I only wish for these 10,000 Great Mountains to be a place for my secluded cultivation, without being managed by others. Understood, of course. In the future, none of our Yan country members will step even half a foot into the 10,000 Great Mountains without your permission. The Heavenly Elder immediately pledged. Since that's settled, I'll return the people to you. With a wave of Lu Qing's hand, several figures appeared out of thin air, falling to the ground. It was the elegantly dressed young man and his few innate realm guards. However, at this moment, they were all in poor condition. Even having been released, they remained bewildered without any response. Especially the elegantly dressed young man, his gaze vacant, seemingly soulless. Seventh brother, Yan Kanghai cried out upon seeing the elegantly dressed young man's arms missing. This shout seemed to gradually bring the young man and his companions to their senses. They looked at Yan Kanghai, then around them, and slowly a glimmer of clarity returned to their eyes. Fourth brother, Heavenly Elder, have we really been released? The young man muttered. His eyes filled with disbelief, fearing that what he saw was merely a dream. The other guards were in the same situation. However, being innate realm experts, they quickly realized they had truly been released from that dreadful place. Lord County Master, I've returned the people to you. If there's nothing else, please be on your way. At this moment, Lu Qing spoke calmly. Upon hearing his voice, the young man in luxurious attire and the guards all shuddered. They turned to look at him, their eyes filled with fear. During these days, locked in that dark, hopeless cage, the feeling of despair was overwhelming. It was an experience they would never forget for the rest of their lives. Especially the young man in luxurious attire, he looked at Lu Qing as if gazing at the greatest devil. If at first, when captured by Lu Qing, he still harbored thoughts of revenge, now there wasn't even a trace of such thoughts. He didn't dare entertain them any longer. At this moment, he only wanted to distance himself as far as possible from this devil, and never see him again. Heavenly Elder noticed the young man in luxurious attire and the other's condition, and knew they must have suffered greatly during this period. However, he did not express any dissatisfaction. Heavenly Elder had already understood the reason for the capture of Yan Kangshan and the others. He realized that Lu Qing had been merciful. If it were any other powerful figure being offended like this, they would likely have killed with a single blow. Yan Kangshan was fortunate to have only lost his arms. Moreover, the display of divine skills by Lu Qing deepened the fear in his heart. Naturally, he did not dare to harbor any dissatisfaction. All right, you may leave. Lu Qing waved his hand. Yan Kanghai hesitated for a moment, bowed, and asked, what about young master, the descendants of Li Weishan? I will send someone to handle this matter, you just make sure they're settled in. Yes, then we shall take our leave for now. Once Yan Kanghai and the others left, Lin Zhirui approached to apologize. Young Master Lu, it was my own decision to bring Kanghai and the others here. I hope to be forgiven. Why say such a thing, Brother Zhirui? Bringing them here actually saved me trouble. Lu Qing smiled. Previously, he didn't want Jialai village to be known by too many people because his strength was still weak, and having provoked such a formidable enemy like Suspended Mountain, he feared he couldn't fully protect the village. But now, having reached the Golden Core realm, and with Suspended Mountain destroyed, Jialai village was protected by an array he set up. Naturally, the concerns he had back then were gone. Upon hearing that Lu Qing was not angry, Lin Zhirui also felt relieved. He had taken the unusual step of deciding to bring Yan Kanghai and the others over. One reason was that he truly wanted to help his friend. Secondly, if he wasn't present, he feared the Yan family might act recklessly and offend Lu Qing greatly. If Lu Qing truly became enraged and destroyed the Yan family, it would lead to the fall of the royal family, and Yan country would inevitably fall into turmoil. Such turmoil would be seen by neighboring countries, inciting their ambitions, and the people might again be displaced. To prevent such a scenario, he slightly deviated from his principles. Fortunately, the Yan family was sensible, and Heavenly Elder recognized the situation and fully satisfied Lu Qing's conditions. Relaxing his mind, Lin Zhurui asked, "Young Master Lu, how do you plan to settle the descendants of Li Weishan?" From Yan Kanghai, Lin Zhurui had come to understand the situation. He also found out that Lu Qing captured that seventh prince for the sake of Li Weishan's descendants. During this period, he investigated Li Weishan and learned a lot about his life story. He even vaguely guessed that Lu Qing must have obtained Li Weishan's relics at some point. This allowed him to rise swiftly and soar high. Otherwise, the elder doctor back then was only an internal organ realm martial artist. How could he have possessed the resources necessary to break through to the innate realm, enabling both master and disciple to reach the innate realm? I will not get involved in this matter. Let the Wei family handle settling them, Lu Qing said. By rescuing the descendants of Li Weishan, he had already repaid this particular karmic debt. As for more, Lu Qing had no plans to engage. With the Wei family's capabilities, settling a small family of just a few dozen should be easy. Returning to the village, Lu Qing went to the Wei family's detached house and found Wei Xing, explaining the situation briefly. After hearing, Wei Xing immediately went out to arrange personnel to go to the county to settle the descendants of Li Weishan. After finishing this task, Lu Qing suddenly felt that his heart and spirit had become much lighter. The operation also became more perfect and satisfactory. Cause and effect, huh? Feeling the change in his heart and spirit, Lu Qing murmured to himself, and a sense of enlightenment arose in his heart. Early the next morning, just as Lu Qing got up, he heard the village bustling with activity. Especially over by the ancestral hall, it was exceedingly lively. He smiled slightly. With a slight movement of his thoughts and with mana vibrating, his body became completely clear-minded, and he then walked out of the house. As a cultivator in the Golden Core realm, Lu Qing's body was now pure and clean, full of clear energy, naturally not needing a mortal's washing. The effect of the mana operation and vibration was even stronger than any washing. "Brother, why is it so lively outside?" Little Yan rubbed her eyes and walked out of the room. The little girl, though already a cultivator in the innate realm, still had a habit of being a sleepyhead. Sometimes if Lu Qing didn't call her, she might not even get up. "There's a happy event in the village today. Do you want to go see the excitement with your brother?" Lu Qing asked. "Is there something fun to see?" "Little Yan wants to go." The little girl instantly woke up. "All right then, after breakfast, we'll head over." After the brother and sister finished breakfast, they took little Li and the 5 elements and headed over to the ancestral hall. As they got closer, the villagers noticed them. "Ah Qing is here." The villagers gathered outside the ancestral hall stepped aside, revealing a path. Lu Qing smiled and confidently led little Yan forward. Little Li continued to sit on his shoulder, while the 5 elements followed behind little Yan this time. Seeing little Li and the 5 elements, the villagers were not afraid. Recently, little Yan often brought little Li and the 5 elements to play with the kids in the village, so everyone knew that these 2 mutant beasts were very gentle and wouldn't hurt anyone. Many children even particularly liked them. Especially the 5 elements, who sometimes got excited and carried several kids around, becoming very popular. In contrast, little Li, who didn't like being close to others, could only be touched by little Yan and Lu Qing. The kids, though they liked it, could only look and not touch. "Ah Qing." Uncle Zhang came up and said, "Everyone in the village who wants to cultivate has come." "All right." Lu Qing nodded and looked down the steps. He saw quite a few people gathered at the foot of the steps, roughly dozens, all familiar faces. Just that. Looking at an elderly man in the crowd with some graying hair, Lu Qing was a bit speechless. "Grandpa Zhao, you want to cultivate too?" The elderly man, whom Lu Qing addressed as Grandpa Zhao, grinned, showing a few missing teeth. "Didn't you say, Ah Qing, that anyone who wishes to cultivate can come over? I'm idle every day anyway, so I thought I'd give it a shot." Uncle Zhang covered his forehead, pointing at Grandpa Zhao in annoyance. "You old rascal, with half of you buried in the ground already, what are you trying to learn cultivation for? Stop messing around and get out of there." "I won't." Grandpa Zhao stubbornly said, "Why should only the young people get to cultivate? I want to try it too. When I was young, I often dreamed of becoming an immortal, flying in the sky. You all laughed at me, saying I was daydreaming. Only my wife believed in me, saying I was the reincarnation of an immortal. When she married me, she even said she was marrying an immortal. Now that she's not here, I want to show her she didn't choose the wrong person back then. You." Uncle Zhang was momentarily at a loss for words. Looking at his old friend who refused to leave, he didn't know what to say for a moment. At this moment, Lu Qing waved his hand, "Grandpa Zhang, since Grandpa Zhao also has the heart to seek the way, that's naturally good, let him give it a try too." With that, he waved his hand and a stream of light flew out from his sleeve. Then it expanded, transforming into a jade tablet as tall as 2 people, and landed on the ground. The jade tablet fell to the ground. emitting a mystical aura with mist swirling around it, appearing extremely divine, just as the villagers were in awe. Lu Qing spoke, "This jade tablet, I specially crafted it. It can test if you have the potential for cultivation." The eyes of all the villagers immediately focused on that jade tablet again, full of curiosity. This exceptionally beautiful jade tablet, can it really tell if they can cultivate? "Ah Qing, what should we do?" a villager asked. "It's very simple, just take turns standing in front of the jade tablet, breathe calmly, and keep a peaceful mindset," Lu Qing said with a smile. That simple. The villagers were even more amazed. However, when they thought about it, Lu Qing was now akin to an immortal. If he were an immortal, there was nothing he couldn't do. It really is that simple. So who wants to go up first for the test? The villagers looked at each other. Although everyone was eager to cultivate, when it came time to test, they all hesitated a bit. Finally, one person bit the bullet and stepped forward. "I'll go first then." Lu Qing saw the tension on that person's face and laughed. "Brother Duran, relax, the test doesn't hurt." The one who stepped forward was none other than Wang Dan, who had accompanied Lu Qing on his first shopping trip to the big market. Upon hearing Lu Qing's words, he visibly relaxed. A smile appeared on his face. "Okay." With that, he stood before the jade tablet. Then, a gentle white light emanated from the jade tablet, enveloping Wang Dan. Initially, Wang Dan was a bit nervous, but he quickly realized the light from the jade tablet was not only very gentle, but also had a unique force that made him feel completely at ease. His nervousness gradually faded away, and he felt calm and at peace. However, all the other villagers became tense, quietly watching this scene. Lu Qing was also observing the jade tablet's changes. Although he possessed a superpower that allowed him to probe the information of all things in the world, each probe only yielded a limited amount of information, unable to fully interpret all the properties of an item. Especially for ordinary mortals, there were only 2 or 3 lines of information, which was even more limited. This jade tablet he crafted could test a person's cultivation talent. It was a magic artifact used by the Li Hu sect in the past to test the talent of new disciples, so it was suitable for the villagers. Wang Dan was enveloped by the light from the jade tablet, but for a long time the light remained white without the slightest change. Just as everyone was still waiting, the white light gradually dimmed and Lu Qing sighed. "Brother Duran, I'm sorry, but you don't have direct cultivation talent for the immortal Tao. I don't have cultivation talent." Wang Dan was taken aback, then showed a disappointed expression on his face. Even though he had mentally prepared for it, hearing the news was still hard for him to accept. The other villagers noticed and fell silent, quietly watching Wang Dan. As the first person to step up for the test, everyone had some expectations in their hearts. In the village, Wang Dan was one of the strongest, so if even he didn't have cultivation talent, then others would have even less hope. For a moment, the once fiery enthusiasm suddenly cooled down quite a bit. They began to understand that cultivation talent wasn't as common as they had imagined. Watching Wang Dan walk away listlessly, Lu Qing didn't say anything. The jade tablet mainly tests a person's affinity for spiritual energy. If one's affinity for spiritual energy is too low and can't even sense it, then naturally, they have no direct talent for cultivating the immortal Tao. Wang Dan was such a case. No matter how strong and robust he was, with abundant qi blood, his affinity for spiritual energy was too low. Even if he forced himself to learn the immortal Tao, just sensing spiritual energy would be a major hurdle, let alone entering the path. After Wang Dan stepped down, another villager stepped up. A white light shone on him. After a while, the white light remained unchanged. Lu Qing shook his head at him. Everyone knew that this villager also didn't have cultivation talent. However, with Wang Dan's example, this villager seemed to accept it more easily. After all, Wang Dan was much stronger than him, so it was normal if he himself couldn't cultivate. Following this, villagers continuously stepped forward for the test, and the result was that over 10 people couldn't make the white light change at all. Only then did everyone gradually realize why Lu Qing had previously said the path of cultivation was difficult. It turned out this cultivation talent was so rare. Among so many of them, not a single one possessed cultivation talent. Time passed by bit, as they continued to step up for the test, and soon over half had been tested. And among so many people, not even one had cultivation talent. Just when everyone thought that perhaps no one in the village had cultivation talent, suddenly, the light from the jade tablet finally changed. The pure white light flickered, then slowly turned red. Finally, it became a faint overall red. A hint of surprise appeared on Lu Qing's face. "There's a change." The white light turned red. A villager immediately shouted. Others naturally saw the change too, and all looked towards Lu Qing. Under the villagers' expectant gazes, Lu Qing smiled. He nodded. "That's right, this red light represents that the person being tested possesses talent for cultivation." He then spoke to the little girl enveloped by the red light, who seemed a bit at a loss. "Little congratulations." "Great." Suddenly everyone was delighted, especially little parents, who were moved to tears with joy. If little wasn't still enveloped by the jade tablet's light, they would have rushed up to embrace their daughter. "Wow, little is amazing." Little Yan, standing aside, also jumped up, feeling very happy. Little was one of her playmates, and they often played together in the village. Seeing her good friend also possessing talent for cultivation, she naturally felt very happy for her. After Little the situation became a bit different. Next, there were two more people who caused the jade tablet's light to change. It was a young man and a teenager. However, the red light they triggered was very faint, far less impressive than Little Still, they possessed talent for cultivation, so the two of them were very excited. When the teenager had finished his test, only one person was left untested. Everyone's eyes focused on him, and their gazes were somewhat peculiar, because the remaining person was Grandpa Zhao. Uncle Zhang began to cover his face. He felt his old friend was just here to make a fool of himself. At 70 or 80 years old, half a foot in the grave, and still wanting to join the fun to learn cultivation, it was simply nonsense. If not for Ah Qing's good temper, had it been another immortal master, he would have been driven away long ago. Lu Qing didn't think much of it. He smiled and looked at Grandpa Zhao. Grandpa Zhao, please. Haha, sorry to trouble you, Ah Qing. Grandpa Zhao also felt no embarrassment. He chuckled and walked up to the jade tablet. Like before, the jade tablet emitted white light, enveloping Grandpa Zhao. Just when everyone thought the next thing would be waiting for a while with no change, followed by Grandpa Zhao giving up completely. Unexpectedly, when the white light fell on Grandpa Zhao, after only 7 or 8 breaths, there was a change. In a short moment, the white light rapidly turned red, and the color gradually deepened. Finally, when the transformation stopped, the light enveloping him had turned into a deep red. And within that deep red, there was faintly a trace of almost imperceptible golden color. This change left the villagers dumbfounded. Even Lu Qing turned his head in surprise. Oh, this old man actually has some talent for cultivation. Even Yan in the leaving fire tripod couldn't help but utter a sound of wonder. Don't judge a book by its cover. Who would have thought Grandpa Zhao actually has the potential to cultivate up to the foundation establishment realm, although it's a bit of a shame. Lu Qing sighed inwardly. The jade tablet was his creation. He naturally understood what the colors represented. The color changes of this jade tablet were divided into 3 levels: red, golden, and purple. At the same time, these 3 colors could represent the tester's potential for cultivation to a certain extent. The red signifies a potential limit, typically at the chi refining realm. In martial arts terms, this would be the innate realm. Golden represents the foundation establishment realm. As for purple, it's considered a true cultivation genius, possessing the potential to achieve the golden core realm. Of course, the potential detected by the jade tablet is only the initial potential and doesn't represent the tester's ultimate achievements. After all, on the road of cultivation, there are countless unknown possibilities. Those with ordinary talent, if luck strikes or when great opportunities are obtained, may still defy fate, enhancing their talent through transformation. But Lu Qing couldn't help but feel a bit sorry for Grandpa Zhao, as he was indeed too old. Ah Qing, the red light triggered by old Zhao, does it mean he also possesses cultivation talent? Amidst the surprised stillness, Uncle Zhang finally couldn't help but ask. Immediately, everyone's eyes were on Lu Qing, especially Grandpa Zhao, who looked at Lu Qing with great hope. Under everyone's gaze, Lu Qing lightly nodded, of course, and Grandpa Zhao's cultivation talent is quite good. Just as he mentioned before, if he cultivates deeply enough, he might even be able to fly. As soon as he said this, everyone was stunned. Grandpa Zhao was moved to tears. He murmured, "Little you see, you really didn't choose the wrong person to marry." Uncle Zhang was initially in shock too, but hearing Grandpa Zhao's words, he felt a pang in his heart. He reminisces about the times when they were young. Grandpa Zhao often talked about dreaming of flying in the sky. He'd claim he was an immortal born again, forgetting his spell abilities for now, and he'd expressed the desire to search for immortals one day, to find his skills back through cultivation. Those were times when Grandpa Zhao's talks would lead to mockery from village friends, saying he was dreaming foolishly, always fantasizing about being an immortal. Eventually, only Uncle Zhang and a few others stayed willing to play with him. People said his mind wasn't right, and playing with him would lead to insanity. Even Uncle Zhang found Grandpa Zhao's talk annoying and would scold him for it. Among all their peers, only one person not only didn't hate Grandpa Zhao, but often sought him out for chats, listening to his dreams of immortality. That was a girl. Her name was Ai. Uncle Zhang had seen it more than once, the scene of the two chatting by the river. At that time, Ai often sat on a high boulder, swinging her legs, listening earnestly to Grandpa Zhao below, gesticulating as he told his dreams of becoming an immortal. In the end, Ai disregarded her family's opposition and married Grandpa Zhao. In the blink of an eye, decades have passed. Ai is no longer in this world, and they have aged into such states. Uncle Zhang looked at the red glow enveloping his old partner, and suddenly his eyes became a bit wet. He felt both relief for his old friend and a sense of sadness for Ai, the girl who had once mustered all her courage, ignoring everyone's opposition, choosing to marry the man she loved. In the end, she still wasn't able to witness the glorious moment of her husband. That's enough. Lu Qing waved his hand, putting away the jade tablet. The test is over and our village did quite well, with 4 people possessing the talent for cultivation. Upon hearing this, the villagers' reactions varied. Some were happy, some were disappointed, some were dejected, and some were envious. Seeing everyone's emotions, Lu Qing smiled slightly. He continued, "Those who didn't test for cultivation talent, don't be discouraged. The Jade Tablet tests your qualifications for the Immortal Dao. But in this world, besides the Immortal Dao, there's also martial arts. If any of you still have the will to cultivate, I have asked the Wei family master. In a few days, they will select some highly skilled martial arts masters to come and establish a martial arts hall in the village. If you are interested, you can study martial arts there. When practiced to a profound level, martial arts is equally strong, not much weaker than the Immortal Dao." With these words, the previously dejected crowd immediately looked up in surprise. Wang Dan shouted, "Ah Qing, are you saying we can learn martial arts? Of course, anyone can practice martial arts. It doesn't emphasize talent like the immortal cultivation does. However, martial arts practice is also very tough, so you must persevere." Lu Qing nodded and said, "Hey, what's hard work? Could it be tougher than working in the fields under the sun and rain every day?" Wang Dan said carelessly, "Exactly." The others nodded one after another. They all secretly resolved that once the martial arts hall was established, they would seriously study martial arts. After all, in this world, the status of martial artists is very high. Seeing this, Lu Qing nodded silently, although he didn't know how many people here would be able to persevere in the end. But as long as this initiative got off to a good start, it would be a good thing for Jiulai village. As for Grandpa Zhao and the rest of you. Lu Qing's gaze fell on Grandpa Zhao and a few others. "I often need to go into seclusion for cultivation, so the time I can actually teach you is probably not much, so I also found a teacher for you." However, before Lu Qing could finish, Grandpa Zhao waved his hand. He said with a smile, "Ah Qing, I don't need it. Just like Brother Zhang said, I'm already at this age, with a foot in the grave, why learn cultivation?" "Grandpa Zhao, you don't want to cultivate." Lu Qing was taken aback. The other villagers hearing this were also stunned. "It's not necessary." Grandpa Zhao smiled. "I came here this time just to know whether the dreams I had as a young man were real or not. Now that I know, there are no more regrets. As for cultivation, I'd rather let it go. I'm old and I no longer have the energy. But Grandpa Zhao, with your talent, even if you can't reach your full potential in true cultivation, you could still extend your life." Lu Qing couldn't help but advise. However, Grandpa Zhao still shook his head. "Ai is gone. What am I to do living so long? All right, you just take good care of these few kids. Don't worry about me." After speaking, Grandpa Zhao went home on his own. Walking as he went, when he reached the entrance of his home, he looked up and seemed to see a woman in the yard watching him. Her smile was as lovely as flowers, just like when she listened to him tell stories by the river back then. The next day, news came from the village. Grandpa Zhao passed away, peacefully in his sleep. He passed away lying peacefully in his bed. Early morning, Lu family. Lu Qing awoke from cultivation. The spirit stone he held in his hand had already dimmed, its spiritual charm exhausted. However, as he sensed the magic power golden core within him, he sighed. An entire piece of low-grade spirit stone had been refined, yet the power of his magic power golden core had only slightly increased, barely noticeable. There aren't many spirit stones left at this rate. Completing the first transition of the golden core seems a distant hope. Lu Qing pondered quietly. A year had passed since Grandpa Zhao's death. In this year, Lu Qing had already perfected the first 3 transitions of the perfect golden core skill, but his cultivation progress was slow. He was still at the early stage of the golden core realm. His first transition was only halfway complete, leaving much to be done before fully accomplishing it. This was even after using spirit stones for cultivation. Without spirit stones, if he were to rely solely on absorbing nature's spiritual energy for cultivating, the progress would be frustratingly slow. The main reason for this is that the current density of nature's spiritual energy is no longer sufficient for his cultivation needs. Even the array in the Jade Cave couldn't gather spiritual energy fast enough compared to his refining and absorbing speed. Thus, in the last 6 months, Lu Qing could only feel noticeable improvement in his cultivation by using spirit stones. However, his spirit stones were limited, and after 6 months of cultivation, most of the low-grade spirit stones in his possession had been used up. If the first transition is this difficult, wouldn't the spirit stones needed for the second transition multiply? Just thinking about it made Lu Qing's scalp tingle. Though the perfect golden core is powerful, the resources it consumes for cultivation are several times more than other golden cores. Lu Qing couldn't imagine the terrifying amount of resources needed when he reached the later stage of the golden core realm. This perfect golden core is truly a gold-devouring beast. Moreover, since the 5th heaven and earth Tao sound, the increase of spiritual energy in the world has gradually stabilized. It's likely that the next Tao sound will take a long time to emerge. Lu Qing quietly sensed the surroundings, feeling the heavenly and earthly rules had become quite stable. The next evolution will likely take a long while to brew. He had anticipated this. Even Yan had told him that in the previous cultivation era, it took hundreds of years for spiritual energy concentration to truly peak after the spiritual energy recovery started. Now, with the recovery having just begun, awaiting the next transformation could take a long time. It seems I need to find a way. I wonder if the places Yan mentioned have spirit stone veins. Lu Qing calculated silently. As an ancient being who survived the last cultivation era, Yan knew many hidden secrets. These included well-known spirit stone veins locations from the previous cultivation era. It's uncertain whether those places have begun to produce spirit stones, given that the world has just started to recover. As Lu Qing contemplated his future path of cultivation, his heart suddenly stirred. He took out a jade talisman from his pocket and read it with his heart and spirit. This jade talisman was a communication jade token he had crafted, capable of transmitting messages via divine thought. A message emerged from the jade talisman. "Ah Qing, come by when you're out." It was a message from his master. Why is my master looking for me? Lu Qing wondered. Without thinking much, he left the quiet room and quickly arrived at the half-mountain small courtyard. Entering the courtyard, he saw his master having tea under the plum tree with two people. One was Lin Zhirui, but the other was unexpected to him. Heavenly Mechanism Tower Master. Seeing the elder with an immortal demeanor, Lu Qing was quite surprised. "Young Master Lu, long time no see," the Heavenly Mechanism Tower Master smiled. "I never expected you to have time to visit our remote place, a true surprise for the younger generation. Young Master Lu is too modest. This place is brimming with spiritual energy, rivaling that of the central state, truly a place blessed by nature. No wonder it could produce a genius like young Master Lu," the Heavenly Mechanism Tower Master praised. "You overpraise me, senior," Lu Qing smiled and asked, "but why do you have the leisure to come to Kang State?" Lu Qing knew that a figure like the Heavenly Mechanism Tower Master, who had numerous responsibilities, wouldn't leave the central state without a good reason. Moreover, his master specifically summoned him, so there must be something significant. While Lu Qing pondered, the Heavenly Mechanism Tower Master observed him. He found, just like back in the central state, he couldn't see through Lu Qing's depths, despite his recent breakthrough in cultivation. Besides sensing that Lu Qing was more unfathomable, he couldn't discern anything else. His Heavenly Mechanism divination technique was completely ineffective on Lu Qing. Recalling the information Zhai Rui had previously transmitted to him, the Heavenly Mechanism Tower Master understood. Lu Qing's cultivation had truly reached such an unfathomable level that they couldn't fathom it. "To be honest with you, young master, my visit here indeed brings a matter of importance." Upon Lu Qing's inquiry, the Heavenly Mechanism Tower Master straightforwardly replied, "I was entrusted by someone to inquire young Master Lu about a certain matter." "Oh, what matter is it? If the younger generation knows, I will certainly speak my mind," said Lu Qing. When he heard Lu Qing say this, the Heavenly Mechanism Tower Master instantly put on a serious expression, carefully observing Lu Qing. He said, "This matter is related to the Suspended Mountain, one of the 4 great secret places. A year ago, the Suspended Mountain was attacked by a mysterious figure wearing a ghost face mask, who killed numerous disciples and elders. This forced the Suspended Mountain to retreat within the secret land, closing its doors and not venturing out. For over a year, there has been no news from them in the world. Originally, everyone thought that the Suspended Mountain was wary of that ghost face masked strongman. In addition, with those 2 powerful extraterrestrial visitors at the time, they decided to hide in the secret land, conserving their strength quietly without emerging. But later, those 2 extraterrestrial visitors were killed by you, young master, and disappeared for a long time. Yet there was still no sign of the Suspended Mountain reappearing in the West State. Recently, other secret places couldn't help but send people to the West State to gather information. They were extremely surprised to discover that the Suspended Mountain secret land could no longer be contacted. None of their visit requests received any response. Finally, after extensive exploration by other secret places, it was concluded that the Suspended Mountain secret land had vanished. It wasn't just about closing doors, but the entire secret land space, along with its people, had completely disappeared. "Young Master Lu, do you know what happened here?" With the Heavenly Mechanism Tower Master watching him closely, Lu Qing simply smiled calmly. "According to you, Elder, do you think this has something to do with me?" The Heavenly Mechanism Tower Master said nothing. Some things don't need to be spoken so clearly. But for an ancient secret place that has been passed down for tens of thousands of years to disappear silently, this kind of terrifying event, there is no power in the world capable of achieving it. In truth, if one were to speculate, aside from Lu Qing, he couldn't think of anyone else with such divine skills. After all, he was the one who could easily slay those 2 immensely powerful Golden Core realm extraterrestrial visitors. More importantly, Lu Qing had irreconcilable enmity with the Suspended Mountain, under various speculations, although hard to believe. But the Heavenly Mechanism Tower Master thought, if the disappearance of the Suspended Mountain secret land was man-made, Then besides Lu Qing, there was no second person capable of such extraordinary feats. Seeing the expression in the Heavenly Mechanism Tower Master's eyes, Lu Qing smiled. Since the elder already has an answer in mind, why bother asking me? The Heavenly Mechanism Tower Master's heart was stirred, so to speak. Is it really? I don't know about other matters, I can only tell you, elder. Indeed, the suspended mountain secret land has completely vanished. From now on, there will only be 3 secret places in the world. The suspended mountain has already become history. The Heavenly Mechanism Tower Master and Lin Zhirui were stunned on the spot, although they had speculated before coming. But after all, it was only speculation. The suspended mountain might not have truly perished. Perhaps they might have used some secret technique to seal the secret land away. Considering it's an ancient force inherited from the previous cultivation era, having powerful array means isn't too hard to understand. So now, having truly confirmed from Lu Qing's mouth that the suspended mountain had completely vanished and became history, both master and disciple still felt immensely shocked. On the contrary, the elder doctor beside looked calm. Lu Qing had already informed him about the demise of the suspended mountain a year ago. Young Master Lu, this really is. After a while, the Heavenly Mechanism Tower Master came back to his senses, yet didn't know what to say momentarily. It's merely the downfall of one secret land, elder need not dwell on it. Moreover, elder can guess, aside from the monks of the suspended mountain, what else I saw in the secret land. The Heavenly Mechanism Tower Master was stunned, but his sharp mind suddenly thought of something. Could it be? Indeed, the remnants of Wujian building, once besieged by the entire world, were well alive in the secret land of the suspended mountain. Don't worry, elder, they have also vanished into oblivion along with that secret land. So it really is this way, the Heavenly Mechanism Tower Master murmured. Actually, when the remnants of Wujian building reappeared, he had already speculated about it. It was only now that he got confirmation from Lu Qing. Junior understands the reason for Senior's visit. You can inform those who entrusted you. I have always been clear about grudges and kindness and won't easily start killing. As long as I'm not provoked, I don't enjoy making enemies either. Lu Qing understood that the disappearance of Suspended Mountain must have caused panic among the other 3 great secret places. After all, an ancient power with thousands of years of heritage and backed by a secret realm, disappearing just like that. If this matter isn't clarified, even the people of the other 3 great secret places would not sleep soundly, so he made his stance clear to the Heavenly Mechanism Tower Master. As long as they don't provoke him, everything can be discussed. But if anyone shows no tact, he doesn't mind reenacting the Suspended Mountain secret land incident. The Heavenly Mechanism Tower Master naturally heard the implication in Lu Qing's words. He immediately responded, "Young Master Lu, rest assured, I will convey your words to the other 3 great secret places. All right, the serious matters are settled. Let's sit and have some tea." At this moment, the elder doctor timely spoke, easing the tense atmosphere around. Coincidentally, the spring water in front of him also started boiling. The Heavenly Mechanism Tower Master sat down. The elder doctor began brewing plum tea. With the boiling spring water poured, a peculiar fragrance quickly drifted from the pot, rapidly filling the courtyard. Smelling this fragrance, the Heavenly Mechanism Tower Master felt refreshed, and the spiritual power within him was faintly stirred. He looked at the elder doctor's poured plum tea in surprise, unable to help but praise good tea. Lin Zhirui laughed, "Master, you must taste it properly. Mr. Chen's plum tea here is unique in the world. It can indeed be called the world's #1 tea. Zhai Rui overpraises it's merely a peculiar flower tea from this plum tree. How could it be worthy of the world's #1 tea title?" The elder doctor shook his head and handed the first cup to the Heavenly Mechanism Tower Master. "Tower Master, please." The Heavenly Mechanism Tower Master did not decline. He took the cup of tea and found the tea clear with an enticing aroma. He couldn't resist taking a small sip. As the tea entered, he felt his mouth fill with fluids after a sip of the plum tea. The spiritual power within him began to circulate lively on its own. The Heavenly Mechanism Tower Master widened his eyes. "This plum tea." "Haha, Master, can you feel the wonders of this plum tea?" Lin Zhirui happily said. "This plum tea is not just an ordinary tea. It contains spiritual charm, can invigorate spiritual power, and enhance cultivation. It can be considered spiritual medicine, truly spiritual tea. That's why I said it's the world's #1 tea. World's #1 tea. Indeed, this plum tea deserves the title." Feeling the changes within him, the Heavenly Mechanism Tower Master couldn't help but praise. At the same time, he couldn't help but be amazed. This visit had given him so many shocks. Though he had heard the disciple mention the peculiarities of Jiulai village, he was still amazed upon seeing it with his own eyes. This remote mountain village gathered spiritual energy that wasn't inferior to even Central State. He couldn't discern anything from the array protecting the village, and now he tasted spiritual tea that could enhance cultivation. No wonder Zhai Rui, since coming here, was unwilling to return to Central State. This place is truly an excellent place for cultivation. Listening to the heavenly mechanism tower master's praise, Lu Qing didn't speak, just picked up his tea and took a sip. Ever since he set up the array to gather the earth and spiritual energy into the village, the plum tree in Half Mountain's small courtyard had become increasingly mystical. Now it possessed notable spiritual nature, worthy of being called a true spirit tree. The plums it grew were beneficial to cultivators like the heavenly mechanism tower master and Lin Zhurui. Of course, for him, it was simply a more delicious tea. With his current cultivation, aside from spirit stones, only real spiritual medicine of not too low a grade would be useful. Thinking about his cultivation progress, Lu Qing couldn't help but feel a headache. Lu Qing was troubled by his cultivation. In fact, aside from the spirit stones, he had two treasures at hand that could rapidly enhance his cultivation. They were the 5 Elements treasure lotus obtained from the secret land of 5 Elements and the peaceful lotus taken from the gray-robed man. These 2 treasure lotuses were supreme spiritual medicines, containing extraordinarily powerful effects, truly precious and rare medicines. Even for those in the primordial spirit realm, they were highly useful. Moreover, these 2 lotuses had other marvelous uses. Refining them into elixirs was the best way to fully harness their medicinal strength. Directly consuming them to enhance one's cultivation would waste much of their potency, too much of a squandering. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, Lu Qing did not want to use these supreme spiritual medicines so soon. Better to wait until things here are settled, and then go out to see if I can find suitable cultivation resources. Lu Qing made a decision in his heart. After drinking plum tea, the heavenly mechanism tower master rose to take his leave, though Lu Qing and the others tried to keep him. He had responsibilities elsewhere and needed to quickly relay the information he obtained here to other great secret lands, so he politely declined. Young Master Lu, when I came, several saint masters entrusted me to convey a message. They said the incident before was just a misunderstanding and hope you won't bear any resentment. The first saint master also mentioned that you are always the most honored guest of the Holy Mountain. He hopes that someday he can receive your guidance. Before leaving, the heavenly mechanism tower master suddenly spoke these words. Lu Qing smiled. I dare not claim to give guidance. I have admired the 3 saint masters for a long time. In the future, should I have the opportunity, I will surely ascend the Holy Mountain to converse and discuss the Tao with the 3 saint masters. Lu Qing held no animosity toward the 3 saint masters of the Holy Mountain. After all, since its establishment, they have indeed contributed greatly to maintaining the stability of the world. As for the previous conflict, Lu Qing did not mind much since he hadn't truly suffered any loss. On the contrary, his mentor once received a fortunate opportunity there, hence he gladly accepted their goodwill. All right, once I return, I'll report to the Saint Masters. The Heavenly Mechanism Tower Master was delighted to hear this. If the Holy Mountain could repair its relationship with Lu Qing, it was something he very much hoped to see. After the Heavenly Mechanism Tower Master and his disciple left, Lu Qing looked at the elder doctor. Congratulations, Master, for reaching perfect foundation establishment, only a step away from the Golden Core realm. Indeed, this time Lu Qing visited, he found his master's aura harmonious, hinting at a breakthrough to the perfect foundation establishment realm. The elder doctor smiled. I owe much to the cultivation techniques and elixirs you provided, Qing, enabling me to cultivate so quickly. Elixirs are but an aid. Master, your own prowess makes it possible, reaching the realm to turn them into strength, Lu Qing laughed. After defeating the gray-robed man and his brother, Lu Qing obtained quite a few cultivation techniques and elixirs from their storage magical treasures. He kept some that were useful to him and gave many to his mentor. This led to rapid advancement in the elder doctor's cultivation over the past year. Breaking several small barriers, he reached the perfect foundation establishment realm. It's worth mentioning that even Ma Gu, Wei Zion, and Hu Zezhai, among others, also achieved breakthroughs and stepped into the innate realm this year. The progress in their cultivation was astonishingly fast. However, this was not surprising, considering during their previous journey to Central State, the trio received a wisp of origin energy. Following refinement and absorption, their physical talent was greatly transformed, comparable to those favored by heaven. Moreover, they were cultivating in Jiulai Village, a place rich in spiritual energy, complemented by occasional guidance from the elder doctor and Lu Qing. Such exceptional cultivation conditions made slow progress abnormal. Several months passed after the Heavenly Mechanism Tower Master's visit. One day in the Jade Cave, Lu Qing awakened from cultivation. He looked at the dim spirit stone in his hand and fell silent. This piece of spirit stone was now his last piece of low-grade spirit stone, and it was completely depleted. Upon sensing the magic power golden core within, he realized there was still a significant gap before completing the first transformation. Once, after acquiring a batch of spirit stones from the gray-robed man and his brother, Lu Qing felt he had suddenly become wealthy. After all, according to Yan, It was akin to the inventory of a large immortal sect from a previous cultivation era. Yet unexpectedly, even so many spirit stones failed to complete the first transformation of his golden core. The resources needed for cultivating this perfect golden core were overwhelmingly terrifying. Could it be that I must use middle-grade spirit stones for cultivation? Another spirit stone appeared in Lu Qing's hand. This spirit stone was much clearer and brilliant than the previous ones. It was indeed one of the middle-grade spirit stones acquired from the gray-robed man's storage bag. However, holding this middle-grade spirit stone, Lu Qing hesitated. He did not have many middle-grade spirit stones from the gray-robed man's storage bag, only a dozen. Moreover, spirit stones above middle grade served several different purposes beyond cultivation, such as array formation, artifact refining, and so on. Or, if he wished to pilot the void-flying boat across the starry sky in the future, relying solely on his own mana wouldn't suffice. At times like this, middle-grade spirit stones could prove useful. Pondering with the middle-grade spirit stone in hand for a while, Lu Qing finally decided to keep it. If they are all consumed at once and needed later, it would be troublesome not to have any. Moreover, with his current strength, achieving the first transformation in this world doesn't make much of a difference. It seems it's time to go on a journey. Lu Qing muttered to himself, having already made up his mind. He turned and left the jade cave, transforming into a stream of light, quickly returning to the village. Ah Qing is back. A villager noticed the stream of light that Lu Qing had transformed into, glanced up, and continued with their tasks. After such a long time, they were already accustomed to Lu Qing frequently coming and going. "Brother, you're back." As he landed in the courtyard, little Yan ran out of the house. Behind her were little Li and 5 elements. "I'm back." Looking at little Yan, Lu Qing suddenly had a thought. "Little Yan, do you feel bored staying at home? Would you like brother to take you out for fun?" "Where are we going to play? Are we going to the market?" Little Yan tilted her head and asked. The little girl, although a bit grown up now, was still as innocent and lively as before. She thought Lu Qing was going to take her to the market. "A bit further away, just going out for a walk like when we went to Central State last time." "We're going on a trip, great." Upon hearing this, little Yan's eyes immediately lit up. "Then let's tell Master about it and head out. Isn't Grandpa Chen coming with us?" "Master is currently at a crucial point in his cultivation, not suitable for a long trip. Then I'll tell second sister and aunt about this." "Go ahead." After little Yan said goodbye to her little companions, Lu Qing took little Yan, along with little Li and 5 elements, to the half-mountain small courtyard. "Are you going on a trip?" the elder doctor asked after hearing Lu Qing's words. "Yes, disciple's recent cultivation has hit a bottleneck. Closing off again is useless, so I'd like to take little Yan out to experience the world and broaden her horizons," Lu Qing replied. The elder doctor pondered for a moment and said, "It's good to go out and relax. Don't worry, I'll look after the village. There won't be any issues." Lu Qing wasn't worried about the safety of the village. Now that the major threat from Suspended Mountain had been eliminated by him, and the village was guarded by the array he set up after achieving the Golden Core, and Wei Shanhai and others mostly resided here steadily, it could be said that Jiulai village was now as impregnable as a fortress, strong in power. No one could cause trouble. Lu Qing was more concerned about another matter. "Master, when do you plan to cross the tribulation and break through?" Months ago, the elder doctor reached the perfect foundation establishment realm. Yet after all this time, he hadn't broken through. "No rush, I plan to accumulate more. Crossing the tribulation is of great importance. I haven't felt the breakthrough opportunity yet." The elder doctor was not anxious. "Since you haven't sensed the opportunity, there's indeed no rush to break through." Lu Qing nodded. The Golden Core tribulation is not ordinary, especially the condensation of the magic power Golden Core, which has an immensely significant impact on the path of future cultivation. Thus, before crossing the tribulation, the deeper the accumulation, the better. So not sensing the breakthrough opportunity wasn't a bad thing, but rather a good thing. It meant that his accumulation hadn't reached its limit, and there was still room to solidify his foundation. "Master, remember to send a message to me when you plan to cross the tribulation so that I can come back and protect you." Lu Qing had the void-flying boat, and if he really wanted to hurry back, even if it was far away in Central State, it wouldn't take him long. "All right, you all can go out and have fun. If I sense the breakthrough opportunity, I'll send you a message." The elder doctor agreed readily. Then on that day, Lu Qing took little Yan, along with 2 spiritual beasts, leaving Jiulai village to go on a journey. The first stop was to tour around Kang State. This brought immense joy to little Yan and little Li. Every day she could see new things, and besides the joy, it greatly broadened her perspective. Seeing their happiness, Lu Qing even temporarily set aside searching for spirit stone veins. Since returning from Central State, he often needed to go into seclusion, and the time spent with little Yan became much less. This time, since they were out, they might as well have a good time traveling. Thus, after finishing their tour of Kang State, Lu Qing and his companions went on to Jizhu, Qi State, Feng Province. Along the way, they left their footprints in many places across the world. On this day, Lu Qing and his companions reached a new major state. Is this the sea? How magnificent! From atop a high mountain, little Yan gazed at the endless expanse of the ocean before her, eyes filled with awe. Lu Qing also had a look of astonishment in his eyes. They had arrived at a small frontier state on the eastern edge. This small state bordered the East Sea, and he brought little Yan here intending to show her the world's ocean. The result was that his heart and spirit were thoroughly shaken. Having been in this world for so long, it was his first time witnessing the ocean of this land. Compared to the blue star of his previous life, the ocean in this world was more vast and even more awe-inspiring. Moreover, Lu Qing's golden core level perception told him that buried within might be incredibly powerful forces, more unfathomable than the land. His heart and spirit were slightly on edge. He recalled the words once spoken by Yan. In the ancient immortal cultivation era, the sea was ruled by the Sea Clan. Even experts at the primordial spirit realm dared not easily venture into the depths of the sea's domain. Later, when the spiritual energy was exhausted, the sea even more became a forbidden zone for the human race, so no one could clearly say what lay deep beneath the sea. Now it seems, under the changes of heaven and earth and the revival of spiritual energy, the depths of the sea have undergone unknown changes. Moreover, to make even him feel a sense of alertness, the change must not be minor. The five elements winged snake looked at the vast sea ahead, its eyes fixed. Though it was a winged snake, it too loved water greatly. During its guardianship of the five elements treasure lotus in a secret realm, it resided in water for many years. Now seeing such a vast ocean, apart from being amazed, it even felt the urge to dive in and swim. In contrast, little Lei, perched on Lu Qing's shoulder, looked at the ocean ahead, sensing the abundant water element spiritual energy around, and showed a face of disdain. Naturally water-averse, it couldn't express enough disdain seeing so much water. After enjoying the beautiful scenery of the ocean, Lu Qing took little Yan and the others away, although he was also interested in exploring the sea. But the ocean was too complex, and with little Yan around, he didn't want to take the risk. Moreover, knowing little Li's aversion to water, if it knew they were going to explore the ocean, it wouldn't hesitate to scratch all over his face. After leaving the seaside, Lu Qing led little Yan and the others northward. Along the way, they saw many new and exotic customs. Little Yan and the others were constantly exclaiming with surprise every day. Even Lu Qing felt his eyes opened wide, gaining a deeper understanding of this world. On this day, they arrived at another new major state. As soon as they entered this major state, Lu Qing was surprised. The temperature here. He felt that upon entering this state, the temperature suddenly plummeted. It was much lower than the previous state, but clearly the distance between the two wasn't very far. Brother, the weather here is so comfortable. Little Yan likes it here. What surprised Lu Qing even more was that, despite the low temperature, little Yan showed an expression of enjoyment. She seemed to really like the climate here. Lu Qing's heart stirred, sensing the surrounding heaven and earth rules. Soon, he gained insight. It turned out that the heaven and earth rules around had a touch of icy flavor, giving this major state a peculiar chill. This major state, is it perhaps the northern state where the cold water palace is located? Lu Qing sensed the surrounding heaven and earth rules and suddenly felt a stir in his heart. He had once received a map from Lin Zhirui, which marked the locations of various forces in the world. It also included the 4 great secret places that had gradually reappeared to the world in the past 2 years. However, Lu Qing's journey with little Yan this time was done on a whim, and he didn't really pay much attention to their destination. Now, sensing the strangeness of this place, he realized that they had arrived at one of the 4 great secret places, the state where the Cold Water Palace was located. Rumor has it that the disciples of the Cold Water Palace mostly practice cold attribute cultivation techniques. It was just unexpected that the state they occupied was also so peculiar. Of course, Lu Qing merely sighed a little, without many other thoughts. This time, he didn't plan to have any encounters with the people from the 3 great secret places. After all, he knew that ever since he destroyed the suspended mountain, the remaining 3 secret places probably had very complex attitudes towards him. After all, though the 4 great secret places weren't exactly on friendly terms with each other, some secret places had a lot of grievances against each other. For instance, between Qingyang Temple and Suspended Mountain, they've always found each other disagreeable. But Lu Qing completely annihilated the entire Suspended Mountain, even causing the entire secret realm to vanish completely. This was truly terrifying for the other secret places. They couldn't imagine how Lu Qing could have possibly achieved this. So Lu Qing figured that if he really appeared in front of the other secret places, countless people would probably be on edge. Since that's the case, why bother inviting trouble? Since little Yan liked it here, Lu Qing decided to stay a while longer. Immediately, he took little Yan and the others on a journey of leisure. A few days later, they arrived in front of a huge city, Cold Water City. Looking at the large ancient characters above the city gate, Lu Qing softly recited, According to the information provided by Lin Zhurui, this cold water city was also an ancient city with a long history. However, this city was now under the control of the cold water palace. How beautiful! Little Yan looked up at the giant city in front of her, exclaiming in admiration. At this moment, little Yan was wearing a very pretty fur coat, making her look cute as snow. Even Lu Qing himself was wearing a robe. Although with his cultivation, he had long reached a realm impervious to cold and heat, even mountains of ice or lava couldn't harm him in the slightest. Yet traveling leisurely, he and little Yan still conformed to the local customs, donning thick clothing. As for little Li, who didn't like the cold, it had already snuggled into Lu Qing's arms and was sound asleep. Even the 5 elements had transformed to the thickness of a thumb, curled up and hid in little Yan's hood. Hearing little Yan's admiration, Lu Qing smiled. Indeed, this city was truly beautiful. Due to the cold, the city gate and walls were adorned with all sorts of ice sculptures. All were vivid and lifelike in form and spirit. This made the entire city wall appear both exquisite and majestic. After admiring for a while, Lu Qing led little Yan into the city. Once inside Cold Water City, the scenery was even more pleasing to the eye. Everywhere were exquisite and beautiful ice sculptures, making the whole Cold Water City look like a giant work of art. This city is blessed with the power of an ancient array, but it seems the people of Cold Water Palace don't know how to use it. Lu Qing wandered around the city with little Yan, reflecting the city's starry dots in his heart and spirit. Having inherited from the divine talisman sect, Lu Qing's attainment in array techniques was quite profound. He could sense that this ancient city was, like the holy city of Central State, integrated with array techniques when it was constructed. Now, with the recovery of spiritual energy, the ancient array that lay dormant for tens of thousands of years was quietly awakening. But what puzzled him was, the city's array seemed to be in an autonomous operation state, with no one controlling it, and had not been able to mobilize the array power efficiently. Thus, the spiritual energy within the city was not much denser than outside the city. The efficiency in utilizing the array power was far inferior to the array he had set up in Jiulai village. Moreover, the pedestrians on the streets also gave him a strange feeling. Many were in a hurry, with a tense expression on their faces. More importantly, through his divine soul sensing, he could feel that the entire Cold Water City was filled with many rather powerful presences, numerous innate realm entities, and even some in the Foundation Establishment realm. This puzzled him somewhat. While it's true that with the changes in heaven and earth, and the recovery of spiritual energy in the past 2 or 3 years, many martial artists in the world have made breakthroughs. Innate realm experts were no longer as rare as they used to be, yet the number of strong entities in Cold Water City was unusually high, more than he had seen in the suspended mountain secret realm at least. Can the Cold Water Palace have such deep foundations? Or is it that something major is about to happen in Cold Water City? Feeling puzzled, Lu Qing spent some time strolling with little Yan before finding a rather bustling tavern, ordering a room, and picking some local delicacies before sitting down. While letting little Yan and the others enjoy their meal, Lu Qing listened in to the conversations of other patrons in the tavern. The reason he chose this tavern was that he sensed a lot of strong presences here. Some innate realm beings were eating and drinking inside. Indeed, after listening for a while, he got the information he wanted. Do you think that villain will really come today? In a room next door, a table of guests was chatting. Suddenly, a robust man with a not weak aura, seemingly of innate realm cultivation, spoke up. Mind your words, what villain? That is the Changhan sect master. It is said that he has now passed the heavenly tribulation and achieved the supreme golden core realm, a true immortal among men. If your words disrespect him and he hears it, he could kill you on the spot, and no one would dare to speak against it. The Great Han had just started speaking when his companion at the same table warned him. The Great Han hesitated, unsure, and ultimately dared not act rashly. Instead, he changed his tone. Will this Changhan sect master really come today? He issued such a high-profile challenge to the Cold Water Palace. If he doesn't come, wouldn't he be the laughingstock of the world? Indeed, that day he came stepping through the air, soaring above the Cold Water Palace, and issued a challenge, such high spirits. If he doesn't show up today, it would be truly unexpected. Then do you think if the Changhan sect master comes, will the palace master accept the challenge? The Great Han continued to ask. That's hard to say. I've heard that the Changhan sect master, a month ago, crossed the heavenly tribulation at Long Hatred Mountain, achieving the golden core true man's supreme and mysterious realm, possessing skills beyond understanding. You saw that day too, the Changhan sect master came riding the wind. His terrifying momentum suppressed the entire city. Though the palace master is formidable, it's uncertain if they can withstand him. The Great Han's companion analyzed. His aura was also not weak, with a cultivation of the innate minor achievement. Hearing his companion's words, the guests at the table fell silent. They recalled the dreadful aura when the Changhan sect master came to issue the challenge. As innate realm cultivators, they only felt their heart and spirit tremble. Apart from fear, there were nearly no other thoughts. After a while, someone questioned, "Don't you think it's strange that the Changhin sect is, at best, a small sect? Why would their sect master be so powerful? This world has only just begun to recover, and yet he's able to overcome the heavenly tribulation, achieving the golden core true man realm. Even those few saint masters at the holy mountain only crossed the heavenly tribulation over a year ago, right? Who knows, perhaps the Changhin sect master obtained some treasure and has kept it hidden, biding his time. Only after the world revived did he find the opportunity to refine the treasure and soar." Someone speculated, "Hearing you say this, it does seem like I've heard rumors these past few days, said that over 2 years ago, when the heaven and earth Tao sound rang for the third time, a chance ray of light flew from Central State across the lands. One of these rays happened to fall in the Changhin mountain range. Only back then, many went searching for it but gained nothing. Do you think that ray was obtained by the Changhin sect master? Who could know? Would you truly dare to question the Changhin sect master?" The others halted, then shook their heads collectively. Asking an immortal golden core true man about their protective treasure is like a death wish. Passing over that, someone else said, "But what grudge does the Changhin sect master have with the Cold Water Palace to issue such a high-profile challenge? Could it be that, as he claims, the Cold Water Palace has a grudge of killing his wife and child?" Impossible. How could one of the four great secret places have such a significant feud, and yet the Changhin sect still exists? It's hard to say the Changhin sect master is now a golden core true man. He wouldn't necessarily lie. Moreover, the Cold Water Palace didn't rebut it at the time, seemingly admitting to it. If that's true, today Cold Water City will surely be bustling, one of the prestigious four great secret places being challenged openly. If they lose, the myth of the four great secret places may be shattered. Someone expressed a schadenfreude smile, clearly enjoying the drama. To think a Golden Core Realm expert would challenge the Cold Water Palace. Lu Qing, listening to the conversation, finally understood why so many strong figures had gathered in the city. It turned out that a Golden Core Realm expert was going to publicly challenge the Cold Water Palace today. Most of these strong figures were there to watch the spectacle. After all, for tens of thousands of years, the four great secret places have held unparalleled prestige in the world. Now someone dares to challenge it, naturally drawing the attention of many strong figures. If it hadn't been for taking little Yan around the mountains and waters recently, he would have known nothing of this. However, for a sect master of a small sect to reach the Golden Core Realm in such a short time, even with origin energy, it seems too defiant against the heavens. Lu Qing felt an odd sensation well up within him. The opportunity ray of light the table mentioned, he naturally knew what it was. It should be the origin energy that appeared in Central State when the heaven and earth Tao sound occurred the third time. At that time, most of the origin energy was intercepted by strong figures staying in the holy city. But still, a small portion flew out of Central State, scattered across various states, and was obtained by other living creatures. Yet even having gained origin energy, achieving the Golden Core Realm so swiftly remains unusual, especially before the world changed, before the recovery of spiritual energy. Apart from the four great secret places and unique places like the Holy Mountain, other locations could at most cultivate to the perfect innate realm. Otherwise, Senior Li Weishan wouldn't have risked everything to break through, ultimately perishing with resentment due to nearing the end of his lifespan. Thus, it means that the Changhin sect master ascended from the innate realm to the Golden Core Realm in just 2 or 3 years. This cultivation speed is terrifying. Master himself has also refined origin energy, yet with his extraordinary talent, he still remains at the perfect foundation establishment realm. Although just one step away from the Golden Core Realm, he has yet to sense a breakthrough opportunity. For a moment, Lu Qing grew very interested in the Changhin sect master. With curiosity in mind, Lu Qing also began to eat and drink. The delicacies of Cold Water City were indeed quite good, especially the roast meat. It was exceptional. The slices were thick and large, the marinated meat crackled when roasted slightly. Then dipped in the inn's special dry sauce, a single bite filled one's mouth with rich aroma, truly delicious. Both little Yan, with a mouth full of grease, and even little Lei, who usually preferred eating fish, consumed quite a bit. As for the 5 elements, it was astonishing, practically swallowing one piece of meat after another. Lu Qing had to keep requesting more meat from the store to satisfy their hunger. Luckily, he had reserved a private room, otherwise the dining manner of little Li and the 5 elements might have drawn quite some attention. After all, many in the world are fond of keeping exotic mutant beasts, and several nobles in the city enjoy traveling with various unusual pets. But such spiritually natured pets are still exceedingly rare. While eating and drinking, Lu Qing attentively listened to the adjacent conversation, from which he learned several details about the upcoming challenge. For instance, the Changhin sect master issued the challenge 7 days ago. The formal challenge day was today. It was due to the short notice that most strong figures gathered in the city were from nearby states. Those from farther away might have received the news but could hardly make it in time. Otherwise, the number of strong figures in the city would likely be several times greater. Additionally, the Changhin sect master, before establishing the Changhin sect, reportedly had a wife, whose beauty supposedly rivaled that of those listed on the legendary beauty lists. But from a certain day, the wife of the Changhin sect master vanished. It was said she died in childbirth, with mother and child both lost. Sadly, overnight, the Changhin sect master grew gray-haired. After more than 10 years of silence, he established the Changhin sect, and now several decades have passed since then. However, it now seems that the death of his wife and child had hidden truths. Lu Qing leisurely enjoyed the meal as he listened to the adjacent neighbors discuss various martial world rumors, especially as it seemed they had no intention to keep their conversation private, speaking loudly as though their words could be heard even beyond the restaurant. As Lu Qing was eating and drinking, his expression suddenly shifted. "Bitch, I've come, are you ready to die?" With this loud shout, a powerful pressure descended upon Cold Water City. Everyone in the city felt their bodies sink, their heart and spirit weighed down as if by a mountain, and their bodies couldn't help but tremble. The innate and foundation establishment cultivators who came to watch the spectacle were even more horrified. They knew that Golden Core true men were incredibly strong, but didn't expect that mere momentum could be so terrifying. It made their limbs shake and their hearts tremble. Just a trace of momentum could press down an entire city. The might of the Golden Core truly lives up to its name. It really is the Golden Core realm. Lu Qing in the box felt the pressure and raised an eyebrow. He emitted a gentle aura, shielding little Yan and little Lei, blocking the pressure invisibly. Then he used an invisibility talisman to hide himself and little Yan, taking her to the top of the restaurant. The restaurant he chose was one of the most famous in Cold Water City. Its height was also one of the tallest buildings in the city, slightly lower than the massive icy palace at the center, making it a perfect spot to observe the battle. "Brother, that person is so fierce, is there going to be a fight here?" Little Yan had naturally heard the murderous shout earlier and asked. "Not sure yet, let's stay here for a while, see if we can catch a good show." Lu Qing smiled. "Okay." Although the speaker earlier seemed very powerful, as long as her brother was around, little Yan wasn't scared. Moreover, although the aura of the person in the sky was formidable, it was far weaker than the two villains who attacked the village before. After comforting the little girl, Lu Qing looked toward the center of the city. Above the enormous cold water palace stood a figure in the air. A strong aura emanated from this person, causing clouds within several miles to retreat. It was evidently the Changhin sect master that those martial artists had discussed earlier. However, to Lu Qing's surprise, the figure wore a red brocade robe, his face noble, exuding confidence. This seemed quite inconsistent with the name Long Hatred. He originally thought that someone who founded a force named Long Hatred would carry some aura of grief and sorrow. Curious, Lu Qing activated his superpower and looked toward the figure. Just as Lu Qing investigated with his superpower, the Changhin sect master, seeing no response from the cold water palace below, sneered. "Dare not to face me, eh? Then don't blame me for being rude." With that, a ball of flame appeared in his hand, quickly condensing and compressing. As the flame condensed and compressed, its color gradually changed from red to green. Powerful energy emanated from the flame, bringing a touch of warmth to the cold water city. All watching were trembling. Make Cold Water City's temperature rise. Just how powerful is the flame in that figure's hand? "Bitch, if you don't come out, I'll burn Cold Water City, destroying your Cold Water Palace's foundation." The Changhin sect master held the green flame, shouting coldly. "What, burn Cold Water City?" Upon hearing this, those below were shocked and panicked. No one doubted the Changhin sect master could do such a thing, for just seeing the flame in his hand, everyone could feel the terrifying energy contained within. So ruthless, Lu Qing was a bit surprised upon hearing this, but what surprised him even more were the notes appearing on the Changhin sect master. Li Changbo, Changhin sect master, cunning and unpredictable. Cultivation, low-grade golden core, newly entered golden core realm. Due to forcibly refining too many spirit stones in a short time to boost cultivation, his foundation is unstable with limited potential. Possesses a defective exotic treasure that can rapidly boost cultivation. This challenge to Cold Water Palace is supposedly revenge for his wife and child, but actually to complete his exotic treasure. After glancing through the notes, clarity shone in his eyes. "I see, using revenge for wife and child as an excuse, but actually having ulterior motives." He sensed that the Changhin sect master's demeanor and appearance weren't those of a deeply resentful person. Indeed, there was more to the story, however. Lu Qing paused at one piece of information. "Refining too many spirit stones, does that mean this guy has a lot of spirit stones?" A mysterious look appeared in Lu Qing's eyes. However, he didn't act immediately. He wanted to see how the Cold Water Palace would respond to such provocation and threat. As Cold Water City fell into chaos, a cold voice finally echoed from the magnificent ice palace. "Li Changbo, do you really have to be so aggressive?" Upon hearing this voice, Lu Qing was startled. The palace master of Cold Water Palace is a woman, and judging by the voice, it doesn't sound like an elder's. Of course, Lu Qing wouldn't judge a person's age by their voice alone. After all, for those strong in cultivation, each major breakthrough leads to a significant transformation. Even returning to youthful appearance is possible. Bitch, finally willing to come out. I thought you'd hide in that dead ice palace forever, afraid to respond. The Changhan sect master Li Changbo sneered. The flame in his hand, however, did not dissipate. Li Changbo, the fact that you can break through obstacles, successfully cross the tribulation, and achieve the Golden Core Realm is indeed impressive. There's no need for this challenge. Cold Water Palace concedes defeat. That cold voice spoke faintly. The words caused the entire Cold Water City to be shocked once again. Without even starting the battle, one of the 4 great secret places, Cold Water Palace directly conceded defeat. Concede defeat. Do you think a simple concession can resolve things? It's not that easy. However, upon hearing this, Li Changbo continued to sneer coldly. Wretched maid, have you forgotten how Cold Water Palace forced my wife and children to death in the past? Today, either you duel to the death with me, or I'll set Cold Water City ablaze. Let all your Cold Water Palace citizens accompany my tragically deceased wife and children in burial. Accompany his wife and children in burial. This Changhan sect master, has he gone insane? Run. As Li Changbo's murderous words fell, the entire Cold Water City was plunged into greater chaos. Many martial arts experts already started to regret coming to witness this spectacle. Who would have thought that the Changhan sect master would become so insane, and as a true man of the Golden Core Realm, would demand the lives of innocent people to accompany his wife and children who died long ago in burial? Li Changbo, do not go too far. The cold voice from the ice palace also grew colder. Since you insist on bringing up this matter, then let's discuss it well today. Do you forget that your wife and children were driven to death by you yourself? As these words were uttered, the previously chaotic Cold Water City went silent. They looked at the figure in the sky. Could it be that the death of his wife and children was shrouded in deeper mystery? Nonsense. Li Changbo grew angry and shouted, my wife and children were clearly forced to death by you, wretched maid. If you continue to spout lies, I will tear you to pieces. I'm spouting lies. That cold voice sneered softly. Li Changbo, don't think that after all these years you can distort the truth. Back then, with sweet words, you deceived the holy daughter of our Cold Water Palace into marrying you. After Cold Water Palace learned of this, we sent someone to hold you accountable. Yet you were clever, portraying a deep bond of love and life with the holy daughter. This softened Cold Water Palace, allowing you and your wife to escape, but expelling the holy daughter from the secret land to fend for yourselves. However, no one expected it was all just an act by you. You deceived the holy daughter into marrying you, sharing life and death together, making her truly devoted and obedient to you, compliant in all matters. In the end, she pretended to be abandoned, exploiting my mother's compassion for her to return to the secret land and steal the exotic treasure passed down from ancient times in Cold Water Palace. Later, when the holy daughter was captured back to the secret land, the exotic treasure in her hands had vanished. Poor holy daughter, no matter how Cold Water Palace tortured, she refused to reveal the whereabouts of the exotic treasure. Ultimately, unable to endure, she passed away along with the child in her womb. Before her death, she pleaded to my mother that if you were ever found, you must be spared your life. Li Changbo, do you still claim that your wife and child weren't driven to death by you? Did you think creating a long hatred sect went unnoticed by Cold Water Palace? It was only because my mother promised the holy daughter not to trouble you further that allowed you to survive until now. Who would have thought that the previous kindness has now allowed you to turn against Cold Water Palace? As these words from the Cold Water Palace master were spoken, the entire Cold Water City fell silent. Everyone did not expect the death of the Changhan sect master's wife and children to have such a complex background. If the circumstances were truly as described, then saying Li Changbo drove his wife and children to death wouldn't be wrong. Nonsense. You wretched maid, how dare you distort black and white? Li Changbo cursed loudly. That exotic treasure was originally an ancestral treasure of my wife. She was indeed from the direct lineage of your Cold Water Palace, the child of that poisonous woman, your mother. With malicious plots, she harmed her lineage, ultimately seizing the position and becoming palace master successfully. What was wrong with my wife reclaiming her ancestral relic? Do you think that poisonous woman was truly kind-hearted? She gained her position unjustly, taking too many lives when she ascended back then. The heart holds guilt, trying to make some amends to my wife, seeking peace of mind. But the heavenly Tao is vast, how can such hypocrisy deceive it? That venomous woman ultimately failed to cross the tribulation. It's the best explanation, her greatest retribution. As Li Changbo's reprimands echoed, the cold voice inside the ice palace fell into silence. After a long while, it sighed, indeed, my mother truly let the direct lineage down. Her failure in crossing the tribulation was due to the guilt in her heart. The entire city understood immediately after hearing this. Even being one of the four great secret places, its internal affairs weren't entirely harmonious. At least this cold water palace had gone through a tremendous upheaval, causing the palace master's position to shift. However, that cold voice suddenly changed its tone, becoming sharp. My mother's guilt was towards the direct lineage. You Li Changbo schemed for the exotic treasure, deceived the holy daughter, ultimately leading to her tragic death. That's also a fact. Do you think the palace cannot distinguish the difference? Li Changbo, you dare to intrude just because you know my mother failed to cross the tribulation, and you thought my cold water palace was unguarded at the moment. Since you're so aggressive, fine, the palace will fight you. Let you know that merely entering the Golden Core realm doesn't mean invincibility. Palace Master, you mustn't. With a sudden exclamation, a figure swiftly flew out from the ice palace, stopping just before Li Changbo. The cold water palace master accepted the challenge. Witnessing this scene below, everyone widened their eyes, gazing at the figure. Even the citizens of Cold Water City weren't an exception. As inhabitants of Cold Water City, they had never seen the true appearance of the Cold Water Palace master. Then, upon seeing the figure's appearance, everyone held their breath. The reason was simple. The figure was extraordinarily beautiful. White robes fluttered, exuding a cold aura. That exquisitely beautiful face was stunning to the point of suffocation. Such a pretty sister. Upon seeing the woman's appearance, little Yan on the rooftop couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. She felt that this white-robed sister seemed even more beautiful than Sister Hu Zezhai. Is the Cold Water Palace master actually this young? Lu Qing, upon seeing the white-robed woman's face, was also surprised. With his cultivation, he naturally discerned that the Cold Water Palace master wasn't an old person rejuvenated by a breakthrough. Her true age was genuinely young. As for beauty, it barely affected him. Beauty was indeed supreme, even surpassing those from the beauty rankings he had seen in the Central State Holy City. But at Lu Qing's realm, he judged people beyond mere appearances. Therefore, no matter how beautiful the Cold Water Palace master was, it was difficult to shake his Dao heart. Li Changbo, seeing the Cold Water Palace master's unparalleled beauty, was momentarily stunned. His eyes even showed a hint of peculiar color. However, he soon restrained this hint of peculiar color. He shouted, "Wretched woman, you finally dared to come out. Li Changbo, name your terms, I'll accept whatever you decide." The Cold Water Palace master, stepping on a spindle-shaped magic artifact, spoke calmly. "It's simple, as long as you can withstand my 3 moves. Surviving 3 moves, then the challenge is yours. If you can't withstand 3 moves, don't blame me for being ruthless," Li Changbo said. 3 moves, very well, but this is not the place for a duel. To avoid harming the innocent, let's move to a different location for our battle. The Cold Water Palace master intended to ride the magic artifact and head outside the city. Unexpectedly, Li Changbo suddenly smirked. "No need, they're mere ants, why care? You can take my moves right here." After speaking, he shook his arm, sending the green flames he had been holding towards the Cold Water Palace master. The Cold Water Palace master, was extremely furious. She never expected that, just moments ago, Li Changbo was talking pompously, displaying the demeanor of a Golden Core realm master. And in the blink of an eye, he resorted to tactics akin to a sneak attack. This despicable and shameless behavior was truly unimaginable for someone of the Golden Core true man's status. However, she had some precautions against Li Changbo, and there was a considerable distance between them. So even if Li Changbo suddenly launched an attack, the Cold Water Palace master still managed to respond. With a thought, an ice silk brocade handkerchief on her body suddenly flew out, transforming into 100 jang long ice silk, encircling her tightly. The intensely concentrated green flames fell onto the ice silk, and a thunderous roar echoed out. Then it suddenly erupted into a sky full of flames, engulfing the Cold Water Palace master, burning relentlessly. Some of these flames even drifted down towards Cold Water City below. "Quick, get out of the way." The people watching the battle in the city saw the flames descending from the sky, and all showed expressions of terror, desperately trying to dodge elsewhere. The flames, condensed by a Golden Core true man, even a trace of them, would be more than they could handle. As expected, those flames drifted down, and at just a touch, some of the buildings in the city were instantly melted into large holes. If it weren't for the fact that Cold Water City was peculiar, with most buildings constructed from rock and ice bricks, this alone could have caused a fire. Although no fire was started, the sight of those buildings being melted into large holes left everyone feeling chilled to the bone. Even the extraordinarily hard rock ice bricks could melt instantly if those flames fell on a person. Would there still be a chance of survival? All of a sudden, everyone's awe and fear of Li Changbo reached its peak. For those in the innate realm and foundation establishment realm, it was the first time they deeply realized the terror of a Golden Core true man after crossing the heavenly tribulation. This person previously said he would burn down the entire Cold Water City, and it was not mere intimidation. He truly had the ability to do so. Moreover, even just the scattered flames wielded such terrifying power. Could the Cold Water Palace master, who directly faced Li Changbo's attack, withstand it? Everyone nervously looked up at the sky, staring intently at that giant mass of flame that continued to burn. Palace Master. Someone in the massive ice palace showed an exceedingly anxious expression. Why is the Palace Master so impulsive? That is a golden core true man, and the Palace Master has not yet crossed the tribulation, so how could she be his match? At worst, we can retreat to the secret land. Can this Li Changbo possibly break into the secret land? Li Changbo has calculated the Palace Master's temperament perfectly. He uses the lives of the entire city's populace as a threat, forcing the Palace Master to engage. Damn it, it's exasperating that we haven't accumulated enough to cross the tribulation otherwise. How could we let this despicable person come bullying us? Stop talking, keep a close watch. If the Palace Master can't hold on, no matter the cost, we must rescue her. With a resolute voice rising, the ice palace suddenly became solemn. Many showed determined expressions on their faces. Brother, will that beautiful sister be all right? On the rooftop of a restaurant, little Yan also showed concern, although she didn't understand who was right or wrong in the previous dispute between the two. But through instinct, she found that the one named Li Changbo was rather unpleasant. Don't worry, for now, it's fine. Lu Qing's expression remained unchanged, comforting her. Meanwhile, he, with his strong divine soul power, also heard the conversation inside the ice palace, and a trace of indefinable expression appeared on his face. Boom! Under the gaze of countless people, the massive flame in the sky suddenly exploded and gradually dissipated, revealing the figure of the Cold Water Palace Master. However, the current Cold Water Palace Master appeared somewhat disheveled. Her plain white dress had already been partially burned, showing charred black marks. Even the waterfall-like black hair was slightly singed and curled up. Clearly, although she blocked Li Changbo's move, it was not taken easily. Thank goodness, the beautiful sister is fine. Little Yan felt elated at this scene. Lu Qing smiled a little. This Cold Water Palace Master was only at the Foundation Establishment Perfect Realm, and she should have just recently advanced without a sufficiently deep background. To be able to block a strike from the Golden Core Realm, though it relied on the power of a magical treasure, was still quite remarkable. However, this was also because Li Changbo's foundation was weak, making him much weaker compared to an ordinary Golden Core Realm. Besides, this strike was purely driven by his own cultivation, without utilizing magical treasures. In such a circumstance, it was indeed blocked by the Cold Water Palace Master. But now that this move was resolved, the Cold Water Palace Master might face trouble next. Considering Li Changbo's displayed demeanor, he was likely to become enraged out of embarrassment. Sure enough, seeing his poised strike had been dissolved, Li Changbo's face instantly turned somewhat unsightly. Bitch, I didn't expect you to have some ability, actually able to block my move. No wonder you belong to the 4 great secret places. Your foundation is indeed deep. Magical treasures are powerful. The Cold Water Palace Master did not respond to Li Changbo's mockery. Looking at Cold Water City below, riddled with many burned holes, her face turned icy cold. She raised her head to look at Li Changbo, for one who is a golden core true man, to be so cruel and ruthless, disregarding the lives of ordinary people. I said they're just mere ants, why bother caring? Li Changbo sneered coldly. Moreover, hasn't anyone died? Instead of caring about these ants, think about how to handle the remaining 2 moves. Honestly telling you, I won't hold back anymore in the next moves. If you kneel and beg for mercy now, swear to serve me as your master, I might still consider sparing your life. Swear to serve you as my master, so that's your plan. The Cold Water Palace Master suddenly realized, I have long been suspicious. Someone as ruthless and heartless as you after all these years suddenly seeks revenge, so you covet my Cold Water Palace. Ridiculous. The position of the Cold Water Palace Master belongs to my wife's lineage, only taken by your scheming mother using poison. As her husband, reclaiming what rightfully belongs to my deceased wife, what is wrong with that? Wretch, will you beg for mercy or not? If not, not only will you die, but I'll also burn down this Cold Water City with a single flame. After speaking, another flame appeared in Li Changbo's hand. This time the flame was directly green. Seeing this flame, the Cold Water Palace Master's face changed. She could feel that this time, the flame Li Changbo wielded was much more powerful than before. She barely managed to block that last strike, and her ice silk brocade handkerchief was already damaged. It would be difficult to do anything next, but after glancing at the heavily cratered Cold Water City below, a resolute expression appeared on her face. She knew if she let Li Changbo continue like this, Cold Water City would surely be destroyed. Immediately, her eyebrows arched upwards. She lifted her head sharply. There's no need for 3 moves next. Let's decide victory or defeat in a single move. With that, the Cold Water Palace Master pulled out a cold jade hairpin from her head and forced out a mouthful of Heart's Essence blood, spraying it on the hairpin. Instantly, the cold jade hairpin turned blood red, suspended in front of her. The Cold Water Palace Master's hands methodically changed spells, and in the next moment, a dangerously powerful aura emanated from the hairpin. No good is the palace master going to use the cold jade treasure hairpin. With her current cultivation, forcing this magical treasure will severely injure her primordial chi. Stop her quickly. In the ice palace, someone exclaimed upon witnessing this scene. However, it was already too late. With her resolute will, the cold water palace master's movements were extremely fast. From the blood spray to the completion of the spell, it was all within a single breath. Upon completing the spell, she felt her internal spiritual power being crazily absorbed by the cold jade treasure hairpin. The surrounding nature's spiritual energy also became restless, swirling into the cold jade treasure hairpin like a vortex. Immense power emanated from the hairpin. The surrounding heaven and earth laws even began to waver. The cold water palace master looked at Li Changbo. The reason she was willing to exhaust her primordial chi to activate the cold jade treasure hairpin promptly was the fear that he would create obstacles, preventing her from deploying it. To her surprise, Li Changbo did not react to her actions at all. He remained leisurely, watching her fully activate the cold jade treasure hairpin. Only after the cold water palace master stopped did he calmly say, "Are you ready?" Wretch, do you really think that merely a magical treasure can defeat a true golden core true man? If that were the case, your deceased mother wouldn't have risked her life to pass the golden core thunder tribulation. Today, let me show you the true power of the golden core realm. Li Changbo's green flame suddenly expanded, transforming into a massive flaming hand, tens of meters large, reaching for the cold water palace master. Go. Despite sensing the terrifying nature of the flaming hand, the cold water palace master showed no intention of retreating. Biting her silver teeth, she pointed the spell, and the cold jade treasure hairpin expanded several meters in size. Then it transformed into a blood-colored stream of light, shooting towards the flaming hand. Under countless gazes in an instant, the cold jade treasure hairpin and the flaming hand collided. Bang! The stream of light from the cold jade treasure hairpin was indeed fierce. But the flaming hand Li Changbo wielded was even more terrifying. Even after being hit by the cold jade treasure hairpin, some of the flames scattered around. Yet that flaming hand seemed almost tangible, unpierced, holding the cold jade treasure hairpin tightly. No matter how it twisted and struggled, it could not escape. Ultimately, under the burning of the green flames, it revealed its true form and stopped moving. Erg. The divine soul power in the treasure hairpin was refined away, and having expended primordial chi to activate the magical treasure. Under the chain reaction, the cold water palace master immediately spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, wobbled and seemed on the brink of falling. Palace master. At this moment, several figures flew out from the ice palace, rushing towards the cold water palace master, trying to catch her. Insolence. At this moment, Li Changbo's eyes turned sharp, his sleeve flicked, and a flame shot out, blasting towards those people. Not good, block it quickly. The faces of those flying up changed dramatically, hurriedly employing their magical artifacts to block it. However, how could the flames unleashed by a golden core realm cultivator be easily blocked by mere foundation establishment realm cultivators? After a violent explosion, these individuals immediately found themselves charred black all over, blown back, crashing into several buildings of the ice palace below, their lives uncertain. Elder Q. The cold water palace master cried out mournfully upon seeing this scene. But in the next moment, a figure had already appeared before her, none other than Li Changbo. Wretched woman, if you kneel and beg for mercy now, pledge allegiance to me, I might still consider sparing your life. Li Changbo said lightly, dream on, even if I die, I will never beg you for mercy. The cold water palace master's face showed determination as the residual spiritual power within her body began to surge. But in the next moment she felt her body freeze, a sealing power descended upon her. The spiritual power within her body was forcibly suppressed, unable to be mobilized. You want to sever your meridians and end it yourself. It's useless in front of me, you can't even die if you want to. Li Changbo looked at the cold water palace master, a strange expression in his eyes. I will imprint a divine soul mark on you, turning you into a soul slave, then you'll obey my every command. No matter what I ask you to do, you won't be able to resist. This is the punishment for your cold water palace. Your venomous mother harmed my wife and children back in the day. As her daughter, you will atone for her sins. Imprint a divine soul mark. Upon hearing this, the cold water palace master seemed to think of something terrifying, her face showing horror. This is impossible. How can you possess such an evil technique? Whether it's possible or not, you'll know after experiencing it. I can also tell you, after I imprint the divine soul mark, you won't lose your consciousness. However, you won't be able to defy my orders. Even if you resist in your heart, you can only obey my words. Even if I command you to die, you'll do it without hesitation. Li Changbo's tone was calm, but everyone who heard it felt an incomparable chill rising from their hearts. They couldn't imagine the existence of such an evil technique in the world. Capable of completely dominating a person's consciousness, forcing them to obey completely. If true, it would indeed be more terrifying than death, a true state of being unable to live or die. The The cold water palace master's face turned pale. She was not afraid of death, but if she truly fell into Li Changbo's hands and became his puppet, that to her would be more terrifying than falling into the 18th layer of hell. What scared? Ha ha ha. Li Changbo looked at the fear on the cold water palace master's face and suddenly laughed wildly. Wretched woman, your mother dared to humiliate me back then. Now I'll return this humiliation 100-fold upon her daughter. Too bad she died too early, otherwise I'd let her see how her daughter is tormented by me. Despicable wretch, don't you dare. At this moment, an angry shout came from the ice palace. Immediately, a massive ice arrow flew up from below, shooting towards Li Changbo. Tricks of a small insect. Li Changbo casually flicked his hand. A flame shot out, immediately melting the ice arrow. Ants, don't be anxious. After I enslave this wretched woman, none of you will escape. Now just watch how your master, the proud master of one of the 4 great secret places, the cold water palace master, is turned into my puppet. With a cruel smile, Li Changbo extended a finger, slowly pointing towards her forehead amidst the cold water palace master's despairing gaze. At this moment, a calm voice suddenly sounded. I say, while you fight, could you not randomly throw things around? Who? Li Changbo suddenly turned his head. Li Changbo stared intently at the flames pinched in Lu Qing's hand. He was certain that these were indeed the green flames he had refined, yet that young man so effortlessly held it in his hand. The terrifying high temperature of the green flames seemed to have no effect on him. Who are you? For a moment, a sense of vigilance rose in Li Changbo's heart, even though the aura Lu Qing was displaying was merely of the innate realm. He could hardly believe that a mere cultivator of the innate realm could grasp the flames he had refined with mana barehanded. The other people in the city were also staring at Lu Qing in shock at this time. They had all witnessed firsthand the terror of those green flames earlier. The many large holes melted into the city now stood as the best evidence. Yet now, the flames were being held directly by the hand of that youth. Moreover, before the young man spoke, no one had noticed that someone was even standing on the roof of the restaurant. Now everyone understood. This young man must also be an extraordinary formidable force. Is that, the cold water palace master who was trapped in the sky also saw Lu Qing at this moment. In an instant her eyes widened, because she recognized the portrait of that young man. Who am I? I'm just a passerby stopping by for some excitement. Feeling the apprehension in Li Changbo's eyes, Lu Qing smiled. However, sir, you are a bit too overbearing. Revenge has its rightful owner. If you seek revenge on the cold water palace, then so be it, but you shouldn't involve innocent bystanders. Luckily, I have some skills, or else wouldn't my sister and I have been burned to ashes by your spiritual fire. When strong people battle, it is inevitable that residual shockwaves spill over. Li Changbo said coldly, blame these ants for overestimating themselves, daring to watch the duel of golden core true men. This world is inherently one where the strong are revered and the weak are prey. Only the strong have a voice. Surely, sir, you are no ordinary person and understand this principle, right? Reverence for strength, survival of the fittest, is it? Lu Qing mulled over the phrase and suddenly laughed. You are indeed correct. The world certainly reveres strength. Since you affirms this principle, why bother sticking your nose into matters concerning a few ants? Li Changbo saw this and felt slightly pleased. This young man felt rather strange to him, and his usually cautious self was unwilling to easily offend without certainty. However, Lu Qing's next words changed his expression. Who said I was standing up for them? Didn't you hear what I just said? Your scattered flames from your duel got in my way. Lu Qing pinched his fingers gently, extinguishing the green flames in his hand. Originally, I just wanted to enjoy a good show, but your flames nearly hurt my sister, and this put me in a very bad mood. In that case, are you determined to dip into this muddy water and be my enemy? Li Changbo's face darkened. Be your enemy. Lu Qing heard and shook his head. With your flimsy foundation of a low-grade golden core, you're not qualified to be my enemy. As you said earlier, this world indeed reveres the strong. To some powerful cultivators, ordinary beings are nothing but ants, just as you are. In my eyes, you are just a slightly larger ant. These words shocked the entire city. No one expected that this young man was so arrogant, daring to call a golden core true man who crossed the heavenly tribulation an ant. Good, very good. Li Changbo didn't expect Lu Qing to be so disrespectful, calling him an ant in front of so many people. For someone who recently achieved the golden core realm and was full of vigor, this was undoubtedly the greatest insult. He laughed angrily, no longer caring about the apprehension towards Lu Qing. Since you insist on diving into this muddy water, then let me see if you have the capability. He waved his sleeve, and a thick green flame shot toward Lu Qing and Little Yan. Wherever it went, the air distorted from the high temperature. After releasing the flames, Li Changbo stared intently at Lu Qing. He wanted to see how Lu Qing would resolve his green flames, whether it was using the power of a magical treasure or other means. He was always unwilling to believe that an immature boy could withstand the spells he wielded with mana. He assumed it must be with the aid of a powerful magical treasure. Yet in the next moment, his eyes widened. He saw Lu Qing facing the surging green flames, not even blinking. He just extended a finger, flicked, and a wave spread out. And then he saw his mighty green flames, capable of burning through mountains, silently extinguished under that formless wave. Yes, extinguished, not shattered and dispersed like during the battle with the Cold Water Palace Master before. Not good. Seeing this scene, Li Changbo's hair stood on end. Not only was his most proud spell resolved by Lu Qing so casually, but also he couldn't understand how Lu Qing did it. Furthermore, he didn't sense any signs of Lu Qing using any magical treasures just now, which means Lu Qing likely did all this by his own power. Various thoughts swirled in Li Changbo's mind rapidly, and in an instant, his apprehension of Lu Qing reached its peak. Instinctively, his cautious nature was already contemplating retreat. Li Changbo was indeed a decisive person. Feeling the breath of danger, he immediately made a decision. He reached out towards the Cold Water Palace Master next to him, retreating at the same time. He actually wanted to grab the Cold Water Palace Master and pull back. However, just as Li Changbo's hand was about to touch the Cold Water Palace Master, a faint voice echoed in his ears. Stop. Then he felt his body had already frozen in place. His hand was just a hair's breadth away from grabbing the Cold Water Palace Master, but he couldn't move an inch further. How is this possible? Li Changbo roared inwardly. Yet at this moment he was completely frozen in midair. He couldn't even speak nor move his eyelids in the slightest. No matter how he tried to unleash the mana within him, it was of no use. I told you in front of me, you are nothing but a slightly bigger ant. At this time, clouds suddenly gathered in front of Lu Qing on top of the tavern, forming a misty heavenly ladder that extended over the ice palace. Then, in the astonished gazes of countless people below, Lu Qing took little Yan, stepped up the ladder one step at a time, and arrived before Li Changbo, pretty sister. Little Yan ran forward, with clouds blooming beneath her feet, steadily supporting her, as she reached the Cold Water Palace Master's side and helped her up. The instant Li Changbo was immobilized, the sealing power on the Cold Water Palace Master's body was already undone. Yet, suffering severe injuries, she was weak all over and couldn't move. Lu Qing nodded slightly but didn't say much. Seeing Lu Qing's cold attitude, the Cold Water Palace Master didn't feel anything amiss. At this moment, she was fully convinced that this young man before her was indeed the legendary one. The one who, with his own power, consecutively slew two immensely powerful extraterrestrial guests at the Golden Core realm. Later, he quietly and completely annihilated the Suspended Mountain, which was nearly the strongest among the four great secret places, even destroying the secret realm entirely. Feeling the strange color in the Cold Water Palace Master's eyes, Lu Qing's thoughts stirred. He asked, "You know me?" "Yes, the Cold Water Palace has a portrait of you stored." The Cold Water Palace Master's heart tightened as she answered truthfully. Lu Qing nodded again, not feeling surprised. Since the last time the Heavenly Mechanism Tower Master went to Jialai Village to inquire about the disappearance of Suspended Mountain, he already knew that some information about him probably had been known by these top powers. He didn't ask further questions, but turned his gaze to Li Changbo, who was suppressed nearby. Seeing Lu Qing look over, Li Changbo's heart instantly froze with horror. Their conversation had been heard very clearly by him earlier. This wench actually knew this terrifying young man. Doesn't that mean he's in grave danger? Li Changbo's eyes showed a look of panic. He wanted to plead for mercy. However, being suppressed by Lu Qing, he could neither speak nor unleash his divine soul power, much less perform the divine soul transmission technique, as even his forehead acupoint was sealed tight. Lu Qing disregarded Li Changbo's pleading eyes, merely looking at him calmly. Earlier, listening to your righteous speech, you seemed to long for your wife. Since that's the case, let me see if you're truly that deeply loving her. As he spoke, Lu Qing gently pointed a finger, and in Li Changbo's terrified gaze, touched his forehead. In the next moment, Li Changbo trembled all over, his eyes instantly becoming vacant. "Honored one, what are you doing?" The Cold Water Palace Master saw that Li Changbo's eyes were dull, but his aura was still there and was about to ask a question. Lu Qing waved his hand. "It's just a small illusion technique, just keep watching and you'll see." The Cold Water Palace Master immediately fell silent. She quickly saw a look of struggle appear on Li Changbo's face, followed closely by an expression of immense terror. "No, it wasn't me. Xiao Lin, I didn't harm you. Your death has nothing to do with me. You have to believe me, I truly loved you. I didn't intentionally make you steal the exotic treasure. The death of you and the child has nothing to do with me." Li Changbo desperately explained something, terror written across his face. But strangely, his eyes remained dull, showing no signs of regaining clarity. Listening to his words, the Cold Water Palace Master felt a stirring in her heart. She remembered that the previous holy daughter had a name that included a Lin character. The Supreme said he cast an illusion technique. Could it be about Li Changbo and his wife? Was he now explaining to his wife in the illusion realm, just as the Cold Water Palace Master was about to hear how Li Changbo would continue his defense? Suddenly, the terror on his face vanished, replaced by a twisted and violent expression. "Correct, I purposefully deceived you from the start." Since the first time I learned you were the holy daughter of Cold Water Palace, with ancestral treasures passed down, I've been plotting. As expected, I wasn't wrong. You, a naive holy daughter from the secret land, couldn't discern truth from lies. With just a little trick, I had you so dazzled, you agreed to marry me. And back when our hideout was discovered by Cold Water Palace's people, it was because I deliberately leaked it. Without doing so, how would you have been so wholeheartedly devoted to me, taking my word as law, and grown to resent that venomous woman for disrupting our peaceful life? Come to think of it, you're truly stupid. Even after that venomous woman slaughtered your clan, you stayed loyal to her. If not for my act of self-sacrifice, you would never have betrayed her. But it was precisely your stupidity that made it so easy for you to fall for my scheme, finally agreeing to return to the secret land to help me steal that treasure. Indeed, after obtaining the treasure, it was I who intentionally exposed our whereabouts again, allowing Cold Water Palace to capture you back. The child? What child? Once I master supreme divine skills and wield the magical treasure, the entire world will be mine. Children are nothing. If I wished to father more, countless women would be willing, and I could have as many as I want. You stupid woman, since you're dead, just rest in peace. Why come back to haunt me? And you bastard, where did you come from? I'm not your father. Be careful or I'll kick you to death. Turn into a fierce ghost and still won't let me go. Ha ha, I'm now a golden core true man. What can mere vengeful spirits do to me? Watch as I refine you ghostly souls to death. Stupid woman, die, and you bastard, die too. How dare you call me father? I don't have such an ugly son. Accompanied by his mad shouting, Li Changbo's face also became utterly deranged. In the cold water city below, countless people were shocked and chilled to the bone listening to these venomous shouts. None of them expected that these outrageous words would come from a golden core true man who had once claimed to avenge his wife and child. Among them, a martial arts expert who once knew Li Changbo couldn't help but say, who would have thought Li Changbo was such a person? I once admired his deep affection and loyalty. Indeed, he once said the long hatred sect's name was due to his hatred of heaven's injustice, for preventing him from staying with his wife and sharing family happiness with the son he never met. But never did I think his wife and child were killed by his own hands. I visited the long hatred sect and was impressed by his demeanor, sharing drinks with him. Now in hindsight, I just regret how blind I was back then. Pay what golden core true man, he's worse than pigs and dogs. Even a tiger doesn't eat its cubs, and what's the use of high cultivation? A person like this is worse than beasts. Amidst the citywide curses, Li Changbo, having had the divine power quietly withdrawn by Lu Qing, woke from the illusion realm. What golden core true man, this Li Changbo is simply worse than a beast. As Li Changbo came back to his senses, the first words he heard were these insults. He immediately flew into a rage. Whoever has no regard for their life dares to insult me like this. Just as he was about to cast a spell to smash the person who insulted him to pieces, he suddenly realized he couldn't move at all. The immense power of the golden core realm in his body was completely untouchable. A young man stood before him, smiling faintly as he looked at him. It was then that he realized he had been suppressed by this terrifying young man all along. At the same time, he recalled everything he had just experienced in the illusion realm. As he listened to the scolding from the city below, he suddenly understood what was going on, and his face turned pale. Awake now, Lu Qing said indifferently, it seems your affection for your wife is not that deep after all. Poor woman, deceived by you to such an extent, even pleading for you until her death. Yet she didn't know she had entrusted her life to the wrong person. The husband she dearly loved was the true culprit that pushed her into the abyss. Li Changbo's face was pale. He wanted to argue, but he couldn't open his mouth, and Lu Qing lost interest in conversing with him further. With a wave of his hand, a black vortex appeared in his palm, swallowing Li Changbo in fear. As Li Changbo's figure disappeared, everything returned to peace. Your Eminence, this Li Changbo. The Cold Water Palace master hesitantly asked. Rest assured, he will no longer appear in this world. Lu Qing did not explain why he had taken Li Changbo but spoke lightly. The Cold Water Palace master immediately felt relieved. Given Lu Qing's status, since he said so, it must be true. Moreover, with her past understanding of him, he seemed to be a person with a strong sense of justice. So Li Changbo's fate was already sealed. No need for such formality, I just happened to be passing by, without the intention to intervene if Li Changbo wasn't so domineering and ruthless. Lu Qing shook his head and said, since the matter is resolved, we should take our leave. Having said that, he took Little Yan by the hand and prepared to leave. Your Eminence, please wait, the Cold Water Palace master hastily said. Lu Qing paused and turned to look over. Your Eminence, your intervention this time not only saved our Cold Water Palace, but also spared the entire Cold Water City from disaster. This favor is something our palace can never fully repay. However, over tens of thousands of years, our Cold Water Palace has accumulated some treasures. I humbly invite your Eminence to have a look, and if there is anything that pleases you, feel free to choose. You want to gift me treasures." Lu Qing was a bit surprised. "Your Eminence's cultivation is unrivaled. I'm just unsure if our palace's treasures would meet your Eminence's standards." Lu Qing hesitated. To be honest, he was indeed a bit tempted. Due to the traits of the perfect golden core, he currently lacked cultivation resources greatly. If he could gain some supplements from the Cold Water Palace's treasure vault, it would be quite beneficial. Moreover, Lu Qing glanced at Little Yan, and the little girl was staring at the Cold Water Palace master intently, considering her talent for ice-skin jade bone. Having made up his mind, Lu Qing smiled slightly. "In that case, I shall gratefully accept." Under the guidance of the Cold Water Palace master, Lu Qing, holding Little Yan's hand, slowly descended into the immense ice palace. Watching Lu Qing and the others disappear into the ice palace, the city became silent at first. After a while, suddenly a buzz arose, like boiling water. The entire Cold Water City began to erupt with excitement. Countless people were discussing the events just transpired. "Who is that young man? Even a golden core true man is powerless before him." The palace master called him, "Your Eminence." Someone in this world could be addressed that way by the masters of the 4 great secret places. To defeat someone at the golden core realm so effortlessly, what level of cultivation does this eminence have? Amidst the city's discussions, the greatest curiosity was Lu Qing's identity and background. But among all the chatter, no one knew who Lu Qing really was. They had heard Li Changbo's words clearly before. That guy was a complete and utter inhumane scoundrel and demon. If he had a whim, they might have all been burned to death. So just as the palace master said, capturing and killing him was like saving them all from a dire situation. At this moment, among all the excited people, none was more so than the restaurant owner. He shouted to those around him, "Just now, His Eminence and the others dined at my restaurant. I even personally served them meat several times." Upon hearing this, suddenly many people rushed to the restaurant, because they all knew the owner was not lying. Earlier, Lu Qing and his party were indeed standing on the roof of this restaurant. As for the affairs outside, Lu Qing and the others naturally paid no attention. On this side, as soon as they landed, the Cold Water Palace master instructed someone, "Immediately prepare a banquet." "Yes, Palace master." The people in the Ice Palace had just seen very clearly what happened in the sky. Moreover, some of the Cold Water Palace disciples who had been to the central state recognized Lu Qing's identity. They dared not delay and responded in unison, then went to set up the banquet. After the Cold Water Palace master led Lu Qing and Little Yan into a palace. She further said, "Honored one, this young woman's current appearance truly invites laughter. I ask the honored one to allow me to freshen up for a moment." Lu Qing nodded slightly. The Cold Water Palace master's current appearance did indeed look a bit disheveled, not to mention the clothes and hair that had been scorched by Li Changbo's flames. Just the blood she spat out when heavily injured stained quite a bit of her attire. Once the Cold Water Palace master left, Lu Qing wandered around the Great Hall with Little Yan. This Great Hall was clearly built by the Cold Water Palace to welcome distinguished guests. Inside the hall, there were many exquisite arrangements and carvings. Among these carvings, some had a flowing artistic conception, making Lu Qing secretly nod in approval. It was very apparent that people from the Cold Water Palace were quite skilled in the art of craftsmanship. These carvings were clearly masterpieces, possessing exceptionally high artistic value. Is the honored one interested in the art of carving? At this moment, a clear and cold voice sounded. The figure of the Cold Water Palace master emerged from behind the hall. Lu Qing turned around, feeling a slight brightness in front of him. At this moment, the Cold Water Palace master had changed into a light green dress. Coupled with her cool temperament, it added a unique charm. But Lu Qing only admired her for a moment before he gathered his gaze. He praised, "These carvings have a flowing artistic conception, clearly the work of a great artist, truly remarkable." The Cold Water Palace master noticed Lu Qing's clear eyes and knew that her meticulous dressing hadn't stirred this person's emotions. However, she was not surprised. Someone like Lu Qing, whose cultivation had reached an unfathomable realm, had a very steadfast heart. How could he waver for mere appearances? She smiled to receive such praise from the honored one. Elder Shi would surely be very joyful if he knew. Is Elder Shi, the great artist who carved these works, truly impressive? Lu Qing sincerely said. He held great respect for someone with such genuine skill. I will relay these words to Elder Shi in full. However, unfortunately, Elder Shi recently went into closed-door meditation and has yet to come out, unable to hear the honored one's compliments. Sister, you're so beautiful. At this moment, Little Yan's voice sounded. The Cold Water Palace master paused. She lowered her head to see the little girl looking up at her, her eyes twinkling. She laughed. Little sister, you are very pretty too. Sister, my name is Little Yan. What's your name? Little Yan asked. The Cold Water Palace master knew Little Yan was Lu Qing's younger sister, so she did not dare to be negligent. She gently said, Sister's surname is Han, and my name is Lingshuang. You can call me Sister Lingshuang. Sister Lingshuang, the little girl immediately called out. Lu Qing watched the two chatting, quickly calling each other sister without interrupting. He could see that perhaps due to the ice-skin jade bone talent, little Yan felt quite close to the cold water palace master. After chatting for a while, a maid entered from outside the hall. "Palace master, the banquet is ready. Honored one, little Yan, please come with me." Lu Qing, accompanied by little Yan, followed the cold water palace master to the side hall. There, a large jade table was adorned with a plethora of exquisite dishes. Arrayed abundantly, a rough count revealed at least several dozen dishes, if not 100. "Honored one, little Yan, please." Lu Qing did not refuse and sat down with little Yan before the banquet. "Honored one, the palace's ingredients are limited, and we could only prepare these dishes in such a hurry. I hope the honored one won't take offense," Han Lingshuang said. "Lu Qing, palace master, you're too kind. Such a luxurious feast for just my sister and me is excessive. Yes, Sister Lingshuang, there's no way we can finish all this food." Little Yan looked at the table full of dishes, somewhat overwhelmed. At this moment, a small head popped out from Lu Qing's chest, staring intently at one of the dishes on the table. "This is..." Han Lingshuang was slightly surprised. "Please don't mind, Palace Master. This is our companion. It's called Little Lei." Lu Qing looked at the dish Little Li was staring at and immediately understood why the little creature had woken up. He took Little Li out from his embrace and placed it on his shoulder. "Companion." Han Lingshuang's heart was slightly moved, noting Lu Qing's choice of words. Calling it a companion rather than a spiritual pet, it was clear that this black little beast occupied a special place in Lu Qing's heart. More importantly, she faintly sensed a terrifying aura from Little Lei. Instantly, she realized this was no ordinary little beast, but a powerful spiritual beast. She immediately instructed the waiting maid beside her, "Prepare another seat for the esteemed one." "Better make it two," Lu Qing suddenly said. Then he helplessly retrieved the 5 elements from Little Yan's hood. Since earlier, this guy had been craning its neck due to the smell of delicious food. If they only prepared a seat for Little Li and not it, it might stare at him with resentful eyes for who knows how long afterward. Another powerful spiritual beast. Upon seeing the 5 elements, Han Lingshuang's heart trembled again. On this colorful serpent with wings, she also felt a very strong sense of threat. This indicated it was also a very powerful spiritual beast. Most crucially, before these 2 spiritual beasts appeared, she had no sense of any other life auras on Lu Qing and Little Yan. Suddenly, Lu Qing became even more mysterious and unfathomable in Han Lingshuang's heart. No wonder he could single-handedly slay a golden core true man and annihilate the suspended mountain. Even his spiritual beasts were so formidable. She dared not be negligent and immediately instructed, "Prepare 2 seats." Soon, the 2 new seats were prepared. Moreover, appropriately enough, the arrangement in front of the seats made it suitable for Little Lei and its kind to dine. Once the seats were set, the 5 elements immediately climbed onto one, its body enlarging slightly to reach the dishes on the table. However, Little Li didn't sit in its designated seat. Standing on Lu Qing's shoulder, it tugged at his hair and looked longingly at the dish it had initially set its eyes on. Han Lingshuang noticed this, her gaze slightly shifting. The maid beside them promptly and tactfully presented that dish before Lu Qing. Little Li, unhesitant, jumped onto the table and began eating leisurely. Lu Qing was helpless but apologized to Han Lingshuang. "I hope the palace master doesn't mind. Little Li has always been mischievous." "No harm, it's our honor that Little Li enjoys the dishes from our palace," Han Lingshuang replied with a smile. "May I ask the palace master, what is this dish?" "This is snow dragon fish meat, a specialty spiritual fish from our northern state. This fish lives deep under frozen waters and is quite difficult to catch. However, the taste is excellent, especially when sliced thin and eaten raw. It's exceptionally delicious," Han Lingshuang explained with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing immediately understood why Little Li was so fixated on this dish. It turned out to be raw fish meat from a type of spiritual fish he had never heard of. With Little Li leading the way, Lu Qing no longer stood on ceremony and also started to savor the bountiful feast. Meanwhile, at the 5 elements side, a maid was specifically serving it, moving any dish it fancied over to it. It turned out to be raw fish meat from a type of spiritual fish he had never heard of. With Little Li leading the way, Lu Qing no longer stood on ceremony and also started to savor the bountiful feast. Meanwhile, at the 5 elements side, a maid was specifically serving it, moving any dish it fancied over to it. "Honored one, this is the treasure vault of our cold water palace. You may choose freely and see if there is anything that catches your eye." After the banquet, Han Lingshuang didn't hesitate and directly led Lu Qing to Cold Water Palace's treasure vault. It was then that Lu Qing realized that the treasure vault of Cold Water Palace was within their secret realm. However, this made sense, as the secret realm is heavily guarded and protected by arrays, making it difficult even for someone of the Golden Core realm to forcibly enter. Placing the treasure vault in the secret realm is the safest option. Lu Qing naturally had no fear of Han Lingshuang's invitation. In fact, it showed the sincere intentions of Cold Water Palace. After all, he might possess the record of completely annihilating Suspended Mountain. By inviting him into their secret realm, Cold Water Palace was essentially exposing their greatest vulnerability to Lu Qing. They were indeed taking a significant risk. As expected of an ancient power with a history of tens of thousands of years, this collection is truly vast. Standing within the enormous treasure vault, feeling the scattered presence of spiritual charm, Lu Qing marveled in his heart. Within this treasure vault, there were at least hundreds of treasures imbued with spiritual charm. Of course, most treasures had a weak spiritual charm presence, and with Lu Qing's current perspective, they were not appealing to him. For instance, with enough materials, he could craft magic artifacts and magical treasures far superior to those here. So while Cold Water Palace's treasure vault is indeed abundant, the reality is that truly high-grade treasures are exceptionally rare. But this wasn't surprising. From Yan's words, Lu Qing knew that at the end of the ancient immortal cultivation era, the formidable figures of the cultivation world ransacked it in search of survival. Presumably, most high-grade treasures and spiritual objects were taken by them. Few could possibly remain in this world. This was also why the monks of Suspended Mountain had no formidable treasures when Lu Qing annihilated them. Even this time, Cold Water Palace was forced by Li Changbo, who had barely reached the Golden Core Realm and had unstable foundations, for this very reason. The so-called Four Great Secret Places were essentially remnants left by top immortal sect powers from the ancient immortal cultivation era. Before these top forces departed, they took most of their sect's formidable treasures. Adding on the past tens of thousands of years of spiritual energy depletion, for Cold Water Palace to have gathered so many treasures containing spiritual charm is commendable. Faced with a vault full of treasures, Lu Qing didn't examine each one. Instead, he released his heart and spirit, sensing the aura of the treasures in the vault. Suddenly, his expression shifted, and a trace of surprise appeared on his face. He then looked in a particular direction within the vault. Just moments ago, he felt the earth spirit pearl in his forehead acupoint pulsate slightly. The source of this resonance lay in that direction. Honored One, Han Lingshuang beside him noticed this and asked, "I discovered something intriguing. Would the palace master mind if I go take a look?" Lu Qing asked with a smile. Of course, if anything catches the Honored One's eye, it would be our honor. Lu Qing immediately walked in that direction, ignoring many treasures along the way, until he reached a section deeper within the vault. He looked at the treasure placed in one of the compartments on the treasure rack. It was a fist-sized, dark red treasure bead. Upon seeing the treasure bead, a realization instantly surged within Lu Qing's heart. So this is it. He activated his superpower, observing the treasure bead. Soon, a faint purple superpower light appeared on the treasure bead, and several lines of information floated out. Fire Spirit Pearl, a miraculous bead born from the fire element origin, possessing many marvelous and mysterious abilities. Legend has it that only in the deepest parts of the earth, where the power of the fire star is most concentrated, can a Fire Spirit Pearl be born. Contains the power of fire element law, and is the best natural treasure embryo for a spiritual artifact. The treasure bead is obscured, currently in a dormant state. As expected, after reading the information floating from the treasure bead, Lu Qing mused. This treasure bead was indeed one of the 5 element pearls, the Fire Spirit Pearl. No wonder it resonated with the Earth Spirit Pearl in his forehead acupoint being 5 element treasures. They have some unique connection. Palace Master, I will take this treasure bead. After confirming it was indeed the Fire Spirit Pearl, Lu Qing did not hesitate. Honored One, are you certain? Han Lingshuang was surprised, not expecting Lu Qing to choose such an unassuming treasure bead. Does the Palace Master not know what this is? Seeing her reaction, Lu Qing asked. Han Lingshuang was intrigued and said, I would appreciate the Honored One's enlightenment. She initially thought it was merely an ordinary treasure, but now it seemed there was more to it. This item is called the Fire Spirit Pearl, a supreme fire element treasure. If in peak condition, combined with other treasures, it could potentially be refined into a fire element spiritual artifact. Lu Qing candidly explained the Fire Spirit Pearl's origins. He also watched Han Lingshuang's reaction to see if she would regret it. Is this the legendary Fire Spirit Pearl? Han Lingshuang appeared shocked, looking at the unremarkable dark red treasure bead in disbelief. She truly could not discern from this inconspicuous bead that it was the Fire Spirit Pearl recorded in the ancient texts passed down in the sect. It seems the Palace Master indeed didn't know the true origins of this treasure. If the Palace Master is reluctant, I can choose another. Han Lingshuang came to her senses and smiled at his words, saying, Honored One, you underestimate Lingshuang. Since I've said you could choose freely among the treasures of the treasure vault, it naturally includes this Fire Spirit Pearl. Moreover, this Earth Spirit Pearl was brought back by one of our Cold Water Palace's predecessors during their practice outside, thousands of years ago. It has always been placed in the treasure vault, with no one knowing its true origin. If not for the guidance of the revered one, we would not have known that it is actually the legendary fire spirit pearl. Otherwise, it would have been left to gather dust in the treasure vault, its treasure veiled in obscurity. Thus, it being noticed by the revered one is indeed its fate, and if the revered one sees any other treasures that are of interest, please feel free to take them. Even if the revered one wishes to take all the treasures in this vault, Ling Shuang will definitely keep her word. Your immense kindness to our cold water palace cannot be repaid by mere treasures. Han Lingshuang's tone was very sincere, without a trace of reluctance. Lu Qing could not help but silently praise her. No wonder she is a person capable of holding the reins over a secret land. Such magnanimity is truly impressive. In comparison, the monks of the suspended mountain are much inferior. The palace master exaggerates. One fire spirit pearl is enough for me, Lu Qing said with a smile. Han Lingshuang frowned. Does the revered one think I am retreating in order to advance, pretending to be generous? There's no need for such thoughts. What I said is heartfelt. If the revered one truly has seen other treasures of interest, please take them along as well. I am well aware of the sincerity of the palace master, but apart from this fire spirit pearl, the other treasures don't hold much use for me, so there's no need for your sect to be reluctant. Han Lingshuang paused upon hearing these words. She thought of Lu Qing's unfathomable strength and knew he spoke truthfully. Although there are many treasures in the treasure vault, their usefulness to such a powerful being as Lu Qing, who can easily slay even true men of the Golden Core realm, is questionable. She scarcely dared to believe it herself. Understanding that fact, she relaxed her brow, a bit regretfully saying, "It seems our cold water palace's heritage is too shallow. The treasures we collect fail to catch the revered one's eye." Seeing her genuine regret, Lu Qing thought for a moment and said, "The palace master is too courteous, but besides this fire spirit pearl, there is one more thing I would like to request." Han Lingshuang's spirits lifted. Why would the revered one need to request? May I know what it is? As long as it's something our cold water palace can accomplish, we will spare no effort. I would like to borrow your sect's inheritance skill for a look. Would that be possible? The revered one wants to see our cold water palace's inheritance skill. Han Lingshuang was taken aback. Indeed, I believe the palace master can see that my younger sister has a special constitution, quite akin to the cold ice Dao. I wish to borrow your sect's inheritance skill for a look to see if I can gain some insight from it to create a cultivation technique suitable for my younger sister. Of course, I won't take your sect's skills without compensation. I will offer something as an exchange. Han Lingshuang looked at little Yan beside her. Indeed, she could sense a peculiar aura emanating from little Yan. It was quite similar to the aura cultivated from their cold water palace's techniques. This was one of the reasons they felt a natural affinity upon meeting. Originally, she thought it was because little Yan cultivated techniques akin to those of the cold water palace. Now it seems little Yan actually possesses some rare constitution. She thought for a moment and said, "It would be our honor for the revered one to take an interest in our cold water palace's techniques." However, the original texts of our cold water palace's cultivation techniques are not here, but in the cultivation method hall. Once we leave here, I will go fetch them for the revered one. As for the matter of exchange, the revered one need not mention it again. With your life-saving grace to our cold water palace, how could we possibly accept your items? Lu Qing smiled and did not continue to argue with Han Lingshuang. He realized that she was exceedingly warm-hearted, and no matter what form of recompense he offered now, she likely wouldn't accept it. He stepped forward and took the fire spirit pearl from the treasure shelf. The fire spirit pearl, unlike the earth spirit pearl, was not heavy upon lifting. Held in his hand, a warmth radiated from within. Lu Qing probed inside with his divine soul power to examine it. Inside, he found there was almost no fire element energy. No wonder it was only regarded as an ordinary treasure bead by the Cold Water Palace. Moreover, in this Cold Water Palace secret realm, where the water element power, specifically cold power, reigns, even with spiritual energy recovery, it absorbed no fire element power. If not discovered by Lu Qing, it might have remained dormant deep within the Cold Water Palace's treasure vault, never to awaken. Even now, after Lu Qing has refined it, he still needs to find a place rich in fire element power and nurture it for some time to restore its potency. After examining it for a while, Lu Qing put away the fire spirit pearl. However, in his heart, a strange feeling suddenly arose. He had already collected 2 of the 5-element spirit pearls and wondered if he would ever have the chance to collect all of them in the future. But this idea only flashed through his mind. The conditions for the birth of the 5-element spirit pearls were quite stringent. Moreover, in such a vast world, where else could one search for them? Even if they were indeed born at some point, they might have already fallen into the hands of others. It was even possible that strong practitioners from the previous cultivation era had taken them away. Thus, Lu Qing thought for a moment and then let go of the idea. After leaving the treasure vault, Han Lingshuang asked Lu Qing to wait for a moment while she went to retrieve the sect's original inheritance. Not long after, Han Lingshuang returned with a jade scroll in her hand. Respected one, this scroll, the Cold Ice True Record, is the most profound inheritance of our cold water palace. Most of the cultivation techniques in our cold water palace originate from this true record. Han Lingshuang handed the jade scroll to Lu Qing. Lu Qing raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. Han Lingshuang's generosity once again exceeded his expectations. She actually took out the most core inheritance of the sect. He took the jade scroll and opened it. On the surface, he appeared to be reading the jade scroll, but in reality, he secretly activated his superpower. Inheritance Jade Scroll records the core inheritance of the Cold Water Palace. This jade scroll is made of precious treasure jade. Inheritance discovered. Do you want to download and simulate it? Seeing the prompt in the information note, Lu Qing directly chose to download it. Downloading, current progress 1-2-398-99-100. Download complete. Do you want to simulate it? Lu Qing once again chose yes. Not long after, the superpower gave another prompt, indicating that the simulation was complete and asking if he wanted to start learning immediately. As Lu Qing chose yes, a large amount of insight information emerged in his mind. He closed his eyes lightly, quietly accepting the information. This scene in Han Lingshuang's eyes unfolded differently. She only saw Lu Qing slowly finish reading the jade scroll, then close it, and close his eyes, seemingly in deep contemplation. She didn't dare disturb him and could only stand quietly by and wait. As for little Yan, even more so. She had long been accustomed to her brother's ways and also waited obediently by his side for him to awaken. About a quarter of an hour later, Lu Qing finished absorbing the information in his mind and awoke from his contemplation. There was a hint of amazement in his eyes. As expected of a transmission from an ancient immortal sect, this Cold Ice True Record offers profound insights into the Cold Ice Tao and has greatly benefited me. Han Lingshuang received the jade scroll, somewhat dumbfounded. Respected one, don't you need this inheritance jade scroll? No need, I have already comprehended most of the inheritance in this jade scroll, and I also have some clues in deducing little Yan's cultivation technique. Lu Qing was very satisfied. This jade scroll from the Cold Water Palace was indeed a profound inheritance reaching the primordial spirit realm. After gaining insight, he had made considerable gains, even getting some direction for his own perfect golden core skill's subsequent rotations. You must know, the inheritance from the Li Hu sect also had primordial spirit realm cultivation techniques, but they were inclined towards fire element inheritance. Now this Cold Ice True Record, being a branch of the water element in the Cold Ice Tao, had a relatable effect on him. Lu Qing couldn't help but feel that taking little Yan on this journey was truly the right decision. Not only did it broaden his knowledge, but he also obtained the Fire Spirit Pearl and a volume of primordial spirit level cultivation technique inheritance. It could be said that the harvest was plentiful. Han Lingshuang was momentarily stunned by Lu Qing's words. Upon hearing Lu Qing say he had already comprehended the Cold Ice True Record, Han Lingshuang was immediately stunned, filled with shock. From the moment she handed over the inheritance jade scroll, how long had it been? It had been just a moment or two, and Lu Qing said he had comprehended the Cold Ice True Record. One must know, this is a primordial spirit level cultivation technique that can directly reach the primordial spirit realm. To be able to comprehend such a powerful technique so quickly, at this moment, Han Lingshuang finally understood why Lu Qing had already reached such an inscrutable realm shortly after the revival of the heavens and earth. Truly, his perception and talent are beyond defying the heavens. Palace Master, your Cold Water Palace's legacy has given me quite a bit of inspiration. Here, I have a cultivation technique which should be of some use to you. Please take it. At this moment, Lu Qing took out an inheritance jade scroll and handed it over. Your Excellency, you have already done enough for our Cold Water Palace. How can I accept such a generous gift again? Han Lingshuang was taken aback but directly shook her head to refuse. I do not like taking advantage of others, Lu Qing said indifferently. Though I have rescued your Cold Water Palace once, the previous meal and the reward of the Fire Spirit Pearl are already enough. This primordial spirit realm cultivation technique, you should not take it without giving anything in return. Just take it. Han Lingshuang heard the insistence in Lu Qing's words. She hesitated for a moment, but eventually accepted the inheritance jade scroll. Seeing this, Lu Qing revealed a slight smile. Palace Master, the technique within the jade scroll is a cultivation technique inclined towards the water element, but it can only be cultivated to the golden core perfection realm. Origins are not simple. It is one of the core inheritances of a powerful immortal sect in a certain great world. The various expositions on the golden core realm within should be quite beneficial to your future cultivation. However, the cultivation technique Lu Qing offered was precisely one of the techniques he had seized from the hands of the two gray-robed brothers. Apart from the cultivation limit, which was not as high as the Cold Ice True Record, the intricacies of the technique were superior. A certain great world. Han Lingshuang was initially puzzled, but then seemed to recall something, her face showing a shocked expression. Your Excellency, it is rumored outside that the two mysterious experts who appeared in Central State earlier were actually visitors from beyond the heavens, might it be? Indeed, they are from beyond the heavens, from another world. Moreover, that world is far more powerful than the one we currently inhabit, but rest assured, that world is extremely distant from us. The two of them only happened to come to our world by chance. Lu Qing nodded, not minding revealing this information to Han Lingshuang. So there really are other worlds, Han Lingshuang murmured. Doesn't that mean our ancestors' departure wasn't without hope? Lu Qing's mind was stirred, recalling what Yan once said about the events at the end of the previous cultivation era. He asked Palace Master, is there any record in your cold water palace regarding what exactly happened at the end of the previous cultivation era? Where did those top immortal sects end up, and how were these four great secret places preserved? Han Lingshuang was surprised, seemingly not expecting Lu Qing to suddenly ask about this. After thinking for a moment, she said, our ancestors did have some records about certain events at the end of the last cultivation era. Lu Qing's expression shifted, and Yan within the leaving fire tripod revitalized, showing an engaged demeanor. At the end of the last cultivation era, the Li Hu sect and its long-held rival sect, under the deliberate provocation of other forces, erupted into conflict. They even escalated to a life-and-death struggle, unleashing true fire. In the end, the entire Li Hu sect was destroyed, and the rival sect also suffered great losses, nearly falling apart. Only the young sect master, with the fierce protection of several elders, managed to escape with the heavily damaged leaving fire tripod and hide in a secret stronghold of the Li Hu sect. But the young sect master ultimately succumbed to unhealed wounds and perished in that secret stronghold. Yan himself nearly saw his true spirit dissipate, forcing him to fall into slumber. Thus, he was unaware of how the situation at the end of the last cultivation era in the cultivation world. The final outcome of the forces that annihilated the Li Hu sect also remained unknown to him. According to the records handed down from our Cold Water Palace's ancestors, the end of the last cultivation era was extremely chaotic. Many immortal Dao sects, vying for the boarding spots on the Breaking Realm ship, waged large-scale battles among themselves. Many sects were annihilated because of this. The quotas for the Breaking Realm ship, Lu Qing keenly grasped this term. Indeed, Han Lingshuang nodded. At the end of the last cultivation era, to avoid the calamity of the heavenly human 5 decays, the primordial spirit great powers of the cultivation world, after deliberation, came up with a method. That is, to gather the resources of the entire cultivation world and forge a super-sized spiritual artifact flying boat capable of breaking through the world barriers and traversing the starry sky. Under the collaboration of many great powers and numerous immortal Dao sects, the Breaking Realm ship was successfully crafted. However, this was followed by another problem. Who would have the right to board the Breaking Realm ship? Although the Breaking Realm ship is a super-large spiritual artifact, its space remains limited, incapable of carrying away all cultivators from this world. Thus, the quotas for boarding the Breaking Realm ship became immensely precious. Nobody would willingly forfeit such an opportunity, as it represented a hope for survival. Thus, with a tacit understanding and the acquiescence of the primordial spirit great powers, many immortal Dao sects initiated battles. Only the victorious sects are eligible to board the Breaking Realm ship. Anyway, according to our Cold Water Palace's records, the final great war in the cultivation world was extremely brutal. Nearly half of the immortal sects were annihilated because of it. The ones who won the war boarded the Breaking Realm flying boat and ultimately departed the realm. As for our 4 great secret places, it was the ancestors who decided that in the vast starry sky, everything is unknown, and it was uncertain if they could find a way out. So ultimately, they selected some disciples with shallow cultivation and used spiritual artifacts to stabilize the secret realm, giving them a place of refuge. Even if they ultimately failed, it would at least leave some legacy for this world. After hearing Han Lingshuang's narration, Lu Qing finally understood what had happened at the end of the previous cultivation era, and the reasons for the disappearance of many immortal sects. It turns out they left this world by boarding spiritual artifact flying boats. In this way, some of the mysteries in his heart could be resolved, and Yan within the leaving fire tripod also suddenly realized. No wonder the conflict between Li Hu sect and the rival sect suddenly intensified at that time. It was apparent those behind-the-scenes primordial spirit great powers had long planned it. They wanted to first eliminate some sects, making it easier to gather materials and refine flying boats. As for why Li Hu sect was chosen, it could also guess the reason. It was likely because Li Hu sect was quite wealthy, but at that time did not have a primordial spirit great power in command. Young master, you should ask her if the Yinshan sect ever boarded the Breaking Realm ship in the end. Yan suddenly spoke. Lu Qing was slightly stunned, then realized that the Yinshan sect should be the sect that fought against Li Hu sect back then. Han Lingshuang heard Lu Qing's question, thought about it for a moment, then shook her head. According to the records of our cold water palace, Yinshan sect was not among the sects that ultimately boarded the Breaking Realm ship and departed. Yan fell into silence upon hearing that. Actually, after listening to Han Lingshuang's description, it had already anticipated this result. Back then, Li Hu sect was defeated by Yinshan sect and eventually exterminated, but Yinshan sect was also not in a good state, with most of its internal experts dead or injured, and their sect's spirit artifact heavily damaged. Under such circumstances, they would surely not have survived the final sect war. Ultimately failing was only natural. However, although knowing that Yinshan sect didn't meet a good end either, Yan wasn't particularly happy, because it knew that both Li Hu sect and Yinshan sect were just pawns in the calculations of those behind-the-scenes primordial spirit great powers. Lu Qing sensed Yan's silence and roughly understood its feelings. However, he didn't say anything and began inquiring with Han Lingshuang. What about the Divine Talisman sect? Did this sect board the Breaking Realm ship? And what happened with the Demon Clan and Sea Clan in the end? Han Lingshuang looked at Lu Qing strangely. She realized that the Honored One was indeed somewhat peculiar, clearly knowing little about the ancient immortal cultivation era, yet somehow seemed quite knowledgeable about certain sects, being able to accurately name them. Despite feeling strange, she did not reveal it, but pondered for a moment and said, the Divine Talisman sect was naturally on the Breaking Realm ship according to records. This sect was extremely powerful. Although the disciples within the sect were considered few compared to other sects, every disciple was a genius, exceptionally strong. Especially at that time, the Divine Talisman sect was rumored to have two primordial spirit realm great powers. A sect so powerful naturally qualified to board the Breaking Realm ship. Even according to our ancestors' records, the Divine Talisman sect didn't even participate in the sect war, directly having the qualification to board the ship. As for the Demon Clan and Sea Clan, these two groups are very mysterious. It's rumored that as the cataclysm was imminent, the leaders of the Demon Clan, along with many great demons, disappeared overnight. And the Sea Clan, residing deep in the ocean, is not something our human clan cultivators can easily explore, so no one knows what their final situation was. Did the Demon Clan disappear in the end? Lu Qing silently noted this upon hearing. The reason he was curious about this was because of Little Lei. According to Yan, Little Li's parents were likely high-ranking members of the Demon Clan. If the Demon Clan, like the high-ranking human cultivators, chose to leave this world, then Little Li's parents might not have truly perished. Honored One, you just mentioned that there really exists other worlds beyond this realm. At this moment, Han Lingshuang asked. Naturally, it is true not only do other worlds exist, but they are vast beyond measure. However, those worlds are very far from this world of ours. Even primordial spirit great powers, without utilizing magical treasures, relying solely on their own cultivation to travel, would likely need hundreds of years to reach another world. Lu Qing replied. His words were not mere fabrications. After eliminating that gray-robed man, he acquired a star map from his storage bag. From that star map, he learned that the world he currently resides in is located in a border wasteland that's dark. Even within the star map, this area is marked as uncharted territory. The distance to the nearest world from here is so vast it defies numerical description, much less traversing many unknown void and dark regions. Presumably, this is also the reason those great powers in the previous cultivation era wanted to craft a Breaking Realm ship. Without guidance from the star map, even primordial spirit great powers would be helpless and despairing facing the vast dark starry sky. Even primordial spirit great powers would need hundreds of years of travel time. Han Lingshuang was directly shocked upon hearing this. She is currently only in the Foundation Establishment realm, and whether she can smoothly break through to the Golden Core realm in the future is still uncertain. So she truly could not imagine just how distant that distance is. At the same time, she finally understood why the ancestors never returned once they left. Such a far distance, even if the ancestors found foothold there, probably no one would be willing to spend so much time crossing the vast starry sky to return. So you needn't worry about any issues arising from cultivating the cultivation technique I passed to you. The sect it belongs to is in an incredibly far-off world and is almost impossible to return to ours, according to the markings on the acquired star map, Lu Qing knew. The two gray-robed men's coming here was due to coincidence and the miraculous nature of the void-flying boat. Their sect is in a great world called Tianyuan. That world is extremely far from here. The spirit stones consumed solely to travel via transmission array midway are a considerable number, not to mention if the gray-robed men's sect could deduce their place of demise. Even if they could deduce it, Lu Qing doesn't believe the opposite would expend so much for two Golden Core Realm disciples to venture to an unknown place. Ling Shuang takes heed of your teachings, Honored One. Han Lingshuang realized the importance of the cultivation technique within the inheritance jade scroll in her hand once Lu Qing mentioned it again. She instinctively held it tighter, solemnly responding. Seeing her solemn demeanor, Lu Qing then showed a slight smile. The reason he granted Han Lingshuang this opportunity was because he greatly admired this woman's character, especially when she willingly accepted Li Changbo's challenge for the sake of Cold Water City citizens. Lu Qing regarded her highly. Perhaps in many people's eyes, it was a foolish act. At least even Lu Qing himself wouldn't sacrifice himself for others, but that doesn't stop him from respecting such a character. So he's willing to give a high-level Golden Core Realm heritage to assist Han Lingshuang in breaking through better. This trip to Cold Water Palace granted Lu Qing great rewards. However, it was also time to depart. Immediately, he said to Han Lingshuang, Palace Master, "Now that everything here is settled, it's time for me to take my leave." In the face of Lu Qing's farewell, despite Han Lingshuang's numerous attempts to persuade him to stay, Lu Qing ultimately chose to leave. "Sister Lingshuang, we're leaving now. Remember to visit Little Yan in the future." Outside the Ice Palace, Little Yan reluctantly said, "All right, when I have time, I'll definitely come to see you." Han Lingshuang was also very fond of this adorable little sister. She was the biological daughter of the previous palace master, born with a noble status, and grew up in the Cold Water Palace with everyone holding her in high regard. It was rare for her to have someone so close to her, and she was also somewhat reluctant. After the two said their goodbyes, Lu Qing finally took Little Yan's hand and soared into the sky, flying toward the outskirts of Cold Water City. Han Lingshuang stood in place, watching until their figures disappeared from sight. Palace Master has the Supreme Exalted left. At this time, several figures appeared behind Han Lingshuang. Indeed, the Supreme Exalted said that this trip outside is to take Little Yan to explore the world, and coming to our Cold Water City was merely incidental. Han Lingshuang nodded and said, "What about Li Changbo?" Someone hesitated to ask. The Supreme Exalted said he won't appear in this world again. Upon hearing this, the others were instantly relieved of a heavy burden. Otherwise, having a Golden Core Realm existence, harboring such deep hatred for the Cold Water Palace, would indeed make one unable to eat or sleep in peace. Relaxing, some of them even felt like joking. Someone sighed and said, "Who would have thought that he has now reached such an unimaginable realm, that even Golden Core true men are powerless in front of him?" Yes, back when we were in Central State, we watched him cross the tribulation and step into the innate realm, and it's only been a few years, yet he's grown so powerful. Another person also sighed. After the revival of heaven and earth, he was the first tribulation crossing, capable of triggering a heavenly tribulation even when breaking through the innate realm, truly beyond our comprehension. These individuals were precisely the core disciples sent out by the Cold Water Palace to Central State to vie for opportunities back then. Although they witnessed Lu Qing crossing the tribulation at the time, knowing the boy's future achievements would not be low, they still could not have imagined that the young boy would defy the natural order to this extent. In just 2 or 3 short years, he was already able to easily slay powerful Golden Core Realm individuals. Even the Suspended Mountain, with much deeper strength and foundation than theirs, was completely wiped out by his hands. Fortunately, back in Central State, they did not offend this person. Otherwise, they feared that without needing Li Changbo to invade, their Cold Water Palace would cease to exist. However, forming a good relationship with him this time is a great advantage for our Cold Water Palace. "At least anyone who wants to act against us in the future will have to think twice," someone laughed and said. The others nodded in agreement. Since the great upheaval decades ago, the foundation of their Cold Water Palace has been severely weakened. Many old generation strong individuals perished in that upheaval, but because it all happened in the secret land, it remained unknown to the outside world. This time, however, with the old palace master's failed crossing of the tribulation and Li Changbo's aggression, it directly exposed their weaknesses. That is, they currently lack strong forces above the Golden Core Realm in the Cold Water Palace. Originally, they were worried that after this, many forces would be eager to make a move and covet their Cold Water Palace. But now, with Lu Qing's relation, other forces dare not act rashly even if they have any thoughts. This is why the palace master opened the treasure vault, allowing Lu Qing to choose freely, without opposition even to the extent of offering the most core profound cold ice true record of their Cold Water Palace. Don't become too complacent. Upon hearing those words, Han Lingshuang said calmly, "Relying on others is not as reliable as relying on ourselves. Borrowed prestige can only last for so long. Even if the Supreme Exalted can deter petty scoundrels, there are too many foolish individuals under the heavens, and in time, someone might still act recklessly. To restore the prestige of our Cold Water Palace, we must ultimately rely on ourselves. As long as someone in our Cold Water Palace can successfully cross the tribulation and achieve several Golden Core Realms, who else in the world would dare to harbor ill intentions? Even individuals like Li Changbo in the Golden Core Realm would not dare to bully us at will. So in the days to come, you must cultivate diligently, strive to break through as soon as possible, and restore the glory of our cold water palace. These words immediately made the expressions of several individuals become solemn, and they all respectfully replied, "Yes, Palace Master." After instructing the disciples within the sect, Han Lingshuang once again gazed toward the sky in the direction where Lu Qing had left, holding the inheritance jade scroll in her hand even tighter. From the time spent together, she naturally sensed that Lu Qing's attitude towards her was rather indifferent. In his eyes, she was probably no different from a passerby. From Lu Qing's demeanor, she could feel that his vision was likely not limited to this small world. Rather, it was the vast world beyond the stars. Furthermore, upon learning from Lu Qing about the vast heavens outside, her mindset underwent some kind of transformation. She developed a strong longing for that unknown vast world. Gripping the jade scroll in her hand, she silently said, "Supreme Exalted, don't worry. I will certainly step into the Golden Core realm and not disappoint you." Young Master, that cold water palace master, is likely using you. After leaving the cold water palace, Yan transmitted a message to Lu Qing's divine soul. "Oh, what makes you say that?" Lu Qing asked with keen interest. "The cold water palace obviously has big issues. The power within the sect has greatly declined. As one of the 4 great secret places, even after such a long period of spiritual energy recovery, it doesn't have a single Golden Core realm cultivator. Even a mere novice in the Golden Core realm, with shallow foundations like Li Changbo, can flaunt his power over their heads." It's evident that the cold water palace must have encountered a setback, causing a significant reduction in its resources. Especially this time, after the incident with Li Changbo, the issues within Cold Water Palace have been completely exposed. It's hard to say that other forces won't develop ulterior motives. Thus, the Cold Water Palace Master is trying to ingratiate himself with you, wanting to use your influence to intimidate other potentially rebellious strong forces. Yan meticulously analyzed the Cold Water Palace's intentions. "Let them borrow the influence then." Lu Qing casually remarked, "It's just a matter of mutual benefit. The fire spirit pearl is quite useful to me. These are merely small matters." Lu Qing naturally understood Han Lingshuang's little schemes, but this was also human nature. As long as it didn't touch his principles and bottom line, he didn't care about such trivial matters. Yan, upon hearing this, stopped speaking. It was merely trying to remind Lu Qing, and since he understood everything, there was no need for it to say more. After leaving Cold Water City, Lu Qing continued traveling with little Yan. At dusk, they arrived at a new city to stay, and at night they lodged at an inn. Once little Yan fell asleep, he entered the leaving fire tripod using his heart and spirit. "Young Master." Yan immediately came forward to greet him. "How is Li Changbo?" Lu Qing asked. "He is being held captive." This person is quite patient apart from initial panic. He has now regained his composure. Yan waved his hand and a spatial cage appeared, revealing the situation inside. Li Changbo was seen sitting cross-legged, eyes closed, appearing very calm. Of course, at that moment he was unaware of the surroundings and couldn't see Lu Qing and Yan. Lu Qing's heart shifted slightly, dispelling the barrier around the spatial cage. Immediately, Li Changbo opened his eyes. Upon seeing Lu Qing and Yan, a look of shock appeared in his eyes. Particularly, Yan's image made him realize instantly that this was not of the human race. "Sir, is your stay here comfortable?" Lu Qing said nonchalantly. "Though it's dark here, it's still quite peaceful." Li Changbo replied. Lu Qing smiled and directly said, "Li Changbo, your cultivation has been amassed with spirit stones. Tell me, where did you obtain so many spirit stones?" Upon hearing this, Li Changbo's expression could no longer maintain its calm. He stared closely at Lu Qing, unable to fathom how this mysterious young man could know about this matter. After all, it was his deepest secret. Even in that dreadful illusion realm before, he hadn't revealed a bit. "What are you taken aback?" Lu Qing noticed Li Changbo's expression and said, "You think such a secret should not be known by anyone. Your foundation is weak, inferior to ordinary Golden Core realm cultivators. You must have used some method to quickly enhance your cultivation. Nowadays, spirit stones are the only thing that can produce such an effect." Hearing Lu Qing say that he was weaker than ordinary Golden Core realm cultivators, a trace of red appeared on Li Changbo's face. He had always desperately desired power, and the proudest accomplishment of his life was passing the heavenly tribulation and achieving the Golden Core realm. Looking across the entire world, it was considered one of the top existences. Being deemed as weak in Lu Qing's words now, how could he accept it? Yet, despite his unwillingness, Li Changbo dared not refute. The previous encounter had already shown him that the young man before him had terrifying strength, beyond his ability to comprehend. In facing overwhelming forces, Lu Qing called him weak, and he had to endure it. He took a deep breath, attempting to calm his emotions. For he knew this was his opportunity. Li Changbo remained silent for a moment before saying, "It turns out that Senior has captured me here for the spirit stones in my possession. This is simple, as long as the Senior is willing to make a divine soul oath." After I explain, let me go and ensure my safety. Then I will tell the senior where the spirit stone is located. You even know about the divine soul oath. Lu Qing raised an eyebrow. It seems you've also received some inheritance from the ancient immortal cultivation era. The divine soul oath in the last cultivation era was a technique that most cultivators had to learn. However, in this era, not many people know about it. Li Changbo did not speak, which was an implicit admission. If he hadn't received the inheritance, how could he have reached the Golden Core realm alone? But do you think you're qualified to negotiate with me? However, Lu Qing's next words made Li Changbo suddenly look up. Then he saw that Lu Qing's eyes emitted a strange light. Immediately, a wave of drowsiness emerged from his heart and spirit. Li Changbo secretly thought it was bad, but it was already too late. The next moment, he was once again submerged in the illusion realm. Moreover, this time, the illusion realm was even more terrifying than before. Quarter of an hour later, when Li Changbo awoke from the illusion realm again, his eyes were full of exhaustion. I told you in front of me you have no qualification to negotiate, nor do you have any secrets to speak of. Lu Qing's words resounded, causing Li Changbo's body to tremble, and his gaze towards him was filled with fear. Just now in the illusion realm, he had experienced unimaginable torment. Even in his perception, he had been tormented in the illusion realm for as long as 10 years. Senior, since you already know where the spirit stone is, I wonder if you could spare me this time. Li Changbo begged with pleading eyes. That's right, in the illusion realm, he ultimately couldn't endure the endless torment and revealed the location of the spirit stone he knew. What do you think? Lu Qing looked at Li Changbo with a half-smile. Senior, Li Changbo said anxiously, I have no enmity with you. Why do you need to drive me to despair, giving me no way out? If the senior spares me this time, I can make a divine soul oath to become your servant. Henceforth, I will be loyal to you, becoming the sharpest blade in your hand. I can do anything for you. I do not need a servant like you. Lu Qing shook his head. For treasures and power, you would even plot against your own wife and children. Someone like you, devoid of humanity, is not qualified to be my servant. Moreover, I promised the Cold Water Palace Master that I would not let you live in this world anymore. Senior, Li Changbo was terrified upon hearing this, still trying to beg, but Lu Qing was no longer interested in listening to him. With a thought, a transparent flame was born from the spatial cage, sweeping towards Li Changbo. Greatly shocked, Li Changbo immediately channeled his mana to resist the burning of the spiritual fire. However, immediately, a look of extreme fear appeared on his face. Impossible, this flame. As the transparent flame touched Li Changbo's body, his physical body immediately began to dissolve. His fire element mana was of no use at all. Ultimately, within a few short breaths, he was engulfed by the transparent flame, burned to ashes, with only a fiery red bead remaining in place. A mere golden core early stage with a shaky foundation, yet he thought he could resist the burning of the naniming leaving fire of the leaving fire tripod, overestimating himself. Seeing Li Changbo burn to ashes, Yan showed disdain. In the ancient immortal cultivation era, those in the Golden Core realm much stronger than Li Changbo also died under the burning of this naniming leaving fire, refining to death a small Golden Core early stage who didn't even possess a few magical treasures. It shouldn't be too easy. Lu Qing waved his hand, taking the fiery red bead into his possession. Seeing Li Changbo burn to ashes, Yan showed disdain. In the ancient immortal cultivation era, those in the Golden Core realm much stronger than Li Changbo also died under the burning of this naniming leaving fire, refining to death a small Golden Core early stage who didn't even possess a few magical treasures. It shouldn't be too easy. The refined fire pearl is the name of the magical treasure in Lu Qing's hand. Originally, it should have been a top-grade magical treasure, but for some unknown reasons, it suffered severe damage, and its restrictions have defects. Now, it only possesses the power of a high-grade magical treasure. Moreover, this magical treasure is not the powerful attack type, it leans more towards an auxiliary type. Its greatest function is to rapidly absorb spiritual energy, aiding cultivators in refining pure spiritual power or mana within their bodies. In a sense, it is somewhat similar to his 5 elements gourd. Of course, this refined fire pearl can only refine pure fire element power and is suitable only for cultivators focused on the fire element cultivation method. Compared to the 5 elements gourd, which can refine the power of all 5 elements, it falls short. Its growth potential is not even on the same level. Looking at the refined fire pearl in his hand, Lu Qing came to understand why Li Changbo was able to achieve the Golden Core so quickly. Aside from his inherent talent, which is indeed quite good, the greater merit should be attributed to this magical treasure. However, he still acted too hastily and opportunistically. Relying on the refined fire pearl, he refined spirit stones in large quantities, and though his cultivation advanced quickly, he became one of the fastest to achieve the Golden Core realm after the spiritual energy recovery. But because of this, his foundation is unstable, weaker than ordinary Golden Core cultivators who break through step by step, solidifying their roots. Otherwise, if he could remain patient. By continuously stabilizing his foundation with the refined fire pearl that matches him perfectly, perhaps he could really become a significant presence in the future. After pondering for a while, Lu Qing finally projected his heart and spirit into the refined fire pearl. This is his spoils of war. He naturally has no reason to return it to Cold Water Palace. Although he has no use for it, for his master who cultivates the water and fire Tao, it is quite an appropriate treasure. Li Changbo has already perished, both body and soul, so the refined fire pearl has become an ownerless item. Therefore, Lu Qing could easily enter it and conduct a simple refinement. He explored it and discovered that the refined fire pearl contains an internal space, which, although not large, can store some items. A glimmer of realization appeared in Lu Qing's eyes. No wonder when he burned Li Changbo with Nanaming leaving fire, nothing was left except the refined fire pearl. It turns out he stored all his belongings in the magical treasure. Soon, many items appeared in front of Lu Qing. They were a small pile of spirit stones exuding spiritual charm, 2 jade slips, and various miscellaneous items like gold and silver. Lu Qing's gaze first fell on the small pile of spirit stones, and a smile emerged on his face. The spirit stones were not numerous, about 16 or 17 pieces, and judging by the spiritual charm they emitted, they were all low-grade spirit stones. But these are spirit stones. In the ancient immortal cultivation era, even large sects treated them as strategic resources, treasures not easily utilized. Acquiring more than 10 pieces at once is already an enormous gain. It can at least accelerate Lu Qing's speed to achieve the first turn of perfection, becoming faster. Moreover, according to the information Li Changbo revealed earlier in the illusion realm, the spirit stones he had were only part of them. Many spirit stones were still waiting to be mined. Then Lu Qing shifted his gaze to the 2 jade slips. This time, he didn't use his superpower to inspect the jade slip information. Instead, he directly used his heart and spirit to read the contents. Not long after, a hint of surprise appeared in Lu Qing's eyes. As he predicted, these 2 jade slips were inheritance jade slips. However, what surprised him was that the 2 jade slips recorded 2 completely different inheritances. One jade slip recorded a fire element cultivation method, capable of cultivating up to the realm of golden core perfection. It should be the cultivation technique that Li Changbo primarily practiced, but the cultivation technique recorded on the other jade slip was much stranger and more sinister. It was about the utilization techniques of divine soul power. It mainly discussed how to refine divine soul marks and imprint them into other cultivators' heart and spirit, turning them into puppets for one's use. Entirely an evil path technique rather than a righteous one. Cultivating it could easily distort one's heart, detrimental to cultivation. Lu Qing recalled the words Li Changbo previously spoke to Han Lingshuang, saying he would train her into a soul slave. Turns out this was his reliance. After pondering for a moment, a wisp of white flame appeared in Lu Qing's hand, and he burnt away the jade slip that recorded the evil technique. Such an evil technique detrimental to cultivation and easily distorting heart and mind should not be kept. As for the other fire element cultivation method, it seems rather decent and could be studied briefly. It could serve as a resource for him to deduce the subsequent techniques of the perfect golden core skill. After dealing with the 2 jade slips, the remaining items were of little interest. Lu Qing kept the gold and silver items, and he incinerated the other things in a single flame. After finishing everything, Lu Qing exited the leaving fire tripod. The next morning, he took Little Yan and flew all the way to a mountain range. Changhan Mountain Range, so this is it. Standing in the sky, Lu Qing looked down at the continuous mountain range, his eyes showing a hint of peculiar expression. At this moment in his eyes, the mountain range below was not just simple mountains. Its continuous peaks and peculiar terrain combined just right to form a natural formation. Spiritual charm and earth energies from hundreds and thousands of miles around were faintly gathering there. Moreover, this formation was very inconspicuous, showing no signs on the surface. Only an array master who has cultivated the divine talisman sex legacy could see the clues. Such a heaven and earth array, no wonder it can nurture spirit stones. Lu Qing's eyes glowed with an unusual light as he carefully observed the formation below. This time, he did not use his superpower, but rather relied on his expertise in array runes to observe the heaven and earth array below. In the inheritance of the divine talisman sect, the cultivation philosophy has always emphasized taking all things of heaven and earth as teachers. This colossal natural formation is an excellent object for observation. Standing in the sky, he observed for a long time. Gradually, an array slowly emerged in Lu Qing's mind. There was only a framework at first, and slowly many details began to delineate. Finally, a rather complete big array formed in his heart and spirit. It's done, a slight smile appeared on Lu Qing's face. Just now, from the heaven and earth formation below, he comprehended a big array. No wonder in the inheritance of the divine talisman sect, it has always been emphasized to take all things of heaven and earth as teachers. These natural formations are the best teachers. Comprehending the Tao rhymes within these formations can significantly enhance one's understanding and foundation in array arts. A realization arose in Lu Qing's heart. Since entering the innate realm and returning to Jilai village, he rarely went out. The few times he did, it was to find trouble with the suspended mountain. Now it seems he had neglected this aspect of cultivation, but it's not too late now, especially as he accompanies little Yan on this journey. He can take this opportunity to observe the great geographical formations of the world, adding depth to his array rune expertise. From the Kainkun bag, he took out a blank jade scroll and inscribed the array he had just comprehended into it. Although this array is complete, it is still relatively rough. It will require Lu Qing to gradually perfect and supplement it with details. And in this process, it is also a kind of training for his array formation ability. Let's name it the 100 Rivers Spirit Array. After inscribing the array, he put away the jade scroll. Only then did Lu Qing fly downwards with little Yan. Upon arriving here, even without Li Changbo's instructions, he knew where the land-nurturing spirit stones was located. It was at the array eye at the center of this natural formation. Soon, Lu Qing brought little Yan to the array eye's location. They found several peaks resembling turtles and snakes. On the peaks, there were clusters of buildings, and the mountain gate had the 3 large characters Long Hatred Sect engraved on it. I see, Li Changbo was indeed meticulous. He likely used some method to discern the extraordinariness of this place. Hence, he established the Long Hatred Sect early on to occupy this location. This way, whatever he planned to do here wouldn't attract much attention. A realization dawned in Lu Qing's heart. He had no intention of disturbing the people of the Long Hatred Sect, so he cast a concealing talisman on himself and little Yan. Then he proceeded towards the place Li Changbo had mentioned. Along the way, Lu Qing saw some disciples of the Long Hatred Sect. Some were cultivating, some were busy, and others were discussing something. Especially those discussing had faces filled with excitement. They mentioned that their sect was challenging the Cold Water Palace and would surely return victorious. Clearly, they hadn't yet learned that their sect master had already fallen, but that's not surprising. The Long Hatred Mountain Range is quite a distance from Cold Water City, spanning 2 provinces. Without special means, news wouldn't travel here so quickly in just 2 or 3 days. Moreover, after Li Changbo's true nature was revealed in Cold Water City, he was the subject of public revulsion and scorn. Under such circumstances, whether anyone would bother to inform the Long Hatred Sect remains uncertain. Lu Qing had no intention of clashing with these disciples, who were at most in the innate realm, as they couldn't see through the power of the concealing talisman. Soon, he took little Yan to the back mountain of the Long Hatred Sect. Upon seeing the enormous Forbidden Land characters carved on the cliff, Lu Qing knew he had come to the right place. Following Li Changbo's instructions in the illusion realm, he quickly found the small entrance at the foot of the mountain. Looking at the unassuming entrance, barely wide enough for one person, Lu Qing was speechless. If not for the simple camouflage array covering the entrance, preventing ordinary people from seeing through it, he would have doubted if he had found the right place. He immediately activated his superpower, gazing towards the entrance. Soon, the purple superpower light emerged from the entrance. Several notes floated up. Spiritual vein entrance, the entrance to a spiritual vein nurtured by the earth. Beyond this entrance, a spiritual vein is being nurtured. Spiritual veins are a mystical land, formed by natural heaven and earth formations, gathering the spiritual charm of heaven and earth to nurture it. A simple illusion array conceals it. Beyond the entrance, there seem to be traps laid, so intruders must proceed with caution. Seeing the notes floating above the entrance, Lu Qing knew he hadn't found the wrong place. This small cave was indeed the place he was seeking. Who would have thought that the spiritual vein capable of nurturing spirit stones was hidden in such an inconspicuous entrance? Perhaps this is what is meant by spiritual objects obscuring themselves. After a brief moment of reflection, Lu Qing casually waved his hand, dispelling the simple illusion array at the entrance. Then, taking little Yan by the hand, he walked inside. After entering the entrance, he flicked a finger and embedded a few jade talismans at the entrance. Under the activation of mana, the jade talismans interconnected, and an invisible light curtain rose, thoroughly concealing the entrance. Li Changbo was clearly not proficient in arrays. The illusion array he set up was rudimentary. At most, it could deceive the perception of those in the innate realm, and even then, only those with lower cultivation. If someone with strong will and spirit happened to come along, they might still see through it. But Lu Qing's array was different. With his mastery of array arts, even an array formed by just a few simple jade talismans wasn't something ordinary cultivators could discern. Even a strong Golden Core Realm cultivator would be hard-pressed to notice anything amiss without approaching closely. With the entrance concealed, Lu Qing continued onward with little Yan. As expected, the entrance extended downward, leading deeply into the earth. The tunnel wasn't wide, allowing only 2 people to walk side by side, and it was very dark, appearing eerie and terrifying. But this was no obstacle for Lu Qing. He condensed a light orb with his mana, suspending it before him. Instantly, the tunnel became brightly lit, every detail vividly clear. He then proceeded forward with little Yan. All along the way, it was neither surprising nor dangerous. Although Li Changbo had laid some traps inside, how could they possibly pose a threat to Lu Qing? So he easily dispelled all those traps. Gradually, as he ventured deeper into the cave, Lu Qing finally began to sense a different kind of spiritual charm permeating the cave. His spirits lifted, knowing they must be nearing the spiritual vein. Indeed, with every step forward, Lu Qing felt the spiritual charm in the tunnel grow denser. Eventually, it surpassed even the dense spiritual charm found in the Jade Cave. Ah Qing, where is this place and why is the spiritual charm so dense? At this moment, little Li couldn't help but poke his head out from Lu Qing's embrace, staring wide-eyed at their surroundings. Little Li, are you awake? Lu Qing chuckled. This should be a spiritual vein-land. Spiritual vein-land. Little Li looked around, feeling the increasingly thick spiritual charm, astonished. He couldn't help but think that cultivating here long-term could lead to rapid improvement in cultivation. At this moment, even the 5 elements poked its head out from little Yan's hood. Clearly, it was also very pleased with this place. Amidst little Li and the others' amazement, Lu Qing quickened his pace. Soon, surrounded by spiritual charm so dense it was nearly tangible, he suddenly felt the space ahead open up. A vast cave chamber appeared before them. The sight inside immediately took Lu Qing and the others' breath away for a moment. How beautiful! After a long while, little Yan couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Looking at the scene before him, Lu Qing was somewhat stunned. In the spacious cave room, it was bright, with specks of jade stones adorning the surrounding cave walls. This made the entire cave room resemble a starry sky, appearing incredibly magnificent. The spiritual charm within the cave was exceedingly dense, even more so than in the Jade Cave within the 10,000 Great Mountains. Is this a spirit vein? No wonder Li Changbo could step into the Golden Core realm in such a short time with just one refined fire pearl. Owning such a treasure land, it's hard not to advance rapidly in cultivation. Lu Qing couldn't help but exclaim in awe. At the same time, he also reflected on Li Changbo's foolishness. With such a treasure like a spirit vein, instead of properly accumulating and growing his strength, he chose to show off in Cold Water City, clashing with me. One can only say that the resentment in his heart was too deep. As soon as he gained power, he couldn't resist seeking revenge. Who knows what kind of humiliation Cold Water Palace gave him back then, to the point that he couldn't even bear to wait a little longer. Of course, this naturally worked in Lu Qing's favor. If Li Changbo hadn't been impatient, he wouldn't have been able to find this spiritual vein land, such dense spiritual charm. Little Li was also completely stupefied at this moment. Having followed Lu Qing to many jade caves before, it knew how rich the spiritual energy was there. But compared to here, the spiritual energy in the Jade Cave could be considered ordinary. As for the 5 elements, it completely crawled out of little Yan's hood, excitedly exploring the cave. The spiritual charm here was even denser than in the secret realm where it was born. After a while, Lu Qing calmed his mind somewhat and began to focus on the specks of jade stones on the surrounding cave walls. At first glance, he thought they were all spirit stones, but when he took down a piece of jade and examined it closely, he realized he was mistaken. These jade stones could indeed be called spirit stones. However, the majority were spirit stones that hadn't fully matured yet. Although the density of spiritual charm inside them was slightly stronger than that in the cave, they still hadn't reached the basic quality of lower-grade spirit stones. Upon realizing this, Lu Qing's mood finally completely calmed down. He smiled indeed. He had been a bit too optimistic. How could it be possible for such a large cave room to be filled entirely with spirit stones? If spirit stones were so easily nurtured, the ancient immortal cultivation era wouldn't have treated them as precious treasures and strategic resource reserves. Of course, while most of the jade stones in the cave hadn't transitioned into genuine spirit stones, the cave's value was still immeasurable. Not to mention anything else, just the dense spiritual charm within the cave was enough to drive Golden Core Realm experts mad. Ah Qing, are we going to cultivate here next? At this moment, little Li jumped onto Lu Qing's shoulder, its eyes shining brightly as it asked. Yes, it's rare to find such a treasure land, of course. We will retreat for cultivation for a while. Lu Qing nodded. That's so great. Little Li cheered. Usually lazy in cultivation, even it couldn't resist the urge to cultivate well here, feeling the dense spiritual charm. But aside from cultivating, you all have to help me too, selecting and excavating the spirit stones in this cave for me. Little Li and the 5 elements were no ordinary spiritual beasts. Their sensing ability was extremely strong. Especially Little Li, according to Yan, the Black Knight Spirit Fox was renowned as a treasure-seeking master in the ancient immortal cultivation era. Its sensitivity to treasures was far stronger than that of human cultivators. Moreover, their bodies were strong, making excavating spirit stones quite easy. Don't worry, leave it to me. Little Li agreed readily. It knew Lu Qing desperately needed spirit stones, having heard him lamenting not long ago that spirit stones were insufficient. All right, then let's take some time to retreat here for a while. Lu Qing smiled, feeling the dense spiritual charm in the cave, his heart also full of anticipation. He could sense that achieving the first transformation of the golden core was within sight. Thus, Lu Qing stopped his travels and settled in this spiritual vein land. After all, his universe bag of vital energy was filled with a large amount of living essentials, with no need for external supplies, let alone the fact that even the one with the weakest cultivation among them, Little Yan, was at the innate realm early stage. As long as they entered the cultivation state, nourished by spiritual power, they wouldn't have any issues even without food or drink for a long time. While Lu Qing and the others were in seclusion within the spirit vein, the events in Cold Water City slowly spread out after several days of fermentation, gradually becoming known to various forces across the world. East State Qingyang Temple. Several old Taoists were sitting under a giant old pine on the edge of a cliff, discussing something. You all know, right, the events in Cold Water City. One of the old Taoists with white hair and beard said, "Yes, we know." It's unexpected that the leader of the Long Hatred sect, who is unknown, could cultivate to the Golden Core realm so swiftly. Surely he encountered unimaginable fortunes and opportunities, another old Taoist said. Naturally he had fortunes. Without our secret land's foundation, cultivating so quickly would seem impossible without fortuitous encounters. But it doesn't matter now. What's important is that the young one appeared in Cold Water City. Indeed, according to the messages from the temple disciples, if not for his appearance in Cold Water City, Cold Water Palace might have been in danger this time. Precisely, it's unexpected that the old palace master of Cold Water Palace failed in crossing the tribulation. No wonder Cold Water Palace has been so low-key these past 2 years. The failure of the old palace master's tribulation is one reason, but the most important is the turmoil Cold Water Palace experienced decades ago depleted too much of its foundation. The old cultivators of the foundation establishment realm nearly all died. Thus, with the old palace master gone, Cold Water Palace had no one left to maintain its presence. This almost led them to be driven to desperation by the new Golden Core cultivator. Yet it's true that he is indeed worthy of his reputation. Even a Golden Core realm cultivator has no ability to resist before him. No one knows exactly how he cultivated. The previous disappearance of the two mysterious powerhouses and the vanishing of the suspended mountain are rumored to be his handiwork, but without solid evidence, there is still doubt. This time it was witnessed by tens of thousands of Cold Water City citizens. It completely confirmed the terrifying nature of this figure. The first tribulation crossing person since the changes in heaven and earth, such an unparalleled genius is likely the person chosen by the heavens in this era. At least in the early part of this immortal Tao era, he is to be revered. Indeed, Qing Su, remember to restrain the disciples in the future. Don't enter the 10,000 great mountains casually. Yes, Temple Master. Immediately, several old Taoists established a rule not allowing disciples to freely enter the 10,000 great mountains. There's no choice, that person is simply too frightening. Although he didn't deny the disappearance of the suspended mountain, he passed messages through the heavenly mechanism Tower Master to other secret lands, claiming no ill intent. But everyone remains skeptical about it. After all, making a secret land, along with its reliant secret realm, completely vanish is truly beyond belief. They can't imagine what level of cultivation and divine skills could accomplish such a feat. Not to mention that the one who achieved all of this was a young man who just broke through to the innate realm 2 years ago. Because it's so inconceivable, it leaves everyone with a feeling of disbelief. But this time, Lu Qing had all Cold Water City citizens, facing numerous innate realm and foundation establishment realm cultivators. Easily, casually suppress and kill a genuine Golden Core realm powerhouse. Thus they must believe that Lu Qing has truly grown to an unreachable level. For quite a long time in the future, it's likely the entire world will respect him. Since it's already a fact, the best way is to learn how to get along well with this figure. Central State Holy Mountain. 3 Saint Masters are seated facing each other. The aura of the first Saint Master, stable as a mountain, thick as the earth. Obviously, after some time of recuperation, not only has his injury fully recovered, but his cultivation is completely stabilized and has advanced further. As for the second and third Saint Masters seated opposite him, their aura is also powerful. Revealing the meaning of perfection and harmony, mana occasionally flickers on their bodies. They have evidently stepped into the Golden Core realm. You've all received the news from below, haven't you? After a moment of silence, the first Saint Master spoke in a deep voice. Brother, are you referring to the event in Cold Water City, where a newly ascended Golden Core realm was slain? There's no much to say about that. He even managed to kill those 2 extraterrestrial visitors from that day. Killing a newly ascended Golden Core early stage isn't unusual. The third Saint Master said, somewhat curiously. Indeed, we all felt how strong those two extraterrestrial visitors were that day. Even now, the three of us together may not be the match of that youth in white. That young man can kill them. His means and divine skills have reached an unimaginable level. Killing a newly ascended Golden Core realm is way too easy. The second Saint Master also nodded. Compared to the previous skepticism in Qingyang Temple, Holy Mountain had already been sure. It was indeed Lu Qing who killed those two incredibly powerful extraterrestrial visitors. After all, when Lu Qing killed those two extraterrestrial visitors, Lin Zhirui witnessed it firsthand, and since Tianji Building was governed by Holy Mountain, they would naturally report the matter to them. So the second and third Saint Masters found it hard to understand why their brother specially brought up this matter. In their view, it would be strange if that figure couldn't kill the newly ascended Golden Core Realm. What I want to talk about is not the act of him killing the Golden Core Realm. The first Saint Master said, I want you to pay attention to that slain Golden Core Realm. This person, before the spiritual energy recovery, was merely an ordinary innate realm cultivator with average performance, lacking any remarkable features. However, after the spiritual energy recovery, within 2 or 3 short years, their cultivation has advanced enough to catch up with ours, achieving the Golden Core Realm. This is indeed unusual. It should be due to some extraordinary encounter. Intelligence reported that a strand of origin energy fell into Long Hatred Mountain that day, supposedly obtained by Li Changbo. Looking at it this way, that Changhin sect master should also be a person of extraordinary fortune. The second Saint Master speculated, that's exactly what I want to say. The first Saint Master said, after the spiritual energy recovery, the fate of the world has become more complex. Many originally ordinary figures might suddenly see their fortunes soar, constantly encountering fortuitous events. Within a short time, they will wield powerful forces and become strong. However, thus the worldly patterns are bound to change. These newly ascended powerhouses, whether searching for cultivation resources or for status, will inevitably contend for their interests. Upon hearing this, the second and third Saint Masters remain silent. They know what their brother says is correct. Once cultivators grow strong, their desires will also magnify. Whether fighting for resources or fame, they definitely won't stay low-key. If that's the case, a new round of power restructuring is inevitably going to happen. Brother, hasn't this issue been discussed before, prior to the changes in heaven and earth? This is the major trend of the world, and we can only watch what happens, unable to defy it. The third Saint Master couldn't help but say, I am aware that this is an inevitable trend beyond our control. However, while we can't change the trend, we can make the process of evolution less intense. Second brother, third brother, do you still remember our sacred vow? The second and third Saint Masters trembled slightly, recalling events from over 1,000 years ago. At that time, the three brothers were relentlessly pursued by enemies and, seriously wounded, had to hide within the Holy Mountain. To gain the recognition of the mountain's soul, they made a vow to dedicate their lives to protecting exceptional talents and maintaining worldly stability. Ultimately, they escaped death, not only recovering from injuries, but also killing the pursuers. They even obtained various inheritances, embarking on the path of cultivation, becoming revered as masters of Holy Mountain. Brother, we certainly haven't forgotten the sacred vow we made, the third Saint Master said solemnly. The second Saint Master, though silent, had a grave expression as well. Though the Holy Mountain soul has never forced us to anything, the first Saint Master said, I believe you understand if we wish to depart from the confines and seek freedom. We must not violate our hearts nor the sacred vow we made. Otherwise, with our thoughts impeded, our cultivation progress will be difficult. This lifetime might have no hope of leaving the confines. The second and third Saint Masters fell silent again. After a while, the third Saint Master asked, Brother, what do you want us to do? Nothing grand. With the current chaos in the world, I want to once again issue a decree in the name of Holy Mountain. Strong cultivators must not engage in fighting or exhibit power within cities where the human race congregates. The first Saint Master spoke slowly and solemnly. The second and third Saint Masters showed shock. Brother, that might be impossible now. The second Saint Master couldn't help but say, today's world isn't what it was 1,000 years ago. Our three alone might find it hard to do such things. The third Saint Master had a look of agreement on his face. With just the three of us, it would indeed be difficult. The first Saint Master said, but there is someone who can. Someone can who? The third Saint Master was initially incredulous, but he quickly caught on. Brother, could you be referring to that young man? Indeed, in today's world, besides him, who else can truly suppress the masses and genuinely intimidate villains? The first Saint Master nodded. The second and third Saint Masters remained silent. They knew what their eldest brother said was true. If there's anyone in today's world who can intimidate the four directions and stand above all cultivators, it must be that young man. But would he be willing to step forward? The second Saint Master asked. The three brothers founded the Holy Mountain due to their initial grand aspirations. That young man, however, is not bound by such aspirations and may not be willing to do this thankless task. Let's give it a try. Although he appears ruthless, in truth, he has shown compassion for ordinary people throughout his actions. He once even traveled thousands of miles to destroy the flowing cloud sect for the tragedy that befell ordinary people in a small town. The same goes for Cold Water City, where Li Changbo's threats to annihilate the townspeople provoked him to act. It's evident that he stands on the side of righteousness. Moreover, his mentor is someone who possesses the merit light. Perhaps we can find a way to persuade him from this angle. The first Saint Master clearly had already formulated a plan. The other two Saint Masters pondered for a moment and found their elder brother's reasoning sound. Elder brother's words are indeed worth trying. If he's truly willing to take a stand, perhaps we can re-establish the rules of Holy Mountain. Let Tianji handle this matter. He is acquainted with that young man, and his direct disciple is even a friend of that youth, making persuasion easier. Yes, Tianji is a good choice. Thus, after the three Saint Masters concluded their discussion, a message flew from the Holy Mountain and landed at Tianji Building in the Holy City. Upon receiving the message, the Heavenly Mechanism Tower Master opened it and was immediately filled with a look of shock. As days passed, Lu Qing's actions in Cold Water City caused quite a stir among many forces, prompting many to become more restrained, even instructing their disciples to be cautious and watchful for the possible appearance of a young man accompanied by a little girl within their domain. If they do encounter them, they must avoid provoking them, treat them with utmost respect as honored guests, and ensure they have a pleasant experience. After all, that young man is indeed terrifying. Even true man at the Golden Core realm couldn't put up a fight before him. It's rumored that the suspended mountain, which has heritage spanning tens of thousands of years, was also destroyed at his hands. In existence like this, if he were to travel to their domain and any foolish disciple displeases him, they may well be uprooted and wiped out. Hence, no force dares to treat this lightly. Nonetheless, as many forces cautiously and meticulously trace the siblings' whereabouts. Months passed, yet these forces were stunned to find that the siblings haven't appeared again. Across the entire world, there hasn't been any rumor of the siblings' emergence. It's as if they've gone silent, vanished without a trace. Of course, even so, many forces remain apprehensive. After all, with his skill, concealing his trail without being discovered is ridiculously easy. Perhaps they simply change their appearance and continue their journey unnoticed, in this strange atmosphere. Furthermore, everywhere there have been phenomena appearing now and then. These are the phenomena of powerful cultivators breaking through, ranging from stepping into the innate realm, foundation establishment realm, even golden core realm. It indicates that after years of reawakening, numerous cultivation geniuses, previously hindered by nature from breakthrough, have finally adapted to the changes in the world and started breaking through their limits, entering new realms. And as more formidable figures emerge, the world's structure begins to slowly evolve. Many newly risen powerhouses and sect forces, aiming to seize more cultivation resources, have embarked on their path of expansion. During this process, naturally, numerous conflicts arise, leading to frequent battles and clashes. The raging storms outside did not affect Lu Qing. The spiritual vein land lies deep underground, imperceptible to anyone. Plus, the only entrance is concealed by Lu Qing using an array, ensuring no disturbance. Currently in the cave chamber, Lu Qing sits cross-legged, eyes closed, cultivating. The dense spiritual charm is continuously absorbed into his body, then condensed and transformed by the 5 elements gourd into exceptionally pure 5 elements mana. Elsewhere in the cave, Little Yan, Little Lei, and 5 elements too are diligently cultivating. Unknown how much time has passed, Lu Qing suddenly trembled. A surge of immensely powerful aura flashed from him, quickly collected. Yet this sudden aura startled Little Yan, Little Lei, and the others awake. Lu Qing then opened his eyes with a sense of wonder. Finally, the first transformation of the golden core is completed. Indeed, the aura was his achieving perfection in the first transformation of the perfect golden core skill. After some nurturing, he can attempt to push into the realm of the second transformation. How long has it been? Lu Qing sensed something. At his level, his perception of time was exceptionally sensitive. Even in this dark underground spiritual vein, he could still precisely grasp the passage of time. So with just a slight sensing, a hint of surprise appeared on Lu Qing's face. Has it really been almost half a year already? Indeed, in the mountains, days and months are indistinguishable, and the days of cultivation fly by quickly. Brother, what was that just now? At this moment, Little Yan ran over. She was cultivating earlier when she was suddenly startled awake. Little Li and Wu Xing also came over. Sorry, I just had a breakthrough and couldn't control my breath for a moment, disturbing you all. Lu Qing said apologetically. So brother had a breakthrough, that's a good thing. Little Yan immediately became cheerful. Yes, it's indeed something to be happy about. Lu Qing smiled. At the same time, he was also sighing in his heart. This first transition of the golden core was even harder to complete than he imagined. Otherwise, just relying on absorbing nature's spiritual energy, who knows how long it would take to cultivate. Fortunately, on this outing, he found this spiritual vein. Feeling the abundant spiritual charm in the cave room, Lu Qing was very satisfied. With this treasure land, there's a chance he might achieve the second, or even the third transition of the golden core. Ah Ching, look what I found while you were cultivating. At this moment, little Li came over with a bag. Lu Qing took the bag and found it quite heavy. Opening it, he saw flowing brilliance. It was a small bag of spirit stones. He estimated there were at least 70 or 80 pieces. Ah Ching, I, along with that stinky snake, have dug out all the spirit stones in this cave room. Inside the walls, I can sense a few more spirit stones, but I didn't dare to dig randomly. I wanted to wait for you to wake up to decide. Little Li's voice echoed in Lu Qing's mind. Lu Qing asked, Little Li, how many spirit stones do you sense in the cave walls? Not too many, maybe about half of what's in this bag, and some are quite deep in the cave walls. Lu Qing thought for a moment and shook his head. Then don't dig them for now. It would be bad if it collapses. Currently being deep underground, even though he had the confidence to escape if the cave collapsed, it would be a great loss if the spiritual vein was destroyed in the process. I thought so too, so I didn't dare. That stinky snake wanted to take matters into its own hands and dig, but I scolded it severely. Lu Qing looked at Wu Xing. The five-colored winged snake immediately shrank its head at that moment. It only thought this was the task the master ordered, so the more it dug, the better, and didn't think much of it. Seeing Wu Xing's sheepish appearance, Lu Qing didn't have much to say. The five-colored winged snake, having grown up in a secret realm, was indeed quite naive. Compared to little Li, who had always fought alongside him and even often read books, it was naturally not as clever. For instance, in Divine Soul Transmission, little Li could directly speak and communicate smoothly. While Wu Xing could only vaguely express its meaning, the difference was apparent. Perhaps should Wu Xing also read more books in the future. Lu Qing touched his chin, thinking silently. The downcast Wu Xing suddenly felt a chill behind it, and it became even more anxious, thinking it was going to be punished by its master. However, after waiting for a long time, there was no punishment from the master. Instead, Lu Qing asked, So, how are you all progressing with your cultivation? Brother, I have reached innate perfection. Upon hearing Lu Qing's question, little Yan happily responded first. Ah Qing, I've also reached perfect foundation establishment. Little Li also replied excitedly. Lu Qing nodded upon hearing this. Before the secluded cultivation, little Yan was at the innate realm early stage, and little Li was at great success in the foundation establishment realm. They had made significant progress over half a year of cultivation. He then looked at Wu Xing, but saw the five-colored winged snake, somewhat embarrassed, lowering its head. During this half year of cultivation, besides its physical body becoming stronger, it had no other breakthroughs and was still at perfect foundation establishment realm. Lu Qing understood upon seeing its demeanor. Nevertheless, he wasn't surprised. Wu Xing was originally at perfect foundation establishment, and its next breakthrough would be the golden core realm. The breakthrough of major realms for spiritual beasts was even harder than for the human race. Not to mention the golden core realm, according to Yan, for spiritual beasts to reach the golden core realm, they also need to cross the heavenly tribulation. Moreover, the heavenly tribulation they induce is often more powerful than that of the human clan cultivators of the same realm. So Wu Xing being stuck at perfect foundation establishment was within his expectations. After thinking for a moment, Lu Qing said, Wu Xing, you've been stuck at perfect foundation establishment for quite a while. This retreat has made your physical body more complete. Once you fully digest what you've gained this time, I'll grant you a few lotus seeds. The five-colored winged snake, upon hearing this, lifted its head abruptly, eyes full of surprise. So in the coming days, focus on cultivating well. The more solid your foundation, the higher your success rate will be for crossing the tribulation. The five-colored winged snake nodded quickly, like a pecking chicken. Seeing this, Lu Qing couldn't help but smile. The lotus seeds of the treasure lotus were extremely important to the five-colored winged snake. Once it refines these, it should be just about ready to cross the tribulation. After encouraging Wu Xing, Lu Qing took out a jade talisman. After sensing it for a moment, he was slightly surprised. Did Master send a message to me? Before going into secluded cultivation, he had sent a message to his master about finding a treasure place and planning to go into retreat with little Yan for a while, telling him not to worry. In such a scenario, the master still sent a message. Could it be something happened? He immediately began to read the information in the jade talisman. He then found that his master had sent 3 messages in total. The first 2 were sent 2 months ago, discussing the same thing, more or less about the Tianji building master visiting with urgent matters to discuss with him. The other was sent 3 days ago. In it, master said he'd had an insight recently and feared he was about to cross the heavenly tribulation. Is master about to cross the tribulation? After reading the 3 messages, Lu Qing directly ignored the first 2, focusing all his attention on the last one. He immediately sent a message back, inquiring about his master's situation. However, he waited for a long time without receiving a reply from his master. Lu Qing suddenly became a bit anxious. Without further ado, he immediately took Little Yan and others to head out of the cave. "Brother, what's wrong?" Little Yan asked, seeing Lu Qing's anxious appearance. "Master sent a message a few days ago, saying he might soon cross the tribulation, and I don't know what the situation is now. We need to hurry back." Lu Qing replied while swiftly leading Little Yan out. He felt regretful. Earlier, he was too absorbed in cultivation, forgetting to check the communication jade talisman, missing such crucial information. If anything happened to Master because of this, he would never forgive himself. "Grandpa Chen is about to cross the heavenly tribulation, so we must rush back." Little Yan also became anxious upon hearing this. Now Little Yan, an innate perfect cultivator herself, understood the cultivation path well. Plus, having witnessed Lu Qing crossing the tribulation back in Central State, she naturally understood the terror of the heavenly tribulation. With Little Yan in tow, once outside the cave entrance, Lu Qing rapidly embedded over a dozen jade talismans around the cave. The jade talismans linked the Earth's spiritual charm, forming a complete array, thoroughly concealing the cave entrance. This way, even a golden core realm wouldn't easily see the reality within unless they were proficient in arrays. After setting up everything, Lu Qing took Little Yan into the sky. Once high above the sky, Lu Qing, disregarding other things, immediately summoned the void flying boat and entered it. The next moment, driven by mana, the void ship flashed and disappeared instantly. Above Jiulai village, a black vortex suddenly appeared. Soon after, a somewhat tattered silver flying boat emerged from it. Lu Qing came out of the flying boat with Little Yan and then promptly put the flying boat away. His aura fluctuated slightly. In this world, there is a speed limit once the flying speed approaches the limit. A warning from the heavenly Tao's will is received. However, there are no such restrictions when traversing the void. But using the void flying boat to execute void traversal is very mana-consuming. Even though Lu Qing's cultivation had recently increased significantly, reaching the perfection of the first turn of the golden core, it was still a bit strenuous to wield. "Brother, have we returned to Jiulai village already?" Little Yan looked at the familiar village below and felt a bit dazed. Little Li and 5 elements felt the same way, all stunned. Just a moment ago, they were in an unknown place, countless states away, and in the next moment, they were back in Jiulai village. The distance of tens of thousands of miles was crossed in the blink of an eye. This speed was truly terrifying. The 3 little ones had never ridden on a void flying boat, nor had they experienced the formidable power of void traversal. For a time, they were naturally astonished. It's the power of a magical artifact. Let's go back to the village first." Lu Qing vaguely explained. He released his heart and spirit, sensing his master's presence in the half-mountain small courtyard. Additionally, the village was peaceful, with no signs of chaos. He felt relieved, knowing the situation he feared had not occurred. He immediately led Little Yan and the others down towards the village. As soon as they landed at the half-mountain small courtyard, they saw their master walking out of the house. A smile was on his face. "I guessed that you all would be back around this time." Grandpa Chen, Little Yan hadn't seen the elder doctor for more than half a year and immediately ran up to him to act playfully. Lu Qing looked embarrassed. "Please forgive me, master. Your disciple has been in seclusion and hadn't checked the communication jade token, only discovering your message after coming out today. Just out of seclusion today, and now you've already returned." The elder doctor was surprised, knowing when Lu Qing had sent a message to him half a year ago, he was entering seclusion at Long Hatred Mountain, states away. If he came out of seclusion today, how could he already be back in Jiulai village? Your disciple has a magical artifact capable of void traversal, covering thousands of miles in an instant, but it's quite mana-consuming to use and not easy to frequently employ, Lu Qing explained. Such a miraculous magical artifact exists. The elder doctor exclaimed in surprise upon hearing this. No wonder, when Lu Qing left back then, he said to just send a message if anything happened, and he would return quickly. Initially, the elder doctor had thought it would take Lu Qing several days to get back. He did not expect that the quick return Lu Qing mentioned would be so immediate. With such a magical artifact, truly, the vast world could be traversed at will. "Master, did you mention in the communication jade token that you're preparing to cross the tribulation to break through?" Lu Qing asked. "Yes, it should be in the next few days." The elder doctor nodded. "I can feel the opportunity for a breakthrough growing stronger. It's almost time. Luckily, I returned in time to serve as your protector, master." Lu Qing relaxed, retrieving a white and a red orb from his universe bag of qi. "Master, as you approach crossing the tribulation, there isn't much that your disciple can do. During this journey, I stumbled upon these 2 treasure orbs, which are a water and a fire magical treasure that perfectly suits your cultivation of the water and fire Tao master. Once you refine them, they should provide a bit more foundation to better face the heavenly tribulation." Lu Qing handed over the water element supreme treasure all method pearl and the refined fire pearl, these 2 magical treasures. Seeing the two orbs, the elder doctor felt a stirring of his heart and mind, with his spiritual power also becoming restless. Immediately, he understood that refining these two treasure orbs would be greatly beneficial to him. It seems there is destiny between Master and these magical treasures. Lu Qing also sensed his master's energy fluctuations, smiled right away, and handed the two treasure orbs to his master. Master, these two magical treasures, the white all-method pearl, which is a supreme water element treasure, and this red one is a high-grade fire element treasure. Their grades and main functions are not equivalent. Once you refine them, you may need to slowly cultivate and temper them to turn them into the magical treasures most suitable for you. The all-method pearl and the refined fire pearl are not equivalent magical treasures, their functions and grades differ. Fortunately, they are rare, pure water and fire magical treasures, precisely fitting with Master's cultivation of the water and fire Tao, and can indeed be refined. Initially, Lu Qing intended to use the leaving fire tripod to reforge and adjust them before giving them to his master. But with his master facing the imminent tribulation, having magical treasures for protection would help better withstand the heavenly tribulation, so he decided to give it to him earlier. Fortunately, with powerful magical treasures, as long as they are properly nurtured and integrated, can grow stronger along with the master's cultivation. After master successfully crosses the tribulation and achieves the golden core, there will be ample time to cultivate and refine these two magical treasures into ones most suitable for him. And what's more, personal cultivation and refinement of a magical treasure will result in a higher level of resonance and integration, making it easier to truly combine heart and spirit, achieving command with ease, a supreme treasure and a high-grade treasure. Holding the two treasure orbs, the elder doctor was shocked upon hearing this. He naturally knew that once a magical treasure reached the treasure level, it truly became priceless. However, the elder doctor didn't say much more, just quietly stored away the two treasure orbs. For the mentor and apprentice, many things no longer needed to be spoken aloud. By the way, Master, you mentioned a few months ago that the Heavenly Mechanism Tower Master sought me for an important matter. What was it? Seeing his master put away the magical treasure, Lu Qing asked. This matter is indeed very important, the elder doctor said seriously upon hearing this. Last time, the Heavenly Mechanism Tower Master came under the command of the three saints of the Holy Mountain. They said that the three saints saw the chaos rising in the world and wanted to re-establish order and issue prohibitions. But they felt that with the current world full of emerging talents and heroes rising together, just the three of them might no longer command enough respect to have the world accept the prohibitions. Therefore, they want you to also step forward to seek stability for all living beings in the world. The Heavenly Mechanism Tower Master, knowing the elder doctor's character and Lu Qing's respect for his master, did not hide his purpose when he came here. On the contrary, he very earnestly and thoroughly informed the elder doctor of the three saints' intentions. He hoped that this kind and benevolent old man could help persuade Lu Qing. The three saints want me to step forward to help establish prohibitions. This truly surprised Lu Qing. He never expected that the Heavenly Mechanism Tower Master came for such a matter. For a moment he fell into silence. Ah Qing, this matter is of great importance, and you must carefully consider it. If you're not careful, you could become the common enemy of the world. If it's unfeasible, it's better to refuse the three saints, the elder doctor advised Lu Qing when he saw his silence. Although the elder doctor believed that the saints' endeavor could indeed benefit all beings if successful, Lu Qing's safety was equally important in his heart. If there was no certainty, he did not want Lu Qing to endure such turmoil. After a moment of silence, Lu Qing asked, Master, I have been in seclusion recently and am not familiar with the events of the past 6 months. Is the outside world in turmoil? Recently, I heard from Zhai Rui and the Wei family master that many prodigies have emerged around the world in the past 2 years with astonishing cultivation talents. There are also many older generation experts whose cultivation stagnated due to the heaven and earth rules, now breaking through into entirely new realms. Especially in the past 6 months, several places have shown anomalies in heavenly tribulations. It should be some experts crossing the golden core tribulation. With the rise of heroes and emergence of powerful individuals, conflicts are naturally inevitable. If it were only such matters, it would be fine, merely conflicts among cultivators. But some cultivators, after breaking through to a new realm and becoming powerful, have also become arrogant. I've heard from Zhai Rui that not long ago, 2 sect forces in Kaio State fought over a spirit land. The result was that each side's foundation establishment realm supreme elders fought recklessly in a city, causing severe casualties among the city's residents. Near Quanzhou, 2 commanderies even went to war, dragging both countries' citizens into misery. Listening to the master recounting recent events in the world, Lu Qing finally realized how much the situation had changed during his 6 months of seclusion. back when he traveled with little Yan for several months, there seemed to be undercurrents but nothing as dire as this. He thought for a while and said, "Master, let's leave these matters aside for now. The most important thing now is you're crossing the tribulation. We'll make decisions after you have crossed." The elder doctor nodded and said, "That would be good. You have just returned and can take this time to think carefully before making a decision." The two of them chatted a little longer, with Lu Qing mostly recounting some experiences from his recent travels. Sometimes, little Yan would also chime in with her chatter. The elder doctor then learned how many events Lu Qing and they experienced during their travels. After Lu Qing roughly recounted the journey, he left the half-mountain small courtyard with little Yan. This was to allow his master to refine the two treasure beads, accumulate, and prepare for the upcoming tribulation. On the way home, they were seen by the villagers, which naturally caused quite a stir. After all, Lu Qing and little Yan had been away for nearly a year. During this time, many villagers, due to worry, often went to the half-mountain small courtyard to inquire from the elder doctor. Fortunately, the elder doctor repeatedly assured them that Lu Qing and little Yan were merely traveling and were safe. This reassurance alleviated much of their concern. Now that they finally saw Lu Qing and little Yan return, they were naturally eager to catch up and ask why they had been away for so long. The commotion even reached the Wei family's detached house. After explaining and returning home, some time had already passed. Shortly after sitting down, someone came to visit. The earlier stir in the village had reached the Wei family's detached house. Knowing that Lu Qing had returned, Wei Shanhai and Wei Xing came over. After reminiscing and exchanging greetings, they invited Lu Qing and company to dine at the detached house. Lu Qing, thinking that he had just returned and that the fire at home had been out for a long time, required some effort to cook, and considering that little Yan hadn't seen Mrs. Wei for a long time, he agreed. It was during the meal that Lu Qing learned more about the current state of the world from Wei Shanhai and others. He realized that the situation was even worse than he had anticipated. Many sects, newly emerged strong individuals who broke through realms and even some commanderies. To expand their power and seize resources, conflicts were frequently erupting. Initially, everyone was quite restrained, but as conflicts escalated, and with more and more disciples dying, true fire began to erupt. Many forces became frenzied in their killing. In this process, it was the ordinary people who suffered the most, lacking the means of self-protection. With the changing world and the recovery of spiritual energy, many strong individuals broke through shackles and entered entirely new realms, wielding stronger powers than before. The number of innate, even foundation establishment realm, strong individuals has greatly increased. Once these experts fight with full force, it spells disaster for ordinary people and even low-level martial artists. A casual wave of sword chi or sword-light landing amidst a crowd could cause massive casualties. This makes the current populace, upon hearing any two forces are on the verge of conflict, flee in fear of being caught in the crossfire. But the roads of escape are not easy, and many tragic stories unfold during migrations. Speaking of which, our Kang state, even Yan country, is the most peaceful place among the surrounding commanderies. Because of young Master Lu's presence, Yan country dares not entertain any ill thoughts. This prompts many citizens from nearby commanderies to run to Yan country. However, I received news a few days ago that neighboring Q country seems restless. It seems to have its sights on Yan country, wanting to act against it, said Wei Xing. Q country. Lu Qing pondered for a moment. The Yan family's patriarch, Heavenly Elder, has a decent cultivation, being a foundation establishment cultivator. Is he not enough to deter Q country? I've heard that Q country has a national guardian general, who is already at the great success of innate realm before the world's changes. Since the spiritual energy recovery, his cultivation has advanced steadily. Not long ago, he also stepped into the foundation establishment realm. Additionally, a clan elder from the Q royal family also entered the foundation establishment realm. With two foundation establishment realms strong individuals in its grasp, Q country's ambition naturally grows. They now have thoughts of annexing surrounding commanderies to strengthen themselves, explained Wei Xing. I see, Lu Qing nodded. It seems that during my seclusion, the world's situation has indeed changed drastically. If this chaos continues, the common folk might indeed have no way to survive. Lu Qing's tone carried a hint of sigh, yet a decision was already forming in his heart. When Lu Qing returned home with little Yan, it was already evening. In the nighttime, a fiery red bead appeared in his hand. It was the Fire Spirit Pearl, obtained from the Cold Water Palace's treasure vault. In the Cold Water Palace secret realm, cold element power was dominant. This Fire Spirit Pearl was stored deep within the vault, making it hard to absorb power. Thus, when Lu Qing discovered it, its might was nearly depleted. So during the period of seclusion in the underground spirit vein of Long Hatred Mountain, Lu Qing placed the Fire Spirit Pearl there for nurturing. After half a year of nurturing, the Fire Spirit Pearl had absorbed enough spiritual charm to restore its former might. Now the time had come for formal refinement. Holding the Fire Spirit Pearl in his hand, Lu Qing focused his heart and spirit, allowing a thread of divine soul power to enter the fire spirit pearl to recognize ownership and refine it. The process of refinement was very smooth, and Lu Qing easily left his divine soul mark within it. Immediately, the fire spirit pearl transformed into a stream of light and flew to his forehead acupoint. Once within the forehead acupoint, the fire spirit pearl immediately headed to the center of the acupoint space. It initially sought to compete with the earth spirit pearl for the central position, but soon a wave of energy emanated from the earth spirit pearl. Simultaneously, a talisman shadow emerged from the earth spirit pearl. The fire spirit pearl trembled briefly, ultimately retreating and reducing in size, orbiting the earth spirit pearl in a certain mysterious trajectory. Lu Qing merely watched this scene quietly without interference. Such spiritual objects like the five-element spiritual pearls inherently possess spiritual nature. Although he had refined and recognized ownership, he wouldn't erase that spiritual nature. When it comes to such a hierarchy struggle, it's best to let them resolve it themselves. For now, it seems the earth spirit pearl is superior. However, this is unsurprising, as the earth spirit pearl has been with him the longest, has been nourished to become the strongest, and has the divine soul talisman firmly in place. The earth element power is known for its solidity and stability, holding the fort of the acupoint space. It makes perfect sense to suppress the fire spirit pearl a bit. With the submission of the fire spirit pearl, it orbited the earth spirit pearl several times along a mysterious trajectory. A trace of a mystical connection began to form between the two spiritual pearls. At the same time, Lu Qing, as the owner, felt a strange perception arise in his heart. He paused slightly, then immediately discerned it carefully. He then discovered that this perception stemmed from multiple directions and was quite distant. The aura of the source of the perception was very similar to that of the earth spirit pearl and the fire spirit pearl. So that's how it is. A realization suddenly dawned on Lu Qing's heart. These sensing auras are emitted by the other spiritual pearls. As long as two of the five elements pearls are gathered, the locations of the other spiritual pearls can be sensed. A hint of joy appeared on Lu Qing's face. Previously, he felt hopeless about collecting all five spiritual pearls. Unexpectedly, the five elements pearls had such a capability. As long as more than two are gathered, the locations of other spiritual pearls can be sensed. This way, collecting all five spiritual pearls will be much easier. Filled with joy, Lu Qing continued to sense the fluctuations of the other spiritual pearls, hoping to identify their specific locations. After a while, a sense of realization gradually formed in Lu Qing's heart. Three spiritual pearls, one seems to be in the central state, another in the extreme west, and the last one is it in the east, in the ocean. With the approximate locations of the three spiritual pearls established, Lu Qing felt an odd sense of surprise. The ones in central state and the far west weren't too concerning. He was confident in retrieving them. However, the one in the eastern ocean wouldn't be so simple. He recalled sensing the aura of the ocean when he brought little Yan to the seaside more than 6 months ago. At that time, the vast ocean sparked a sliver of caution within him. It was apparent that in the depths of the sea, untouched by the human race, lay extraordinary things. But there's no rush. I'll collect the remaining 3 spiritual pearls after my master has survived the tribulation and dealt with the matters of the holy mountain. Lu Qing had a premonition that collecting all 5 spiritual pearls would be greatly beneficial to him. Previously, he didn't know the locations of the other spiritual pearls, but now that he knew, he had to gather them all. On the second day after Lu Qing's return, nothing happened. The elder doctor remained in seclusion, refining the 2 treasure beads. On the third day, Lin Zhirui, who had been out traveling, rushed back. The first thing he did was visit Lu Qing and convey the request of the 3 saint masters, asking him to visit the holy mountain. However, Lu Qing didn't agree immediately. He said that with his master's tribulation imminent, he couldn't leave, and everything would wait until after the tribulation. Lin Zhirui naturally had no objections to this. He understood the elder doctor's importance to Lu Qing, and with such a significant event as crossing the tribulation, Lu Qing surely had to be present as a protector. On the 4th day in the morning, while Lu Qing was cultivating, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Ah Qing, I am preparing to cross the tribulation." Lu Qing shivered slightly, immediately ceasing his practice and heading to the half-mountain's small courtyard. "Master, did you say you're going to cross the tribulation?" "Yes, these past 2 days I've been refining the 2 treasure beads you gave me, truly worthy of being treasure-level magical treasures. Once I refined and recognized ownership of them, was fully in control, the water and fire element power within the treasures washed over my divine soul and physical body, making them more solid and refined. The process of water and fire power was especially enlightening for me. Once I have completely absorbed those realizations and integrated them into my own water and fire Tao, naturally, I felt the true opportunity for a breakthrough. At this moment, the elder doctor's face was rosy, and a sense of completeness and harmony surfaced from within him. Lu Qing could feel that Master had truly reached the realm of perfect foundation establishment. Moreover, his foundational base was extremely profound. Just from the intensity of his aura, he was not even weaker than that golden core realm expert Li Changbo whom he had met before. He could even feel that there was a wisp of tribulation chi hovering above Master's head, appearing and disappearing. It was truly at the edge of crossing the tribulation, just needing a mere thought to trigger the heavenly tribulation. Master, when do you plan to cross the tribulation? Lu Qing asked. Let's do it now. Now, all right then, better now than later. Master, take this. In Lu Qing's hand appeared a translucent jade, with swirling misty energy inside. Ah Qing, this is. The elder doctor took the jade, sensing the boundless spiritual charm within, and his expression was stirred. This is a middle-grade spirit stone, containing incredibly pure spiritual charm energy, which you can directly absorb and refine. When crossing the tribulation later, it can allow you to restore your spiritual power at the fastest speed. Normally, a low-grade spirit stone is enough for a powerful person at the golden core early stage to cultivate for quite some time. Even though the elder doctor's foundational base was deep, a low-grade spirit stone should have been sufficient for him to cross the tribulation. However, due to the many changes in the heavenly tribulation, Lu Qing, feeling uneasy, directly gave him a middle-grade spirit stone to ensure nothing could go wrong. Spirit stone. The elder doctor felt the spiritual charm within the spirit stone, understanding that it must be quite an extraordinary spiritual object. He did not refuse and put away the middle-grade spirit stone, feeling more assured about crossing the tribulation. An hour later, in the depths of the 10,000 Great Mountains, in front of the mountain peak that had been halved by the heavenly tribulation where Lu Qing had once crossed the tribulation. Master, are you sure you want to cross the tribulation here? Lu Qing asked again. From the moment he heard the location his master chose for crossing the tribulation, Lu Qing was already at a loss for words. Master, with so many peaks in the 10,000 Great Mountains, there's no need to choose such a damaged mountain peak for crossing the tribulation, is there? This place is fine. The heavenly tribulation's destructive power is immense. No need to choose another peak to ruin. And since you, Ah Qing, once successfully crossed the tribulation here, it's just right for me to share in some of your good luck. The elder doctor chuckled. Lu Qing, all right, this definitely seems like Master's way of thinking. To avoid ruining another new peak, it doesn't matter crossing the tribulation on a heavily damaged peak. Grandpa Chen, you will definitely succeed in crossing the tribulation. Little Yan, beside him, clenched her fists to cheer for the elder doctor. Awo. Even little Li attempted a rare cheer for the elder doctor. The little one could transmit its voice through the divine soul, but apart from Lu Qing and little Yan, it had never demonstrated this ability to others. The five elements, seeing little Li's rare call, was momentarily stunned and also pushed its head against the elder doctor's hand. All right, Grandpa Chen will surely succeed in crossing the tribulation. Seeing the three little ones cheering for him, the elder doctor let out a hearty laugh, rarely feeling a surge of boldness from his heart. A cloud of energy appeared beneath his feet, slowly lifting him to the peak where Lu Qing had once crossed the tribulation. Lu Qing, along with little Yan and the small ones, retreated a bit to another peak, preparing to act as a protector for his master. As soon as they landed, a mighty pressure appeared instantly with a loud rumble. In the sky, the weather suddenly changed, and a massive tribulation cloud vortex slowly appeared. Mr. Chen is about to begin crossing the tribulation. Several miles away from where the elder doctor was crossing the tribulation, Wei Shanhai, Wei Xing, Lin Zhurui, Wei Zion, and Ma Gu, among others, stood on a peak, gazing at the tribulation cloud vortex ahead. The heavenly tribulation is of great significance, and without Lu Qing's ability, they naturally did not dare to get too close. I didn't expect Mr. Chen to proceed with the Golden Core tribulation so soon. His cultivation speed is truly swift. Wei Xing sighed. The first time he knew about the elder doctor was when his youngest son Wei Zion was causing trouble in the mountains, looking for birthday gifts for him. By accident, he fell off a cliff, severely injured, and was sent to the elder doctor for treatment. At that time, he heard Ahai say that the elder doctor was a strong martial artist in the internal organ realm, and his disciple was also a martial artist. Therefore, he remembered such a person. However, at that time, he didn't pay much attention and didn't think his family would have any further interactions with the master and disciple. Unexpectedly, when the heavenly blue sect attacked later, the Wei family faced the threat of extermination. In the most desperate moment, it was this master and disciple that saved them. From then on, a deep friendship was forged. The Wei family was essentially free from external conflicts under Lu Qing's protection. Now, in just a few short years, not only has Lu Qing become a Golden Core realm powerhouse who shakes the world, even the elder doctor is about to cross the tribulation to achieve the Golden Core. Yes, the speed of cultivation is really too fast. Wei Shanhai's face also showed a sigh. He still remembered when he first met the elder doctor, he had just entered the innate realm and was slightly inferior to him. Unexpectedly, only a few years later, the other party is already about to cross the tribulation to achieve the golden core, and he is still barely entering the innate perfection realm, far from the foundation establishment stage, and has yet to feel a hint of breakthrough opportunity. This is still because he has been living in Geolai village for the past 2 years, cultivating here with its dense spiritual energy. If not, he now would probably be at most in the innate great success realm, even inferior to Little Yan. Thinking about this, Wei Shanhai felt the gap even more. Lin Zhurui, standing nearby, said nothing. It's just that the fluctuations in his heart and spirit were not less than those of Wei Shanhai and the others. Compared to the Wei family, he understood the elder doctor and his disciple the most. But now he was still shocked by the elder doctor's cultivation speed, not to mention Lu Qing, the first tribulation crosser after the spiritual energy recovery, who could even cause a heavenly tribulation upon stepping into the innate realm. Such a peerless genius is destined to shine brilliantly, so his rapid advancement into the golden core realm, though incredible, is still understandable. But the elder doctor. Before the spiritual energy recovery, he was merely a wandering doctor with some cultivation, and not known throughout the world, not even well known in Kang State. Even after the spiritual energy recovery, he remained uncompetitive, always displaying a peaceful and kind demeanor. It was only in Central State that he showed a bit of his sharpness. After returning from Central State, he retracted all his sharpness. Quietly cultivating in Geolai village, occasionally going out to treat the surrounding villagers, he rarely showed the methods of his immortal cultivation. Unexpectedly, without any fanfare, he had reached the realm where he could trigger a heavenly tribulation, soon achieving the golden core. Moreover, looking at the huge tribulation cloud vortex ahead and the oppressive heavenly might that stifles the heart, Lin Zhurui knew that the elder doctor's heavenly tribulation must be extraordinary, not just an ordinary golden core heavenly tribulation. I wonder what color the tribulation cloud my master triggers will be. Staring at the tribulation cloud vortex in the sky, Lu Qing was also guessing. His master's foundation is profoundly accumulated. The cultivation of the water and fire Tao is also incredibly remarkable. The triggered tribulation cloud will definitely not be the most ordinary gray cloud. It's just uncertain if it will eventually be a red or golden tribulation cloud. The tribulation cloud continued to brew, slowly converging over time. And below the tribulation cloud vortex, the elder doctor was continuously adjusting his mind and body, keeping them in the best state. Is this the power of the heavenly tribulation? The elder doctor felt the heavy heavens might from above the sky and pondered silently. He once observed Lu Qing crossing the tribulation in Central State. At that time, he already felt the horror of the heavenly tribulation. But now, facing the heavenly might directly during his own tribulation crossing, he finally understood. The heavenly might felt during observation is far less than a tenth of what the tribulation crosser experiences. Qing said the golden core tribulation is divided into several levels. I wonder what my heavenly tribulation will look like. The elder doctor calmly watched the tribulation cloud vortex in the sky, with tranquility in his gaze. Finally, he saw the tribulation cloud formally taking shape with flickering lightning as it continuously converged and brewed. Its color revealed a faint layer of gold. Golden tribulation cloud. Indeed, master's accumulation is thick enough. As Lu Qing saw the color of the tribulation clouds in the sky, a smile appeared on his face. According to records, the tribulation cloud of the golden core tribulation generally comes in 3 colors: gray, red, gold. The power of the tribulation cloud increases sequentially, with the golden tribulation cloud being the most powerful. Based on the cultivation techniques obtained from the 2 gray-robed men and the Taoist chapter he acquired from the heavenly tribulation, Lu Qing inferred that once these 3 colored clouds are successfully transcended, the corresponding condensations should be different grades of magic power golden cores. In other words, if master successfully crosses the tribulation of the golden clouds, the core formed may very well be a top-grade golden core. And a top-grade golden core signifies a future potential to step into the primordial spirit realm. Young master, your master is truly formidable. He's about to cross the golden cloud heavenly tribulation. Inside the leaving fire tripod, Yan's tone was filled with awe. It's important to know that even at the peak of the ancient immortal cultivation era, the golden cloud heavenly tribulation was extremely rare. Everyone who could trigger such tribulation clouds was an unparalleled genius, overshadowing many talents of the era. For instance, in the Li Hu sects over 10,000 years of history, only 2 or 3 such successors have emerged. No one expected Lu Qing's master, who seemed unremarkable. Even his cultivation had always been quiet, barely revealing his sharp edges. Yet at the crossing of the tribulation, he directly triggered the appearance of golden tribulation clouds. Golden tribulation cloud. The elder doctor looked at the color of the tribulation clouds, yet his mood remained calm. According to Ah Ching, the Golden Tribulation Cloud is the strongest tribulation cloud of the Golden Core Tribulation. It seems we must give it our all. As for Wei Shanhai and others further away, they had no idea what the color of the tribulation cloud represented. They only sensed that with the appearance of the Golden Tribulation Cloud, the celestial power of the heavens became even heavier, causing them extreme discomfort, forcing them back several miles. Only then could they barely steady themselves, with expressions of shock. Being so far away, we feel such discomfort. Imagine the pressure Mr. Chen is under right beneath the heavenly tribulation. At this time, everyone finally understood why the Golden Core realm was so powerful. To achieve such an unparalleled realm, one must pass through such a terrifying heavenly tribulation. How could it possibly not be powerful? Brother, can Grandpa Chen cross the heavenly tribulation? Little Yan felt the pressure emanating from the sky, her face pale as she asked. Beside her, little Li and 5 elements also trembled slightly. Being at the perfect foundation establishment, they were more sensitive to the aura of the heavenly tribulation. Feeling the power of the heavenly tribulation so closely made them shudder in heart and spirit. Don't worry, Master's foundation is deep, and his realm is profound. It should be fine. Instead, you should focus on sensing the changes in aura of this heavenly tribulation. It will be very beneficial for your future tribulation crossing. Lu Qing smiled slightly. With a wave of his hand, a gentle aura appeared, enveloping the three, shielding them from most of the heavenly tribulation's pressure. The reason why he brought the 3 little ones to observe the Master's tribulation crossing closely was to let them experience the aura of the heavenly tribulation ahead of time, to prepare psychologically for future crossings, especially little Li and 5 elements, who are already at the perfect foundation establishment realm. Their tribulation crossing is not far off. If they could gain some insights from the Master's tribulation crossing, it would make their future crossings easier. Upon hearing Lu Qing's words, the 3 little ones turned their heads to continue gazing at the tribulation cloud, striving to overcome the fear in their hearts. Rumble. Just as Lu Qing took the opportunity to instruct the 3 little ones, the golden hue of the tribulation cloud in the sky grew stronger. Finally, it reached a limit, and lightning began to flash. The first Tao Tribulation Thunder is about to fall. I wonder how many Tao Tribulation Thunders Master will face this time. Lu Qing looked at the flashing golden lightning, silently thinking. Even tribulation clouds of the same level differ in power. The difference is expressed in the density of the tributary cloud's color and the number of Tao Tribulation Thunders that descend. Judging by the density of the golden color in Master's tribulation cloud, the tribulation thunders that descend will be at least 6 or more. Lu Qing thought in his heart, intending to activate his superpower to observe. But in the next moment, amidst a booming sound that resounded through the heavens and earth, that long-accumulated lightning fell suddenly, striking the elder doctor directly beneath the tribulation cloud vortex. Boom! The thick golden Tao tribulation thunder directly hit the elder doctor. Immediately, countless lightning flooded the area, further ravaging the already damaged mountain peak, and this Tao Tribulation thunder tugged at everyone's heart. The 3 little ones stared intently at the pervasive lightning for a long time until the light faded away, seeing the elder doctor still sitting cross-legged on the ground, with only some slight charring on his body and no major injuries. Only then did they breathe a sigh of relief. Seeing the Master's aura weak but otherwise unharmed, Lu Qing also smiled. He knew, given Master's accumulation, the first Tao Tribulation thunder would certainly not trouble him. No, he should say the first 3 Tao Tribulation thunders should pose no threat to him. Based on his tribulation experience, the power of the descending Tao Tribulation thunders increases with each one. Every 3 Tao Tribulation thunders, the power will significantly escalate. So with Master's accumulation, the real threat only starts from the 4th Tao Tribulation thunder. As Lu Qing had predicted, the first 3 Tribulation thunders, although extremely powerful, would likely turn an ordinary foundation establishment realm cultivator to ashes with just a scratch. But they did not inflict much harm on the elder doctor. He did not even need to use the spirit stones provided by Lu Qing. By relying solely on his own mana and the vitality chi bestowed by heaven and earth between each tribulation thunder, he could completely heal his injuries. It wasn't until the 4th Tribulation thunder struck that the elder doctor's expression began to change. The moment his body was hit by the tribulation thunder, he felt an incredibly intense pain surging through him. In just an instant, he was severely injured, his muscles and bones broken, and his physical body nearly melted. Instantly, the elder doctor dared not delay, activating his cultivation technique, and red and white spiritual power emerged from him. Intermingling and rotating with each other, not only did they eliminate the tribulation thunders from his body, but they also quickly repaired his heavily injured physical body. Is this the water and fire Tao mastered by Master? Lu Qing curiously observed the red and white spiritual power swirling around his master. He felt that although these 2 spiritual powers were inherently opposite, they were able to harmoniously and perfectly blend together in a mysterious way. This allowed the two conflicting forces to complement and promote each other instead. Indeed, Master has paved a path, and this water and fire Tao, cultivated to a profound level, might not be much inferior to my five elements Tao. Lu Qing marveled at the water and fire Tao will emanating from his master. From this intent, he could see that his master had truly forged his own path. As long as he continued down this path, his achievements would surely be significant. The Golden Core realm would only be the starting point, and the primordial spirit realm would be within reach. Seeing his master's techniques, Lu Qing's heart relaxed a lot. With master's profound Tao will, the crossing of this tribulation should be almost certain. The young master's master is a monster too. Within the leaving fire tripod, Yen couldn't help but exclaim as it sensed the water and fire Tao will emerging from the elder doctor. The water element and fire element have always been opposing forces, yet this fellow forcibly brought them together to comprehend the principles of mutual creation and mutual destruction, fusion and symbiosis. Instead of hindering, the water and fire power accelerated his cultivation speed significantly. Most crucially, the elder doctor comprehended this principle while still in the innate realm. It couldn't imagine the terrifying level of comprehension required to achieve this. Initially, Yan felt that Lu Qing was already a devil, but now it seemed his master was not much inferior. After showcasing the water and fire Tao will, the elder doctor's tribulation crossing became easier. Though the fifth and sixth tribulation thunders still injured him, they were not beyond his ability to handle. The sixth tribulation thunder has passed. It seems Master's heavenly tribulation might just be the strongest golden tribulation. Six tribulation thunders passed, and seeing the tribulation cloud in the sky still lingering, Lu Qing immediately understood. Is there still a seventh tribulation thunder? Ah Qing said there could be up to 9 tribulation thunders, and I wonder how far I will ultimately get. The elder doctor looked at the tribulation cloud vortex still flickering with lightning and thought silently. His heart and spirit were also fully on guard. The fourth tribulation thunder had caught him off guard, nearly overwhelming him. According to Ah Qing, the tribulation thunders would increase drastically in power every 3 stages. The seventh tribulation thunder might bring a qualitative change. As if sensing the elder doctor's thoughts, the tribulation cloud vortex in the sky suddenly grew larger. Conversely, the golden tribulation cloud in the center suddenly shrank. The golden hue became more intense. More brilliant golden lightning started to converge. At the same time, the already suffocating heavenly might doubled in pressure, forcing Wei Shanhai and others in the distance to retreat several miles further. The heavenly tribulation's power is still increasing. The faces of Wei Shanhai and others were filled with horror. They were already over 20 miles from the elder doctor's tribulation spot, yet they were still almost overwhelmed by the terrifying heavenly might, their heart and spirit trembling. It was unimaginable what kind of pressure the elder doctor, undergoing tribulation, was facing. This power, it seems I can't hold back any longer. Feeling the terrifying momentum from the sky, the elder doctor's expression also changed. He understood that the upcoming time required his full effort, otherwise, there was no guarantee he could survive this lightning tribulation. At once, with a thought, a radiance flickered, and the next moment, he wore a piece of treasure armor bestowed to him by Lu Qing after slaying that countryside youth. Moreover, a mysterious will emanated from the elder doctor, rapidly expanding and enveloping the surrounding 100 meters. 2 illusory shadows of red and white treasure beads also appeared behind him, guarding him firmly. Master is about to give it his all. Seeing the elder doctor's preparation, Lu Qing immediately understood. Master was not only using his magical treasure, but also unleashing his domain. Clearly, he intended to go all out to meet the next tribulation thunder. Rumble. Just as the elder doctor brought all means to bear, the 7th tribulation thunder at the vortex center finally brewed. Amidst deafening thunder, it came crashing down. The speed of lightning naturally needs no description. In an instant, the bulky tribulation thunder struck the elder doctor. In a flash, the treasure armor on his body was torn apart by the thunder's immense power, becoming tattered and ragged. An armor at the treasure level was nearly rendered useless. However, the elder doctor could not care about such things. As the tribulation thunder descended, his heart and spirit surged. The force of the domain enveloping him started to fluctuate and tremble, constantly guiding the tribulation thunder force on him downward, dispersing it into the earth. The illusion of treasure beads behind him tightly protected his physical body. The robust power of the spiritual artifact repeatedly resisted the golden lightning, preventing them from utterly destroying the elder doctor's physical body. Otherwise, given the terror of this golden tribulation thunder, if it completely invaded his body, it would likely destroy his physical body in an instant, with no chance for recovery. Finally, under the full deployment of the elder doctor's techniques, he managed to take the 7th tribulation thunder. The lightning dispersed, revealing the elder doctor's figure. However, at this moment, he appeared quite miserable. The treasure armor on him was completely tattered, evidently beyond further use. His physical body was charred black, filled with terrifying holes. Some wounds even pierced through from front to back, appearing extremely dreadful. Grandpa Chen. Seeing the elder doctor's appearance, little Yan couldn't help but cry out, "Master!" Witnessing the elder doctor's state, Lu Qing's face changed dramatically. The seventh golden tribulation thunder turned out to be devastating, more powerful than half of the progressed 5 elements tribulation he faced before. Only its strangeness was far inferior. The elder doctor waved his hand, indicating he was all right. He had not wanted to use such treasure lightly, but to fend off the 7th tribulation thunder, most of his spiritual power was depleted. If he did not recover quickly, he might not make it through the next tribulation thunder. Yes, after the 7th tribulation thunder had struck, the tribulation cloud in the sky had not yet dissipated. It was obvious that the elder doctor's heavenly tribulation was still not over. It remained to have the 8th tribulation thunder. Master's heavenly tribulation is so strong. Is it because of his comprehension of the water and fire Tao? Lu Qing's expression turned serious. Lu Qing did not expect that Master's heavenly tribulation would be so powerful. The 7th tribulation thunder already had several times the power of the initial tribulation thunders from his own 5 elements heavenly tribulation. Clearly, when he first observed, the power of the heavenly tribulation was not so terrifying. It seems like the heavenly tribulation is not fixed. It changes according to the situation of the tribulation crossing. Lu Qing recalled how during his own tribulation crossing, he was bold and arrogant, openly provoking the heavenly might, which directly caused the heavenly tribulation to rage. Originally, according to the power of the tribulation cloud invoked by Master at first, along with the richness of the golden color of the tribulation cloud, his heavenly tribulation should have consisted of at most 6 tribulation thunders. But when he exhibited the water and fire Tao intent, the situation changed. The difficulty of the heavenly tribulation also sharply increased. Indeed, as the most powerful trial and tempering from the heavens for cultivators, the heavenly tribulation is not rigid but changes constantly. Within Lu Qing's heart, a new understanding arose, deepening his grasp on the concept of heavenly tribulation. However, with this development, it may be difficult for Master to overcome the heavenly tribulation. Lu Qing appeared solemn. He could naturally see that Master had already almost exhausted all his strength to barely overcome the 7th tribulation thunder. The next, even more powerful, 8th tribulation thunder would be tougher to deal with. Lu Qing's body emitted an indistinct aura. No matter what, he could not simply watch his master perish under the heavenly tribulation. If Master couldn't withstand it, it might end his path of cultivation, and Lu Qing would have to intervene. On the other side, as the tribulation cloud brewed the 8th tribulation thunder, the elder doctor was fully focused on drawing the spiritual charm from the middle-grade spirit stone. The spirit stone Ah Qing provided is truly a treasure, almost requiring no refinement to convert it into one's own spiritual power. Truly miraculous. Feeling his spiritual power rapidly recovering within, the elder doctor was amazed. Originally, he was worried that the upcoming tribulation crossing would be perilous, but now he had gained some confidence. However, this time the elder doctor realized that if he continued passively receiving the tribulation thunder, he might really not pass this heavenly tribulation. The strategy must change. Feeling most of his spiritual power restored, the elder doctor's eyes showed determination. His mind was set. Suddenly, a treasure sword appeared in his hand. The domain originally covering a 100-meter radius around him rapidly shrank and concentrated before him, continuously compressing. Eventually, it transformed into an exceedingly sharp sword light attached to the treasure sword. Moreover, the water and fire spiritual power, the intent, the heart and spirit within the elder doctor were all infused into this sword light. Unintentionally, even a layer of golden light from his body surged into it, making the sword light forged from the domain even more acute, vaguely causing even the surrounding space to warp and fluctuate. It was imaginable how terrifying this sword was. Master is going to. Lu Qing was surprised witnessing this scene. Boom! Just as Lu Qing's thoughts arose, he heard a thunderclap from the sky. Immediately, the long-brewing 8th tribulation thunder slammed down. At the same time, the elder doctor swung his sword, wielding all his strength. The sword light was extremely fast, intercepting the tribulation thunder in mid-air before it completely descended. And under everyone's gaze, this sword light, infused with all the elder doctor's will and power, unexpectedly sliced the tribulation thunder in half. Moreover, the sword light's momentum remained undiminished, piercing upwards into the azure darkness, cleaving into the golden tribulation cloud, causing the entire tribulation cloud vortex to stall. Boom! The tribulation thunder was split by the elder doctor's sword but did not vanish. Instead, it divided into 2 halves but still struck down. Despite consuming a substantial amount of power and being cut in half, It did not directly hit the elder doctor, but instead landed beside him. The tribulation thunder struck the ground, lightning spreading, enveloping the elder doctor within, but its power was already within his capacity to endure. Master is so fierce. Witnessing this, Lu Qing was taken aback. The sword strike from Master was astonishingly powerful, even able to cleave the tribulation thunder. He estimated that even a genuine Golden Core Realm cultivator, below the second turn without special means, would hesitate before Master's sword strike if caught off guard. At least if it were Li Changbo, he definitely couldn't withstand Master's sword light. Monster, monster. From within the leaving fire tripod, Yan witnessing this almost popped its eyes. It never expected Lu Qing's master, usually always smiling and courteous to everyone. Even when treating mundane people's illnesses, he never refused anyone, completely dedicating himself to healing. When crossing a tribulation, to be so fierce, without a word, daring to unsheath his sword and angrily slashing the heavenly tribulation. One should know that's the heavenly tribulation, the most feared existence for countless cultivators. During the ancient immortal cultivation era, even the most extraordinary prodigies faced heavenly tribulations with trembling fear, not daring to show any disrespect. The fear was that angering the will of the heavens during a tribulation crossing would lead to an increase in heavenly tribulation power, ultimately failing to pass. Now, this person dared to directly slice the heavenly tribulation with a sword, exhibiting no fear. This reminded Yan that previously, when Lu Qing was crossing his Golden Core tribulation, he openly provoked the heavenly tribulation, mocking its lacking power. Now it seems these two truly are teacher and student, both so daring. That sword light was it slashed by Mr. Chen. In the distance, Wei Shanhai and the others were also in a daze. From such a distance, they couldn't see the elder doctor's figure, but the enormous sword light that just flew out, cutting through the tribulation thunder, slicing into the tribulation cloud, was something they saw clearly. The one crossing the tribulation now is Mr. Chen. Who else could it be? Mr. Chen uses a sword, so it should be him. A sword slashing through a heavenly tribulation. Has Mr. Chen's sword Dao reached such a profound level that even tribulation thunder can be cut apart? Wei Shanhai and the others didn't understand the taboos involved in crossing a tribulation, but it didn't prevent them from feeling utterly shocked by the sword that the elder doctor slashed out. On the battered mountain peak, thunder light still pervaded. However, Lu Qing could feel that within the thunderlight, although his master's aura had weakened, he could still hold on, which put him at ease. His gaze was more focused on the tribulation cloud vortex in the sky, because after the 8th tribulation thunder descended, the tribulation cloud vortex still hadn't dissipated, and lightning continued to flicker. Could it be there's a 9th tribulation thunder? Lu Qing's heart was heavy. He could see that the sword just now was already his master's strongest strike. If there were a 9th tribulation thunder, he would definitely be unable to deal with it. No, that's not right. Suddenly, Lu Qing's eyes focused, staring at the tribulation cloud vortex. He discovered that within the tribulation cloud vortex, something seemed to be amiss. He saw that within the golden tribulation cloud, there was lightning trying to gather, but there seemed to be another force subtly preventing it. And that force was also a golden light, but its color was slightly different from the golden lightning. If not carefully recognized, it would be hard to notice at a glance. That power is merit golden light. Lu Qing identified the golden light at once. Earlier, his master had poured all his strength into that one sword, unintentionally slashing out with it. The merit golden light accumulated over many years, striking it into the tribulation cloud vortex. Now it seemed that the power of merit golden light hadn't immediately dissipated, but was instead preventing the tribulation cloud from continuing to gather lightning. The light of merit has such ability. Lu Qing stared intently at the sky. The golden tribulation cloud was constantly churning, trying to gather lightning, but it never succeeded, and in the end, it began to slowly dissipate instead. Finally, after the tribulation cloud completely dissipated, a streak of light flew out from the huge vortex center, falling on the elder doctor. The entire tribulation cloud vortex began to gradually disappear. Soon, the sky returned to its original state, becoming calm and clear, leaving Lu Qing momentarily stunned. The tribulation cloud dissipated. Did Master successfully pass the heavenly tribulation? After a moment, Lu Qing snapped back to himself, smiling freely. I never thought the power of merit would have the ability to dissolve a heavenly tribulation. This must be the greatest reward of Master's years of doing good and accumulating virtue. He felt emotional in his heart. Based on the previous movement of the tribulation cloud, his master clearly should have faced a 9th tribulation thunder. However, in that sword earlier, his master had poured all his strength, along with the merit light accumulated over most of his life. Unexpectedly, that merit light had such a magical ability to dissolve the heavenly tribulation, allowing the final thunder not to fall, making the tribulation crossing a success. Nonetheless, this was also a matter of sowing good causes and reaping good results. If it weren't for his master's benevolence throughout his life, saving lives and treating people, he wouldn't have been able to accumulate such dense merit light. Naturally, he wouldn't have been able to dissolve this final tribulation thunder. So all of this was the result of his master's kind thoughts and deeds, which accumulated such good outcomes. In the leaving fire tripod, Yan was equally stunned. Earlier, it also believed that the elder doctor likely couldn't pass the last tribulation thunder. It was even prepared to protect him together with Lu Qing. But unexpectedly, the final thunder was dissolved by the merit light that the elder doctor released. Such a thing it had never heard of before. Even the classics of the Li Huo sect never recorded such an event. During the ancient immortal cultivation era, no one was known to achieve such a feat. Maybe those bald monks of the suspended mountain know the secret. Yan suddenly recalled that if any sect understood the power of merit, it would be Suspended Mountain. In fact, during the ancient immortal cultivation era, they were known for actively accumulating merit. Any accomplished monk often traveled far to perform good deeds and gather merit. At the time, everyone believed Suspended Mountain did this because of doctrine and cultivation technique. Moreover, people who had merit light indeed experienced smoother cultivation and greater blessings. Now, it seems Suspended Mountain might have known that merit light could dissolve heavenly tribulations, making their cultivation path far easier. It also explained why Suspended Mountain had a higher ratio of golden core cultivators than others. It wasn't just because of special techniques, but likely because of this very secret. It's just a pity, Yan added, that the current era's Suspended Mountain seems to have lost this ancestral knowledge. Perhaps not entirely, Lu Qing said. I heard from Zhai Rui that over 10,000 years ago, Suspended Mountain had a good reputation. But in the last few millennia, the world has suffered spiritual energy depletion. People can only cultivate to the realm of innate perfection. With no heavenly tribulations, the greatest value of merit light was forgotten. And besides, condensing merit isn't easy. It requires long-term selflessness and true kindness. All of this today is the result of Master's benevolence over a lifetime. On the broken mountain peak, after yet another round of heavenly tribulation, it became even more shattered. Even the mountain body was shaved down another layer. And on this broken peak, the elder doctor was sitting cross-legged, his expression solemn. The wounds left from crossing the tribulation had disappeared, completely healed. Even his appearance reverted to the middle-aged look he had when he first entered the innate realm. A mysterious and formidable aura emerged from him and began to grow stronger. Lu Qing, who had experience with crossing the tribulation, naturally saw that Master was condensing his magic power golden core, transforming his mana. After a long while, suddenly the elder doctor's body shook, and an aura of perfection with a hint of immortal emerged from him. At this time, in Lu Qing's eyes, who had activated his superpower, the information strip floating over Master's body also changed. Chen Songqing medical skills are exquisite, kind-hearted, revered by people, a compassionate elder physician. Cultivation top-grade golden core, newly entered golden core realm. Comprehended the path of merging water and fire, condensed water and fire golden core, mastered the power of water and fire. Exceptional understanding, comprehended and controls a powerful sword Dao domain, unmatched in attack. Possesses heavenly gifted divine power with great potential. Indeed, Master has condensed a top-grade golden core this time. Seeing the changing information on Master's body, Lu Qing thought to himself, but he was not surprised. Master's tribulation cloud was a golden tribulation cloud, and it was also the strongest 9 thunder heavenly tribulation. If he couldn't condense a top-grade golden core under these conditions, it would be unreasonable. Instead, there was one piece of information that surprised him a bit. Master actually possesses a divine power. Was it that stream of light from earlier? Lu Qing suddenly recalled that before the heavenly tribulation vortex dissipated, a stream of light had flown out and landed on Master. He guessed that must have been the heavenly gifted divine power, just like the 2 divine abilities he obtained when he crossed the tribulation in Central State. I wonder what kind of divine power Master has obtained. The power of heavenly gifted divine power was something Lu Qing deeply experienced. Even a small divine power was much more formidable than most spells, possessing the immense power to fight against stronger levels. Just like his mistaken, once the power of divine skill was unleashed, even a gray-robed man of a higher realm than him found it hard to resist, submerging in the illusion realm. He figured the heavenly gifted divine power that Master obtained must also be quite remarkable in strength. While Lu Qing pondered, the elder doctor, having completed his breakthrough, also opened his eyes. First, there was a divine light flashing in his eyes, but it quickly subsided, becoming plain and ordinary. Meanwhile, his appearance returned to his previous elderly look. Lu Qing, along with little Yan and others, slowly flew towards the broken mountain peak. Congratulations to Master for successfully crossing the tribulation and condensing the golden core, Lu Qing said with a smile. Congratulations, Grandpa Chen. Little Yen also congratulated sweetly. Ow. Roar. Little Lee and Five Elements also expressed their congratulations to the elder doctor in their own way. Both of their expressions also became much more respectful. After all, the terrifying power of the previous heavenly tribulation, which they had experienced up close, left a profound impression. The elder doctor managed to withstand such a terrifying tribulation, successfully crossing into the Golden Core realm. Spiritual beasts have a natural instinct to revere the strong, so Little Lee and Five Elements involuntarily became much more respectful of the elder doctor. Haha, I have to thank Ah Ching for giving me the magical treasure and spirit stones, otherwise I definitely wouldn't have been able to cross this tribulation. It's a pity, though, that the treasure armor you gave me was damaged by the tribulation thunder. The elder doctor looked at the broken treasure armor lying nearby, feeling a bit distressed. Under the ravage of so much tribulation thunder, this treasure armor was completely ruined, with its spiritual nature lost, turning into an ordinary object. If it could bear so much of the tribulation thunder for Master, then the treasure armor had already fulfilled its mission, so it's no big deal that it's damaged. If I can find suitable materials in the future, I will make a new treasure armor for Master. Lu Qing didn't feel regret. Instead, he comforted his master. Let's talk about that later. The elder doctor stored the broken treasure armor into his storage bag. Even though the treasure armor couldn't be used anymore, it was one of the contributors to his successful tribulation crossing, and he didn't want to discard it just like that. Master, did you gain any insights from this tribulation crossing? Lu Qing asked. Oh right, the elder doctor exclaimed. Ah Qing, do you know why the final tribulation thunder didn't descend? Recalling the previous tribulation crossing, the elder doctor still felt lingering fear. He had never expected that this tribulation crossing would be so arduous. At the end, he even thought he was going to fail. Fortunately, for some unknown reason, the last tribulation thunder didn't descend, allowing him to successfully cross the tribulation. However, he was too busy healing his injuries at the time to notice what exactly caused the heavenly tribulation to dissipate. Disciple guesses that it might be because of the good deeds and virtues you've accumulated over the years, Master, which shielded you from the last tribulation thunder. Lu Qing shared his speculation. After hearing this, the elder doctor was taken aback. He never would have thought that the reason the last tribulation thunder didn't descend was because of this. This is really something. After a while, the elder doctor came back to his senses, but for a moment he didn't know what to say. That is why I say this successful tribulation crossing is the result of the good karma you've accumulated, Master, Lu Qing said with a smile. The elder doctor shook his head, remaining silent. All these years, the reason he has constantly practiced medicine to save people was not for accumulating merit. It was simply because he could not bear to see those who were suffering from illness in pain and helplessness, and wanted to help them alleviate their pain. The reason he spared no expense in using precious herbs to treat Lu Qing back then was the same. Moreover, every time a patient was cured, his heart would be greatly satisfied, and he would feel genuinely happy. This is also the reason he has persisted in studying medical skill and saving people for so many years. He hasn't thought too much about anything else. Yet unexpectedly, it was because of this that he managed to cross the Golden Core tribulation. Mr. Chen, at that moment a voice called out. Wei Shanhai and Lin Zhurui were seen, demonstrating their movement technique, swiftly advancing at the treetops of the forest, quickly arriving at the mountain peak where Lu Qing and the others were. Congratulations, Mr. Chen, on successfully crossing the tribulation and entering the Golden Core True Man realm. As soon as they arrived in front of the elder doctor, everyone congratulated him in unison. Especially Wei Shanhai and a few others, who were visibly delighted. Now their Wei family is considered to be affiliated with the Jiulai village lineage. The elder doctor achieving the Golden Core strengthens Jiulai village significantly, which is immensely beneficial for their Wei family. Faced with everyone's congratulations, the elder doctor laughed heartily. To overcome such a formidable heavenly tribulation, Mr. Chen's cultivation is unfathomable, indeed not something that can be merely described as luck. At this moment, everyone also saw the surroundings of the mountain peak and couldn't help but marvel internally. Earlier, when observing from afar, they had already sensed the terror of the heavenly tribulation. Now seeing the immense mountain peak beneath, ravaged into disarray by the tribulation thunder, they truly realized how terrifying the tribulation thunder was. It's hard to imagine how the elder doctor managed to endure such a terrifying tribulation thunder and successfully cross it. Alright, now that Master has successfully crossed the tribulation, let's go back and discuss further. After chatting happily for a while, Lu Qing summoned a golden small boat, enlarged it, and invited everyone aboard. Wei Shanhai and the others first curiously examined the golden flying boat, then promptly boarded it. In the next moment, Lu Qing's mind activated, and the flying boat transformed into a golden streak of light, soaring into the sky headed towards Jiulai village. In almost just a matter of seconds, they returned to Jialai village, landing before the half-mountain small courtyard. Wei Shanhai and the others disembarked from the boat, looking at the familiar scenery around them, momentarily dazed. In such a short time had they already returned from the depths of the 10,000 great mountains to Jialai village. Everyone turned to look at Lu Qing, who casually stored away the golden flying boat, with eyes full of shock. Experiencing flight for the first time, they clearly felt what true immortal Dao methods meant. In the following period, Wei Shanhai and the others lingered for quite some time at the half-mountain's small courtyard. They consulted Lu Qing and the elder doctor on many cultivation issues, receiving answers, leaving with insights and satisfaction. However, one person remained behind and did not leave with the others. That person was Lin Zhirui. Young Master Lu, earlier you mentioned considering the invitation from the three saint masters after Mr. Chen crossed the tribulation. I wonder now. Lu Qing thought for a moment and said, then let's go tomorrow. I'll go with you to the holy mountain and accept the invitation of the three saint masters. Young Master Lu, you are willing to accept the invitation. Then I will go back and immediately send a message to my master and the others. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhirui was immediately overjoyed. Ah Qing, do you need me to accompany you? The elder doctor asked from the side. Master, you have just formed a golden core and need to consolidate your cultivation, so there's no need to accompany a disciple on this journey. I can go alone. Lu Qing shook his head in response. He knew his master didn't like such occasions, and having just crossed the tribulation, it was most important for his master to consolidate his cultivation without needing to be distracted by such trivial matters. All right, now that I've successfully crossed the tribulation, and with the big array guarding, the safety of the village is no longer a concern. The elder doctor, knowing that Lu Qing has always been decisive, didn't insist when Lu Qing said he didn't need his company. Lu Qing smiled at his words. He certainly wasn't worried about the village's safety. His master is now at the Golden Core realm and has formed a top-grade Golden Core. It can be said that now in the whole world, apart from himself, no other powerful figure could possibly threaten his master. It's just that his master has always lacked a precise understanding of his own strength, thus remains unaware of this. By the way, master, take this jade scroll. It contains some insights I've compiled regarding the Golden Core realm, which might be useful to you. Lu Qing took out a jade scroll and handed it to his master. The elder doctor accepted it without refusal. He knew Lu Qing's current realm was much deeper and more profound than his own. Right now, though he has stepped into the Golden Core realm, when he looks at Lu Qing, he still feels as though he's surrounded by mist. His aura is ethereal and elusive, entirely unable to discern the specific extent of his realm. How could he not understand that although he and this disciple are both within the Golden Core realm, in terms of true strength, they are likely still far apart? With a hint of regret on his face, the elder doctor said, "Oh Ah Qing, after crossing the tribulation earlier, my mind received a mysterious technique. The pity is that this technique seems not easily transmissible, otherwise I could pass it on to you." Lu Qing felt stirred inside, understanding this must be the heavenly gifted divine power his master mentioned. He couldn't help but smile, since it can't be transmitted. It must be the heavenly tribulation's gift to you, a technique solely for you. Forcing it to be shared might violate the will of heaven and isn't really ideal. Lu Qing knew that the divine skills granted by the heavenly Tao are unique and should not be easily transmitted. Even if transmitted, others would be hard-pressed to learn it, because at the time of heavenly Tao's bestowal, aside from the cultivation technique, a divine power seed was also integrated within the body. The divine power seed holds divine power and acts like a primer, guiding the cultivator to naturally attain the divine skill. Without the divine power seed, even if one obtained the cultivation technique, it would be difficult to master the true divine skill. For instance,